Oh, 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 oh. Ain't no way. Good morning, Ichimatsu, my fellow anime lover. Six women have been raped by DJGR since the Not Safe for Work ban. Do you regret your decision yet? They are worthy sacrifices upon the altar of the Not Safe for Work ban. What is this? Netflix's version of One Piece is good? Is it? Do you still have the same food take on wings that eating them with ranch or blue cheese ruins them? Ha! Yep. I will stand by that one. Okay. Listen, there are food takes where I'm trolling. Okay. So for instance, when I say, what's a trolling food take? Like when I make fun of Mediterranean food, I'm usually trolling. Okay. There are food takes where I know it's not of a finer palate. Okay. So like I'm not a big fan of fish, but I know there's a lot to appreciate there. Sushi, fish, and everything. And then there are food takes where I am objectively just right. And I know I'm right. And I know they're a good food take. If you go to a good wing place and you've got well-prepared wings that have a good-ass sauce on them, and you start slathering them in ranch or blue cheese, you're just, what are you doing? I can understand using a ton of ranch on like dog shit wings or something. You're just trying to mask the flavor or whatever. But I mean, like, if you go to a decent wing place, and when I say decent, I mean even like Buffalo Wild Wings. If you go to a decent wing place, if you're sitting here just destroying your wings with a metric fuck ton of ranch or blue cheese, the problem is that, especially too, like ranch and blue cheese are such like overpowering fucking flavors. You're just like, ugh, no, not good. Lithium discovery in U.S. volcano could be biggest deposit ever. Oh shit, now we're finding lithium? Hell yeah. Fuck you, Norway. Me from a parallel dimension where I focused on playing it safe and being a good wage slave to support all the 80 IQ people, decided to stick around and save. It sucks here. What? Okay. Got the child predator getting caught. So went to the factory today. I need to expand into my new factory. Was that me? Hello? Wait, what? Am I crazy? Did that sound like me? Oh shit, you guys don't have sound.
I-5, they're getting a unit up here.
Does that sound like me? Am I crazy?
Alright, fine. Look at a unit up here.
Have you seen her before? Sir. Have you seen her before?
There's clothes in the boys' bathroom and the bed. He changed his clothes.
Ma'am, I'm about to lose my going
My
through a lot.
kid shows up missing, and we didn't do anything or put him in a database. That's unacceptable.
Put your hands behind your back now. Okay. You kidding me right now?
When police in Xenia, Ohio receive a call about a strange man claiming to be the parent of a young girl at a kindergarten ice cream social, they can't possibly imagine the twisted depths of the man's motives.
Oh, I can imagine.
Or what lengths he will go to conceal them and escape. The majority of the body camera footage in the following video has never been seen before, and information included in the video was obtained through actual police reports. On August 22nd, 2022, St. Bridget Catholic School was holding their annual orientation and ice cream social. It was a time for their students, preschool through 8th grade, to come in with their parents, get to know their teachers, and enjoy ice cream in a safe, welcoming environment.
Yeah.
On this day, however, the environment...
You want a sexism example? I just noticed, I've been paying attention to this one, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of weird. You ever notice how when girls use this vocal fry, that for whatever reason, with the way they talk, usually when girls use it, it's fucking annoying. I think it's fucking annoying. It sounds annoying to me. But do you notice that sometimes with deep male voices, I feel like they do an equivalent vocal fry, but it doesn't sound annoying for some reason. Like, I'm pretty sure this guy is doing a fry, I think, but it's not like an annoying thing.
In a safe, welcoming environment.
Environment. I wonder why.
On this day, however, the environment was anything but safe. All because
it's just his mic. No, it's not just his mic. It's a hardcore vocal fry. Some of these deep voice guys do it, but for some reason it's not as annoying. It's not as annoying.
Because of one man.
He's the one they're after, but I'm.
After receiving a call that there was an unknown man posing as a student's father, several police officers raced to the quaint school and split into groups, trying to get to the bottom of the chaotic scene of frazzled teachers, furious parents, and terrified children. Of course, the questioning begins with the strange man at the scene.
What's going on, man? I'm Officer Peters. What's your name, my man?
My man.
What is it? Weed? Weed? As in like W-E-E-D? Oh, it is? Okay. So what are you here for today?
People thought I was here to, I guess, find someone's child, but I'm having a lot of psychological problems.
You're having psychological problems? What kind of psychological problems are you having? Are you, like, diagnosed with anything, like, that you know of, or anything like that?
Possibly, like, kind of, it's like a general diagnosis, but it's something that's gotten worse.
So what kind of psychological issues? Like, what are you, in more of a description way, like, what are you feeling?
Homicidal.
Paranoid. Do you know anybody here? You don't know anybody here? You don't know anybody's kids? Nothing like that?
Oh, yeah.
You from Xenia?
Woo fucking yeah, baby.
Fairborn area? How'd you end up here today, then? Like, how'd you get to St. Bridget?
The suspect's hesitation and long breaks before answering questions is undeniably odd. But is it because of his self-proclaimed psychological issues, or is that just an excuse to give him time to come up with an innocent cover story for being at an elementary school?
Yeah.
As you'll see, he has some trouble keeping his story consistent.
Fairborn area? How'd you end up here today, then? Like, how'd you get to St. Bridget?
Hey, Destiny. I'm constantly hearing from conservative friends and family about Russellgate as a response to anything Democrats do. Could you make a short video ahead of election season debunking all of the talking points? Thanks, brah.
You know what? Maybe. We should just go over the Mueller indictments, maybe.
Okay. To GMA, like Green Memorial? Is that where you were trying to get to? Okay, how did you end up here today? Like, did you walk from Fairborn, or like, how did you get here?
Actually, I drove. I drove.
You drove here. Okay, is your car here?
Yeah.
The suspect is actually telling the truth here. His car is on school grounds, and what they will soon find in it is not only stomach churning, but brings to question what disturbing secrets could possibly lie in this man's past.
Okay, do you have an ID on you, my man?
The police officer looks over the suspect's ID and confirms that his name is Reed, not Weed, as he agreed when the questioning began. He discovers that Reed is a 35-year-old native of nearby Fairborn, Ohio, and he has no arrests on his record.
Fucking natives.
Yet, at least.
What drew you to come here? Because I'm just going off of what I've heard so far. They're trying to get the more of the full story right now, but from what I've heard, you basically said that you knew a kid here, or you had a kid that went here. They asked you who that kid was, and you couldn't give him a kid name. And I'm trying to figure out why you're saying that.
To kind of say that the kid here.
So you came here, you gave a name with the J, right? Is what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
For what reason did you do that?
Just to be a part of the group.
Be part of this group here? Was it more or less how to, like, why did you want to be part of the group? Because obviously you said you're having some psychological issues, right? That you admitted to me. You said that you were trying to get the GMH, correct? And I'm taking that you drove by here and you saw everybody out here, correct? How do you, that's all I'm not understanding. So you drove here, correct? You're trying to get the GMH. But it's not making sense how you ended up here and why you ended up here if you're trying to go to the GMH. So you
kind of where my illness kind of starts stepping in.
Okay, so you saw a group and you kind of got interested. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh yeah,
Like
interested, baby.
There are a bunch of people over here and I said, well, I should come here and maybe feel welcome. I talked to some of the parents and with their kids with them and asked them what grade they were and stuff. So, yeah.
How many do you think you talked to?
I talked to a lot of people today, but
Just here.
just here.
Yep, just here.
Families.
Yeah, just like family members asking people about their kids.
Yo, this cop's a hater.
What grade they were in, stuff like that. How many do you think you talked to?
Oh, true. This is a DCG year after the porn ban. Oh no.
Probably
7. So you said 7?
Yeah.
Okay, 7. So obviously, man, people are obviously a little worried.
A little worried is an understatement, and for good reason. Firstly, there's the principal of the school, Mr. Atkins, who gives his own account of what occurred that afternoon that was meant to be a stress-free, peaceful event for his students and parents. The father and mother of the girl Reed Duran claimed to be the father of are behind him.
That 70s show, Danny Masterson just got 30 years to life for rape. Holy shit. These must have been some crazy rapes, no? In 2003? Destiny, got cat pics yet? If you emailed me, if you're one of the people that emailed me, I followed up on every single email, and there should be meetings set up to go and pick those cats up. If you should have gotten another email from me if you. What does the evidence look like on a case for 2003? How, like, what was the... Yeah, I've seen the Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis shit or whatever. I don't care. They're pussies. There's a bit more info here. Oh, not Bulgarian. Thanks for hosting me for 25 years. Michael Tracy's thread on the Danny Masterson rape. I would. Why would I? I wouldn't even trust him to look at anything. Did anybody follow this trial? I'm just so curious, like... I'm just so curious what the evidence was to convict on something like this 20 years later. I'm so curious. That just seems so insane to me, even if he did do it. Related clicky. He's a Scientologist, probably pissed off the wrong people in the church.
You know what's funny is when she was 14 when we started the show. I was like 19, right?
Right.
And they're like, okay, you guys are going to be making out in this scene. And I'm like thinking like, wait, this is like slightly illegal,
gonna say, that's
right?
probably your first kiss ever, right?
It was my first kiss. Why don't you tell them a bet you made with Danny about our first kiss?
No, it wasn't the first kiss.
No,
This is like
go
a
ahead.
second.
In my mouth or something.
Yeah, sure. What's the deal? You know?
It's
You were
tongue
very
action.
excited.
You didn't, Ashton. Just admit it.
She
Dad,
did come
I
back.
Okay, this is creepy, but I don't know what this has to do with what. So your recollection of September 2002 is still very detailed, correct, and it is your contention that Masterson raped you? No, that's not the word I would use. Is it your position that he did not rape you? No. Is it your position there's some word between there? Mine. You're the only person I'm going to be talking to today. Do you remember the name Officer Schlegel? You talked to a male officer at Hollywood PD. Did you tell that officer you had consensual sex with Masterson in 2002? Yes. You were truthful about that, to my understanding. Again, I'm on your point of view, to my understanding, yes. So in 2004, your position was that sex in 2002 was consensual. Your position changed? Yes. When? In 2018. So in 2018, you come to the conclusion... Wait.
No.
Huh. This seems, like on its face, it just seems like complete and total bullshit. I don't understand. It's 30 years because he's a public figure. I'm just trying to think of how do you, because remember, a criminal conviction is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Which means 99%. To get a criminal conviction in the United States of America for a civil conviction, tort, for civil stuff, right? It's beyond a reasonable doubt and not probable cause. What am I thinking of? Preponderance of evidence is what it's called. So it's 51%, right? So you probably did it, right? Did this motherfucker steal rent from this dude? You know, $700, go to court. He probably did it. You owe him $500, okay? Beyond a reasonable doubt is a very, 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 very high standard. Like, no reasonable person should have a reasonable doubt as to whether or not the person committed this crime. Testimony, even direct testimony, after 20 years? 20 years? Damn, that just seems... Especially on rape. Now, if this was like direct testimony on like... Because the challenging thing about rape is that, unfortunately, is victim blaming or whatever it sounds, there can be different perspectives on rape. There can't be... Now, if it was direct testimony on like murder, right? Then we're in a different ballpark, right? Because killing people generally is always bad, okay? Right? Or direct testimony on some other really bad crime. But testimony on rape 20 years after the fact, that sounds insane. That's wild to me that you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt he did that crime.
So in March 2017, the LAPD confirmed that they were investigating
Conservatives
Danny
project so hard
Masterson
when they
for
talk about Biden and the Dems' corruption obstruction when Trump and Mitch McConnell exist, or am I wrong?
Yeah, true.
alleged sexual assaults. 3 female accusers came forward. We all reported about it at the time, but it's 3 female.
Are these... Okay, not to poison the well, but are all these women part of the Scientology church? I'm just so confused why you would all agree to come forward 15 years later. Somebody even said, on the retrial, they brought in experts on Scientology and how they're known for silencing sexual abuse, so I think that had a lot to do with the conviction, and that's why they've leaned into it. Another person says, apparently the church heavily covered it up, and they're all former members and left the church.
Gating Danny Masterson for alleged sexual assaults. 3 female accusers came forward. We all reported about it at the time, but it sort of felt like it just went away. But once Me Too happened in October, that December, Netflix, because of a lot of pressure, launched an investigation, and he was eventually written off his hit show, The Ranch with Ashton Kutcher, which was really the biggest thing he'd done since that 70s show. This first went to trial last year. We first heard from the women who we aren't naming. They're all Jane Doe 1, Jane Doe 2, Jane Doe 3. And
not named means that they're not named in public records, but they're still named privately, right? I would imagine so, right? Because you have the right to face your accuser and all that.
And their stories were pretty horrific. They detailed in graphic detail violent alleged sexual assaults, all that took place at his home in the Hollywood Hills. In November, a mistrial was declared because the jury was deadlocked. The prosecution vowed to retry the case, and they did. That happened this past spring, and there were 2 big differences this time around. They really honed in on the fact that Masterson allegedly drugged the women before assaulting them. In the first trial, the judge would not allow the term drugging. Scientology was also mentioned a lot more the second time around because a judge ruled that further evidence related to the church could be heard at the retrial. He's one of the church's most famous members, you know, aside from Tom Cruise, and all 3 women are ex-Scientologists. The Church of Scientology has denied having any policy that forbids their members from going to police, like some of these women have claimed. But they all claim they've been harassed by the church ever since coming.
Read regulator chat and tell Xena to be fucking normal. if I bring orbiters into the Discord and they do stupid shit, I'll usually unban somebody one time if they don't know the rules or whatever, because it's an orbiter person or whatever. But if anybody keeps breaking the rules of the Discord over and over again, just ban them. Just treat them like any other normal person. If Xena keeps doing dumb shit, then just ban them from the Discord. I don't care. That's. I mean, like, there are rules in the Discord. You don't get an exception to them just because.
Forwards, and clearly the news.
Xena's gotten like 200 free passes. I don't think that's true. I think I've unbanned Xena one time. But it's also over black people saying the soft A N-word. So, I mean, like, it's already, like, a weird, hard to enforce ban. We're posting docs and DGG. Supposedly that was fake. But I don't even know if she got banned for that. But in Discord, I've unbanned Xena exactly one time. If she keeps getting banned for dumb shit, then fucking ban her.
Strategies worked. In May, a jury found Masterson guilty.
Wow, Riggedy Ryan, thanks for subbing.
2 of the 3 counts of rape, and this week he will be sentenced. He faces up to 30 years. I anticipate we will hear from the women again. I believe they'll be allowed to give victim impact statements. One thing to note during both trials is Danny never took the stand in his own defense. No witnesses were called. So it's going to be really interesting to see who's going to try to make the case for leniency. Will he ask his famous friends like Ashton Kutcher for leniency? I don't know. That to me is one of the biggest question marks that will be interesting to see this week.
Okay, anyway, back to this.
Into the building, he said he was the father of a daughter. So he was, as it turns out, it was his daughter. It's not his daughter. He has no relation here. He was fishing for information, and I became suspicious. And so then I find out this was the real father. So we found him out here, and he's got a story about he's looking for his daughter. But he latched onto that name. We don't know if it's a coincidence, if he saw it posted, if he went to the desk, but also, very alarming.
Right.
And
I've got other parents who know my daughter and said they watched him watch her in the classroom and see a picture.
So we don't know why, but it's definitely out of line, very inappropriate, and dangerous, and
So
alarming.
when we walked in here, today's check-in day, we walked up to the door and there was a line of adults. I looked at him, I said, "You can go in." I thought he was waiting for a wife or something, and he looked at me up and down and kind of smiled and went to say hi. I said, "Hey," stood over my daughter's desk. He told me that he saw her picture, stood over my daughter's desk, and had conversations with her teacher about, "I will get these, what stuff do I need?" She, "Where's your Kleenex? Where's your pencil? I'll get this, I'll get that. Are you the father?" "Yes."
He asked me, "Is this where the supplies go?" and pointed to the supply table.
Okay, and then are you teacher?
Mom.
This is my wife, and we have a daughter. You go in kindergarten here. She's a kindergarten.
I said, "Who are you here with? Who are you related to?" He said, "My parents." So obviously, I'm thinking, well, this is weird. So do you have a daughter here? He said, "Yes." I said, "What's her name?" He hesitated, and finally he said, "JJ." I said, "Okay, what grade?" Went through that. So we walked down there to the kindergarten room. He started asking questions of the kindergarten teacher. Well, later, these are new parents. I didn't know them yet. So later I get introduced to them, and I knew we got a problem, because that was the name he was claiming.
The parents' and teachers' accounts of the events in the classroom turn Reed's already unbelievable motive for being at the elementary school into a downright impossible one. But can police get him to admit his real reason for being there?
Now I'm starting to get a little frustrated because you're not being completely honest.
Uh-oh.
You walked into that school today, sat behind a little girl and started talking to her. Didn't know anything about her. Don't know anybody here, and you start talking to a little girl. What is that about?
He got that predator riz.
What is the reason for that?
Just trying to better interact with people, I guess. But I know it's not normal.
No. To say the words to better interact with people, and hear me out. And your way of doing that is to talk to little girls. Can you also see this right here? You see how frustrated they are? You see what I gotta go down through? I gotta calm them down. And the school and the world that I live in, and the world that we all live in, and the way it's, like I said, schools are these days, with the that's going on within schools, the little kids' schools, and you pull this,
Damn,
your
bro.
alibi of what you're saying makes no sense. I think you have your alibi.
Is it illegal
you
to
had
talk to
another
people now?
attention here
I thought
today.
this is America.
What is the real reason you came here? It's not here to interact with people. I don't believe that. I don't believe that you just showed up here to show up here because you saw a group of people. What was the reason? What was the real reason why you came here?
I feel like I live by myself and I spend too much time by myself. So just
Yeah, bro. He's just looking for a friend. Damn.
Very well psychologically. So I thought, hey, coming to a place that has where it's like.
Do you prefer debating people bigger panels or smaller panels, and why?
Just depends. Usually smaller panels though, because I get to talk more.
I understand it's like not normal at all.
You throw it in with adults with their families, and then you walk into a classroom using somebody's kid's name, and then you go stand behind that little girl and you talk to her and you ask her questions. I think your alibi of what your intentions were completely different of what you're telling me.
You interact with everybody, including kids.
Why kids? What's your age?
Don't tell him.
Okay, you're 35.
Okay.
Why do you want to interact with little kids?
35?
Who are
That's
like,
fine.
I'm looking at the age range of like 6 and like 10. Why?
Maybe because someday I might be a dad and
Yeah, bro. He's just practicing for his future kids.
around children would be like good for me, but I understand it's not. Indeed, I understand his anger completely.
Yeah, he's pissed off, man. That's his child.
Clearly, Reed's story on why he was at the school is crumbling before his eyes. To say the parents are angry is an understatement.
Bias,
and
narrator.
soon they will have even more reason to be furious with him.
I need something done with him, and I would appreciate every information on him so I can keep tabs on him or something.
Sir, I understand you are very upset right now. All right, let's try to work through this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So one thing, and I said I can't imagine what you're going through with this. But one thing I will ask you to do is just step towards the back of my car. That way you stop looking, because the more you stare at him, the more you're going to keep yourself worked up. All right, and right now I want you to try to breathe and focus on.
He's looking at me menacingly.
So right now, I've already placed a call on my supervisor. He's going to give me a call so I can give him the rundown on this. Right now we have. Right now,
Registry, attempted kidnapping. I mean,
no, ma'am.
yeah.
No, so
you guys want his car?
Without trespassing.
Trespassing, yes, we can.
Yeah,
So we can trespass him from the property. We will type up what we can. Unfortunately, like going
My
through a lot.
kid shows up missing, and we didn't do anything or put him in a database. That's unacceptable.
It's not that you're not doing anything, ma'am. We are here. We're trying to work through this as best as possible. But we have to work within the confines of the law, and there has to be certain elements of crimes met before.
Yeah,
we
it's not
can
illegal to talk to kids,
do
lady.
something.
He impersonated a parent. He told me he was his father.
If I turned my back for a
you talk to
second,
that
he
teacher?
could have left with us. He told everybody.
Well, next time you should have let him walk away with your kid.
Another parent saying,
Then we'd have
"His
something
eyeball is my
actionable.
child." Another parent that knows me and knows that's not his kid, and is looking at my daughter, sir. My daughter, sir.
As more horrible truths about Reed Duran's actions are
Horrible
revealed,
truths.
the anger of everyone involved in the case continues to escalate.
Like I said, I can't imagine what you're going through, but we can't just put somebody on a registry because he went into a school.
He could have walked out with her.
I know. I know he could have, but
he didn't.
Doesn't matter. He could have.
So in the
He
eyes
told people.
in the eyes of the law, it does matter. We can't charge somebody for what they may do. We can't.
He was in the process of it.
Until the act is committed.
Should have
He
let him
was
do it.
telling people he is the parent.
You fucked
And I
up.
understand that. All right. And there's some, like I said, there's some things that I
He
want
was
to look
in
into.
the process of it.
The law doesn't see in the process of that as a crime. I can't imagine the position you're in. All right. But
Just ask the parents. What do we charge him with? What kind of crime? Okay, what am I booking him for? Tell me.
let me have a little bit of time. But right now, like we can't charge somebody for what they may do.
It's pretty clear to me.
And it's pretty clear to police as well, especially when they take a look at what Reed has in his possession that doesn't belong to him.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Reed. Obviously, this isn't your paperwork, correct? None of this is, right?
No, this is just...
This is theirs, right? Hand me those. Thank you. What else have you taken from them today?
Nothing.
What's in that bag?
Oh.
What's with these unethical building? Listen, I'm rebuilding this factory.
Are those-
Everything
those-
is
are those
ethical.
yours,
No
folks?
yellow builds at all, okay?
Yeah.
Or did you take them from here? Because obviously you're taking something from the kids, and I'm starting to think this is not yours either.
Bro, he just wants to collect some
Is
drawings.
this yours or not yours? And be honest. Whose hat's this? Why are you taking little kids' paperwork for? What's that all about?
Reed's reasoning for picking up the paperwork is sickening beyond belief. The student's mother is the first to come to the horrific realization of why the paper's missing from her child's desk.
On the desk, which is blanks, for you to fill out and return to us. There's nothing here that's informative.
That's why she didn't have any paperwork
Yeah,
on her
he
name,
picked it up.
because he picked it up.
And that isn't the only thing that Reed took from the classroom.
I'm going to find out if those are your books, but I don't think they are. We'll find out. Because obviously you took some stuff from these kids.
You don't
and got their
know
stuff.
that.
It appears he took the paperwork meant for a parent to fill out so that he could potentially fill it out himself and pretend that the child was his. And that isn't the only thing that Reed took from the classroom.
So, they're theirs?
There's the school.
They're at schools? Okay. So, again, you keep continuously lying to me. Over and over, man. And you expect me to believe your story. This is what I'm saying, dude. Just be clean. You come clean from it, dude. So we can get this over and done with. So we can go home and be done with all this. This is... I think like I said, I think your intentions are different. I'm about damn certain that it was.
It's clearly intuition pumping. Like, just assuming that because a 35-year-old guy's talking to random kids at a school, he's, like, up to no good. We can probably think of, like, 50 million different totally legitimate reasons why you'd be doing that. But the cop is just using, like, every, like, illegitimate debate tactic he knows to try to fucking get one over on this dude. Like, look at how Chili looks. He looks like a younger Bob Ross.
What were you trying to do?
To be friendly with a kid.
To be friendly with the kids. You're still gonna live with that. Just be friendly with kids. Are you really having a psychological issue? Were you really trying to get the GMH? Or were you really just trying to get here?
So I was just trying to go over here.
Just trying to come here? So GMH was never in the question. And that you were just trying to be friendly with the kids, and your intentions were here to just be friendly with the kids.
After this, the officer interviewing Reed and the officer interviewing the administration meet to discuss their findings so far. Unfortunately, they aren't as far along in the case as the parents and administration would like them to be, and they are understandably desperate for justice.
Someone goes, yeah, so he says possibly might be schizophrenia.
You need to figure something out right now. You need to figure something out. I'm respecting you. You need to touch her. Sir, you need to put him in the car.
Sir, you need to walk away. You need to walk away.
I need you to understand.
Sir,
you get me. Sir, I'm hearing you.
Sir, walk out.
I'm laughing, but if I went to pick Nathan up from school and some other dude was picking up papers pretending to be his parent, I'd probably lose my fucking mind, dude. Holy shit. I actually can't imagine. Whoa!
Walk that way. Walk that way.
Did you hear me?
Walk that way. Walk that way.
Tell me you heard what I said.
That way,
Sir, I'm asking.
Walk that way.
Voila.
Sir, come here. Can I speak to you?
Sir, sir, let me speak with my partner, please.
I really hate to interrupt again, but we got him sitting here and there's still kids around. He was trying to we don't know what his intent. Well, we know what his intent was. We didn't do it. Can we at least get him in the car, get him out, all these kids?
So I don't want to put them in the back of the car because then
it's what?
It's more
You're
of a
not protecting the kids,
sir.
I'm calling the students right now.
It's unclear exactly at this point why they cannot put him in the back of the car.
Well, the problem is that as creepy and as weird as it is, I mean, I don't know why they couldn't put him in the back of a car. I feel like there's enough weird shit here to justify like a detainment and a small investigation.
This cop is so biased. The guy was clearly just trying to help them with their homework.
True. But like, I mean, I don't know, like, it's not like, as creepy and as weird as it is, he hasn't actually broken the law yet. He hasn't actually done anything yet. So I don't know if, like, if I were to go around like a kindergarten school and creep on kids and look at them and talk to them and say like, oh, now the one part about claiming that he's a parent though, is that impersonation? I mean, is a cop really gonna book you for that? I'm not sure. I don't know if there's like actually been a law broken yet. So that's probably the difficult part.
But it seems like the officers haven't developed a reasonable suspicion to detain Reed. Though this doesn't quite make sense given the circumstance, there may be some departmental policy preventing detention in a vehicle under certain circumstances.
We're trying. We're putting him back.
Give us just a few minutes here. That's all I'm asking, so we can put him somewhere. Just not here. Just not here.
Sure, it's been almost an hour since he's followed my kid around. He's right here. I know you want me way from everybody. He's right there. All we're reading about is you want compliance, and I've done the best I can do, sir, per circumstances.
Can you go get the paperwork, please?
I am doing it the best I can do, and he's sitting there.
Step back this way.
This is a case where they need a prosecutor. They should be able to charge him with trespassing, theft for stealing papers and books, maybe even some weird administrative fraud felony since it's government paperwork. Yeah, possibly, sure.
What do you want from me?
I've already asked you to
I asked you to put him in the car. That's all I asked. I didn't say lock him up or whip him. I said put him in the car.
I understand that. Right now, I need you to focus on your brain. I need you to break it down just a little bit, sir.
You got kids?
Okay. Yes, I do.
We put a restraining order on him.
So that's not something that I can do tonight?
Can I speak to someone that can do something about this gentleman, sir, who was following my daughter around?
I'm working with what I can.
What are you working with?
With trying to talk with you, to talk with the principal, to talk with the other parents involved.
6 people. This is creepy.
Okay.
I don't know why the officer just doesn't switch to like legal mode and just break it down and tell him exactly what it is. Like, listen, bro, we need probable cause to detain him, and then we need to suspect him of a crime to like arrest him. Like, if we don't have like a chargeable offense, like there's nothing we can really do. Just tell them that, and then they can either talk to people and try to build one up, or I mean, you just set them free and whatever, right? I feel like that's all you can do. I don't know why he's like, because right now, from a parent point of view, because most people don't even have any idea with the law. That's why when people are like, oh, Bush and Obama are war criminals. Really, war criminals? What crimes did you charge them with? In what jurisdiction, right? What people really mean when they say something did something criminal, they mean they did something bad they don't like, right? Clearly, this guy is a fucking pedophile, okay? And doing shit that these parents aren't happy about. But so, and the feeling is like, okay, well, a pedophile in your kids is probably not a good thing, but but they need the cops aren't making it clear why they're not doing anything, you know?
A criminal act to be creepy.
At this point, Reed has stolen items from the students and pretended to be a father of a student.
I feel like there must be something. The theft is obviously chargeable. I feel like the impersonation must be chargeable too. That'd be a guess. It's got to be a crime. Impersonation, crime, criminal. A person falsely assumes or pretends to be any person specified in S843.08. To act as such a person requires some. Yeah, I don't know. There's got to be.
However, the impersonation issue may not be a chargeable offense by itself.
But if he's impersonating to do something else, like to abduct a kid, now is there enough evidence to prove that? Listen, if that Masterson guy got convicted of rape, Oh, jeez.
Theft certainly is a criminal offense. However, this could be a procedural issue again, where the police don't have quite enough information to establish probable cause to effect an arrest.
It's not a sir. Sir, God, I hope that you are hearing me say sir and being. I'm about to lose my. I know, and that's why I'm asking you to
Calm
turn
down.
away from him, because I know that it's aggravating you, and I know it's amping you up. All right, I'm trying to do the things that I can to control the situation here. All right, I'm trying to get all of the story. I'm trying to understand what your guys' point of view. My partner's talking with him. When you write this down, no disrespect, I cannot talk to you anymore, sir. I'm gonna lose my 5.
Clearly, no one is happy with the situation at hand. Though police can't put Reed in the back of a police car, there is something they can do to further the investigation, with Reed's permission, of course.
So you drove here, correct? All right. What vehicle is yours?
That's the red Hyundai Sonata.
Red Hyundai Sonata. Okay. I'm assuming 4-door.
4-door.
Is there any tinted windows or anything like that?
No.
Would you be willing to allow us to look through the car?
That's fine.
Okay. How about you walk with us up there then?
Okay.
While vehicle search can be based on probable cause, the issue here is whether they have probable cause of a crime being committed versus probable cause to search the vehicle. Those are two different inquiries. Asking permission is an easy way to avoid any later objections based on a lack of probable cause. Items police are about to uncover within Reed's car will show the extent of the twisted life he's been living for quite some time. An officer locates something that piques his interest, and Reed latches onto it.
You a user? You have a thing in there about recovery. You a user?
User?
What do you usually use?
Use what, man? What are you talking about, bro?
Cocaine. Okay. When's the last time you used? What else? Okay, what else do you use? Do you use cocaine? Something else?
It's like pills.
Pills? What kind of pills?
Downers.
Downers.
Like good starts, right? Basically.
Gotcha. When's the last time you used, my man? Morning. Coke or both?
Both.
Both. So I take it that you take Coke, you get too high, you take Downer, come down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know as much about this because this is like some advanced addict shit, but I feel like if you're at a point in your life where you have to use some illegal drugs to counteract the effects of other illegal drugs, I feel like you fucked up somewhere in life to do that. Now, I'm not the most educated on crazy drug shit, but that's just my opinion, all right?
Have you went to recovery before? Because also, like I said, you got recovery books in there.
Yeah, and it didn't work out. I mean, it didn't work out long term, I guess.
Is there any Coke in there, any pills, anything in there that we need to know about?
Maybe so.
Where at?
In the trunk.
In the trunk? You give us permission to look in the trunk?
Yeah. You can,
so you can look in the trunk, so there might be the Coke and pills in there.
Guys, if you're gonna be a pedophile, like at least like learn your rights. Jesus, what's this guy doing? Also, are these belts and splitters and shit not perfectly efficient? So this is outputting at 60 ore per minute. Okay, this is doing 60 per minute. I've got a tier 1 belt and a tier 1 belt, and then this is a tier 2 belt. Tier 2 belt should be moving 120 per minute, so both of those should combine and be totally fine. Okay, it's all a tier 2 belt. And then from here we've got a splitter. Now this only has to be a tier 1 because it only needs to take 60 per minute for that. This only has to be a tier 1 because it's taking 60 per minute for this. And this only needs to be a tier 1. Because that's enough to feed the smelters. But then if I look at my smelters in here, like this smelter is only running at 75%. This one's running at 80%. Why? Just use the fastest belts? Your splitter's putting 3 ways, so each is getting 40 per minute. Shouldn't this just be going in here as quickly as possible? You were splitting it 3 ways. So? There's no point in min-maxing belts? Maybe I want to min-max. Okay, fuck that. Well, let's... So if you think I just upgrade this, you think it'll work better?
At this point, they still haven't established probable cause for a vehicle search. The officers are being cautious here, so asking for permission to look in the trunk may prove critical.
How much is it going to be? We're talking like an 8-ball? Are we taking just like minuscule amount? What are we talking?
Like 2 grams, probably.
2 grams of coke. How many pills?
20.
20.
Jesus Christ.
And it's just going to be a variety of downers, just like a variety of pills, different ones, or is it just going to be all the same?
I think it's just kind of a variety.
Variety.
Yeah.
Where would these be?
Where at in the trunk? Don't stand up. Where at?
Maybe underneath where the tire thing is, possibly.
Maybe impossibly.
We need to be for sure.
You guys want to search the entire vehicle?
We're searching the vehicle. You're not going to search it. So where is it at? Where is the last time you put it at? Dude, I've caught you in like 30 lies already. Right. So you're pausing. You're trying to think. If you're trying to make up a story, don't. Tell him where it's at so he doesn't have to keep looking. So where's it at?
Yeah, let me make your job easy for you, officer. True.
The officer continues to search the trunk and car, but oddly discovers no drugs. However, he does find something else that is deeply disturbing. Something police will be sure to ask Reed about soon.
Why are you lying to us right now? Now's the time to be truthful, to be honest with me. Okay, you're shaking, pausing, thinking. That's not being honest. Tell me what's going on.
I'm not in my right mind.
What do you mean you're not in your right mind?
Because of the drugs.
What drugs?
Like downers.
What do you mean downers? What do you take? What is your pill of choice?
Say Xannies, bro. I listen to that Juice World.
You're lying to me. No, addicts know what their pill of choice is. Addicts know what their drug of choice is.
It's like an upper.
Okay, other than upper.
Oh, he doesn't know. Wait, he's a fake druggie. Oh, shit, because he's got some real fucked up shit. Destiny, you're unevenly distributing the ore to the smelters. You're splitting 120 into 3 with the first splitter. Then one of the thirds is being split to again, only providing 20 per minute to each of the 2 farthest ones. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, but hold on. Once these fill up, though, these should fill up eventually, and then it'll all balance out, right? That's what should happen. That's what should happen. I just understood. Oh, okay.
Other than generic common terms, explain to me what your high is.
It's like feeling energetic and like having energy to do things.
Okay, you're lying to me. Stop lying to me. I don't know why you were lying to me.
What he's trying to get is
This is the creepiest shit I've ever seen on Twitch.
Listen.
I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. No. Come on. Please help me.
Jesus Christ. Why was she being such a bitch? No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke. I'm just kidding. August, private the VOD.
Specific drug. A Vicodin, a Percocet.
We have begun the anti-misogyny arc. Stop.
Something like that.
I don't even think he's a user. I don't think you're a drug user. I think you're using that as a crutch or as an excuse. So what are you doing here in Xenia? So what brought you to St. Bridget? Did you drive by, or was there a specific reason that brought you here?
There being a lot of families here.
So you knew there was a lot of families here?
Yeah.
Okay, how did you know there was a lot of families here?
This is where all the kids are. I stalk them.
But it's in the evening. It's Monday evening. What brought you here?
You know what brought me here.
The dates that they have when they are having these kind of events.
Okay, so what was your intent when you were looking that up? What were you trying to do?
Greg, wrap the space W. 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 Greg, wrap the space W.
To see when their events were, to see when people were going to be here. Was it people, children, families, what?
Children.
Okay. So you came here specifically looking for children? Okay. All right. Have you ever been in trouble before?
I have not.
Stephen is the only streamer Twitch has banned again while already being banned. Obama.
Family or just children in general?
You don't need to split evenly in this game since input is constant. You can just split single lines off a belt for each machine. How do you split single lines off a belt? I really don't like this method of using splitters, but this is like, how can you just take one line off a belt? It feels like you have to do this. Like you split, then you put a thing, and then you split, then you put a thing. Put splitters back to back? Why? Since you like Subway so much, you should try Jersey Mike's. They're better. Ugh, I've had Jersey Mike's before. It's meh. You know what's good? I don't know if they make them, or if, it might just be in the Midwest. But there used to be a thing called Quiznos. That place was good. So like this is here's my splitter for coal, right? So I did all the math to make sure that there's enough moving, and then it's just splitter, line, splitter, line, splitter. Is there a more efficient way to do it than this? The first machine gets 50% until it's filled. Yeah, I understand that, but that's okay because things will fill eventually anyway. So like this is working. Like, no, this works fine, I think. Jimmy John's is way better than Subway. I never liked Jimmy John's.
In general.
Okay, so you didn't know anybody here.
Just when it seems like police are getting somewhere after this sickening confession, they are once more interrupted. And the most shocking interruption isn't by who you're expecting.
Oh my god, it's gonna be one of the kids. It's gonna be one of the kids who's gonna be like, that actually is my dad. The other people that were running inside, that were pretending my parents, that were really outraged, those are the real pedophiles. Oh my god, that would be the biggest fucking twist.
Stephen, it's
to
time we talk about your goonphobic behavior. I and many of the other gooners in chat have used your chat room for some time as a bastion of free gooning. Your anti-gooner, goonphobic behavior to us gooners must be stopped. Obama.
Just pretend you're on a 12-month goon, my dude.
With is something that adds another layer of depravity to the case and makes Reed's revolting motives even more clear.
Sir, I'm going to ask you...
I can listen to his answers.
Sir, I'm asking you to step over there, please.
50 feet away.
Sir, step over there. I'm asking you so I can conduct my investigation, sir. if you want all these answers, I need you to stop looking at him. I need you to stop staring at him.
Although the parents are understandably very angry and upset, what they are doing may have unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Reed seemed to be just starting to confess, and he may clam up again and not give a full confession now.
I mean, come on. This is getting creepier and creepier. What? There's clothes in the boys' bathroom and the bed. He changed his clothes.
Ma'am, do me a favor, sir. This is talking about. Ma'am, do me a favor. Can you go with this officer, please? Can you go with this officer, please?
I'm not talking to Steve anymore. Put him in the car, sir.
Give us a second. What do you got?
Okay, now the parent is being soy. Okay, I can understand being initially upset, sure, but like, what are you doing? Why are you like screaming like, bro? The guy's on the ground. Cops are out there. Like, this guy's doesn't have like a homing dick. He's not gonna go and fuck your kid in like 2 seconds. Like, I think he's okay. Chill.
Has he seen her before?
Sir.
Has he seen her before?
Sir. Can you please step over there?
Can you please answer me? Has he seen her before?
Rapidly, the scene is unraveled around the police, just as it seems like they're getting close to getting Reed to crack. Of course, the parents and administrators are horrified by what the discovery of clothing in the bathroom could mean for the innocent children at the school. While 2 officers discuss their findings so far, another journeys into the school to see what Reed left behind in the bathroom.
Were you out there when they searched his car? There's nothing in it. He kept saying there was he's like, I think there's coke and pills in there, and where he said they were, nothing's in there. So he's obviously, clearly an impulsive liar about everything that he does. I mean, obviously he has like a recovery book and some stuff like that in there. But other than that, nothing that we found of any significance. So, is this any of your guys' stuff, or is this all his? Because this is like all Bible verses and stuff like that. So, that's it. Yeah, he asked me to use the restroom. First thing he did. And so there was nobody else here. So I let him come in there, and I stood there and made sure nobody else came on.
Wait, what was he doing?
I did not know this. He had clothes when he walked out.
He changed his clothes. Wait, did he have a... No, wait, did he have like a priest uniform or something? No. He's a Mormon? Do you think I could go creep around at my kid's school and start a huge commotion? Be like, no, I'm a parent here. I'm a parent here. And just act like as guilty as possible and then eventually find out I am. I'm just one of the parents. I'm just fucking weird. That's my kid. Come, let's go. We're going home now.
Nobody came and went.
I'm sorry. That's not. That wouldn't be good.
Members list. That's what I'm kind of shocked about. Where do you be now? Yeah, what do you want? Unfortunately, I know no one wants to hear this. At this point, he hasn't touched anybody that we're aware of, or done anything to him. Like I said, I know.
Yeah, Drew. Imagine Nathan disowning me. That's not my dad. My dad left. I want to call my mom. And then I'm like, I don't even know if I'm on like the school visitor thing. No, I am, because I picked him up from school before. Maybe, what if she didn't put me on this yet? That would be the triple beam. And then I do go to jail. Damn.
Well, look in the ORC a little more, see if they can find anything else, maybe try on him. But right now, it doesn't seem besides talk to a little kid. I couldn't tell you that. Just let it work. You just go ahead and drop it. Like I said, it's not illegal to talk to a little kid, but obviously extremely weird. And the circumstances of coming to a school full of little kids.
After thoroughly searching the clothing and bag that Reed is believed to have left in the bathroom,
Nebraska Steve
the
energy
police
today.
come up seemingly empty-handed. However, back at the conversation with Reed on the sidewalk, they're about to get all the answers they need. Be warned, what you're about to hear is incredibly disturbing.
Oh my god. Okay, I feel like you said that like 20 times, but nothing has been that disturbing yet, okay? Like, it just seems like run-of-the-mill pedophilia, okay? Come on, all right? This would have shocked me in 2001, all right? Let's go. Let's get some crazy shit.
Pick up on your story where you left off with me.
With him?
With me. Or where were you with him?
With him?
Yeah.
Why I was here.
Okay. And why were you here, sir?
Because of kids.
Okay. What do you mean because of kids?
Because I'm attracted to children.
Okay, so you're attracted to children. What were you coming here to do tonight? Walk me through what was going to go on tonight.
Kids.
Okay. Just anyone in particular? Was there a specific?
Just anyone in particular.
Okay. So walk me through when you got here. What happened?
Made up a story that I had a child that was going to school here.
Okay. Did you give a name or anything for the child that was going to school? Or?
I said.
Okay. How'd you get that name?
I just came up with a name that had J in it.
Why did it have to be J?
Just the first name that popped, first letter that popped.
Is that honestly the truth? Because I think you saw that name or came up with that name some other way. So how'd you come up with that name?
Just coming up with a name that goes with the letter J.
Okay, so why J? What was specific about J?
They said it's like the.
Okay, so what about a last name? Did you give a last name for who you were here with? Just answer me. Stop thinking about it. Stop. So, did you give a last name?
Yeah.
What was the last name you gave? Okay, so how did you come
Mr.
up
Girl
with that?
finally did it.
I researched the people that are going here.
Okay, so was it online?
Yeah.
Okay, so you knew that name before you got here.
Oh.
Both police and the family assumed that Reed discovered the child's name from the desk. However, as they're about to learn, the truth of how he discovered the kindergartner's name and posed as her father is much more horrific.
They asked me if I had a kid here, and I told them the name, and then went to the classroom that kid would be going to school, and they said that she'd be going to this class, and so I pretended that.
Oh, damn, this guy went from like a level 3 pedophile to like a level 7 pedophile. Oh no.
It was my kid.
Okay. Did you interact with?
I did not. I just kind of was behind her.
You were behind her?
Yeah, just kind of been near her.
Okay. Were you here for her or for anybody else, or was it multiples?
It was just her.
Just her?
Sam said it really went down.
Look at me. All right. How'd you pick her?
Just by her looks.
This blue is way too intense.
Was this prior to tonight, or?
Yeah.
Okay. You say you were attracted to children, so you're a minor attracted adult. Is that correct?
Oh my God, he's even using the SJW terminology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perhaps the officer uses the term minor attracted adult to make Reed feel as though his crimes aren't his fault, or aren't as serious as they truly are. Using this phrase, as disturbing as it is, may put Reed at ease, allowing the detective to get more information out of him.
So, what was your plan tonight?
To take her home with me.
Okay. And what?
Sure.
Okay. Touch her how?
Inappropriately.
What do you mean inappropriately?
Something they do to an adult.
What is he doing?
Okay.
Hello?
What would be the purpose in this?
Did he just like admit to wanting to basically?
Like, why did you want to come here and take her home with you and touch her? Why did you want to do that?
Because it's a desire that I have.
With that gut-churning confession, Reed has sealed his fate. Although, as you'll see in just a few moments, he's going to land himself yet another charge.
What?
Not once, but twice. First, however, the police have to get as much information on Reed's past as they can. And those brochures and maps that they discovered he had in his car, they've brought some unsettling questions to the forefront of the officers' minds.
You said you looked online. What did you look at other schools or just this school? Or?
I've looked at other schools. So
Okay.
I can't think of which ones I've looked at, but just looked at other schools.
Okay. Have you gone to any other schools?
Yeah.
What school have you gone to? What school or schools have you gone to?
I've gone to Chaminade, Chillin.
Okay.
Because they have, younger women there.
They have what? I'm sorry.
Girls there.
They have a lot of girls there?
That are young.
Okay. Where else?
I've been to multiple cities around the area.
Like, what do you mean by, is it
Jesus,
like in
he's a
general
prolific
areas,
level 8 pedophile. Oh my god.
In the state, do you go out of...
You should do this and improve your video game soundtrack knowledge. Honest to God, I haven't played as many video games. Video game music tournament. Okay, after this, hold on.
Say, what do you mean by multiple cities?
I've gone to like states that are not states, but cities that are a couple states over.
Okay.
I went to Wilmington. I went to Denver.
Pedo snitches telling all their business, sitting in front of a police officer being their own star witness.
True.
Parking places.
Is there a button I can push to bring up, like, how to build, like, normal things? I don't like that it's...
Okay. Have you ever stopped in any other schools?
Yes.
Okay. Have you taken girls from any other schools?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Reed's disheartening admission that he has kidnapped girls from other schools adds another layer of horror
What do you
to
mean?
this case.
Like, let's say I'm here and I'm like, oh, I need to build a thing for nails, but I don't know how to build nails. Is there a way to look that up without having to build a whole fucking facility or go to a workbench?
This brings up another question that yields a harrowing answer.
All right. So, do you take anything to jog your memory from these other schools?
The OK.
Keepsakes, momentums, anything like that?
Yeah.
What do you take?
Okay, what
He's
do you
gonna say
take?
underwear.
Took a piggy bank, Kermit the Frog. That's like dressed up as a pirate.
Mr. Green it is?
Duran.
What is it?
Duran.
Duran, sorry. Apologize. Would you be willing to come down to the station and talk with us some more?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah, why don't you come on?
Finally, police are able to bring Reed to the Justice Center for questioning, and things are about to take an insane turn.
Another one?
Notice they don't have him in handcuffs when he's placed in the car. It seems like police have enough for a detention, but not an arrest. This enters a gray area where an arrest, if not justified, can taint anything learned during the drive to the station.
Wait, is that true? They can handcuff you during a detainment, can they not? I'm almost positive officers can. Also, I don't even know if he's technically detained now. They asked him to come to the station and he agreed to do so. They're not even, I don't even know if this counts as a technical detainment, so he's still volunteering and everything, right?
Therefore, by asking him to voluntarily come down to the station, it can be argued that his participation in any questioning was voluntary.
It is.
And not a custodial interrogation.
It's not.
His future statements can potentially remain admissible
They
under
are.
these circumstances. He swings from side to side in his chair, presumably overcome with anxiety. Soon he makes a terrible decision he'll likely regret.
He starts masturbating. You're playing Minecraft looking for diamonds. I'm in a mine shaft looking for... Fuck, what's he saying? God, if he started rapping it. Ah! Oh, I thought he was about to kill himself.
I get a unit up here.
Wait, what the fuck? Bro, what are you doing? Well, why? John Wick once killed 3 men with a fucking pencil. That's what he was thinking.
Alright, fine. Put your unit up here. Put your hands behind your back now. Okay. Stop. Put your hands behind your back now. Okay. Are you kidding me right now? Put your hands behind your back now.
His attempt to injure the officer lands him with
You need to ditch
charges
grass
of
plains and
felonious
go to Northern
assault and
Forest.
escape.
Multiple peer nodes and all resources. More central, so importing/export will be more simple
Cool.
when you hit mid and end game.
That's where your mom lives.
At Greene County Jail, Reed makes some disturbing confessions. He tells officers that he intended to give the girl he wanted to kidnap a Starburst candy with a tranquilizer in it, then remove her from school after she passed out.
Jesus
Disturbingly
Christ.
so, when police frisked Reed before putting him in the cruiser, they discovered a bag with a Starburst inside it. According to the department, it wasn't found to have any illicit substances laced in it. Reed was put under arrest immediately after attempting to assault the officer on the scene, and from there, his desperation only grew. At his arraignment, his fingerprints, DNA, and photo were taken, but he refused to allow these to be collected. Instead of complying, he made yet another bad decision.
So, right 4 fingers.
Sit down! Are we serious, dude?
His attempt to flee raises an eerie
That's him, dude.
question.
He's that guy.
Did Reed fear that providing his DNA would expose previous offenses? It seems that only time will tell.
You believe that?
In September 2022,
I'll rape you.
he pleaded not guilty to attempted kidnapping.
Know why? Cause I'm a pedophile! Pedophile! You goddamn right. I'm a literal pedophile! Yeah, I'm a pedophile! My words are like a zip tie with a plastic edge. It'll tie you to my bed, whether you're right 9 or 10. Prepubescent, toddler, infant, celeste, baby pants, or dress. Fuck kids, the answers. Yes, heterophobic.
All right. Video game, music, tournament. Oh, wait, this is voting for the best video game song. It's not even identifying it. This video is unavailable. Wow, good tournament, dude. Dumbass. Anime is political.
March 11th, 2011, Fukushima, the most powerful earthquake in Japanese history, hits the coast of Japan, triggering a tsunami with catastrophic waves. The tsunami damages a nearby power plant's generators, causing the entire plant to lose power. The loss of the reactor core cooling resulted in 3 nuclear meltdowns, 3 hydrogen explosions, and radioactive contamination. Radioactive water was released into the Pacific.
True, that is Anime's fault. Let me grab Red Bull. Use the restroom 1 sec.
Yeah.
Did Destiny already see the Jubilee intro? Oh yeah, I did. They put it in their most recent video, I think. Dear Destiny, your take on blue-collar workers standing around, not hustling, is absolute dog shit. Nah, you triggered me, son. Every time someone sees a worker standing around, they immediately call them lazy, and this attitude is at the center of what makes those jobs so miserable. I'm pretty sure the reason why those jobs are miserable is because the jobs are actually fucking dog shit, not because people think that people are lazy, but okay. The example was road workers, so I'm going with road workers. Have you ever shoveled gravel or concrete for 16 hours? You haven't because no one has. It's not physically possible. Okay, not to take away from, I'm sure the jobs suck, and I'm sure there's a lot of menial labor, but like, don't people on these job sites generally have machines? I feel like I usually see people using like the machines and stuff. Are they actually out there with shovels? Maybe in some states they are, I don't know. You need to stop and rest, and there's nothing that can change that short of steroids, which is why more and more workers are taking them. Is that true? That's wild if that's the case. I've lost count of the number of times a client says, your guys aren't doing anything, get them to help move this stuff, while conveniently ignoring the 200 pounds of concrete that's about to get dropped into place with an hour before it becomes unworkable. Or the fact that that your career literally has finite hours before your body breaks down, meaning working inefficiently is just throwing years of your life away for no extra pay. Or the fact that most jobs are sequential, meaning there may just be nothing to even be done. A lot of construction workers come in through my work and they brag about how some days they just stand around. I don't know what the big deal is. No, I mean, like, there's a balance. Obviously, if you want to stand around and be a little bit lazy, people will do it if they can, obviously. But also, these jobs suck and there is a lot of work, right? There's a balance, you know. Dick around when you can, work when you have to. I'm pretty sure that's the motto of every job. Okay, blue collar, white collar, whatever. You know that invasive software that monitors employees as they work remotely will take that feed and pipe it to a screen outside. See how long you enjoy coding as every member of the public watches. I guarantee, no matter how much you bust your ass, someone is going to walk by you while you piss or make coffee and call you a lazy asshole. The truth is, 99% of people would rather have you look busy than work efficiently, but road crews don't get paid by how busy they look. Thank God for that. Source, 22-hour shift of placing and shoveling concrete. Destiny, I worked demolition for 6 months. When I was away on a 2-person job, we sat around for 4 hours a shift as long as we finished the job in time. You know what? Here's a hot take. Here is a hot take, and I'll say this because I was a wage slave fucking employee, and I've been on both sides of it, I guess. Here's the issue with wage cucking it, okay? Here's the issue. Why the fuck would I work harder when I get paid by the fucking hour, okay? You better fucking believe I'm gonna stand around and do nothing or be lazy or diddle-daddle or whatever the fuck, because I don't get paid to work any faster. And I'd always notice it, like, back when I worked at the casino, if you were like front of house or back of house, let's say that you bust your ass. Let's say you bust your ass hard. You get all the prep work done. Let's say it takes one guy 2 hours. Let's say you can do it in 30 minutes. Okay. Wow. Your shift was till 10. Now they cut you at 8:30 and you go home. What the fuck is your reward for that? Like, congratulations. Like, you just lost pay. Like, you know how shitty it feels to get the end of 2 weeks and then you look at your paycheck and it's like, oh God, I only worked like 43 hours this pay period. Like, what the fuck happened? Like, oh, I'm getting cut an hour every single fucking shift. Why would I bust my ass bussing tables, refilling salt and pepper shakers, wrapping silverware, doing prep work in the back, cleaning anything? Like, it's just bullshit, right? Yeah. I feel like that's always like the problem. But on the other end of things, for carpet cleaning, when we got paid a commission, you get paid a commission, sometimes you cut corners. Listen, I'm getting paid $50 to finish this job, so the faster I go, the better. Did these motherfuckers really need me to vacuum every room? I could probably just use my truck mount, my fucking wand, and just fucking sweep this shit up. Do I really need to fucking edge this whole room? Carpets are pretty clean. Do I really need to finish this? Like, are they really gonna know if I don't power scrub the fucking bedroom? There's no foot traffic in here at all. I think I could probably just go over one time, right? So, you know, I get there's two sides of everything, okay? Basically, if you're a worker, all right, you just want to be fucking lazy, and I know that. I've done commission work and I've done hourly work, all right? If I'm on the clock, okay, I'm gonna stretch that clock out as long as possible. But if I'm on commission, I'm gonna do as little fucking work as possible. Supervise me, fuck you. Yeah, I don't know. I can see it. I see all the sides. The only thing that sucks about this, here's the only thing that sucks about this. The only thing that sucks is when like high level management. This is why I like McDonald's. I've said this before. This is why I like McDonald's, because they promote from within. Okay, I got a lot of respect for managers that came from the bottom. Okay, that started from the bottom and now they're here. I got a lot of respect for those people because they know what's up. The only thing I don't like is when you get actual middle management, okay? You get like your commissioned officers of your fucking retail world that come in, and then they come in and they have a whole bunch of shit to say about employees on the floor. Like, is it normal that employees just stand around like that all shift? Like, shouldn't they be doing something? And it's like, bro, these are...
Road crews routinely ignore the instructions of engineers.
True. These are barely above minimum wage workers. We're not going to be keeping busy for 8 hours a shift, okay? You are delusional. We're here for 8 hours. We're probably doing about 2 to 3 hours of work, and I bet the same is for your fucking job as soon as you go sit in your office too, okay? Nobody on any job ever, for an 8-hour job, nobody's doing 8 hours of work. Unless you're working like a busy shift, especially for reduced hours. If you're working like a 4-hour swing shift at a dinner place or whatever, right? You're working from like 6 to 10, or you're working from 4 to 8. You might be coming in and literally working nonstop. But like you sitting there doing 8-hour shifts every single fucking day, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of standing around. And yeah, the only thing that's kind of worrisome or weird is that a lot of middle management or high level management might bullshit themselves into thinking that like, wow, like this is really wrong, like this isn't like sustainable. Like when the reality is, it wouldn't surprise me if the majority of jobs could be done in half the time or less, right? How many, and now I will admit, this is super anecdotal, how many like work from home programmers and shit will say shit like, yeah, I do about a week's worth of work, like in about 4 to 6 hours on my first day, and then I kind of dick around for the other 4 days of the week, right? Now maybe that's not representative, maybe that's not normal. I hear that a lot though. I hear a lot of that. That there is no, that a 40-hour a week, 45-hour a week salaried employee is not doing 45 hours a week of coding. They're probably in meetings more than they're actually programming. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, fuck, what was that last one I skipped? He was saying something. Now I missed it. Fuck me.
August 25th, 2022. Dispatch was notified of a road rage incident at an intersection in La Crosse, Wisconsin. An off-duty sergeant was on his...
Unironically, pay people more for less hours of work is the correct thing to do. I wish I would, you know what I would submit to a scan where you put like or even like you put a brain chip in the stem of your brain and then you get paid based on how hard you work. If that was the case, I would have done my hours and I would have busted my ass. But it's so hard. It's so hard to bust your ass when the guy next to you is a lazy slob piece of shit and you're both getting the same hourly wage. That is so fucking hard to do. And it's really hard to like this now, spoiler alert, if you want, you can fuck over kids this way, okay? If you employ teens or college kids, you can always fuck them over by being like, hey guys, let's get out here. Let's work real fast and I can cut you guys. You guys can go home early. Let's go out here and work for, like, they would say that shit. And like, bro, like the rest of us, like the adults are looking around like, why the fuck would you want to cut us early, motherfucker? Do you think I'm here for fun? Do you think I'm here to just hang out with you? Like, I'm here because I'm working. I need to earn a goddamn paycheck. I need my, my 32 hours or whatever the most hours I can get with you fucking me on part-time employment because you're gonna full-time if you put me on too much, right? I need that. I need every fucking hour I can get here. That's why I'm here. I'm here to work a job. But all the kids would be like, oh yeah, oh my God, yeah, like, let's go real fast. They'd grab those little bus cards. They'd run back into the prep rooms and be like, oh yeah, I can cut it. I can do so fast. Ah, cool. Oh my God, I got out of work early today and yesterday and tomorrow and every single day. It's like, why do you even go to work? What the fuck is the point? What are you even doing here? Like, yeah. Jesus. But anyway, yeah, put that brain chip into my brainstem and I'll bust tables hardcore. I'll do that hours worth of work in 30 minutes, but you better pay me my full fucking hours of wage.
His way to work when a vehicle passed him at 60 miles per hour. He stopped behind this vehicle at a red light.
Hold on.
On August 25th, 2022, dispatch was notified of a road rage incident at an intersection in La Crosse, Wisconsin. An off-duty sergeant was on his way to work when a vehicle passed him at 60 miles per hour. He stopped behind this vehicle at a red light, but when it turned green, the vehicle didn't proceed even as traffic ahead started moving. While trying to pass in the left turn lane, the off-duty sergeant was blocked. The agitated driver, later identified as a
This is why salary is probably more preferable. Everything has its pros and cons. The problem that I've heard, I don't know if it's true, the problem I heard with salary is at the casino, well, no, this happened at the casino. I don't know if that happens in all jobs, but a lot of times when they salary you, there's this baked-in expectation of working overtime that you're not going to get paid for. Now, I don't know if that's true of all salary jobs, but I know the casino, there was a lot of that, like, oh, hey, you know, you got 2 workers here. They're clocking a lot of hours. Why don't you just cut them and stay for a couple hours extra, finish your shit, and then go home, right? So, yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit.
39-year-old male named Kevin soon exited his vehicle and approached the sergeant with a concealed hand. In response, the sergeant drew his firearm without aiming. Kevin briefly backed off, then returned with a concealed hand, prompting the sergeant to now point his firearm. Kevin flipped him off and went back inside his vehicle. He eventually started following the sergeant's vehicle and called 911, claiming the firearm.
Have you ever had a coworker who worked off the clock to seem better to managers, usually in the morning shifts? Yep, I was that fucking loser. I was such a cuck for my job. Holy shit, because I was already clocking 20 hours of overtime a week. And sometimes I would help the morning people because I would always be short-staffed at Grave. So sometimes I'd clock out at 6 when the morning lady showed up, or 6:30, and I would just like stay for an extra 30 minutes in deep clean or like help with prep in the back or whatever, which was cucked shit. I should have never done that. Don't ever, ever cuck yourself out for your cucky ass bullshit job, because if they can cuck you, they're gonna get you the biggest seat to sit in the corner while they fucking take a big BBC to your paycheck and fuck your whole life over. Okay? Do not ever work off the clock. Don't work off the clock. And if you got a good employer, they shouldn't want you to work off the clock either, because it's a bad liability for them. But yeah, fuck that. You work 60 hours a week while going to college full time? Yeah, 60 hours a week graveyard while going to college. That's why I quit school, because I couldn't fucking, I started to miss classes. Once I started to miss classes, it was over. Because I would end up, my schedule was just, it was impossible. Or it was impossible for me at least. Because I'd wake up at 9 p.m., I'd work from 10 to 6, but it was usually more like 10 to 7 or 10 to 8. I'd come home and I'd nap for like 30 minutes if I was lucky. Then my first class would be either 9 or 10. I'd do lunch. I would try to nap from like 12:30 to 1 or 12:30 to 2, depending on my next classes. Then I'd have class until 3, 4, or 5, depending on the day. Then I'd go home and I'd sleep from like 5:30 to 9, and then I would like do it all over again. It was fucking horrible. But that's, yeah, I did school for like 3 years that way, and then eventually I quit school because I couldn't keep up both at the same time. And I didn't have, like, my parents aren't paying for anything, so it's all whatever I can afford. Doesn't that go a long way if you are working for a small business, brick and mortar, mom and pop shop, the sticking around extra and helping where you can? Working extra off the clock and doing all you can for a business in the hopes that you get over in their good graces is a little bit like going into a rape den and hoping that the guy that rapes you like does enough foreplay and makes sure you have a good time as well. You're probably gonna find a few. There probably will be a few like chill rapists that are like trying to make sure you have a good time as well, but most of them are there to just fuck you in the ass and walk away. Like, it's just not like, you could get lucky and that you've got like that golden manager or that really nice business is like, this guy helped us, we're gonna take care of him or whatever. But more often than not, you'll bust your ass for an employment for fucking 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and then economy downturn, something happens, like, sorry bro, we gotta cut you, like, see you later, and then you're just gone. Yeah, it's just not, I wouldn't recommend it, but I mean, like, every situation is different. You know, maybe you do work for really good people and they can take care of you, blah, blah, but like, Jesus, like, yeah, for the most part, like, fuck. Listen, bro, listen, okay? Don't ever forget the fundamental tension between employer and employee, okay? Do not ever forget this golden rule, because it is where all the balance exists between job and worker, okay? Your goal as an employee is to do as little work possible for the biggest paycheck you can, okay? That means shitting at work. That means milking an extra 5 to 15 minutes on break time, okay? It means I couldn't clean the table because I was talking to the customer and I had to. They really liked me and the customer is always right, okay? That's what that means, okay? That's what that means. And then as the employer, your goal is to make your employee work as much as possible for as little pay as possible. Do you really deserve that 6-month raise? I don't know. Inflation is pretty high right now. You called out 4 times last month. Yeah, sure, you had COVID, but like you couldn't align that up with your days off. You could have been a little bit more proactive covering your shifts. You can call somebody to help me out, like, you know? So remember, fundamental tension between employee and employer, okay? As an employee, you're trying to milk that employee for all you can, the least amount of work for the most pay possible. And the employer is trying to fuck you. They're trying to get the most amount of work for the least pay possible. This is the fundamental nature of employment, okay? Don't ever forget it. Because as soon as you start to give more to them, they're gonna take more from you and you're not gonna get anything back, okay? Just my opinion. How do you get promoted then? Just make sure you're friends with management.
Was aimed. After locating Kevin's vehicle, an officer initiated a traffic stop and saw him gesturing from his window toward the car in front.
93's taken.
How many jobs you had? I don't know, 3 or 5. It depends on what you count as jobs. I was a paper boy for 2 years in elementary school, but like my parents helped me with that because they drove me because I couldn't drive a car, so they drove me while I dropped off papers. I did 4 years of work study in high school. I don't know if you count that as a job. So it was 2 to 2.5 hours of janitorial work after class, for was it 200 hours a year, I think. Then I did McDonald's for about a year. Then I worked at the casino for a couple years, and then I was a carpet cleaner for about a year. and now I'm a streamer. So whatever that 5-6 jobs.
Off. It's going north on 6th Street to La Crosse.
Kevin continued to follow the off-duty sergeant to the City Hall parking lot and promptly exited his vehicle with his hands raised.
Hey! Okay. Keep your hands where I can see them, okay?
He's the one that pointed a gun at me. You're
okay.
gonna let him get away?
Can you get on your knees, please? Keep your hands where I can see them, okay?
Yep. Is there anyone else in the car? No! I told the 911.
You're just gonna place you in the handcuffs right now, okay?
He pointed a gun at me when I was coming around the corner. I called 911. Why am I in cuffs?
We're just making sure.
At Destiny, that mentality is a low-wage mentality. Professionals have reputations they must uphold. They don't want the doctor who puts in the minimum at work. First of all, it depends on what kind of reputation you're talking about and what kind of professional you're talking about. Like, if we're talking about software employees, bro, software employees are literally the most, like, mercenary, bounty hunter-driven motherfuckers ever. These people run around collecting employment checks, collecting fucking vestments from, like, from Amazon, from Netflix, from Meta, from fucking whatever fucking company they can. Like, literally every 2 years, okay? So, get the fuck out of here with that. When they've got professional standards. Like, yeah, their professional standards is whenever they've hit their investment period on their fucking stock options, and then they bounce the fuck out, and then they grab another new tech job, okay? Chill. Okay, sorry. Let me focus on the video, all right?
When I was coming around the corner.
That's top 0.1%. That is true. That's not the that's not the average software developer. The average software developer is probably staying at the same company for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, whatever. That's probably true.
I called 911. Why am I in cuffs?
We're just making sure everything's safe. We don't know what's going on. We're trying to figure out what's going on. You want to stand up for me, please? Yeah. Okay. We're just going to go in front of the squad here.
Why am I even in trouble?
We're trying to figure out what's going on.
No, not at all. What's your first name? You guys. Kevin.
What is it?
Kevin.
Kevin, nice to meet you. I'm Steve.
I called you guys.
Okay, we're going to check you, make sure that you don't have anything that's going to hurt me.
Yeah, why would I?
Do you carry any pocket knives for work or anything
No.
like that? Okay.
I got a gun pointed at me. I'm under arrest.
You got a gun pointed at you? Like
Really?
who?
That's why I called the cops.
Okay.
Oh, this is how it's going to go, huh?
Until I figure out that everybody is safe, I can't get into the whole what happened.
Why do you think I was chasing him? Because my phone's still going with the 911 dispatcher.
Okay.
Hey.
Feels like he's got a meth pipe in his right pants pocket.
Yeah, I probably got meth.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's in the 5th pocket.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Forgot about that.
I mean, we don't need the half of the department on this. I wasn't about to jump into a pursuit as like the 6th car. This talk about confusing. Oh, he was super confusing, man.
Yeah. I'm not gonna fight.
Tight,
I'm not gonna
things
fight
out.
you guys.
This is Kevin. Kevin, this is
Kevin.
Nate. He's a good
I'm
guy.
not gonna fight you guys. I got a gun pointed at me.
Good job.
Why? What did I do wrong?
What?
What did I do wrong by getting a gun pointed at me?
We're just trying to figure it out, but you wouldn't stop for us right away.
Because I was chasing him.
Right, but you can't be chasing people no matter what.
But he's gonna get away pointing a gun at me? I have no gun.
We're out with him. We know who he is.
Is it your? Is it?
There's other officers over there with him.
Okay, but is it your deputy or something? You can't point something at somebody like that after they try to ram your vehicle for not going fast enough. You guys don't have permission, so don't even think about it. Do the right thing, and this is what I get, huh?
We're just trying to figure out the situation right now, Kevin.
Okay. Want me to take a breather?
Yeah, take a deep breath. Everything's fine.
Yeah, Kevin, why don't you calm down a little bit, okay? You're a little bit fucking unhinged right now, all right, buddy?
Inside, so I'm gonna talk to him. Okay, well, we need to figure out what this is before you can be 5 minutes late. All right, so I'm trying to gather both sides of the story. You're obviously in handcuffs. You're not free to leave at this point. What I still want to do, though, is gather your information, your side of things.
Why am I not free to leave at this point?
Because you got a meth pipe on you, and they did a high-risk traffic stop based on some information that they had from the initial.
But I was the one on hold with 911, so that meth pipe is void right now. Because it shouldn't have been found because I was the one that called. With my life in danger, with somebody pointing a pistol at me. Correct? Am I correct?
I don't know. I wasn't in the car.
But am I correct? Was my life in danger with somebody pointing a pistol at me?
Kevin, you're asking me questions that are rhetorical.
No, it's not rhetorical. Would your life be in danger if you were pointing a pistol at?
I would say yes.
Okay, so that's what happened to me. That's why I called 911.
Before we get into this.
That's why I called 911, correct? So the dispatcher said, what's the vehicle's license plate? I said it. I said, I'm not letting them go.
Okay. Before you get into all this, I would like to read you. Okay, that's what I was getting to. Good. Put him in the car. Put him in the car.
I want you in the car, please. Just for now, we can take you in a second. Just can you please sit in the car for me? That's all I'm asking.
Are you going crazy?
Okay, just,
Oh,
you
no.
can take a seat like that. Just take a seat like that.
Oh, wait, do you think he's high? He's crying? Or am I just being toxically masculine?
While speaking with Kevin, a strong odor of intoxicants was emitting from his person.
Oh, okay, now he's drunk, or he's high or something. Can you say, you can't really say high if somebody's on alcohol, but you should be able to, right? Like, if somebody is like on a ton of downers, you could say like they're high. Like, could you say somebody's high on Xannies? You probably could, right? But you can't say somebody's high on alcohol? Why not? I feel like you should be able to. He down, true.
Leave the door open?
That turned into a circus real quick.
I was literally walking out of the PD. I see 6 squads. I'm like, no, we're not doing this.
Said he pointed the gun at you?
Yes. You pointed. Oh, you think I called 911?
How'd you know it was a gun?
Because he had it in his hand. If I could show you, cock your hand back. Like you'd be a gangster, grab a pistol. Seriously, right hand. No, seriously, I'll show you. Put your hand up. Now put the bottom 3 fingers down. Right, like that. Now put it sideways. That's how he's holding his gun. It was a Glock. It was a Glock 9. Dead serious.
Okay.
You underestimate me? Either that or it was a SIG.
Do you know him?
No, yeah.
He looks so familiar.
Kevin.
Kevin.
I don't know. Home Alone Kevin, for all I know.
Search the car.
I want to figure out more. Because if we're going to do a gun charge, I want to make sure that...
Well, who had the gun? Him or did you say?
I don't have any gun yet.
He's claiming that.
He's claiming he had a gun pointed at him, so that's what I have to figure out.
911, I called them for a reason.
But when we pull you over like that...
And he gets away?
I know you were pointing.
I
know you were pointing.
Record?
Okay, I'll be right back, Kevin, okay? I appreciate your cooperation.
Are you doing anything
Kevin is not happy right now.
Yeah, I just got here. So
Kevin's not having a good time, guys.
That's my attitude, too. What the hell?
I'm just confused. Who had the freaking gun? Is it him or...?
No, he's saying Manahano had the gun.
I think if this guy's following Manahano through traffic and like blocks him into traffic or something, Manahano pulls his gun. It's like, police officer, back up or get on the ground or something, and then this guy freaks out. Just pulled the gun on me, blah, blah, blah. And then this guy calls 911. I guarantee the gun we're looking for is Mandahano's gun because Mandahano felt a reasonable fear for his safety, off duty.
You know your rookies aren't going to have your badge in a week, right?
Right, or what?
Because you guys can't search that vehicle, you know that, right? I called in an emergency response and I'm in trouble. My lawyer's going to eat your guys' ass up.
Okay.
Give me a phone call. I want my lawyer right now. Before you guys even touch that vehicle, I want my lawyer right now. You know I'm right. I want a lawyer.
All right, I'm done talking with you, Kevin.
Just so you know, I will subpoena the 911 dispatcher saying I called in. You guys arrested me for a gun being pointed at me. Okay. Just so you know.
Cool. Put your leg back
That's fine. Just so you guys know.
I kind of do smell booze on it.
Your machines are backwards? Oh, I'm fucking retarded. I got so confused. How can I really not?
His breath, actually. It was in your pocket.
Yeah, but I'm cutting down, so I honestly forgot it was there.
Cutting down on how much you use.
Yeah, everything else.
How much you smoke crack? At least he's like working his way off it. That's based. All right.
I will like subpoena every one of you and all your body cams in and everything. Okay. I'll take the meth pipe charge.
Okay.
I was in the wrong.
That's what we're figuring out right now.
I got a little work up. I've been drinking too. So.
Okay.
There was no reason for him to. Was that a stoplight?
All right, I hear you.
I want a lawyer here.
Okay, you're crystal clear, Kevin.
Take the meth pipe charge though.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks. You hear that? I'll take the pipe. And yeah, I was worked up. I've been drinking too.
Oh.
He's yelling.
Hear him yelling. You just want to roll down your window? What's up, man?
Like, what am I under arrest for?
Well, apparently you admitted to having a meth pipe on you.
That's a misdemeanor. You're arrested. Let that piece sit there.
Kevin, listen.
So, like,
we're talking to the other party involved right now to figure out where we're going from here. Okay?
He pointed a gun at me.
I'm not saying I don't believe you. We're talking to that party. Okay?
I don't have a gun. Do I have a gun?
I don't know. Not on you. No, you don't.
I'm trying to explain the situation to you, okay?
Well, I'm claustrophobic.
There was a lot of confusion about, there was mention of a gun. As a police officer arriving on scene with dozens of other police officers, none of us knew who involved had a gun. Could have been the other person, could have been you, could have been the off-duty police officer, I don't know.
Operator. So it's an off-duty police officer, huh?
I don't know.
That's what the problem is.
We don't know who else had a gun.
You just told me what it was.
No, I'm giving you possibilities on what
No, you didn't give me a possibility. You told me what it was. Let's do it.
One of the possibilities was that you had a gun.
Told the truck, let's do it.
One of the possibilities was that you had a gun.
Why would I have a gun? Who said I had a gun?
Okay.
My recorded. Tow the truck.
Can I explain this to you, please?
Yeah, you can. Tow the truck. Tow the truck.
We can do that, yes.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Kevin.
You just admitted that it was an off-duty police officer. Tow the truck. Let's go to court. He pointed a gun at me. The recording is there. Tow the truck. Tow the truck.
Okay.
This is the future that Pisco wants, by the way, guys. This is exactly what he wants.
I'm not explaining it to you.
I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay. I want a lawyer. Tow the truck.
You want the window down because of your claustrophobia, though?
No, you can suck my now.
You don't want the window down?
Nope. Now.
After conducting a records check, it was revealed that his driving status was suspended. Subsequently, an officer conducted a canine sniff on Kevin's vehicle, resulting in a positive alert.
Good boy. Good boy. It's a good boy. It's a good boy.
Hey, firm?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Up. Good job, buddy.
Dude, this is the weirdest.
You should see it on video.
Really?
Camera catches it.
Yeah, I bet.
You know you guys are wasting your time, right? I'll tell you right where the weed is. Officer! Hey, officer!
A subsequent search discovered drug paraphernalia in 2 baggies containing a total of 71.5 grams of marijuana.
Jesus, that's a lot of marijuana, right? No, fuck. I'm so bad with my drug measurements. It's not that much marijuana. 28 grams in an ounce. That's 3 ounces. Is 3 ounces a lot of marijuana? How much marijuana is an average joint? Hold on. How much? A single joint held anywhere from 0.3 to 0.75 grams of cannabis. Well, hold on. Wait. That is a lot of marijuana. Never mind. Fuck you guys. If that's enough for 50 plus joints. When I do mushrooms, what is the 3.5 in a bag? That's grams, right? 3.5 grams, not 3.5 ounces, right? 3.5 grams is 1/8 of an ounce, right? Okay, that's a decent amount of mushrooms. 3.5 grams of mushrooms is a baggie of mushrooms. 3.5 grams. 75 grams. So 75 grams is a lot. Bro, real talk? Fuck druggies and mixing up grams and ounces. Why do you do both of these? It's actually so fucking autistic. Like, this is the one area where the United States government doesn't have, like, a standard. Like, you don't have... Why do they do grams and ounces? That's so fucking retarded. Jesus Christ. Imperial cucks.
That's illegal search, right? I asked my lawyer to be here when it's searched. You guys broke that.
We got the Twisted Tea, open container. Here's the weed. He was being honest about the weed.
Hey, where's my lawyer?
Kevin.
Lawyer.
I don't know.
He's supposed to be here present when you search that vehicle.
So the reason that they're searching the vehicle
Because
is...
the dog hit on some bullshit.
Kevin.
So Steve
Bull.
uses...
Kevin, you gotta
Do you want to
chill.
hear my explanation?
No,
I'm trying to
because it's
provide
bullshit. There's no drugs in there except some pot.
it. Okay.
Some weed. I'll tell you right where it's at in my backpack. Right there. It's right there. Open it up.
Let's just work through one thing at a time. This is Officer DeFore.
I asked for a lawyer, didn't I not?
You did.
Where's my lawyer?
I'm not required to provide
Where is
one at
my
this
lawyer
point.
for the search? Because I said you guys cannot search that vehicle without my lawyer present, correct? Because it is not my vehicle, right? Like, there was a gun pulled on me by a deputy, right? Undercover or off-duty deputy, correct?
Kevin,
correct? Am I right or am I right? Am I right? Your silence says nothing, but I'm right.
I've been very frustrated, and I can understand
Hey,
that, but
hey,
I'm trying
hey,
to
no, hold
explain
on.
the
Answer my
process.
question first.
What?
Was there a gun pulled on me by an off-duty deputy?
What does that mean?
Was there a gun pulled on me by an off-duty deputy?
Do you want to talk about this? Did you get out of your car over here?
Yeah. Did he
What
pull
did
a gun
you
on
do?
me?
Tell me what happened.
Did he pull a gun on me?
I didn't Mirandize you, so none of this counts. I recognize that.
You guys are
but
doing illegal
You're just
search,
sitting
so
here
none of that
yammering
counts.
back
So
and forth.
I asked for
Okay.
a lawyer when.
Right.
Yeah, you know, let's talk. Let's talk.
Well, no, you asked for a
I
lawyer.
didn't Mirandize this, so none of this count. Yeah, because he's already okayed you to search all of his shit and find every piece of evidence you fucking need already. It doesn't matter what the fuck he says at this point.
I can't talk to you about
You
any of
just
that.
asked me if I wanted to talk. What would happen? I said, yeah. You said none of it matters because you never didn't read me my Mirandas, right?
No, because you asked for a lawyer.
Oh,
I would have
okay.
read you Miranda
so I
had
asked
you
for
been
a
willing
lawyer
to
to
talk.
be here present when you search the vehicle.
Kevin,
Did
there's
you
never-
listen? No.
I'm going in circles. I'm going to let you take over.
Did you?
We're past that right now.
Did an off-duty deputy pull a gun on me?
I was not here for that. I'm here to
I want
talk to
your
you right
sergeant.
now.
I want your sergeant now.
Okay, well, you've been talking to a sergeant, okay?
I want him here now.
You were just talking to him.
I want my lawyer here.
Your lawyer is not here at this point. There's never
Then you
been a
can't
lawyer.
search that vehicle.
Listen,
You wanna bet, dude?
Listen, I do want to bet because I'm well aware. I don't have to because I know it's legal. We don't ever have lawyers here when we're searching.
Do you think that's against the law? If a cop is like in an altercation with a suspect and the suspect is like, you want to bet on this? And the cop's like, yeah, sure, let's bet, bro. There's no way the cop would be allowed to do that, right?
Why are you searching me?
Okay, right now we're gonna.
Why are you
listen? We're past that right now. The
No,
only
why are you searching? You're not
only-
past it, you will.
The only reason that I am here right now is to run you through standardized field sobriety tests. Are you going to cooperate and perform standardized field sobriety tests? You will? Okay.
So look it up on the internet, you piece of shit.
Why are you being rude to me?
Why are you being rude to me? I got a gun pulled on me and I'm in handcuffs because it was one of your buddies. Make a record. I want all subpoenas. I want every report subpoenaed. All of your guys' body cams too. You know I have a lot of money, right? Got a ton of money.
That's awesome.
My lawyers is gonna tear your guys apart. You're probably not even gonna ever be on the force again, just so you know. And if you doubt me, wait till tomorrow.
Sounds good.
He was then transported to the police
He got that crack confidence, bro. Hell yeah.
department to perform standardized field sobriety tests.
All right, Kevin, you're going to cooperate if I take you out of handcuffs and everything? Okay, perfect.
Have you guys searched my record yet?
Nope.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I just get out of the car like this.
Okay, a couple quick questions. Do you have any problems with your eyes at all?
Yeah.
What's wrong with them?
I'm drunk.
You're drunk?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you wear glasses at all, though?
Supposed to.
You do? Okay, prescription? But you don't have any?
None of this matters really.
Okay, do you have any problem walking or balancing?
When I'm drunk, yeah.
When you're drunk?
I'm just, can we skip all this and hammered?
Well, I gotta run you through fields quick, okay?
No, because I'm going to pass him, so then I'm going to do the PBT, and you guys are going to sit here and have to argue for another half hour about what you should do with me. I'm drunk. Let's get the field sobriety. Give me the drunk driving, whatever. I don't care.
Can you see my finger okay from where I'm holding in front of your face?
Yep.
What I want you to do is follow. Tip my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Try to follow him, okay?
I am following it.
Best you can. Okay?
Just do a new field sobriety test then. It's the same one every time.
This is standard.
I know, that's not saying that. It's annoying. It's the same thing every time.
I know, but it's standard. That's why it's the same thing every time.
I know, but I'm not going to pass it.
Okay. Can we keep going? Nope. Just put your feet together, hands on each side. We're gonna finish the eye test, okay? Yo, can you see my finger, okay?
No, I'm drunk.
I know. All right, just follow tip my finger, okay?
So if I say no, I'm drunk, do I still have follow that mother?
Yeah.
Can't you do the pen or something? That's more.
The failing the sobriety test is just another good piece of evidence. You could say I'm drunk, and then in court be like, well, he wasn't actually. He was just saying dumb shit because he was hysteric or whatever. So they do this just to like know 100%, right?
Interesting.
I don't use pens. I just use my finger. Okay.
That's what she said. Don't laugh.
Okay.
Joshua laughed.
Ready? Hands on your side.
What are you gonna do if I just sit here and stare at you like this?
Why not blood test them when they're at the station? They might. I don't know if they do every time or not, but I don't think you need a blood test to convict for as long as you're failing field sobriety tests and the officer thinks you're drunk, I think.
I just want you to cooperate. That's what I
I'm
want.
cooperating, but I'm telling you I'm drunk. It's gotta be that easy. Like, okay, he said he's drunk.
So you want to do any other field sobriety test?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to do the first one.
Let's do a PBT quick then, okay?
Did I not just say this? We're gonna have to anyway.
We still have to go to an
I know, but I told you guys I didn't want to do the first one.
We still have to give you every opportunity.
It's gonna be about a 2-3, I'd say.
Okay.
Our record's 3-9, just so you know.
That's pretty high. I've seen a bit higher in lacrosse though. Are you from lacrosse?
No.
Kevin took the preliminary breath test, which resulted in 0.165.
Going good. All right, can you grab the straw off the end there?
0.165. What is the legal limit? Is it 0.18? No, it's 0.08. So he's omega over.
Yeah, what is it? It's gotta be in the twos.
165.
Oh.
Not too high. All right. Place your hands behind your back then.
For drinking and driving?
Yep.
Nice try. You guys didn't think I knew this was coming?
Still have to give everybody the same due laws as everybody else gets, right?
Right.
While double checking him, the officer inadvertently nicked his balls, prompting Kevin to threaten with a kick.
You hit my balls again, I'm gonna kick you.
Hey, better not. You have a felony, so I suggest not doing that.
What the f is another one? Just be a little bit more gentle with the balls, please. I don't give a f about another felony. Just, you want me to whack you in the balls?
No.
Okay, then. Be a little bit more gentle, is all I'm saying.
I'm just searching, sir.
Yeah, the first thing you're doing.
Can I get a copy of their badge numbers first, please?
2702. We don't have
No,
to
we gotta write it down. I get the right. Do not force me.
I'm not playing games.
I want my lawyer. I'm not playing games either, bitch.
Don't have to.
Yes, you do have to. You must have been around the block, huh?
I've been around the block.
You're a rookie, huh?
No.
You're smart.
Kevin, I got your property again, okay?
Hey,
just so you're aware.
Tell Josh he's a bitch, by the way.
All right, which one's Josh?
Where's the guy that was pointing the gun at me? That I was on the phone with 911 at. Where's he at? Did he drive his car here? Is he in cuffs?
No, he's not in cuffs.
Why?
Because he wasn't drunk.
What? He has a gun.
Yeah, because he's a cop.
Thank you. That's all you need to know. Let's go.
There you go.
Let's go.
Okay.
You guys are so.
I don't know what that means, Kevin, but okay.
Dude, he pointed a gun at me.
Yeah, that's what court's for, big guy. I'm not saying you're lying. Either way, you can't drive a car intoxicated, brother.
Either way, like I called 911, so why would you guys know what's his tox level?
What's his tox level?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't even know what
You guys didn't even talk. You did you order tox level?
Nope.
So now you got a guy that pointed a gun at me with no tox screen on him. You know you guys are right? No tox screen on your deputy. You guys are dumb motherfuckers.
We don't need tox screen on him.
Why?
Because officers are justified in pointing guns at people.
He was off duty, piece of shit.
He's still a police officer.
So what was his justification? I want copies of that camera light too. There was cameras on that light too. You guys are all take me to jail right now. Come on, let's go.
No.
Let's go.
Relax.
Give me to jail. Come on.
We're not going to jail yet.
Why? I want to go to jail. Let's go. I want to talk to my lawyer. You're holding me against my will. Let's go, you piece of shit. You think you do a tox screen on your deputy that pulled a gun? You know what? This is the only time I wish I was black because he would have shot me. You guys would all be. You should look up how many cases I got off on my own without a lawyer. Can I have a smoke while we're waiting, please? I've been cooperative. Maybe I'll let my lawyer be nice to your deputy. We could just make this all go away.
Can't smoke in my squad anyways.
I'm not trying to smoke your squad. Shut the f***. Nobody's talking to you.
Well, I'm not going to let somebody smokes that says that to me, so.
I don't give a f***. I'm not talking to you. You guys pulled some Minneapolis. That's what you did. You don't think I'm not having my girlfriend call the news company, right? All your body cams are going to get subpoenaed because I'm going to pay at least $25,000 for my lawyer. You know why? Because I can't have one more thing on my record. You guys would have been better off shooting an Seriously. I'm an upstanding citizen. What?
Can you hear me okay?
What?
Informing the accused form.
I want my lawyer. I want my lawyer here before you read that to me.
While under the influence of alcohol or drugs or both.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. Somebody pointed a gun at me. Shut the f*** up!
Or you are suspected of driving or being on...
I can't wait till I see you on the streets. I'm going to beat the f*** out of you.
Oh, bro.
Yep.
Just tell your wife to get her in my house and leave me alone.
The student girl.
What was I arrested for?
Little bro's a little bit unhinged.
So where's the OWI charge? It's on the paperwork right here. Okay, because he just said there wasn't no OWI. Why is he such a... Honestly, why is he such a...
You ever play Age of Empires?
Yep, on the Sega.
That's why I'm here. Okay. What did I really do wrong? Honestly, between me and you, off the books, what did I really do wrong?
Yeah, he's just he won't even come by. He's got to come in the door and sit on his computer.
He's just bullshit.
Later on, when Kevin discussed the charges with jail staff, he said, "I didn't mean I would beat him up if he was wearing a badge. If I saw him without a badge, I would beat him up." Kevin was charged with felony battery threat to an officer, misdemeanor counts of possession of THC, possession of drug paraphernalia, and disorderly conduct. He also received several traffic citations, including OWI, first offense. Kevin was eventually found guilty of battery threat to an officer. All his misdemeanor charges were dismissed but read in. On top of that, his traffic citations were dismissed on the prosecutor's motion, except for the OWI. Ultimately, his sentence was withheld and was only given 2 years of probation with conditions. Online records indicate that Kevin has an extensive criminal history dating back to 2003, involving numerous felony charges. Moreover, he has been taken into custody 4 times within this year.
Head over to codebluecam.com and check out our great selection of quality-made merch that won't disappoint.
True.
Signal 67 engine. Hi.
Florida man caught impersonating U.S. Marshal. Fuck me. All right, hold on. This is evidence.
6139.
628 formation. Clamp.
Oh no.
6034 10-9.
See your other hand for me? Where you headed to? Okay. You have your driver's license on it? What's the deal with purple lights? Yeah, they're purple tonight. Where are you headed to? A shooting in Marina? Okay, 10-4. Hey, sir. So, the vehicle is your vehicle, is that correct? Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I'm looking for something to verify that you're a U.S. Marshal, all right?
Went to voicemail, so I left him a message.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just hang tight with me.
I got to go back to shift in about 2 hours. So.
Where's shift at? Where's shift
I got to get my car.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, hopefully we can get this resolved really quickly. All right, thanks. Hey, we got somebody on the phone who wants to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Sir, what is your name?
Gary Lambert.
Okay, what district do you work out of?
I work out of Texas, but they got me down in Florida right now looking into Marion Oaks. There's two gangs out there that are riding on a four-wheeler with a pole on it, busting into people's houses.
Okay,
and they got a call, so I chased. What's that?
What district in Texas do you work out of?
Dallas.
Oh, I saw these maps posted a week ago. Ukrainian forces are cracking the Russian defense line step by step. They drove a chisel into the lines and then widened the rift by moving into the flanks. This might not look fast, but it's how you break defense networks, and it is working. Somebody linked a map a while ago. I don't know where the current war map is. I feel like it would be a really big if Ukraine was actually able to break the land bridge. I feel like that'd be like a pretty big deal. No, it feels like it would be. liveau.com. Dog shit link, but this is the most up to date. I think the progress they're making is it here? I thought it was over here somewhere. Oh, maybe it might be here. Is that what this map is looking at, or is this map somewhere else? Yes, they are. They're still far away from achieving anything remotely close to cutting off the land. Yeah, I mean, it's still a lot of work, obviously, yeah. But... one field at a time. True.
Okay.
My second house.
That's a federal crime.
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
All right.
I got red bugs out in weeds last week.
I'm sorry?
I found him. What's happening in weeds? I got red bugs. Eat me up chasing a guy through the forest the other night.
All right, do me a favor. Just go ahead and turn around for me. Again, put your hands behind your back.
Uh-oh.
For what?
I'll explain it to you.
I've been arrested my life.
Well, all right. So you're going to be arrested for impersonating a police officer, okay? I'm going to go ahead and read this to you, okay? All right. And who do you work for? Who are you employed by?
United States Marshal Service.
U.S. Marshals, okay.
Uh-oh.
He told me that you don't have your credentials with you, but they're in your...
Yeah, my Charger.
In your Charger. A work vehicle?
Right.
Okay. Who's the Charger registered to?
It's registered to the Marshal Service.
Marshals, okay.
That's my personal vehicle.
So why would the Marshals outfit your personal vehicle with lights and sirens?
In Texas, it's not like here.
Okay.
You don't have cars like this.
You have a Florida tag.
I know.
Remember, guys, this is exactly the future that Pisco wants. Don't ever forget that.
Turn the knob on. Flick it all around.
Why is this not working? Oh, I'm using a merger on this.
Hey, how long you worked for the U.S. Marshals?
Uh-oh.
About 3 years.
3 years? Okay.
Going on it.
I'm sorry?
I'm finishing up at Votech with McCoochie right now to go to work for Marion County. So.
To do what? To
be a cop. Yeah. Coming down the road, get a call on my cell phone. Hey, they see the four-wheeler out there on the drone. Can you come help us?
Who's that?
So
Who called you?
My squad in Texas. If you look through my phone, you'll see the 941 area code.
By squad, what do you mean by squad?
They sent 3 or 4 of us down here.
Who is they?
The Rangers.
The Rangers? Which Rangers? Like the baseball team?
No. Hell no.
Okay, so what Rangers?
The Marshals.
The Marshals?
Yeah.
So what, where do you work out of Texas?
Dallas.
Dallas?
Yes.
What's your district?
District. What do you mean?
Well,
we just
if
have
you're
headquarters in town.
If you're a U.S. Marshal, you would know your district. 641? Okay.
That's our squad.
Okay.
But there's only a few of us here.
A few of you? Would I be one of those?
No.
I'm not a U.S. Marshal?
I don't know. I see a badge.
Well, here's my credentials. I am actually a Special Deputy U.S. Marshal.
Yeah.
Here are my credentials.
Yeah. Mine are in my car.
These, your credentials like this are in there.
I have one just identically to that.
Okay. I would say probably not. Because I'm asking you very easy questions to be able to identify yourself, and you're not.
Uh-oh.
Who's your supervisor?
Uh-oh.
Out of Texas.
Don't answer this, fool.
Supervisor?
Yes, sir. Your direct supervisor.
Jim Willis.
Uh-oh.
Jim Willis?
Yeah.
What do you do for the United States Marshals?
Top secret.
I normally just do raids.
Raids?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you work for?
I just told you twice.
Like, okay, so where do you work for the Fugitive Task Force? Do you work for the District Marshals?
No,
who do you work for?
I work for the task force.
You work for the task force?
Like people running, we do raids. All I do is raids.
Okay, listen to me for just a second. I'm going to give you a little bit of an out or whatever.
Right.
I know you're not a U.S. Marshal.
I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Right.
I know for a fact, 100%, you are not with the U.S. Marshals. Okay? So I would just want to know why you would try to identify as a U.S. Marshal. Was it to, like, get around traffic?
No.
Okay, so what were you trying to do?
I told you twice. I was responding to a call.
With the U.S. Marshals?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't know about the drones out there flying over?
Sir, there is
Yeah,
nothing like that. I'm gonna give you a little tip.
Uh-oh.
Pro tip.
Pro tip.
There's only 3 of us in this county. You are not one of the other 2.
You don't
That's a
know
pro tip.
that. Bitch. Oh, rip. I want to hear him lie some more. Video that apparently shows Hassan lying about his family's wealth. What?
So I grew up in Turkey to a relatively affluent family. And if you're like even a little bit affluent in Turkey, because of how massive the wealth gap is in a country like that, you're caked up in comparison to like American standards, where if a similar salary would not, or a similar amount of wealth would not make you, upper middle class even.
Hassan's father, Mehmet B. Piker, who is a public figure, so I'm not doxing anybody, was the vice president of Sabancı Holding, a Fortune 500 company at the time. He also represented Turkey as a delegate in the European Union. For Hassan...
Oh, holy shit. I thought Hassan's nepotism connections were just his uncle. I didn't know his like family was ultra loaded too. Wait, really?
To act like this represented Turkey as a delegate in the European Union. For Hassan to act like this wouldn't even make him upper middle class in America, when his father was literally one of the most powerful businessmen on the planet, is just a straight up lie, which he does a lot of in this interview. Hassan does mention that his father was the right-hand man in a holding group.
But he was successful. I mean, he was like lobbying the Turkish government. He was like the right-hand man in a holding group. You know what I mean? He had some pretty serious jobs. But
to pretend that his family's wealth was comparable to your average middle-class American is laughable. Hassan goes on to claim that his father lost everything futures trading after he had retired and Hassan went off to college.
By the time I got to college, my dad lost everything, right? Which is fine. I mean, I still had a lot of the benefits of a early upbringing.
Could you tell us? Really? Lost everything? Your father was a vice president of a company that big and he was retarded enough to do futures trading and lost everything on options? That's like a gambling addict thing.
Do you mind telling us how he lost everything or what?
Futures trading.
What happened in that?
Just gambled, basically.
Yikes. Okay.
That's such an insane... Hold on. Okay, not to knock the iced coffee guys, because I love them very much, okay? But I feel like I would want to hear a lot of details about that. What? Just futures trading? Tens of millions? How much money did he just... Your father actually threw away your entire family's dynasty wealth by futures trade? That's a very interesting point. I want to hear more about that. Wait, what?
Had he been doing that for a while and seen some success and then just kind of went all in on it or something?
Yeah, pretty much, I think. I'm a little murky on the details. Like, I don't think he's never fully like brought it up. You know what I mean?
I can't dispute this fact in and of itself, as this information isn't public, but given Hassan's repeated lies throughout this interview, and the fact that his father is still a powerful figure in Turkish politics, being one of the founding members and deputy chairman of the Future Party, formed in 20...
Destiny trying so hard to be performative. I'm just trying to be performative because this is actually the future that Pisco wants, okay? Don't forget it. Who joined?
Oh,
oh, hey, what's up?
Trouble with my audio. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem.
Interview, and the fact that his father is still a powerful figure in Turkish politics, being one of the founding members and deputy chairman of the Future...
That should be fixed now.
Yeah, hey, what's up?
I was supposed to have a debate with Xena right now. Do you know where she would be?
I have no idea. I was not aware you guys had a debate scheduled. Did you try DMing her on?
Yeah, I tried messaging her on Discord. That's the only place I have her on. I figured she'd forget.
Why would you figure that?
Well, it's because she's who she is.
True.
So, yeah, I'll just wait around, I guess.
Okay.
Until, I guess enough time passed where it's maybe not worth waiting anymore.
Yeah, that sounds agreeable, sure.
Yeah, but since you're watching cop videos, I think the main problem with the police in the US is, one, I don't think they have enough strict mandates on how to actually interact with the public. And I think their set of duties are way too diverse, and it leads to a lot of shady things being done, a lot of corruption, and a lot of violation of your rights. So things like pretextual stops are an example of police duties being too diverse.
Sure. I think I
So-
broadly agree with both of your points. When the BLM stuff was happening, there were actually some people that were trying to make real policy changes. I think one was called 8 Can't Wait, where they had like actual measurable data-driven things that would help. One thing that I really would have liked to have seen implemented, I don't know if this got happened anywhere, was actual like strict use or strict application of escalation of force policies, because it felt like those were wildly inconsistent from area to area. Sometimes we see
Yeah.
cop videos where the police officers do a really good job at calling somebody out, drawing a weapon, telling somebody to calm down. They do a really good job at going through all the steps. And then other times we'll see a video where there's famous ones. You remember the black guy at the gas station where the cop was like, hey, show me your ID and driver's license, or your ID and
Yeah.
registration. The guy's like, yeah, sure. And he goes into his car to get it. And the cop just starts shooting at him. It's like, the fuck? So that was
Yeah,
one thing. And then the
yeah.
second thing is also something I heavily agree with, that police officers are also expected to be EMS. They're expected to be social workers. They're expected to be mental health workers. They're expected to, be animal trainer. Like a cop, the set of duties that are expected for a cop to perform are so unbelievably and unimaginably broad that for the amount of training they get, the pay they have is just it's not feasible. And then you get a lot of basically fuck ups that happen because like sending a police officer on his own to deal with somebody having a schizophrenic breakdown is just always going to be a bad situation. So yeah, I mean, I broadly agree with those two things. Yeah.
Yeah, in Canada, they actually do a pretty good job of having strict rules of engagement with the public. One of the mandates is to protect life. So that's the primary goal of any interaction. So you have situations where it would maybe be reasonable to actually shoot and kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But because they're not necessarily a danger to the police or anybody around them, the police have to wait and find other ways to apprehend them. They actually got a lot of criticism where there was that crazy guy who cut the dude's head off
Jesus.
On the bus in the Midwest.
Okay.
Everybody evacuated out of the bus, but the guy had like some schizophrenic breakdown, beheaded somebody on a bus, and people wanted the police to just shoot and kill him, but because, again, that guy was already dead, and the entire bus was evacuated, and all he had was a knife,
Mm-hmm.
they just had to wait until the guy was, like, out of his episode to apprehend him so they wouldn't, like, kill him.
Sure.
So you could justify using lethal force in a situation like that, but I think you're kind of going to have more situations where the public is benefited from just having that sort of mandate for the preservation of life. That's definitely something the fucking police in the US need to have, because again, like, people are getting shot for getting their wallet.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of the idea of making it so there's a separate form of police for traffic stops where they can't make arrests, but they can give tickets and citations?
Oof. I'm gonna come out as a I'm gonna come out as a cop cuck here. I think that police officers, I think that traffic stops can. Here's the issue. This is the reason why police officers have such a broad set of duties, is because so many different types of interactions can escalate to where you need the additional training or capabilities. I think that's the reason why cops end up dealing with so many different things, right? Like if you have a cop that just has no guns and they just do traffic stops, and then you stop somebody and the situation is starting to escalate, then you get into a weird world where now the cop has to call for another cop, and it just gets to yeah.
Well, here's the thing. You could still carry a gun. It's just that you can't make any arrests.
I mean, like, am I gonna vest in somebody the power to shoot and kill somebody but not arrest somebody?
Yeah, why not? Like, especially in that situation, like, a firearm's more for self-defense. Because I think you pretty much wouldn't see any pretextual stops. Those would pretty much go away. Secondly, if people knew that they couldn't get arrested at a traffic stop, if the only thing they're getting stopped for is, like literally just a traffic violation, and they can't get arrested, you're probably going to see way fewer instances of violence in these traffic stops. They're already not bad. Like, the chance of a cop actually getting attacked is pretty low.
I would be shocked if it was the case that violence at traffic stops was happening just because of like normal traffic stops. I feel like those are probably always accompanying more dramatic traffic stops, like where people have like priors, or not priors, I'm sorry, where people have like outstanding warrants or stuff like that. That'd be my guess.
Sure, like if they have an outstanding warrant, then that would maybe be something that the arresting police would have to be called in for. But again, if the only thing they're getting stopped for is a traffic violation, and the only thing that type of police could do is give a ticket, you could just have differently marked cars that are like, I don't know, really bright green or something.
Sure. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I feel like it would be a lot to manage, but sure, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just giving an option because I think there are better ways of dealing with some of these things, like traffic stops, that haven't really been explored yet.
Okay. All right. Well,
all right. Well, no, not really. I'm just gonna lurk around for another 15-ish minutes, see if Xena messages me back. If not, then I'll just go about my day.
All right. Yeah, just let me know.
All right, take care, man.
Messages. See you later.
Sure.
Keep in mind that Pisco would actually want a world where cops are not allowed to make traffic stops. Unironically, I think he would champion that.
Party, formed in 2019 by former Turkish Prime Minister Ahmet Davutoglu. I find it hard to believe that his father lost all of his financial influence, yet continues to wield so much power in Turkish politics. Hassan's next lie is about the state of the Young Turks operation upon his arrival in 2013.
You guys probably know this, but if you don't, my uncle has a YouTube channel called The Young Turks. It was like a 26-person...
Damn. I know he's not... I don't think Hassan is intended, but he has a YouTube channel. Well, he has a media company that's kind of a weird way to describe the Young Turks as a YouTube channel, right? But I mean, okay. I mean, it's, yeah.
Shop. It was like a, tiny operation. It was like a 26-person.
I can understand people with little business backgrounds or whatever, but hold on one sec before I bet you more. Yeah. To say that a 26-employee YouTube channel is a small operation is hilarious. That's probably the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1% of YouTube. If you can, I don't think I employ 26 people. 26 people, to call that just a small operation, that's hilarious. That's a really big operation. Even for small business-wise, if you've got a business where you've got 26 employees with at least 10 full-time employees, you're doing pretty good. That's just kind of funny that he describes it that way. But okay, hey, what's up?
What's up, man? Hey, why do you get so triggered by me?
I'm not triggered. What do you mean?
Every time we're on a panel or something, you just come out swinging.
Okay, because on panels, you also come out swinging, okay? And you're really rude for no reason.
You know what? Maybe I was a little rude.
Here, I'll ask you a question, because I actually am genuinely curious, okay? So, for ground rules, and I think you know this about me, right? I think Trump should be disqualified based on my reading of everything, obviously. It seems whatever line we draw, he's way the fuck over it. But I agree with Lauren's question, and I do think it's good to ask, like, what does the exact process look like to disqualify somebody for something that they don't have to be charged with? That's a really hard question, I think. And then the logical follow-up.
Not answering that question.
Sure, that's fine. But then just, the logical follow-up that I'm going to ask, and then you can incorporate this in your answer, is like, let's say, somebody comes in and they go, Kamala Harris can't run for office. She bailed out BLM protesters. And part of what they did was like Chaz and trying to attack government officials because they didn't like election results or whatever, right? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So before I answer that question,
I
just want to say there was a lot of criticism of how I came on that panel. And I think a lot of people made good points about how I came on. And so that's criticism that I'm taking to heart. And so thank you everybody who like is telling me how to change my approach. I hear you. I'm doing my best to try to incorporate that. It's hard because I think like Steven come at it a particularly combative approach usually when I'm on those panels at least. And it's not the kind of constructive stuff that are you laughing?
Oh no, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean I do it too.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm a little debate brain, all right? I'm a little debate brain.
That's good. Right. You literally just got out of law school. You should be, right?
That was years ago, bro.
How many years ago? Like 2 or 3?
That's over 2 years. That's
2
like
years?
Ago
You're a child, okay? 2 years is yesterday, all right?
I'm a child.
You're getting there. Pretty soon, you're going to be DMing me like, man, Destiny, I felt like it was just yesterday. I was 31, and now I'm already 33. The years are just slipping by. But you're a strapping young lad. You got your whole life in front of you, okay? Yeah. Go ahead.
You're right. You're right. Okay. So to answer your question as directly as possible, and the reason why it sounds like I'm hedging is because and people acknowledge this in the comments, every state can have their own particular procedures for assessing qualifications, whether that is the 14th Amendment or whether that's any other qualification for office. And so you guys want to know, like, what court do you go to? Who's the agency that makes the decision? Is it an agency? Is it a legislature? Is it a judge? And the answer to that is it might be different in every state. And so there's this insistence on, I think on your behalf, which I think is not like malicious, to like find out what is the procedure. And the answer is there are multiple, and the reason why I started my answer being like, everyone needs to follow the Constitution is to kind of, I think it was a bad way of trying to tell you that the truth is multiple different actors on the federal level and at the state level, and it's different between the states, enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment in potentially different ways. That's the answer.
Gotcha. Now, can I ask a question on that? So, like, because I don't know all the legal shit, okay? Lauren knows more than that on me, okay? But it seems like, it seems to be that, like, so you can say that, for instance, that, like, every state has its own procedure, but it feels like there are these overarching federal things, or there are these other overarching rules that kind of demands not a uniformity, but, like, there almost seems to be, like, a standard procedure that every state ends up following that I'm not intimately familiar with, but that seems to be the case. Yeah.
So let me tell you sort of, this will likely always get funneled into the court system, into either the state court system or the federal court system. But the reason why it's different approaches to get there is there might not be a state mechanism to assess qualifications on a state agency level. In some states, they allow you to just have a lawsuit without any standing. Standing rules are typically required for the federal courts, but they're not required for state courts. So there are some states, like I'm not sure if this is true of Colorado, but there are some states where there's, I think, quo warranto actions that you let citizens just file lawsuits. And that would be different than like a Secretary of State assessing a particular candidate. Ultimately, it will likely be funneled into the court system, but how it starts and how it gets there and who makes the first initial step might be different in each state.
Okay, sure. But then I guess then the next question would be that like, because so like how do you get through the Kamala Harris thing? Let's say a bunch of conservative states are like, we're not putting her on the ballot. We don't think that she meets it.
Yeah.
And this is self-executing. 14th Amendment, get fucked.
So I just want to I'm going to answer that question.
Yeah.
But the reason why I'm hesitating to answer it just like at the initial level is I want to let you know that that's a separate question than what we've been talking about. That's applying the standard to Kamala Harris. The first question is like, what are the processes to evaluate Section 3 claims? That question, like that has an answer regardless of double standards or how you would apply it. The answer of who gets to apply it should be consistent, right? And so that's why I think there was conflation on the panel between what the process is and whether the standard applies to certain actors. And they're different questions. Can you see that?
The different questions are, so repeat those two things again. One is...
Yeah. Who is assessing the Section 3 question? And
when who is that? So when you say who is assessing, is that a question of forum or is that a question of standing?
Right? Yeah,
or?
Yeah. Is it a Secretary of State? Is it a state court? Is it a legislator?
Okay.
What is the actor that is assessing the Section 3 question? And the separate inquiry is how would we apply it? And what is the correct standard?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I agree with that.
Who's applying the standard and what the standard is?
Sure. So murder is wrong. So, but the question is well, who has standing to bring murder charges?
Yeah.
It's the state. But then, like, what is the application? What does criminal procedure look like, or whatever? Sure, those are two separate things. I understand that. Yeah.
So that's why there was some confusion, I think, because those questions were getting conflated a little bit. So I think that the easy questions about the 14th Amendment, they're not really easy, but I think that they're clear answers. Is it self-executing? Did there need to be a law passed? Is it enforceable by secretaries of state without criminal convictions? Those are kind of like the who decides questions. And then the second question is the substantive question of how would you apply it? And
I think I agree. So the first part is the standing part seems to be boring to me, that like a voter could sue, a candidate could sue, the secretary, whatever. That's fine. Yeah. But then the interesting question is, by what grounds do we disqualify a candidate or re-put them on the ballot?
That's why I kept repeating it, and it was annoying for people watching it. But that's why I kept repeating, this is the boring part. This is boring to me.
Okay, that's interesting because, and I might just be completely wrong, but my recollection of that conversation was, I feel like that was the part that I think Lauren was harping on, and it's not like you were saying that's actually the easier, boring part. Let's talk about the other part instead. But I might just have it confused in my mind.
Because I think what the audience cares about is justify Donald Trump engaging in insurrection and rebellion or giving aid or comfort to enemies, and use a standard that applies to Trump that wouldn't apply to all these other people. That's what they cared about. That's what I thought the audience cares about.
Sure.
And I have a lot to say about that.
Okay.
There are interesting, for legal people, there are interesting questions about whether this is self-executing, whether it requires a criminal conviction. Esports Batman is someone I think has no credibility on this question, based on. Sorry to be.
He was disagreeing. He was fine with you a lot.
I just and you know what? I'm gonna step back and say that was inappropriate. I'm sorry, Esports Batman.
No, that's all good.
I just disagree. I just disagree with Esports.
Yeah.
I just disagree with him. I just disagree with him on it. But so there are some interesting legal procedural questions. There are some people, for example, who say this does not even apply to the president because the president is not, quote, an officer of the United States. There are people who say that, and that there's an interesting historical argument to be assessed about whether or not the president is an officer of the United States. I think it's obvious that he is an officer of the United States. Okay. But there are people who will strenuously, and there are even legal scholars, respected legal scholars, who say the president is not an officer of the United States. So those are interesting legal setup questions. But I think the more interesting questions for our purposes is applying it to Trump. And you seem to think it was a foregone conclusion that that standard was fulfilled by Trump. I'm glad that that's your opinion, but aren't you worried about the comeback at Kamala Harris, given your question?
Well, that's why, I think that a thing can be fulfilled in one way, but I think that the legal question is different. Kind of like when we had a conversation about I think it's almost undeniable that Trump incited January 6th, but from the legal grounds of would I charge him with incitement to riot or whatever? Almost certainly not, because it seems like there are very far-reaching ramifications for First Amendment rights if a president can be.
I just want to put an interesting. I always say this, and it's cringe as fuck when I say it, but I do want to make an interesting little flag here for you.
Yeah.
That I think the paper that you didn't read, and I don't honestly think I don't know how useful it would be for you to read it. It's a legal paper. I think convincingly argues that whatever the standard is for criminal convictions under the First Amendment for incitement, that is the Brandenburg standard. That's the imminent incitement to lawless action that we think is like a very, very high bar. That's the First Amendment standard, but the 14th Amendment was enacted after the First Amendment, right? And I think convincingly the Bod and Paulson paper argue, and almost I think disturbingly, but I think convincingly, that to the extent that there's any conflict, a true conflict between the First Amendment and the 14th Amendment wins. And they have a lot of reasons why those conflicts don't actually exist, that a lot of speech-related stuff has never been protected by the First Amendment. But they argue, I think convincingly, that the 14th Amendment, to the extent of a true conflict, that's the standard you apply, not Brandenburg. Whatever the framers of the 14th Amendment would have thought was tantamount to giving aid or comfort to the enemies, regardless of it would fulfill some kind of protective speech under the First Amendment, because the 14th Amendment obviously was enacted afterwards, it would take precedence over the First Amendment.
Okay.
Does that make sense? And to give you an example, suppose that you were a Civil War supporter on the Southerner side, and you were telling people, you should go fight for the South. You should fight for the Army of North Virginia. That's very, you would agree, I think that would seem to fill our First Amendment principles, right? All you're doing is advocating that people join the Confederacy, right?
Sure. Yeah, there's a lower bar for the 14th Amendment. Some stuff would satisfy the 14th that doesn't satisfy the first. I understand that, sure.
Yeah. Okay, but so I guess that was a question about, so how does Trump fit in all this? Trump fits in all this because even if you don't think his speech at the ellipse rises to the level of incitement under the criminal law, that's not the standard you apply. You apply the 14th Amendment in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And I think given what the framers of the 14th Amendment would have thought about someone in his position doing the things he was doing, it very clearly, in my opinion, fulfills either engaging in insurrection or rebellion, or at the very minimum, giving aid or comfort to those who are.
Yeah, okay,
so
hold on,
example,
wait. Oh, God, are we going to do this?
Yeah.
Is it going to happen? Is it happening? I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you, but I'm asking you, how was that determination made? That's the biggest thing, is how do you determine that he did do that thing?
So I think step one is defining out there's always going to be difference on the margins, but the safe cases of what is working definitions for what is an insurrection and what is a rebellion. That's step one, right? How can you say that you're giving aid or comfort to insurrectionists or rebellionists if you don't know what an insurrection is or you don't know what a rebellion is? That's why it's so important. And the court has found, I think multiple courts now, that January 6th was an insurrection. It's so important to have that discussion.
Wait. And courts have found that January 6th was an insurrection. What do you mean by that? Has a court
under
made
the 14th Amendment?
Wait.
In New Mexico, yeah.
Has the court made a ruling? Or when you say a court, or do you just mean that?
A court. But of course, courts can disagree, right? The Supreme Court hasn't made that finding. But some courts have made the finding under the 14th Amendment, or have assumed for purposes of applying the 14th Amendment, that January 6th was an insurrection. But that's step one of the analysis. Agreed? Determine whether the thing that you are analyzing is either insurrection or rebellion.
Okay.
Agree? Or do you think that's...
Yeah, I don't know if New Mexico finding that it was, that in their purposes it was, what if Tennessee makes a ruling where they say it wasn't, and then somebody tries to bring a federal suit, then which prior ruling...
That was a throwaway. So
yeah.
The reason why I said that was just to tell you that there are courts who have made the assessment, not to say that the New Mexico trial court is binding on everyone else or will have the last word. Ultimately, the Supreme Court will have the last word. But just to show you that as part of the analysis, you would inquire into whether or not this was or was not an insurrection.
Okay.
And that's sort of, and to sort of meta it out a little bit, that's why I was bringing up Fort Sumter and clear cases of insurrection.
Can you, if I were to go through and look at that New Mexico case, Do they do they literally use the word like insurrection, or do they just say like attack against like the government or something?
No, they literally use the word. You know, they make a finding that January 6th was an insurrection.
Okay, gotcha.
That's a finding of the court, yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's a necessary one, because if January 6th wasn't an insurrection, then Trump is cleared under that theory of the case. There's another theory of the case, which is the whole illegal, the fraudulent elector scheme, that is a rebellion. But I think that's like a secondary theory, not the primary theory. The primary theory is that January 6th was the insurrection, right?
Okay.
So that's the first step, and that's why at the end of the conversation I was like, I want statements from you guys. Do you agree that it's an insurrection or not? Because if you don't even agree that January 6th is an insurrection, then you're never going to agree that Trump is liable. And if
okay, I don't even know if whether or not I agree. I don't even think that's the question. I just feel like the question is like, who's the one to make the determination? Because like, let's say for instance that court case. What?
That's the procedure question, is who decides.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, like, let's say it was the case that this particular county commissioner just didn't run again, right? Or wasn't convicted or wasn't there. Now we don't have New Mexico, like, state making that, like, peripheral ruling or whatever, right? Now what?
Well, that was a ruling that applied to a person who was in office.
No, yeah, I know, but I'm saying, let's say that guy wasn't there. Now we don't have that court case in New Mexico. Now we're just at ground zero.
We don't need it, right?
What?
We don't need that court case. We don't need that court case.
Okay, cool. We don't. Okay, I agree with you. I would hope not. But that's why I'm asking, like, who is making the determination then that January 6th was an insurrection, so that we can apply this 14th Amendment standard or whatever to Donald Trump?
Yeah. So this is going back to that first set of questions, and the answer is let's say the singular point of person who's determining qualifications. Let's say that person is just one guy, and that one guy is just the Secretary of State. If it's just Secretary of State, it's just that, as an initial matter, it's just that one guy who has to determine that it's an insurrection.
Wait, who?
Whoever the Secretary of State is, right?
Under what procedure is the Secretary of State declaring something an insurrection or not?
Okay.
Why can't he just say, the Supreme Court will decide?
Somebody under state office is empowered to make qualification decisions on the ballot. That is, they are the ones who are normally making the determinations as to qualifications. And that is the case in many states, where secretaries of states have to determine whether or not you fulfill the qualifications to be on the ballot. Do you agree with that, like, basic setup, that there are certain people that are empowered to make that decision?
Yep.
That Secretary of State comes to his desk and says, and there's a petition from some citizen that raises this issue, who just like tells him, hey, you should consider whether Trump violated Section 3. And the one guy says, I will. And you know what? I'm thinking about it for 10 minutes. Yeah, it was an insurrection. That one guy is the one who's determining that, right?
Doesn't that seem like insanely horribly bad?
Hold your breath.
Okay, go ahead.
Just hold your breath. Because it's just to show you that your question about who decides, anyone who has authority to make these qualification decisions, and that also includes Congress and state legislatures and judges and courts, all of them are making that determination. Now, the particular steps, right? Let's say that one guy makes a preposterous decision and he says, in my opinion, I don't know, when Biden tripped, that was an insurrection. That determination would then be challenged in a court, and then the court would be deciding whether or not it was an insurrection, and reviewing the decision of the Secretary of State, and having power over that decision, and determining, as courts are empowered to do, the arbiters of determining these legal disputes, they will now have the ability to decide whether or not the decision made by the Secretary of State comported with the law, and in doing that, they will have to assess for themselves whether or not it was an insurrection.
Okay, so then the answer is ultimately the who is going to be, right? So anybody can basically start this chain of process, but ultimately it's probably going to be a Supreme Court decision?
Right, yeah. So ultimately, right? So
also, wait, can I ask a quick random criminal procedure? Because I don't actually know. Can you appeal like a standard murder case, like all the way up to the Supreme Court? Has that ever happened where like the Supreme Court is ruling on just like a normal criminal case? What does that look like?
Miranda v. Arizona. That was a case. I think there was actually 3 cases in that decision, but that was a state conviction of the Miranda guy is actually horrible, and he did some horrible shit. Those of you guys who like, I know you're watching like the JCS shit. I think he was like a rapist. He was or attempted murder, or he did something really, really bad. He was a weird guy. and that went to the Supreme Court on a federal issue related to the coerciveness of custodial arrests and interrogations.
Okay.
So you absolutely can bring a state criminal proceeding up to the Supreme Court, and obviously a federal one as well, directly, right?
Okay, gotcha.
But there usually has to be a federal issue for state proceedings.
Okay.
Not entirely relevant, but
okay. I was just curious. Okay, so then the answer is anybody. A lot of different people might be, because of the self-executing part of this, a lot of people might be able to make the determination that, oh, this was an insurrection. But ultimately, there's going to also be a lot of people a lot of injured parties, I guess, that would have standing to bring a suit, maybe a voter against, say, a Secretary of State.
Yeah.
And that
if you're ever confused, Stephen, imagine that there were a proceeding about the age of the candidate. Who would have
I understand what you're saying there, but the age thing is far less interesting to me because those seem to be like much more hardline, lack of interpretation, undisputable facts. Like if a 5-year-old wanted to run for president, I don't even know if that ever goes to court. Like it's just so obvious. But insurrection is far more like a matter of interpretation. So
play it out, but play it out. Who has the power, right? Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't be uncomfortable with the Secretary of State being like, "I'm sorry, this is a meme. This is a baby. He's not allowed to be on the ballot. So no." And that one guy just decides, and you're okay with that, right?
Yeah, of course.
As a power, yeah. Mm-hmm. And then if the baby really wants to appeal it, he can go to the court and appeal it. And let's say the court's like, you know what? In our interpretation, 35 means something different today than it meant back then, and we're going to apply today. And so a baby is 35. That would, and let's say the appeal court, affirms that. That would ultimately come to the Supreme Court, right? Like, so that path, even though it's a ridiculous fact pattern and it's a ridiculous set of actors who are making these preposterous decisions, that procedure and mechanism makes sense to you, and it's not like some horrible.
I would caution you on this because this has already gone through in Arizona and it's currently going through in Colorado, and it's not the way that you think it is because Arizona completely shot it down when this was brought through their process, specifically on the point that there is nothing in the law that allows for them to judge upon this.
Yeah, so
Arizona Supreme Court, yeah.
Arizona Supreme Court made a ruling contrary to my interpretation and these other scholars' interpretations of what the 14th Amendment says. That, you saying that, right? That's just someone who disagrees with us. So I don't understand.
Well, wait, hold on, just real quick. From a legal point of view, the most uneducated ho-dunk dipshit lawyer in the world has more authority over the law than the most intellectual Harvard Yale law professor ever, right? Like every academic in the world could theoretically disagree with, say, the Supreme Court or lower appellate court. That doesn't matter. Appellate court, it doesn't matter, right? What the courts say ultimately is what the law will be. No, so
yeah, I don't disagree. But it was important that the Arizona Supreme Court in this particular case sat there and said there's nothing in state law that allows us to adjudicate this kind of case. And you would have to have a specific provision with this, which sets up a very difficult and problematic situation under your section, because you could have states that sit there and say, for instance, oh, well, we're only going to adjudicate these kinds of cases in civil matters if it's unrelated to January 6th. But if you're somebody who gives money to Black Lives Matter, for instance, and they, engage in rioting or whatever in our state, we can consider that insurrection. And
can we pause this real quick? So just talk about one thing.
Yeah.
So because Steven's not following right now. Steven.
Wait, why am I not following? Wait, hold on. I don't need analogies. I think everything you said so far is fairly ordinary, no?
Yeah. And not only that, but to the issue is when we talk about the requirements for a finding of guilt, this is also supported by the history and the actions that Congress has taken.
This is a different topic.
No, it's absolutely the same topic.
It's a different topic, and I'll explain to you why it's a different topic. Do you mind if I?
No, let me finish. It's a gish gallop. It's a similar topic because we already have historical precedent for stuff like this happening, where after the Civil War, during the 1872 amnesty bill, as well as the 1898 amnesty bill for the Spanish-American War, they specifically sat there and said, hey, if you are found guilty of crimes related to this in the past, not only are we forgiving you for it, but it doesn't encumber you under the 14th Amendment to run for office.
Yeah, those acts have...
They specifically had that in mind for a criminal finding.
So those acts, of course, are acts of Congress that aren't constitutional law, and so you citing them shows that they took affirmative steps to clear people both of criminal convictions and of disqualification of the 14th Amendment. That pertains to the issue of whether or not a criminal conviction is required, and it's further it's preposterous that you're citing it. It's further evidence in my favor on that issue, the fact that they separated it out like that. But it's a separate issue entirely from the other issue you're raising, which is what happens if a state has no mechanism for adjudicating Section 3. Those are separate issues, correct?
It is, but it is to show that.
That's why I want to take a pause and do it one by one.
No, what it shows is two things. One, that there's no mechanism because nobody's ever accepted your interpretation of it up until this point. Until this law review article came out in Penn Law, nobody had this thought process behind it, and it's a very novel legal theory, and it's being propagated by, in particular, one attorney who represents the Democratic Party, which is fine. Like, I understand that some people I understand. The point that I'm trying to say is
well, hold on, wait, real quick. Again, I think that it should stand on its own merits, but if we're talking novel legal argument that is being displayed in academia, not in a courtroom, then I think there's probably a lot of relevant questions around who's involved. Yeah,
I can't. This conversation is breaking apart because he's raising 3 or 4 different things at all different times. So I'm just going to list out the different issues he has raised. Issue number 1 pertains to whether or not what happens if a state has no mechanism to enforce Section 3. Issue number 2, is a criminal conviction required?
No.
Hang on. Wait. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Wait. No. Esports.
Well, sure. Please go lay out his 4 things real quick, and then you can.
That's fine. So esports. Batman. I'm going to repeat again. One issue was whether the question of state enforcement if there is no state mechanism under state law. Question number 2, what to do if a criminal conviction is required, which he thinks it is, and he raised evidence for that. Question number 3 now is the novelty of the issue and opining about the merits of it based on its novelty. And issue number 4 is like whether we should trust it based on who's bringing it. Those are 4 different issues, and you're asking me you are incapable of addressing them one by one.
Well, hey, let's do. Okay,
no.
wait. Let's do one by one then.
Let me address first of all 2 things. One, who's bringing it didn't matter. The point that I was trying to make was that this is a relatively novel legal theory that has only been brought up to bear in the last 6 months. This is not something that has been openly discussed up until this point. So you can go away with issue number 4. I don't care who's bringing it, other than to say.
Okay, I want to do these issues one at a time, but you just want to go on a bunch, all your laundry list of reasons why.
Okay, wait. Hold on, real quick. Real quick. To be clear, okay, I don't think he's going to whole laundry list of things. Okay, he said a couple things, but we can do it one by one. I think it's unfair to say he's attempting to gish you. But yeah, okay, do it one by one.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And then the second thing, right before he gets started, is that when I say there's no adequate way of addressing this in state law, I mean from a civil court case. Like that there would be a civil finding or some sort of a civil procedure for this outside of understanding that it relates to a criminal conviction.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first issue is like, Stephen, what happens if there is nobody who like state law does not empower anybody to determine 14th Amendment qualification cases, and that's possible, right? That is entirely possible. That I've been talking about how different states have different mechanisms for enforcing it. It is possible that under state law, there is no mechanism. That's entirely possible. Nothing about that, number 1, is incompatible with my understanding of the 14th Amendment Section 3 or the people who are expounding this theory. That's not inconsistent. They say that's true. And that's true of Esports Batman's understanding of the issue as well, because under his theory of enforcement, there would need to be a conviction, correct? And states obviously are not required to criminalize that conduct, and the federal government is not required to criminalize that conduct.
The federal government already has criminalized that conduct.
No, I'm sorry, they're not required to criminalize it. So it's not the case that it could be the case that no jurisdiction has enacted a criminal enforcement mechanism.
Wait. Hold on. Let's hold on. And you can tell me if I'm wrong. I understand what you're saying, that theoretically the 14th Amendment could have been penned without this particular provision being a criminal thing, but it is a criminal thing, and it was penned as it was a criminal thing. So I don't know how relevant that is. Right?
But I also want to point to something, which is that when you read the text of the 14th Amendment, as far as Section 3 is concerned, it says those who have engaged in insurrection were giving aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States. The point is that they're using the exact same phrasing and language as is given for the legal definition of what constitutes treason, the only crime that is provided for under the Constitution, right? They are specifically citing to the exact actions that constitute criminal treason. And then...
Okay. Well, let Peace go.
Yeah. So addressing your point about the treason question, is it possible, is it constitutional for Congress to get rid of the treason statute? You understand there's a criminal part of the
constitutional amendment, yes, but without a constitutional amendment, no.
Absurd. So there's
in fact, let me go read the actual text of the treason of what constitutes treason, because it specifically says that Congress can only set the punishment for treason. They cannot set the evidentiary standard, and they cannot set what constitutes treason. They can only set the punishment.
Could Congress pass the following law? No court shall have jurisdiction in the United States to hear any criminal case arising out of an allegation of treason. Is that constitutional?
Wouldn't the answer be no?
No.
Why not?
Because wouldn't it get reviewed by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court would review that the law is in contradiction to what the Constitution states, so you need an amendment to amend the Constitution to pass the law? Or am I...
Congress is not required to pass criminal statutes with penalties.
That's why it gives them the... it says specifically that Congress shall pass the...
Where?
Okay.
It doesn't say that. You know it doesn't. There's no requirement that Congress pass
Article 3, Section
statute.
3, Clause 1, treason against the United States shall consist only in levying of war against them or adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort.
That's limiting what the definition would be. That's not an active requirement.
No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses to the overt action or a confession to the court.
Again, Congress could get rid of all federal criminal law. Agreed?
Except for treason, yes.
That's bullshit. Come on. They could get rid of all trial courts. Esports, couldn't they?
No.
They don't have
Article 3 already stands for those courts.
Esports, they do not have to have lower federal courts. The only court that's
I agree with you. Lower federal courts, they could get rid of.
The Supreme Court would not have, as you're aware, the Supreme Court does not have original jurisdiction to just hear a random treason case. They're not allowed.
No, I agree that they do not have original jurisdiction.
So then I'm going to ask the question again: is it required for the Congress to pass any laws that to mandate federal criminal law? They could get rid of it all, couldn't they?
Well, hold on. It sounds like it sounds like we're asking a different question here. Like, if you're asking the question, could Congress pass a law to abolish all federal courts? That seems to be a different question than can Congress pass a law to make it so that they don't have to prosecute for treason? When it feels like
Congress had to enact federal criminal laws. They had to enact them, and if they had to enact them, they can get rid of them. And what's
but hold on, wait. But they didn't. It sounds like Congress did, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like Congress didn't enact the federal law saying treason is illegal. It sounds like I haven't read this, but
they did.
Wait, why would you need to enact that law if it's already in the Constitution?
And in fact, there's case law on this. It's called it's in Ex parte Bowman, which had to do with Aaron Burr and his Confederates. That was the whole point. And they sat there and said,
well, wait, hold on, we have a disagreement of fact. Wait, Pisco says that that's not in the Constitution. Is treason specifically called out in the Constitution? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is it?
Article 3, Section 3,
treason is
Clause
defined.
1.
Treason is defined, but treason is the punishment for treason. The specific criminal statute for making treason a federal crime that has been passed into law by Congress. And it's not self-enacting by
the punishment. Yes, that's the reason why it's in there.
Congress. So let me just be real direct. Congress does not have to have any federal criminal court proceedings at all. Correct?
What?
Isn't it the case that Congress never even had to make the federal courts, lower federal courts?
No, they didn't have to. They chose to, but they're not obligated to.
If they didn't have to make the federal courts, if they can decide to, you agree, they could eliminate them if they wanted to. Congress could get rid of all lower federal courts.
They could, but that doesn't necessarily get rid of federal criminal law. There are two separate, different issues here. And
Wait,
this is the problem. You're conflating the existence of laws versus the adjudication of laws.
Does Congress have the ability to take away jurisdiction from state courts of federal criminal law? They do it now.
Yes.
Okay, so then if Congress has the power to take away jurisdiction of state courts for federal criminal law, and Congress has no obligation to pass any criminal statutes or indeed have any lower federal courts, how can you say that the treason federal law is required in the Constitution?
Because it specifically provides for it in the Constitution.
No.
Yes, it does.
So it's self-executing.
Look, you're the only person that
wait.
seems
so are
to
you
have
saying
this
it's
thought
self-executing?
process.
So wait. So is the treason clause self-executing?
Is the treason clause self-executing?
Out of law
Yes.
from Congress.
Yes.
So why isn't the 14th Amendment self-executing? If that's your
The 14th
comparison.
Amendment is self-executing upon a conviction. Yes, I agree with you that it is that if somebody is convicted criminally of treason or insurrection or sedition, all of which historically are the same charge, it just depends on the individual facts and circumstances as to whether or not you're acting as an individual or if you're a part of a group or if you're acting violently or non-violently, then yes, I agree. If you are convicted of insurrection or treason or anything of the sort against the state, yes, you are automatically disqualified the same way that an individual who is otherwise convicted of a crime could be sentenced into slavery, which is the 13th Amendment's second section, right? Where, involuntary servitude is banned except as a punishment for a finding of guilt in a court of law.
I think before. Okay, hold on. Wait. There's a huge disagreement of a fact right here that I feel like we need to resolve before we go any further. Okay. So this is my feeling. Okay, and I think we need to resolve this. Otherwise, there's literally no point in going further. It is my opinion. Okay, as the legal scholar, Wikipedia. Okay, it seems to be the case that if Congress wanted to pass a law, or I don't know how they would do this, pass or get rid of in the criminal code the that treason is like a crime. Basically, it seems that Pisco is saying that Congress could do that, and it feels like Esports Spam is saying Congress can't do that. And I feel like since treason is the only specific crime specifically called out in the Constitution, I feel like they can't do that. I feel like you would need a constitutional amendment to do it.
Agreed.
Can we?
Now,
I know you. Wait, but Pisco disagrees. But that seems like a really important fact. Now, Pisco, hold on. Do you think that they can actually just get rid of that, or are you saying the only way they could get rid of that is to destroy all of the adjudication measures that the federal courts have by abolishing the courts? Or do you think Congress could actually just make a law or rescind from the criminal code treason and say, oh, that's just not an illegal thing anymore without an amendment?
All of those. I think Congress could, without an amendment, treason is defined in the Constitution, but the federal criminal code is not self-executed by the Constitution. And Congress, if it wanted to, could deprive all courts of jurisdiction as one method to get rid of any kind of treason.
So then,
no federal court.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But let's say the Supreme Court reviews this. Then, how does the Supreme Court interpret what you're saying to be true when treason and convictions of treason are specifically spelled out in Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution?
Simple. It's very simple. The Constitution defines what treason shall be as a ceiling. The whole point of it was so that treason could not be defined in a flippant way to be something that's silly or stupid, and then you can just kill people for talking bad about the king or the president or whatever. Treason was defined particularly as a limiting principle, but it is not this powerful thing that exists independent of federal law. And the proof of the pudding of this is easy. If Congress put some particular additional procedures for treason related indictments, they would have to follow them. And so how can Congress put additional limits, additional procedures, additional stuff in the text of their treason clauses and have it be of their definition of treason or in their the statutes, and have that be enacted if it were
because I think that because they're building upon what's already in the Constitution, not directly standing in contrast to what's in the Constitution, right? If the Constitution said Article 5 or whatever of the article of the section of the blah blah blah, if they said eating Skittles shall be a crime punishable by whatever in the United States, Congress might be able to pass a law saying Like if you eat Skittles, it has a minimum fine and you can outline some other things, but Congress wouldn't be able to pass a law saying, oh, actually eating Skittles is okay. We're getting rid of that part of the Constitution.
So let me offer a counter alternative that gets Pisco where he wants to go, right? Although Congress could not do away with treason itself as far as whether or not it's a crime or not, they could impose, and similar to like the ACA, there's no actual penalty for it, right? It's a fine of $1.
Oh,
you
no,
still
they can
have
make
to
it
meet the evidentiary requirements. You still have to. It's still a crime, but it's
toothless. You're saying
it's toothless, effective.
Wait. You just said. Hang on.
Which
you
is
just said
why Congress can only provide for the punishment. They cannot provide for the rescinding of the actual charge of treason.
This is what Fatman just said. He agrees with me that Congress could set the punishment to 0 years in prison, 0 time in jail. They could set the fine to 0. They could remove all jurisdiction from any courts to hear a treason case. They could do all that stuff. But they can't just get rid of the treason.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I feel like that makes perfect sense. Like
that
maybe
makes no sense.
I not only disagree, I think you're wrong. I'm pretty sure that like the procedure is important. Like if somebody tells you that you have to enforce a crime or execute a thing or whatever, then that's fine. But if they don't call out the specific punishments or whatever, then you can.
And we see the same thing with the ACA now, right? Like the penalty is $0 if you don't have health insurance.
So to be clear, to be 100% clear, I disagree with this interpretation.
That's
but even if I accept it, right? Sorry, my voice is cracked. Even if I accept it, then that means your criticism of the Section 3 and saying it would be such a horrible world that we would live in because you could have it so there wouldn't be enforcement in the states. That's true of treason too. So on all levels, it's parity with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment in that any state or Congress, if it wants to, can make the criminal-related aspects of these, the constitutional provisions toothless and non-enforceable.
And that's the whole point of like what we did to the ACA, right? We removed the penalty for the.
But then your criticism falls away if it's true that because what you were saying, just to review for everybody, is.
But it's still the law, and it's still on the books. It's just
you're saying
effectively toothless, as you said.
Let's review why is this even relevant. The reason we're talking about this is you criticize my interpretation because you say it's absurd because states could remove their procedures for enforcing Section 3, and wouldn't that be an awful world to live in? And we shouldn't read it this way because the treason clause, which the language is taken from, is it's a strong clause that is self-executed and all that stuff. But you just admitted that Congress or any state, if it wanted to, could render it toothless, just like in the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment case. And so your criticism of my reading of the 14th Amendment falls away.
No, it's still there on the books. It's still enforceable. It never goes away. That's the whole point. Your choice.
We have these type of cases all the time. Like there are nominal. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there is prosecutorial discretion in whether or not you choose to follow through with stuff all the time. Excusing that, right? Like just on that basis alone, then your entire thing falls away if somebody chooses never to prosecute a particular case. That doesn't mean that it's still not on the books. That's the whole point.
So you're criticizing the version of Section 3, which is enforceable by not just criminal convictions, because you're saying it's possible.
You believe it to be self-executing, Pisco, you have to accept this, right? Because it's the only situation in which it's self-executing. Otherwise, its execution depends on a external. Do
you understand my criticism of your criticism?
I do. You're sitting there saying that by rendering it effectively toothless, and not providing for a way of doing so, it's the same as if there is no structure in the first place.
I'm saying regardless of the reading, regardless of how you read Section 3, with the appropriate legislation, it can be rendered toothless. Regardless of how you read it. That's my point.
Agreed.
And you just admitted as much. So it doesn't matter whether we take your approach or my approach, that the question about like this awful world in which Section 3 is unenforceable, that possibility exists in both cases, and in fact is more likely in your case.
The difference here is that in order for you to do that, you would have to do all the things that you have just outlined, right? Congress would have to do away with the prosecutorial power, they would have to do away with the lower courts, they would have to make the the punishment toothless. But your entire reading of that section, as far as the 14th Amendment, is that it's self-executing. That's your whole big thing.
No, hang on. No, because I don't even. I say that maybe one of the pathways in which it can be enforced could be through criminal process. Mine is not exclusive of that. I have not taken a position that says one way that you couldn't, as a tag-along penalty to a criminal conviction.
Are you admitting that the Section 3 is not self-executing?
No, I am not admitting. Hang on. To be unequivocal, I am not admitting that. I think it's self-executing, and you think it's self-executing. We both think it's self-executing.
Yes.
The question is who enforces it, and how do you enforce it, and in which way is it self-executing? And what I said is, you're pretending that my enforcement mechanism precludes a criminal proceeding.
No, I never said that it did.
It's not. It doesn't preclude a criminal enforcement mechanism. It's not exclusive.
Wait, can I ask a question? Section 3 has been enforced in the past, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Has it ever been enforced absent a criminal conviction?
Yes.
When?
After the Civil War in New Mexico.
Wait. Was it enforced such that somebody tried to run or do something and they were barred, or was it enforced in spirit because the people didn't even bother applying for the jobs?
It was enforced. It was enforced by people who were elected to office.
Was this as a result of the people who were non-grant?
So hold on, just to be clear, just so that I can understand, and I'll go look this up in case. So you're telling me that there were some people that were like, I'm going to run for office, and then a state secretary, somebody said, no, you're not going on the ballot, and then they were like, oh, fuck. And there were no charges, no convictions, that just happened.
It was a different procedural posture in the after the Civil War cases. People were actually elected.
Yes.
And they were and
Which
they
is
were
where
not
the
seated.
1872 amendment and amnesty bill came into play.
They were not seated by Congress, and obviously that's not a criminal conviction or proceeding, correct?
Well, were they not seated because they were?
Wait, will you answer that? Will you answer that question?
Yeah, that would not be that case. But my question is on two. I'd have to look more into
Okay,
the
so
history
then
of
you're admitting if I'm representing it truthfully, then that's a case right after the Civil War where Section 3 was not enforced.
Can you cite me that case?
Because
I want to know.
Didn't you read the Baden-Paulson paper? They cite a bunch of them. There's like 8 or 9.
Yep. I'll look it up because I have it downloaded.
Okay, then you should go look. But if that's true, do you agree that my reading is better than yours?
No. Because I think ultimately it was all taken into account during the 1872 Act.
Wait, so what do you mean it was all taken into account? We're talking about a point in time before the Amnesty Acts when the Congress did not seat duly elected congressmen from the southern states because of Section 3 without a criminal conviction.
They are who I think they are, and if I remember correctly, they were people that were specifically exempted from the amnesty bill, where they sat there and said certain people were not.
This is before. No. This is before the amnesty bill.
Yeah, when they were still Confederate.
What do you mean they were? I mean,
because there were Confederate individuals sent to Congress during.
The 14th Amendment is a Reconstruction Amendment.
Okay.
The 14th Amendment was enacted.
You're right. I will grant you that. You are correct.
Okay, so the 14th Amendment, after it was enacted, Congress, a bunch of Southerners who were Confederates, were elected, and Congress didn't seat them. That's not a criminal conviction. And what's more, and in the more recent case in New Mexico, there was a conviction for trespassing, I think. There was no conviction for insurrection, for rebellion. I'm assuming you're not going to say any criminal conviction could do. If you have a DUI, then that's fine. Then you can Section 3 his ass. I'm assuming that you think there has to be a parity. It has to be an insurrection charge that you're convicted on, not just any charge.
Hold on, because I believe this was through congressional rules as opposed to the 14th Amendment.
I.e. not a criminal. I.e. not. Well, no. I'm sorry. The basis of
there's a difference between choosing not to seat somebody when they were duly elected and expelling them from Congress versus them being completely alienated from their civil rights to run in the first place. You understand that these two are separate.
14th Amendment. Wait, so is it your position the 14th Amendment can be enforced without a criminal conviction?
No, It can't, because it's a disqualification and a removal of civil rights. There's a difference between the rules of the United States Congress, which allow for them to expel members of Congress, right? And even state Congresses have this rule. That's the whole Tennessee issue that popped up not too long ago with the Tennessee 3. There's a difference between removing individuals pursuant to the rules of the House in which they serve versus disenfranchising. No. Versus versus disenfranchising their civil rights to run in the first place, right? And as we saw with the Tennessee 3, just because they were removed and expelled did not prevent them from running again, which is why they retained, the 2 of the 3 retained their original seats through special elections or through committee votes. That was the whole point. It doesn't completely disqualify them from ever running for any office.
Can Congress enforce? Congress allowed to enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
No.
Congress isn't allowed? So then what they did was unconstitutional?
They can undo it, though. How can they not do it? Because at the end it says that by 2/3 they can remove such disability.
Yes, that is the only exception to the rule. But as far as removing an individual from Congress, the problem with Pisco right now is he's saying that a removal of an individual from Congress, or a censure, for instance, is the same as a disqualification of civil rights to be qualified to run for office in the first place.
I never said that. What I said was, can Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, what I asserted was, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment can be enforced without a criminal conviction. And I cited to you examples of that in the past, and I want you to answer. Was it constitutional for Congress after the Civil War to not seat the people who were...
Wait. Can I ask a clarifying question on here? Because I understand what you're asking, Pisco, but I'm going to expand on what Esports Batman, I think, was saying, or at least what I meant. When I said without criminal conviction, okay, I didn't mean just criminal conviction. I mean without criminal conviction or some other sort of recognized procedure. So, for instance, if you're going to say, oh, no, Section 3 was enforced without even a criminal conviction, and you're telling me like one congressman was just like, nah, get him out of here, that would be something. But if you're saying they found ways to expel them or not seat them because like Congress was allowed to take a 2/3 vote on who could be seated, I feel like that's a different type of thing.
No. So there's an assertion here. The assertion is that the only way to enforce Section 3 is through a criminal conviction. That is either true or it is not true.
So then when people were not seated...
It's possible for Congress to enforce Section 3 in any way, then that assertion is not true.
Sure. What is the enforcement then? When you said that they weren't, because I'm searching through this paper and I can't find what you're bringing up. I'm sure it's in here. I don't know what to search for. When people weren't seated in Congress, did one congressman stand up and go, Section 3, get this guy out of here? Or did they take like a procedural, like a 2/3 vote that they could do to like remove anybody from Congress for a variety of reasons?
Congress is the determiner of its elections. The Constitution grants Congress the authority to determine the qualifications of its members. Everyone agree with that? Who's a lawyer?
Okay, so then does this mean that like absent?
Wait, can you say agree or not?
Yeah. So then that means that then theoretically any of these guys could have been removed from Congress absent Section 3. Then no, or
right, just like any. But the basis was Section 3.
Yeah, so but I mean, like the basis could have been you smell bad if the House votes on it. Yes, or do they need to call out a particular reason?
But that's just saying Congress that you can't trust anything Congress says when they say that they enforce it based on some constitutional provision.
Well, I guess what I don't understand is because it sounds like we're saying that like Section 3 empowered them to kick people out. But it sounds like they literally could have kicked any of these guys out for any reason. This wasn't Section 3 was the vital.
It's a basis. It's a basis under which to do it.
Yeah,
right?
Does what I'm asking is, does Congress have like a list of like you've got 4 reasons you can kick someone, or could they have said, hold on, I think these guys literally were part of the fucking Confederate. We don't want to seat them because we feel like they're enemies of the United States without even invoking Article or Section 3 or whatever. Yeah.
Historically, okay, what happened was in the 39th Congress, they refused to read and swear in the members of the Confederate States before considering the readmission to the Union. That was the whole point, is that there was all these obligations and responsibilities that the former Confederate States had to undergo in order to be re-allowed into the Union. And during this time, Congress, as a matter of their policies and procedures, simply said, we're not going to allow those members to participate. They did not sit there and say, hey, we're removing you under Section 3 to say you cannot run again as a member of a office or your civil rights to run for office are hereby curtailed. That is not what happened, which is exactly what I thought was the case. So this is an entirely different aspect to sit there and say there are rules for Congress to limit members' participation in Congress, but that's different than taking the enormous step without criminal conviction of removing someone's civil rights to go ahead and run for office in the first place, even if they were otherwise qualified.
There's two confusions there. The first one is, I guess, this question of whether Congress, using its qualification powers, could ever enforce the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Are you? I just want to be clear, Setsu. Are you saying that there is no way through the qualification authority that Congress has to enforce Section 3?
What? No. Wait, he asked me. I thought he said that's.
I'm sorry. Esports. My bad. Whoever just talked, I got confused.
No, Congress doesn't have the right to qualify whether or not a person retains their civil rights to run for office.
No. I'm sorry. Can they prevent under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment someone who, a Confederate soldier who would previously took an oath, who tried to kill Lincoln? Could they prevent him from being seated under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
No, that would require a criminal conviction.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, it doesn't.
Pisco's right.
Yeah.
Like you read Section 3. The thing is, I get technically Pisco is correct that it does not say in there. All it says is you can't if you've engaged in insurrection or rebellion. It doesn't say how we actually determine if you have, because there's certain things like the Civil War. There's not really an argument. Like there's not really like someone going like, you know what? I don't think us seceding really was a rebellion. No one's saying that. But the problem is once you get into an area of gray where people are like, was this or wasn't this? Congress just deciding, yeah, we're good enough for us.
Yeah.
Suddenly,
I understand what you're saying. I think that the confusing part is it seems like initially Pisco was saying like this was a huge Section 3 invocation, and that's how they prevented these guys from doing it. But it feels like what Eastwood's Batman is saying is like Section 3 invocation sounds like not only are you not going to be seated, you literally don't have the right to run for any office again. But it sounds like what Congress did was Congress is like, we're not going to seat these guys, and because of this. And then that was
when we say it's self-executing.
Section 3.
When we say it's self-executing, that means the thing that disqualifies you is the amendment, right? 14th Amendment just does disqualify people. The moment you engage in insurrection or rebellion or give aid or comfort to the enemies thereof of the Constitution, you're disqualified.
Well, no, sure, we understand that, but we weren't asking that. I think the question was, hold on, but that's not the question, Pisco. We understand all that. The question was just the very factual, basic question was: has anybody actually done this before without a criminal conviction? Has somebody said you are not allowed, you are never running for office again without a criminal conviction? And it seems like the answer to that is no.
Yes, in New Mexico.
Well, in New Mexico, yes, but I'm saying, but hold on, that was off of a criminal conviction, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
I'm sorry, wasn't that guy criminally charged with trespassing and being part of?
But that's not what he's saying. What Esports Batman is saying is you need to be convicted of insurrection or rebellion or giving aid or comfort.
I thought part of the judge's finding was that it was an insurrection. I thought that was part of what the judge found.
No. Yes. That's a separate civil proceeding. That's a civil proceeding, right? Do you agree, Esports? That's a civil proceeding.
I have to read up on it.
It was. Just take my word for it. It was a civil proceeding, and the finding of insurrection wasn't in the criminal proceeding related to this individual.
Esports, were you saying that it needs to be a criminal conviction of insurrection?
I do believe that is the case. Now,
what's the basis of that?
No, hold on.
Functionally or technically? Do you agree in Section 3 it doesn't say that? Technically, Pisco's right. Functionally, I think Esports Batman should be like that. We really shouldn't go with just like, it doesn't tell us how we find out someone's in sexual rebellion.
Here's the problem with the interpretation is that, and this is what I was getting to earlier, to sit there and say this is a very novel legal substance that has been brought up, right? There is the New Mexico case, but in contrast, there's also the Arizona case where they sat there and said, no, you do actually need a conviction. We don't have a civil methodology for dealing with this, and we do expect there to be a criminal trial for insurrection or treason before you bring this to us to disqualify an individual.
Even asked if there was ever any case. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Well, wait. So okay. So besides the one case recently, it seems the answer is no, even for the Civil War people. Nobody.
The answer is still yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. So then, can you point me to who was told that you are never allowed to run for office again without any criminal conviction? Not who wasn't seated in Congress, but.
No. Okay, that's what that's the failure to understand, in my opinion, with respect.
Okay.
Gotcha. So, and that's why I start all these diatribes saying everyone has a responsibility to enforce the Constitution, including Congress people, right? And so, in the way that Congress would enforce Section 3 is through their qualification powers. The way that Congress would, enforce it as against the president is through their impeachment power. The way that Congress would enforce Section 3 as against...
Yeah, but tell me if this feels like an... Wait, because you're just saying 50 million examples, they're all the same shit, we understand. But so here's a question. Let's say somebody says in Congress, we're going to Section 3 not seat you here. Couldn't theoretically somebody still run for a local office and they don't challenge him there? And then he...
Yeah, but the way to enforce the local seat is through another proceeding. Does that make sense to you? Right? So like Congress is not in charge necessarily, doesn't have the qualification powers as to the state legislative seats. They only have a specific set of powers. And so yeah, Congress's determination as to Section 3 is limited by their actual authority.
Sure.
But that's not the question.
Okay, so then so then the next question is, it sounds like then for this Section 3 execution, you need 2/3 of what, both chambers or one chamber to enforce it, or what is the
I don't know the specific qualification.
Well, in Congress for the Civil War, it looked like it was 2/3. So does this mean that Section 3 is toothless if you don't have 2/3 of Congress to enforce it? Or
no.
2/3 can undo it.
Yeah, 2/3 requirement allows them to bypass the prohibition. So let's say you're an individual who is found guilty of treason or insurrection. If you still wanted to run for office and you could get 2/3 of both houses of Congress to vote for you, then they could sit there and say, okay, Pisco, he was found guilty of treason, and we really like Pisco, so we're going to go ahead and vote for him to allow him to run for office again. And that once you receive those 2/3 votes, he would be free to run for whatever office at whatever level again.
No, I agree with that. That would be...
And that was the point of the amnesty bills, is to avoid that on a case-by-case basis, to give a large, sweeping general amnesty to everybody and say the 14th Amendment's disqualification doesn't apply to you if you were part of the Confederacy or if you were found guilty of a crime related to treason or sedition or whatever before this date.
Agreed on the amnesty legislation, all that. But think about how ridiculous esports proposition is, right? After the Civil War, there were potentially like a ton of previous oath takers, right? At least hundreds, I think you guys would agree, of previous oath takers, if not more, if you're including military people. If you're including military people, maybe even thousands of individuals who took up arms against the Union. And obviously through limits in resources in terms of enforcement of federal law, you're not going to be able just practically to do all these conviction charges or all these insurrection charges against everyone who previously took an oath
Which is one of the reasons why they went ahead and did the amnesty bill. Hold on.
Is that one of the reasons, or you're thinking that?
Yeah, they did it because they did it. Well, I just want to finish this thought because he's interrupting me. It would be preposterous to think that Congress wanted this extremely expensive go through every one of these thousands of people who took up arms and go through convictions for all of them. That's not the process they had in mind.
So when you look at the text of the Amnesty Bill of 1872, they specifically lay out that it's a general amnesty for everybody with the exception of certain people. And they outline the people who are not given amnesty because they specifically sit there and say, hey, look, you were part of the people that were the leadership of the Confederacy. You were the high-ranking military generals. You're not just some guy from Mississippi who joined the Confederate Army. You're actually somebody who needs to be held accountable, and so you are not given amnesty. You are not free from.
Why are you bringing up the Amnesty Acts? That doesn't matter, does it? Why should the Amnesty Acts influence our interpretation of Section 3, except insofar as it has some assumption about what the actual standard is to apply to this.
I was piggybacking off what you were saying as far as the difficulty in going through individual trials for each individual person who may have been involved, which was one of the underlying reasons why they did this broad amnesty bill.
So they made a stupid amendment then.
Reconstructionist efforts and to kind of reconcile the differences between the North and the South and to heal the wounds of the war. all of this.
But then that's a really stupid amendment. That's a really stupid amendment. So what you're saying is like, okay, they knew that they had potentially thousands of applicable people, and they intend, even though there's absolutely no record whatsoever in terms of if you care about legislative history or debates, there is no record that where they ever say the words like, oh yeah, and they're going to have a criminal conviction about it, like none at all. And
why
it was just
provide the
understood.
amnesty for the
That's later in time. That's later in time pursuant to the second sentence of Section 3, which gives them the power to remove the disability. But that has nothing, like, there is just no evidence that when they were drafting this thing, they thought that they needed a conviction. And it just would be such an impractical mess for them to,
why does the text of the 1872 amnesty bill include a amnesty from criminal prosecution as well?
Because those are separate things, right?
Because one is not capable without the other. You cannot have a deficiency, and because treason and sedition do not have statutes of limitations. That's the whole point.
That's your assumption is that you can't have it without a conviction. That's begging the question. What we're talking about here are two separate penalties. One is you're literally sitting in jail, or you're pursuant to an indictment or to a conviction where you have some burden placed on your liberty. I don't know what the fucking burdens were back in the day, but presumably you're in jail. That's one set of penalties, and the separate one is the disqualification from office. Makes total sense to treat them separately, and that's what they did, and that's evidence in my favor.
No, it's not evidence in your favor. It's evidence in my favor because you're sitting there saying, look, we understand that later on down the line there might be additional trials beyond the passage of a general amnesty for the 14th Amendment. We don't want people to get tripped up on that technicality to sit there and say, hey, later on down the line, 20 years, we're going to prosecute people. And because the amnesty was given then and it was backward looking, which is, again, something that is mentioned in the paper, or the law review article specifically, you would need it to be giving a amnesty for criminal conviction. Otherwise, you could just wait until an amnesty bill is passed, and then literally the day after it's passed, go ahead and sanction someone or to prosecute them, and then render them disabled from running for office.
There's nothing incompatible. I mean, like, I think it's a bunch of blabber. There's nothing incompatible with them separately listing out the disqualification and the conviction. None of that is incompatible with my reading. I just gave you a very common sense reason why they would separate it out, which is they could decide, right, in their discretion, you know what, we are going to remove the disqualification, but you're going to keep the conviction. You're going to serve your time. That could be one approach. Or they could say, you know, you're going to keep your disqualification, but you can be out of jail. They could choose either of those paths.
Then you wouldn't need to give criminal amnesty then, right? They gave both criminal amnesty and they gave disability amnesty. And they did the same thing during the Mexican-American War, too.
No, you would still need to give both, right? If it's the case that if it's self-executing like I think it is, then the disqualification amnesty applies regardless of conviction. And so it would be a broad, forward-looking amnesty where no one has to look behind their back at any kind of disqualification. Likewise, the criminal conviction amnesty would apply to people who've been actually convicted. And also it could be forward-looking in the sense that we're not going to prosecute you at a later time.
Forward-looking. That's the whole point. That's why you give a sweeping amnesty at that time to both. Because you
forward-looking in the sense that no one has to look behind their back. No one has to look in it, like, okay, you're clear. Yeah, that's what I mean by that.
But assuming that that's the case, you would have to have both, because at the very least, if it were just a matter of disqualification that you were worried about, you could do it in two separate bills. You would also sit there and say, we could limit criminal liability under certain circumstances, but disability wouldn't be the issue, right? Or you could sit there and say, on a case-by-case basis, we're going to go ahead and consider the removal of the disability.
They could have done it a bunch of different ways. Esports. They could have done it a bunch of different ways. They chose to do it all at the same time. There's nothing incompatible about doing amnesty for both conditions, the conviction and the disqualification. Nothing about that conflicts with my reading of the 14th Amendment. Nothing. It is totally compatible with my reading of the 14th Amendment.
That's fine.
And what's more is, it doesn't, even if it were incompatible, it wouldn't work to amend the Constitution. It's later in time. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. So even if there was a conflict, the Constitution is not amenable to amendment by the Amnesty Act.
Can I try and bridge just like what I think is happening? So I think Pisco is technically correct. the Section 3 does not require a criminal conviction. And same thing for like the Civil War. We didn't have, like, there wasn't even a need, like the Section 3 doesn't require it. And there was no one in dispute. They signed a piece of paper saying, hey, we're rebelling. You know, like there wasn't something that we needed to really do about that. And Section 3 doesn't require it. However, outside of like that, a civil war, when you're trying to say, did someone involve in insurrection or rebellion, you really shouldn't just go off your own little like, well, I feel like they did. Suddenly, so courts, I think you said like in Arizona, where they're saying, no, I want a criminal conviction because there can be a self-limiting, even though it's not required of them, when determining whether it's an insurrection or rebellion. If you're a responsible person in power, you probably should have something to lean on more than like, I feel like it, because technically I don't need anything more than that.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, like, I don't have a problem with you saying that like some states can require it for their own process or whatever, but people like
self-limiting, not like, so doing it almost to be more convincing.
Self-limit. Yeah, they're totally within their discretion to do so, or states are within their rights to say, hey, we don't hear Section 3 claims under state law, and no one is empowered to enforce Section. The state could pass a law if it wanted to and say, no one in our state is allowed to enforce Section 3. That's okay, because Section 5 of the 14th Amendment allows Congress to enforce Section 3. And so it's not required for states to make available Section 3 related claims. There's, with some caveats, there's some federal court precedent that says that you have to make your courts available to federal suits. I think the case is called Testa. So there's some caveats to what I'm saying, but in general, if a state could take certain moves to limit the avenues for Section 3 application in the states or to channel them through particular processes, I don't have a problem with that. But I'm responding to a criticism, which is that Section 3 absolutely requires a criminal conviction, and I'm glad that you agree with me that it doesn't.
And
You're correct.
I would disagree, and the reason why I would disagree is because I would offer to you the Victor Berger example, where he was specifically prevented from taking office after his conviction under the 1917 Espionage Act, where they sat there and said, hey, you were specifically done with this, and it's only been invoked twice since the Civil War, in regards to this for people who were found
guilty. That doesn't counter
of
Pisco's point.
It doesn't counter Pisco's point, but what I'm saying is, it goes towards my point to show that there is obviously a historical precedent requiring a conviction under the law for espionage or treason or sedition, and that this reading that Pisco is
requirement, no, but they really, really should, is the way I put it. I don't know required to, but them not doing it is a pretty massive thing. In order for it to be
self-executing, it can only really work if it's required for a criminal conviction, right? Like
you just said espionage. Wait, espionage is not insurrection or rebellion.
They're basically the same thing. Yeah. So giving aid or comfort to the enemy.
Espionage isn't aid or comfort to the enemy?
No, because no. Hang on.
No. Hold on. I'm going to disagree on this.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Treason, sedition, and espionage are all the same thing. Yeah, no.
They are not.
Yes, they are. The only difference between the three is whether or not violent action takes place or whether or not it's organized or individualized. The reason why treason is included in the Constitution specifically is because it's the widest net that they could catch with regards to actions. And in fact, if you want to go look at Old English common law, it was generally understood that treason, sedition, and insurrection are all the same thing because they all involve acts against the crown.
I'm sorry. They are not the same thing. So I'll just give you an example.
The same thing.
I want to hear Pisco's reason why.
Okay. So, is a Russian spy who is in the United States for the Soviet Union, let's say Soviet Union, he is gathering nuclear secrets for the Soviet Union. Is he engaged in insurrection or rebellion?
Potentially, yes. Depends on whether or not he's acting alone.
Is he by definition?
Sedition or insurrection?
Insurrection or rebellion, no. But it doesn't say or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof.
Yes.
No. Okay, listen. Giving aid or enemies.
You're
making war against the state. Making war against the state is.
Pisco's right. Fuck. Pisco's right. No, he's right. It says insurrection or rebellion against the same, or giving aid to the comfort to the enemies thereof, as in aid or comfort to people who are committing insurrection or rebellion.
Yes.
The Soviet Union is not doing an insurrection or rebellion.
So let me offer this interpretation. Okay, sedition is typically providing aid
talking
or
about
comfort.
sedition.
Sedition's in there.
Let me get you.
Okay.
Let me just hold on to your pants, okay? Sedition is the act of encouraging others to take action against the government. It is nonviolent typically by nature, but it is also organized, right? Insurrection is organized, but it's organized violence against the state. Treason, it can be either violent or nonviolent individual acts against the state. In all situations, they are crimes against the state. And that is making war against the United States. It doesn't have to mean that you're from a foreign country. It does not necessarily have to be that you are, an individual here in the United States. The basis is to make war against the United States or to provide aid and comfort to its enemies. That is the definition of treason. And if you go and look at Old English common law, all three were used interchangeably. And the reasoning why is because it had to deal with acts against the crown. Right.
Okay,
so,
this is ridiculous.
Treason was it could be considered treason to attack members of the royal family, for instance.
Wait, can I just ask a question, just real quick? Is there case law? Like, are there people that have been sentenced or anything to prove any of this, or is all of this just?
So the individual that I just cited, Victor Berger, was disqualified under Section 3.
It was listed.
Because of his conviction for violating the espionage.
Oh, no. I meant, is there proof of like the sedition, treason, all of this being like essentially interchangeable? Like, have there been...
yeah.
No.
Sedition and treason isn't
okay, hold on, wait.
Wait.
This is so easy. Pisco is saying no. Esports Batman is saying yes. There's a factual claim. Can somebody just prove their claim? This should be very easy.
Yeah, 100%. The United States, like the definition for espionage.
Wait, no, we're not talking. I understand the written definition. So right now, I think the onus is on esports. Batman, you need to provide like a case where it's used like interchangeably, or court says they're interchangeable, or somebody that did what looks like the letter definition of espionage or whatever is charged with treason, or vice versa, something like that. Should be.
But hang on. But
it wouldn't be treason. It would have to be insurrection.
Okay.
I can disprove them with the Constitution. The Constitution defines treason.
Well, no, I don't think that matters. Does it? Because he's saying that irrespective of the definition, he's saying that legally they're used interchangeably, and that one is just a broader definition that covers the other.
No, hang on. No, that opens a can. Wait, I just want to speak real quick. That opens such a big can of worms because the state can define espionage however it wants. Trump has been charged under the Espionage Act. The state could define espionage to be whatever it wanted. This is not what was intended.
If the state can define it however they wanted, earlier it sounded like you had a big issue giving that definition of the Russian. You're saying, oh, well, it's clearly this thing, but now it sounds like you're saying, well, no, I guess it could be any of those things.
Let me offer you the legal definitions. Okay, this is in the Title 18. All right, so sedition is noted as if two or more people in any place subject to U.S. jurisdiction conspire to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force or wage war against the government, forcibly oppose a government authority, preventing, hindering, or delaying the execution of any law in the United States, or seize, take, or possess any U.S. Property contrary to its laws. Meanwhile, insurrection under Title 18 means whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or laws thereof, or gives aid and comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 10 years. And treason under Article 3, again, shall consist only in levying war against them or in hearing treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war.
Wait. You just admitted
about waging war or engaging in violence against the state.
It's incredible. Your own definitions just disproved you. As you were saying them, you realized it, because treason is much narrower than sedition, which I don't know why the fuck you're talking about sedition, than sedition and insurrection is narrower than sedition. So in your own definitions, you just clarified.
In fact, let me go back to the Title 18 for insurrection, and it says, comfort shall be fined under this title in prison not more than 10 years and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. So it specifically says, even in the Title 18 code, that it specifically calls back to Section 3 to say, hey, like, look, we're only upon a criminal conviction for this are you barred from holding office.
Yeah, okay, but I don't know why you're bringing this up.
And to conspire to overthrow or wage war against the government is sedition. Like, again, that's the definition of treason as well, right? To wage war against shall consist in levying war. Waging war versus levying. Are we really going to cut that hard? No, we're not. It's the same thing. That's sedition. Literally says waging war against the United States is the crime of sedition.
Why are you bringing up sedition? Yeah, why are you bringing up sedition? I mean, you have to answer that.
Because they're all the same. That's what I'm trying to explain. Like, all three
are the same. Sedition is the same as insurrection? Sedition is the same as rebellion?
Yes.
But then why would insurrection or rebellion are the same thing? Then why would they say insurrection or rebellion? Why would they name out those two?
Because there's a small difference between insurrection and rebellion depending on whether or not violence is used or non-violence is used, which is why treason was used in the Constitution when it was ratified, because it's the widest net possible. It included both violent and non-violent crimes against the state. But
treason isn't in there either. Neither treason nor sedition are in there, or in Section 3. Neither of those words are in there.
Yeah, true.
But they all involve making war against the state.
I agree.
Espionage there. Espionage in there. I don't even know. Like, espionage, this is bedrock, because you're saying espionage, sedition, insurrection, rebellion, treason. They're all the same.
I'm saying sedition, treason, and insurrection are all the same. Espionage is different.
But did you say treason was the widest net? Why wouldn't they say treason? If treason is the widest net and they wanted to have the widest net, why wouldn't they just say treason or rebellion?
Say treason. Yeah.
Because they already do by saying making war, waging war against the United States, right? Shall be guilty. What is?
Well, no, but they don't say that in Section 3.
Yes, they do.
Wait. So
it says,
would you be, if you were convicted of treason under the Constitution definition of treason, would you be disqualified under Section 3?
Yes.
That's silly though. Then what? Like, surely they would have recognized, if they intended for that, there would have been some attempt to harmonize those two statutes. Why have this weird process?
The same language for what constitutes treason is in Section 3, right?
No. The language relating, I would say,
in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, right?
Yeah.
Giving aid or comfort to the enemies is literally the statutory definition for treason. To make war or to give aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States.
Given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, and thereof is referring to the insurrection or rebellion. So, like, it can't be something other than the insurrection or rebellion. If you're giving aid and comfort to enemies,
period. Rebellion, but making war against the state, which means making war against the United States. That's the definition of treason.
I feel like
America being at war with Mexico isn't insurrection or rebellion. America at war with Mexico is a war between states. No one would have seen that as insurrection or rebellion. That's invasion. That's a foreign invasion.
I don't think we call. Yeah, right. I don't think we would call that insurrection or rebellion against your being. If you sell a secret, if you're a military guy with secrets and sell it, I mean, I agree with you on functioning sorts. But
okay, then why did they pass an amnesty bill for the Spanish-American War?
Because there was presumably some like.
Wait, go get. So more about that. Speak.
So there was a. Similar to the Reconstruction amnesty bill for the Confederacy that we just talked about, there was another amnesty bill that was passed in 1898 for the Spanish-American War.
Yeah, because in the Spanish-American War, weren't there allegations of Americans being part of or being like traitorous to America? And also
because do insurrection via war. So like if they were like, hey, overthrow this state and we'll give it to you, but help us. Like, and then you're like, and we'll give you part of this thing, then that would be so like.
Yeah,
I don't think that's what's happening.
Making war against the United States, which is
so you could do treason and insurrection, but I don't like that. I just feel like we're jumping kind of far. We're like skipping rocks between each one to go like, well, technically this could be this, and this is this, and this is this. Therefore, let's clearly all the way back.
All three come down to like a concept of you are doing something to fight or make a war against the state, to challenge its authority or to overthrow its authority. Right? All three have this like common thread definition. Which
espionage could be anything. Espionage could be
against the state to stop it from being able to function or to overthrow its authority.
Espionage could be just like, stealing some dirty little pics.
I didn't include espionage. I said sedition, treason, and insurrection.
But I thought you brought up
No. I brought up the issue of the Espionage Act being a disqualifying measure, but included in the Espionage Act is sedition.
I'm not seeing this amnesty bill. Where is there a name for it beyond that? 1890 amnesty bill?
Yeah.
We're far afield. I mean, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Well, we're talking about because if he's right in insurrection, treason, those were all used interchangeably, and that it was intended in Section 3 for that to mean treason as well as those, and those require convictions, then yes, you can skip rocks and say yes, you need a conviction. But the problem is that Section 3 doesn't say that. The problem is it doesn't say anything. It says shall engage in insurrection or rebellion. It doesn't say, because it could have said if you are convicted of insurrection or rebellion, then you can't serve office, but it doesn't. They could have written that. And like usually when it comes to these things, when they're not written in, there's a reason why they don't write things in laws. Like these things are are argued by both sides, going like what words should and shouldn't be in, how should we word these things, and so like you can't read into laws that aren't written there. Even if you go like, okay, technically, I think Esports Batman is correct that functionally, absent like again a civil war, you really shouldn't just on your own fucking feelings go like, you know what, I feel like
separate issue. That's a separate issue.
I know, no, I agree with, so Pisco, I'm saying you're right on this, but I feel like that's the ultimate, like they go, even if you're right, they don't have to. Watch, would you agree with that, Pisco? They don't have, they can not have a conviction. They really should have a fucking conviction.
I don't agree with that. No,
you think they should just do it on a whim?
I don't think they should do it on a whim, but the choice is in between.
Absent, well, no, if you have nothing. So
if there's no conviction, it is a whim, right? I mean, that might be a good whim, but it's a whim, right?
And then we're left with, and we're doing what Desi said, where you go, suddenly we can get rid of Kamala Harris. Why not? I mean, on my whim, if I feel like it, it's good enough. And I'm saying it's simply a norm that you're going to create that goes, you're letting whims aside. Because right now, whether it's an insurrection or not is debated right now. I don't think there was no debate over whether the Civil War, like I said, they signed a paper going, yeah, we're totally doing this, bros.
Invoked the Insurrection Act. They invoked the Militia Act, citing it as an insurrection right after they attacked on Fort Sumter. So I agree. There's no debate. That's why I was like, Destiny was being a real five-head when he was like, I don't know if Fort Sumter was an insurrection, actually, because he just wanted to be a contrarian.
Hold on, no, wait. That wasn't about a contrarian. What I didn't know is what you guys literally just argued was if another state is fighting against you, if that counts as an insurrection or not. If somebody declares themselves as a ceded territory and then they fight against you,
they weren't another state. They were Rebs. They were Johnny Rebs.
Well, but didn't that come after they had declared their secession from the Union?
Yeah, but that wasn't a. We won. They didn't actually do that.
Hold on, wait. So are you saying that? Hold on. So retrospectively, then, like if they would have won, though, wouldn't they have said it wasn't an insurrection? Like, I'm curious. When the United States declared themselves,
no legal effect.
When the United States declared ourselves independent from Britain, was that an insurrection?
It's Donbass.
Yes, that was an insurrection.
Okay, so my question wasn't because Piso, you're trying to say like, oh, he didn't even want to admit this. I just don't know technically, legally, if it counts as an insurrection or not, right? For instance, in the Donbass, where they've declared themselves a separate state from Ukraine, is that legally declared as an insurrection? Okay, that's fine. That's great, but it's not about being a contrarian. It's just that when we're talking about the actual specific terms here, I think the terms are really important. I don't know legally if there's a legal definition for insurrection. Obviously, it feels like an insurrection because it's literally a fucking rebellion, but I don't know if that's a thing that is like post hoc defined based on who wins or loses the war. I'm not sure about that. That was the only reason I answered that.
Yeah, I'm fucking with you, girl. I understand it. Yeah, listen, we can just cool it. I fucked up again, guys. I was supposed to go a whole different approach, and I'm sorry.
I think outside all like the huge legal talks, because I don't know how we keep getting here. I don't know if it's Pisco's fault or my fault or somebody else's fault. Absent all the legal talks, it feels like at the end of the day, the question is. And I feel like you're going to say, oh, no, Steven, this just those two basic questions about it because we're just missing each other. It feels like it's really important to figure out who's deciding if an insurrection happened and if somebody else participated before, people start getting stricken from the ballot. And I feel like we're no closer to answering that question than we were at the very beginning of the...
We are closer, Steven. We are closer.
Are we?
Because
it feels like we literally just said that, it could be done on a whim, which doesn't feel any closer.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
When people say whim...
Yeah, what does a whim mean?
When people say... Okay.
No, let him define that. What does whim mean?
When people say whim, there's an implication that I did not want to onboard, which means that, which is like sort of it's done capriciously or done without care. That's what I think when people say something was done on
Okay,
a
gotcha.
whim.
I'm sorry. when we use whim here, and maybe Eastwood's probably means it more disparagingly, but I'm thinking like without like evidentiary standards. Like, oh, he's decided that like, oh, that was an insurrection. How do you know that? Was there a process? No, that's just that's my personal.
Hang on. So the initial step made by state agencies will be a much lower threshold in the kind of evidentiary burdens that would be required.
Sure. Wait. To be clear, let's be clear. Let's be clear. Zero threshold. There's no threshold. It would just be their
whatever's
thought.
in your mind.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a whim.
So,
a whim.
No, but okay, but I think what would actually happen is that state agencies would hear like petitions from people, but they could not, right? So it's possible that someone could be bad faith, just like it's possible that a court could be in many cases. But I agree that there's
Yeah, wait, no, it's not bad faith. If a Democratic Secretary of State right now struck Trump from the ballot, you wouldn't say that's bad faith. You'd say, oh yeah, they're probably acting in good faith. No,
without thinking, right? Like if someone did it without research, whether they
don't have a research. It doesn't say that. There's nothing in Section 3 that says you need to research it and determine it.
Yeah, Pisco's just saying that like how they made the decision.
Can you chill, bro? So I am just not saying that any state action is by necessity done on a whim. There are a lot of agencies that have their own regulations for how they come to determinations. There's equivalence of the Administrative Procedures Act in states, and so it's not the case that there's no evidentiary burdens in every state agency decision. The only reason why I'm saying that it's not necessarily on a whim is because it's not the case that any state action is done just by one person. That's the only reason. I'm just caveating it there. I agree that it could be possible that one Secretary of State could make that decision, but my response to Stephen's concern is, don't worry. There will be a trial, or there will be an evidentiary hearing in a court of law, and they will apply an evidentiary standard like they did in New Mexico. And so the concerns about one person running amok, those are fake concerns.
Sure, but then I guess what I don't understand is why is it at the very beginning of the... I feel like you could have short-circuited this entire conversation by going, well, you know, tons of people have standing, tons of different ways this could make its way through the courts, but inevitably...
Didn't say that.
No. You literally at the very... No, you gave a ton. You could have just said, it'll probably be decided in the Supreme Court.
Wait, chat, come on, chat. I did say that, didn't I?
Wait, no. Like, you could have short-circuited the whole thing by saying, it'll probably end up in the Supreme Court. You got there eventually, but it took like...
You're trolling me.
Wait,
you're trolling me.
All right. That's okay. That was my feeling. I might be out. Maybe I'm being contrarian. I guess I don't know. But it feels like you literally at the very beginning you could have just said like, "There's a ton of ways you could get there. It'll probably get to the Supreme Court, and then boom, that's it." Like it feels like that could have been an easy. Maybe you did say that, but it took like an hour to get there. I guess.
People concede Pisco the technical like there's things that Pisco was technically correct on that people weren't conceding to, and Pisco demands that he's right. It doesn't require those things, but he is saying that like yes, we will have them, but I feel like we don't need to like. That's what I'm saying. Like it feels like the boring conversation to talk about the technicality. Do we technically need a conviction?
I've been saying
technically no. But I know, but people aren't conceding that aren't conceding
sure, technically no, but then that would move to the next part of the conversation, which could be scary, which is like ultimately, are we looking at a 6-3 conservative court to determine whether or not a conservative presidential candidate is allowed to be on the ballot, which opens up a whole other host of scary.
Wouldn't that make it if they said yes, if they go no, he's disqualified, wouldn't that give it a lot of legitimacy? To go like to feel pretty strong about, because I mean, it would be bad if it was a 9 like progressive court that every single one of them had been like spamming how much they hate Trump, and then they go, yeah, totally insurrection. That wouldn't have much weight.
Well, no, I agree with what you're saying, but like, what if they decide the other way? What if the court says something along the lines like, it's not we're not in the determination of like deciding if it was an insurrection or not. We feel like we don't have to.
Shouldn't we find out?
Sure, we can find out, but have you ever heard the term fuck around and find out? So what if we do find out, and what we find out is the conservative court goes, it's actually not our job. We're not ruling on this. This isn't we're not making this determination of whether it was an insurrection or not. That's the job of the Supreme Court. And then they just say
someone else does then, and they might be seceding it to someone who's like, I don't think they'll do that because that means they're giving this option to someone else. They have to say like it's not our decision.
But then maybe they do
anything about it and hands it off to Congress.
Or what if they say that like we're just going to send this back and say every state can make their own determination. So now we've got different fucking presidential ballots in every single fucking state.
And we're starting to see that too now in the states because certain states are starting to specifically say this is what constitutes insurrection, this is what does not.
That's what the Constitution says.
Section 5.
What?
Wait, but that's what if the Supreme Court says that that's what the Constitution requires, we should follow the Constitution.
No,
that's the whole point of
we should amend the Constitution. That's a dog shit procedure. That a different presidential ballot exists in every state.
No. What I'm saying is, if we trust our system and our institutions, like you might have a policy reason to amend the Constitution, and I probably would agree with you, Stephen. but like, it shouldn't be a basis for us not to find out what the Constitution says. We should find out what it says.
The problem with that, though, is that one state determines essentially the entirety of the eligibility for the individual in all states, which is a stupid thing to do, because you could have a state like California sit there and say, actually, what Trump said, what Trump did actually does amount to insurrection. Therefore, he is categorically nationwide banned from ever serving office in any capacity.
Bro.
Meanwhile, you have a split between the jurisdictions where Texas says, oh, by the way,
I was going to say, like, what if we end up in a world where, like,
go.
25 states have rulings for 25 different January 6thers, and they say it wasn't an insurrection, and then 25 states say it is? How do you reconcile that in, like, a federal forum?
Yeah, so the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court says, we're not going to decide whether this is an insurrection in states you just decide, that would be, like, a chaotic ruling. Agreed. Like, there would be no other way to say that.
And that's literally the point that I was trying to make when I sat there and said you have the Arizona issue, and you were like, oh no, that's you're going at three different things at once. It's like,
no, but I don't think the Supreme
connected.
The Supreme Court would answer the question. I don't think the Supreme Court would say, we are going to not give effect to, or we're not going to determine this question. I think that the Supreme Court would, and at the very least, we would know what the procedure is. What you're saying is, like, I'm scared to find out what the procedure is, and so I don't even want to bring it to the Supreme Court because I don't want to find out if the actual
because I'm saying I know
what
what the procedure is. If it's self-executing, once you're found guilty of one of those three, you're disqualified, and there's historical precedence for it, and it not only offers the highest burden of proof required in order to show that it is an insurrection, a seditious act, or a treasonous act.
You just totally changed the conversation.
Can't the Supreme Court find that? If the Supreme Court found that, then wouldn't that be enough? And if you trust the Supreme Court, then wouldn't they do that?
In a criminal finding, yes, I would trust that. Absolutely.
The Supreme Court has to make that determination.
Here's the other thing. If you're going to take away someone's civil rights, we all understand that conceptually that there is some sort of a criminal legal process that has to be attached
a river. Civil rights. You do not have a so just to be clear, there are two things I want to say to that. One, you do not have a God-given right, a legal entitlement to be the president of the United States.
Whoa, no, hold on, wait, that's not what he's saying. He's saying to run for president, no? To run for. That's a way different argument.
You have a right to run for office if you're qualified. Yes, you do. The same way that you have a civil right to run, to vote.
You don't have a right to be the president.
And in order for that...
No one's saying you have the right to be the president. We're not talking about being president. We're talking about even being able to run for president, to be on the ballot, no?
Not only that, but to look at it through the voting context, right? You would say everybody's got a civil right to vote. Even though we take voting rights away from felons, we can only do that to individuals.
I want to test this. Do you have a right to run for president if you're not qualified to be president?
No.
Not if you don't meet the constitutional obligations.
Okay,
but
so
if you do,
then everything you just said was useless. Then everything you just said was useless.
35 years old.
Wait, hold on.
I'm 36. But I could run for president.
I think we would agree. I think we could agree then, like Pisco. So if Congress passed a law saying that like only white people can run for president, would you smile and say, "Oh, so if you're black, you think you can run?" Blah blah blah. Well, what about the law right now?
No civil rights violated.
Wait, hang on. No, it would violate the Equal Protection Clause. That's what would be violated. Agreed?
No, it would violate the constitutional civil rights of the individual who meets the obligations under the Constitution, right? We don't sit there and say, "Oh, okay, well."
I'm just curious. Are there non-constitutional limits on who can be president, like the 35 years of age? Are all of these constitutional? Or
born in the United States?
Constitutional. I mean, there are some filing requirements as far as the states are concerned to get on the ballot there, but as far as physically announcing,
I have a question. Esports. Can I ask?
No.
So wait, because one of the requirements you'd be born in the United States. I mean, so we have people who are U.S. citizens who vote here who are denied their civil right to run for office. Are you actually? Well, no, actually, maybe.
No, because it's constitutionally. So look at Arnold Schwarzenegger. Great example, right? He was governor of California. He could never run for president because he was born in Austria.
Oh boy.
Right? But if he ran for president, wait.
Those are spelled out in the Constitution, right?
But so is so is Section 3. Section 3 is constitutional. So everything about Section 3 is constitutional. So my question for you is the same question. If you are not qualified to be president, do you have a right to run for president? Did Arnold Schwarzenegger have a right to run for president?
No, because he's not qualified.
Okay.
But
so then everything you said
is just listen.
Perfect.
Just listen. It's the same thing with regards to the second section of, or the second part of the 13th Amendment, right? In
I'm
order
glad
for
you brought it
your
up.
civil rights against involuntary slavery, your protections against involuntary slavery to be taken away, you have to be found guilty of a crime. That's the whole purpose, right?
Yeah. Okay. So there's
absent
it's
those
beautifully you brought this
initial
up.
requirements of
Beautifully
the
brought it up.
Constitution.
It's beautifully brought up for two reasons. One is the 13th Amendment specifically specifies, and Stephen, listen to this, the 13th Amendment specifically specifies a condition under which a criminal conviction is required for an exception. That is, you can be put to involuntary servitude if you are criminally convicted.
Yes, agreed.
So on the one hand, it shows you that
They
the
say
people
conviction when they need to.
They say conviction when they need to because they said it in the 13th Amendment and it's absent in the 14th Amendment. That's number one. Number two, everyone agrees that you have a right to property in this country. But the 13th Amendment, in an instant, in a second, in the self-executing fashion, the minute it was ratified, absolutely and totally extinguished the property rights related to persons that everyone who had, a slave at that time. So the Constitution can extinguish liberties just like that and can impose new qualifications in a second.
It was not an
as
absolute,
they did with the 13th Amendment.
It was not an absolute property
Come
right
on.
because the 3/5 clause.
Property
We
was
also
a property
counted them for
right.
representation. You cannot count property for representation.
Okay, but
They
there's
were
takings
counted
clause.
as
There's always
people.
limits. There's always limits. There's a takings clause on property, as you're aware of. So it's no right is absolute. And so just like slavery was, absolutely a qualified property right, but it was a property right entitlement, and there was no due process associated with the extinguishment of your right to own
the
people.
entirety of the constitutional amendment process. That is your due process.
But Section 3 was enacted. Section 3 was enacted.
Why is a
and guess what?
conviction
You
required?
don't have a right to
Why
run
can't
for
the
president
Supreme Court
if you're
hear the
not
arguments with
qualified.
evidence like the
Everything there
J6
is
report,
about,
statements from
you
Trump,
agree, Arnold
etc.?
Schwarzenegger had no right to run for president because why? He wasn't qualified. And so you're not going to be able to make a short circuit around the question of whether Trump is qualified or not under Section 3. And you're trying to be cute with it by bringing up, you have a right to run for president. Sure, if you're qualified to run for president.
If you
if
other
you're qualified,
constitutional,
not if you're not qualified.
hit the age, if you hit the specific qualifications, you have a right to run for office. Yes. And to take away someone's right to run for office is the same way as to take their right to vote away, which we only do under due process in a criminal conviction. Why is this so hard to understand?
That's absurd.
There are two sides of the same coin.
Okay, so
It feels like you're saying
I'll ask you a question. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say that it feels like you're saying you're removing their civil liberties as it's almost like a fundamental thing that how can you, even if it says it, even if we can interpret it as not needing it, it's such an important thing that we need to have it. But at the same time, we're like,
That's
okay,
why
why
we have
can't
a
Arnold?
one vote, one person initiative?
But personally, I'd go okay, but we're kind of denying civil rights of citizens who weren't born here. That's pretty severe, and we just kind of do that without. I
feel like the difference though is that these are one is we have what is a full citizen of the United States. We have those requirements that are spelled out specifically in the Constitution, and two, the big thing is these things aren't decided, I don't want to say on a whim, but it's not like we're just deciding who can or can't, which is subject to interpretation like this insurrection thing is. I feel like that's the scary part. At the very least for Schwarzenegger, we all agree there is no debate on what the Constitution says. It's not saying that if somebody seems for instance, if it were to say, if it seems like somebody has more of an allegiance to a foreign nation than our own, then they can't be president. That seems highly problematic.
Okay, so that would be a dumb.
I agree with you that the point of it. So the point is to say that it doesn't technically require a conviction. I would say it would be batshit crazy, absent a civil war, to not use one. I feel like saying the Second Amendment, technically you have the right to bear arms, but you don't have the right to bullets, and so therefore it does technically not say you have a right to bullets, so they can ban bullets.
Well, you don't have a right to bear arms. You have a right for the
that's
states to organize a militia, which is the National Guard.
Okay, let's
That's
get
a separate
into this.
issue.
Holy fuck!
That's a separate issue. Jesus Christ! You just triggered everybody in the chat.
I am going to fucking kill you. With my right to bear arms.
So what Stephen just brought up is a very interesting example. So he said, wouldn't it be fucked up if they were just you're disqualified if we think that you're being a little sus? If that were the constitutional.
Well, they kind of addressed that in the constitutional requirements, which is why you have to live the last 17 years here in the United States.
Yeah, but if there were a dumb provision that said you can't be president if you're sus, we would have to fucking interpret that, right? We would have to enforce that. We'd have to determine what does sus mean. And guess what? There would be a ton of proceedings about, if you're sus, if you're not sus. And so all of a sudden, yeah, it would explode litigation. It would be inconvenient, but it would be constitutionally enacted text, and we'd have to enforce it.
It would be, but I think something that would help us is that sus ruling would probably be tested a fuck ton. And then we would have like really solid case laws, like this is clearly sus because of this and this and this and this. Whereas for this shit, like in the whole Reconstruction past the Civil War, like how many times has this even been invoked?
Not only that, but also
how many times has this happened?
Hold on. Look at the qualifications as what is required to be president, or to run for the House, or to run for the Senate. They are very quantifiable. They are not. It's either yes, no. It's a very binary argument as to does this person meet this qualification.
It could be a different. It could be a difficult factual question, and like suppose that there was actually some difficult fact question about where they were born, and tie with that like some legal questions about, you know, maybe they were born on a military base, but the military base is like this weird pseudo jurisdictional part of, I don't.
Yeah, but it feels like at the end of the day, those facts come down to a non arguable. Like there's going to be a fact of the matter, and that's going to be the end of the discussion.
But hang on, someone's going to have to. So like, let's say it's a difficult fact pattern on both age and where you were born. If you're a natural born citizen, you don't have a problem as an initial matter, a Secretary of State being like, sorry, dude, you can't be on the ballot.
What are you, even a baseball player from South America? Age would be difficult to parse?
Dude, come on. You know there are people who are born without birth certificates.
Sure, yeah. So I think an interesting question would be a guy comes up, he wants to run for president, but he's from a very small town that has really shoddy record keeping, and he produces a birth certificate that was created 6 years after his birth, and he's 34 years old, and there's a real question as to, is the birth certificate accurate, or should he have to wait one term, because he could be 34 or he could be 35. Exactly. That could be a real fact pattern that could exist.
That is fair. I'll give you that. But generally speaking, these are very quantifiable limits.
But we have these hypotheticals to test our priors about the institutional capacity of certain actors to judge things. And you wouldn't have a problem with the secretary. You wouldn't be like,
well, I think the problem there is that like it's a different question of probability, because at the end of the day, there's going to be a ruling that's going to say, probabilistically speaking, it was 60% this, 40% that. We're going to go ahead and lean on the side of the record keeping wasn't good, you can't do it. When it comes to an insurrection, this isn't a probabilistic thing where somebody's like, you know, I think it was 60% in insurrection. There's going to be people given all the facts. Some people will say yes, and some people will say no. That's unique to this determination, which doesn't apply in any other. I don't think there's any. I think it's unique in character. It's not like any other example you could give where it just might be difficult fact patterns. Well, this is all the facts can be laid out among two people. One go, that's not an insurrection. Another goes, yeah, that is.
This is why it's difficult, because it's not just a factual discrepancy. It also relates to intentions. Everyone agrees that both insurrection, rebellion, giving aid, all that requires a particular mental state. Even though I don't think it's a criminal thing, just that what it is to be an insurrectionist or rebellion or to give aid requires intentionality. And so there's going to be probabilistic evidentiary standards applied to the facts about whether or not Trump had a particular motive to do a certain thing. And so that's going to be a difficult question, not just on facts, but on motivations. And then there's the additional wrinkle of the legal question inherent in what is an insurrection, and then applying that to the facts of the matter of January 6th. I totally agree with you, Stephen. Much more thorny, much more difficult than even the difficult fact pattern that I produced for the guy who is from the town or from whatever, right? Agreed on that. But that's what the Constitution says. And if it's yes, the standard for disqualification is much more open to interpretation than the other standards for the qualifications. But the procedure should be, and there's no basis to think that the procedure is different than it would be for the other qualifications. The only difference is there'd probably be more evidence put on, there's going to be more attention on it, and it's going to be funneled through the court system. But that's not a basis to not enforce it. That's not a basis to not find out what the rule is by going to the Supreme Court and finding out.
I don't think anybody's saying we shouldn't enforce it. I think all of us here, I would hope, I think all of us here would agree that if somebody's involved in seditious or treasonous activity, they should probably be disbarred from running for future office. I think all of us in here agree with that.
Yes.
But I think it's incredibly important, might be more important than any part of this, is to figure out what the enforcement of that looks like, hence the Kamala Harris question.
Yeah, and that's...
which we haven't answered. We've talked every time I want to have this discussion about facts and distinguishing Kamala Harris, but we always get tripped up on, I think, this is just a question. Yeah, the technical, which is, and the technical, I think, is boring to the chat, boring to a lot of people. I know it's interesting to you, Stephen.
How would the Kamala Harris thing look then in your eyes?
Yeah, so in my eyes, this is how it would be different. One is in the cases of the people that she's bailing out, I don't think that she's giving aid, or even if you agree that the specific incidences were insurrections or rebellions, which I think you can fight on because there's a certain, in the working definitions of insurrection and rebellion that the writers in the Bowden Paulson paper provide, which I think are quite convincing. I think there's a level of significance that's implied by them that that for certain of the protests wouldn't meet the bar. For some riots and for some violence that occurred, which definitely, in my opinion, would meet the bar, I don't think that you can say, just like the act of someone offering to pardon the January 6ers after the insurrection has been stopped, that can't be construed as giving aid or comfort to the enemies after their insurrections are not being insurrectionists.
Wait. If Donald Trump would have started a legal fund for posting bail for people that were involved in January 6th.
Yeah. So it's perfect. It's perfect. So let me explain how. If on January 6th, when people are in the Capitol, Donald Trump comes up and says, guys, I will pardon everyone who's in the Capitol. Everyone here agrees that would be giving aid or comfort to the insurrectionists, correct?
No, it wouldn't. It would be exercising the pardon power.
Come on.
No, the thing is, you're using the pardon power to, like, you're saying, like, I will give you, you're basically saying that. You're like, I will give you guys aid, and here's how I'm going to do it. Like, I want you to do the right.
Yeah, what if you phrase it this way? What if you said, please, please, please make me the president, and if it turns out wrong, I will pardon you. Come on. That one you're going to bite.
Because of the way the pardon power is looked at, pardoning is like the one thing I wouldn't agree with, but if he sat there and said, like, yeah,
okay. I think it's
because the pardon power.
We don't need to fight. I don't think we need to fight on this one thing. I think you can just
wait. Hold on. Wait. Real quick. Was Flynn pardoned?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Flynn was accused of lying to the FBI relating to things having to do with lying to a call that he had with Kislyak, I think. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Let's say theoretically he caught a charge. They decided to indict him for, I don't know, for treason or espionage or something, right? Does that mean that Trump now, or if Trump would have been the one to pardon him, does that mean that Trump now is on the hook for aiding and abetting an enemy of the United States?
Because I don't think somebody. So what the gentleman, I forget his name, David, guy who stole sub-secrets, was giving them to Israel, got prosecuted for it, and I think Obama pardoned him to send him back to Israel. And it was part of a deal where he would get to go free, and then the Israelis would take him in. I wouldn't say that Obama's guilty of treason or sedition.
He's announcing it, right? Like, so let's say that he announced what's his name? Justical. Actually made a good point.
Justical.
This is Justical. He actually made a good point. And he said the announcement of the impeachment power of the pardon power is not the usage of the pardon power. So Trump goes out and says, "Hey, if you do it," he uses.
Okay, yeah, I think we would agree with that. It's kind of like when Trump was at his rally, and Trump literally said, when Trump literally said, like, "Listen, if you guys beat him up, I'll pay your legal fees." Like, you could probably argue that if somebody does something,
I want esports to agree with it. This is your problem, Destiny. You don't wait for that. So esports, if he said the words, "I will pardon you if you do an insurrection," or while you're doing an insurrection, don't worry about it, guys, I'm gonna pardon you. You agree? That's giving aid or comfort.
I don't think this is a big ask, esports. I get what you're saying, but
I think we've already had conversation about preemptive pardons are really problematic. I think that's we can all agree with that.
Actually, there is no allowance for preemptive pardons. It's the one limit on pardons is that you can't give preemptive pardons. So it wouldn't hold true. The other thing is the pardon power is supposedly absolute without any consequences constitutionally. So I don't know if you want to open up that can of worms. So no, in that particular case, I would not grant it to be aid or comfort.
Okay, then okay. So I'll just move on.
Okay, the rest of us do though. Okay, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So, but now, let's say that the insurrection is quelled, and afterwards Trump says, "I don't think that was that bad. I'm going to pardon you." I don't think in that situation it would be giving aid or comfort. The temporality of it, when you are offering the pardon, when you are leveraging the pardon, matters. If Kamala Harris is standing in front of the courthouse and saying, "I'll get your bail funds. Get in there. Go burn it," or announcing preemptively, go and start violence. I'm going to pay your bail funds. That would be different than Kamala Harris after the fact. Just like it would be different for Trump after the fact to offer
So then you would be
I hope you can
amenable
admit
to the
that.
idea that if Kamala Harris had announced we are going to have bail funds for protesters, that she's
For
disqualified from
rioters,
whole...
for people, I would think that there would need to be more particularized evidence.
Well, no. Hold on, because it's not up to Kamala Harris determining it. Because Trump could just say, "I didn't think it was insurrection," right? It would be up to a court or something, right? Oh,
but you're asking if I'm the judge, if I'm the person, if I'm the assessor, and someone comes up with to give me this this case, and I don't actually know. Josiah is messaging right now, giving me fucking secret hints and telling me it was a general bail fund. But suppose that she actually said, if anyone does violence, I'm gonna bail you out. So don't worry about that. In advance, I would say that you were and let's say that you had some, there were insurrections in the past in terms of the violence, rising to that legal threshold, and she does it on a going forward basis. I would say, yes, you're giving aid and comfort to insurrectionists. If you were like incentivizing, if you were sending and funneling money to the people in the Chaz zone, come on. I would agree that those people were giving aid or comfort to just like if you were funneling money to like the Whiskey Rebellion who like took over, like let's say they're taking over some part of whatever jurisdiction, that would fall like right into, if you're literally giving money to people for the purpose of them continuing their insurrection, of course I would agree that that's giving aid or comfort.
Well,
I
not
hope
only
you would
that,
too.
like sedition
What
also
about-
includes
wait, real quick.
disrupting the ability of the U.S. to enforce its laws. So by the very you could.
Well, here's a tricky one. What about during like civil rights stuff? If you were somebody that was intentionally donating to a civil rights protester, knowing that they were going to engage in forms of protest that were disruptive to governments,
Dr. Martin Luther King.
yeah, does that count as
Yeah,
aiding?
no.
Why not?
No. So,
well, wait. Sorry.
Does that count as insurrection?
I don't think that civil disobedience or the kind of acts that I would say some civil rights people would might fall on if it were like, think about the LA riots, right? The LA riots, guys. If it's focused against or something where the LA riots, let's say they're focused on government buildings as opposed to like a generalized thing of anger. They're focused on some government. That kind of action, even if it's for a cause that like maybe you're sympathetic to, which is like police brutality, it wouldn't change it.
I would say the Seattle protests where they were going after the federal courthouse.
Sure.
Yes,
if
I'd
you're
agree with
literally going towards like burning down the courthouses in your jurisdiction.
Well,
I
careful,
would
don't be too.
100%.
It doesn't have to be burning down because nobody burned anything down for January 6th. It could be literally a sit-in in a courthouse to prevent a vote or something. No,
or just vandalizing the courthouse repeatedly.
No. Okay, so now you're dealing with everything is going to be, there's some level. There's never going to be able to finally define what anything is, right? For insurrection, for sedition, all that stuff. There are certain things that I think the authors of the paper say are sure shipwrecks, where you know that for whatever the outer limits of insurrection is, this is an insurrection. So there's going to be some cases where reasonable minds can disagree. I don't think reasonable minds can disagree about January 6th. I don't think reasonable minds can disagree about whether it's an insurrection. No, I don't.
Yeah, no.
I agree.
Well,
that
wait. Hold on. I think real quick. I think reasonable minds can disagree about who was participating in the insurrection.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
No. 100%.
Because one of the problems was because I don't know that one guy in New Mexico. He wasn't a Proud Boy, was he?
No.
He was just a guy that was convicted there of trespassing. He didn't get it. Right. So it sounds like every single person who was at January 6th, it sounds like, based on what New Mexico ruled, every single person that caught any conviction whatsoever could theoretically be disbarred from ever holding public office again.
The grandma standing in the lobby?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. If you could prove that anybody this is what I would say so far as my idea. I wouldn't necessarily say Nick Fuentes because insurrection and rebellion. Oh, that's an interesting. That's a more. This is the thorny part of.
Because he was there.
Comfort.
He wasn't just there. He was encouraging people to break in, right? Yeah.
Hang on a second. So this is the thorny part and how it might sort of interact with the First Amendment. Remember, the Fourth Amendment is later in time than the First Amendment. If Nick Fuentes was literally telling people, "Go onto the Capitol, break in, go right now,"
which I think he was, by the way.
If he was doing that, that probably wouldn't even be protected by the First Amendment, right?
No.
That's why Nick Fuentes is a federal informant, and that's why he didn't get any charges. He's absolutely a fucking federal informant, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so like, if he was directly inciting people to enter, then it wouldn't even be protected for the First Amendment, and so there wouldn't even be a conflict with the First Amendment. And so I would think, if Kamala Harris were like telling people, charge, go into the Capitol, I think all of us would agree they're giving aid or comfort. I mean, you would have criminal liability. If you tell someone, go burn something down, you can be an accessory to that crime just by encouraging them to do it.
Yeah,
that
would
was never been protected by the First
definition.
Amendment. Yeah,
that's the whole point. Yeah.
Yeah. So like people, but now the important thing is the motivation behind individuals. For people who are in the Capitol without the insurrectionist or rebellious intent, or without trying to support those efforts, I would say they, in my opinion, they should not be covered by Section 3. But if anyone who trespassed and was present in the actual Capitol grounds who had an intent to stop the steal or to, by their presence, intimidate or to be part of that insurrectionist uprising, I think would be covered by Section 3.
You know, you can find to distinguish that difference. It's through criminal
because that's
trial.
really scary, because we're essentially saying almost that anybody at January 6th that caught a charge could theoretically be disbarred from ever even running for public office in the United States.
If they're previous oath takers, so just keep in mind.
Oh, okay,
they
that's
have to be previous
true.
oath takers. Hang on, that's a huge limitation. There are a lot of people who are not previous oath takers.
Sure, but anybody there, for instance, that was a police officer is fucked, right?
Not necessarily. There's some question about whether police officers...
the gaggle of the old women that were there, that they were just kind of palling around, like
talking with security.
Yeah, like they're
the idea of going like, it's undisputable that they were trying to overthrow. I'm like, that seems ridiculous to me.
Yeah, they're grandmas.
But let's talk about like the shaman, right? That shaman,
yes, shaman
even agreed, right? Covered by Section 3. If anyone is, that shaman is.
He was given like the one thing it's weird is why was he being given like a tour? Like, because he was with security guards and they were walking him around. If they all thought, my God, he's here to overthrow the government. Why aren't they acting like it? If you're saying it's undisputable.
Well, hold on. My understanding was wait. My understanding is that like they did not have the manpower to actually deal with the amount of people that were coming in that day.
They were just keeping an eye on himself for the Secret Service and the HRT response teams. Because what they were really afraid of is Pence and some of the other people down in the below. So they were having the guards just follow people around, basically, to give them eyes and ears.
So if you want to walk around and chat and do dumb shit or whatever for a while, that's highly preferable to just letting them loose in the building to see what they do.
Or letting them go unabated or unnoticed until they get to wherever Pence and the upper echelon of the presidential succession line was.
What do they call it in the Purge? They're level 5 people. They're not to be disturbed.
The level 10 people or whatever.
Unlike those normies who just get destroyed and we're just go fuck ourselves. Yeah.
I have to go in a little bit, but I want to deal with the big man. Let's deal with Trump. Why do I think that he gave aid or comfort? Because that's been like the big question, right? He hasn't been charged with insurrection. He hasn't been charged with incitement. And so this is the difficult question, right? Or some say it's difficult, which I don't think it's very difficult. So how can I
with espionage? He's done anyway. So,
well, that's just silly. I don't think he should not. Wait, is that Esports Batman just said that?
Yeah.
You think that he should face Section 3 for the classified documents case, which had nothing to do with any of this shit?
If he's caught passing those documents off to foreign countries, yes.
Oh no, but that's not what we're talking about. So suppose he just wanted it for his collection.
Then no. But if it is shown that if he gets found guilty on the espionage charges, yeah, technically I'd give it to.
That's so silly.
I know. I understand you don't agree with it, but I'm telling you that's my thought process.
So you're saying if Donald Trump gets convicted of
hold on,
the classified
why
documents
is that?
Case, you think he engaged in insurrection or rebellion under the 14th Amendment?
Remember, I sat there and said espionage, sedition.
That's a horrible point.
Or no, I'm sorry. Espionage is the exception. You're right. Correct. My bad. If he was counted as giving it off to other countries, then yes, because that is providing aid or comfort to treason. Yep.
Yeah. So he's being consistent at least, Pisco. I mean, he's not.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me put it this way: if it comes out that he was giving those documents over to people from Saudi Arabia or whatever, yeah, absolutely, he's disqualified under
Wait,
Section
really?
3. Yeah.
So so Hillary Clinton could have caught an espionage charge for
absolutely. It was that bad. Yeah, that's why I always maintain that Hillary Clinton was so fucking stupid that she deserved to lose because of the way that she handled herself.
No, sorry, not deserved to lose. Deserved to be disqualified for insurrection or rebellion or given aid or comfort.
No.
Wait. Can you explain why that's so ridiculous? Like, if you're literally if it was the case that she was literally passing stuff off to enemies.
She wasn't.
No. If she was grossly negligent in the sense of the statute.
It's a different. No. So if there's difference. Remember, because espionage is not covered specifically. I don't cover espionage for disqualification purposes in my universe. So her engaging in things that would be, negligent to the level of espionage that you would find would not necessarily disqualify her. But let's say, for instance, the email server was making copies and forwarding copies to a foreign country. That would absolutely, in that case,
what if it was forwarded to like Great Britain? Not would that be treason? They're an ally.
The deepest level of treason. They're their original enemies.
Not only that, but they're not the United States. Like that was the Jonathan Pollard case.
I think that's silly.
Just hold on, because you sat there and said allies, right? That was the Jonathan Pollard case that I was referring to, where the guy was giving sub-secrets to Israel, saying, I believe in good faith that Israel, under the terms of our military alliance and agreement, are entitled to these documents and into this information. He was still tried for espionage, and he was still imprisoned for it, regardless of his intent. The point is, treason. Not treason, no. Because it wasn't to make war against the United States or provide its enemies aid or comfort. He was doing it under a good faith belief that our military alliance and arrangement and the defensive agreements that we were under required them to have access to this. Whether or not
but he's disqualified if he's a previous oath taker, he's disqualified.
Yeah, but like if he were giving it to Iran, for instance, he'd be disqualified. Same time.
Okay, all right. So dealing with Trump, these are the actions that I think show that he gave aid or comfort. One is, I think that all the buildup to January 6th, where he's spreading and fomenting these lies, bringing the crowd to January 6th, being the moral and sort of practical progenitor of this movement, being the match that's lighting the sort of fire here, his statements on the ellipse, importantly, his statements of moral support to the insurrectionists while the insurrection was ongoing. And this, to me, is the clincher that was like, okay, I'm 100% convinced. I thought that, I thought long and hard about this. Usually, American law does not give affirmative duties of care to individuals. If you see some baby on the middle of the street, right? And you have no obligation to go and save the baby. And you can watch it be run over by a car, and you're not liable for the murder of that baby. However, if you are someone who has assumed responsibility, right? And you are, let's say that you're a parent, or you're a babysitter, or you've contracted to take care of that baby, and you just let it walk out, there can be consequences for you. In the case of Donald Trump, where the cost to him was so low of quelling the insurrection, when I said he could have used a button to stop the insurrection, he could have tweeted, get out of the Congress right now, and they would have, and they would have. And he swore an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution. For him to sit idly by and to not use that power that was imminently at his disposal to quell the insurrection in a second with no cost, no risk whatsoever to him.
You've gone over this. I feel like the facts of that are not 100% accurate, but maybe you don't care as much.
I think they're 100% accurate, yeah.
I don't think anybody, I don't think, okay, sure, but to be clear, for the statements of the DC police, the National Guard, I don't think a single person is on record. I could be wrong. I don't think a single person is on record saying, we needed Trump to make this call. I don't think anybody, even when they did act, I don't think they were, but.
Hang on a second. Do we or don't we think that Trump could have, if he wanted to quell this insurrection?
I think he could have tweeted to help it, but I don't know if he could have mobilized military forces. Okay. I'm not sure.
No, that's
the
not what
other
I'm
thing
saying.
is, I don't think people would have listened at that point, to be honest.
No, but they did listen when he did it.
No, they didn't. No, I think they listened when the Capitol Guard showed up in force and started beating people up and shooting people.
Yeah. Wait, are you telling me that if Donald Trump went on TV and said, "I need you to stop right now. I need you to leave," and he tweeted something to that effect as well, you don't think that his supporters, the people there carrying his banners,
I don't think so. No, I think they would have said that he was pressured to do it, or that it's being.
Yeah, like what happened with the vaccine.
And you're also assuming that they would have seen it too.
But you're saying he should have tried.
I totally disagree. I do think he should have tried to
work, but you think he had an obligation. In the same sense, the babysitter might not be able to save the baby.
I think it would have
all the
absolutely
J6ers had TVs ready to go just to hear his.
They had phones. They were streaming.
Do you think that there's even a chance that it would work?
I think it might have helped a little bit, but it was a riot. Like shit was fucked at that point, right?
Yeah, I think the majority, for like the little old ladies that were just walking around and oohing and eyeing, yeah, it would have done something. For the people that were downstairs trying to get to Pence and the Senate and the House reps that were in the basement with Secret Service, no, it wouldn't have stopped.
My perception is they were following Trump's orders. Even if you don't agree with me on that, and I can say that there can be people that don't agree with me on that. He did not mobilize the DC National Guard, which is the DC National Guard is under his command to mobilize if he wants to. It's usually given, I believe, to the Secretary of Defense. There's some interlocking authorities here between the Secretary of Defense and the President over who has command over the National Guard of DC. Yeah. Did not do anything to help them to do that. Those actions, those simple actions, those costless actions that he could have taken and didn't take, I think absolutely qualify with an affirmative duty, given the fact that he is the executor of our laws. The fact that he didn't take those costless, painless actions, I think is giving aid or comfort. And the way that I rationalize it is, imagine that the garrison commander in Fort Sumter didn't take those actions, didn't try to take those costless, in my opinion, actions to quell the insurrection. What would have the framers of the 14th Amendment thought of his inaction in those circumstances? And I think it would have been an easy case for them to be like, and especially if the garrison commander was like sympathetic to the Confederates who were attacking Fort Sumter. You can imagine that situation. Everyone, I think, would have acknowledged at the time that would give an aid or comfort to the insurrectionists. And so that's kind of, I think, the structure of my case. The buildup and then the inaction with the affirmative duty, I think, is an easy case for giving aid or comfort.
I mean, I can see the argument, but I agree that it was an insurrection. I agree that, it should disqualify him. I just think they should have charged him with it, and unfortunately they didn't. And I think that's the limiting factor on their part. So this is kind of a monster of their own creation, to be honest, as far as I'm concerned.
We'll see, I guess. Well, thanks everyone for chatting.
Yeah, good job, guys. Wow, really knocked it out of the park today.
I wasn't intending it to be a big. I was just trying to shit talk Steven a little bit because I think he goes hard on me. I got in here.
I just came in here for the 5-minute interjection on the Arizona portion, and
damn.
Yeah.
Well, good job. Good job to all you guys. Yeah, nice work today, guys.
All right, take it easy.
I love y'all.
Do you agree with me?
Who?
With me.
About what?
Section 3.
Is Pisco right? Do you want to just say he pissed all over?
We'll resolve it in a future conversation.
Wait. I just want to be, so that you're on the record. Do you think that January 6th was an insurrection?
I do, but that's not what any of my questions are about, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, I think. Well, I don't. It just depends on what you're like. The people, the Proud Boys there were absolutely involved in organizing the insurrection. But I think it seems like the majority of the people there, I don't know if I would consider them insurrectionists. I'm not sure. I don't know.
But was there an insurrection on January 6th?
Yeah, or at least an attempt. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But it was done by a very small percentage of people. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think Trump gave aid or comfort to insurrectionists?
It feels like it. I think I could be argued out of it, but yeah, I lean towards yes. Yeah.
All right. Much love to everyone, and have a great day.
Love you.
There were other stuff that because I don't know why.
Come back in 10 minutes.
Another time.
Okay? Be careful.
Bye.
Jesus.
Hassan's next lie is about the state of the Young Turks operation upon his arrival in 2013.
You guys probably know this, but if you don't, my uncle has a YouTube channel called The Young Turks. It was like a 26-person shop. It was like a tiny operation, not that big, not that media behemoth or anything.
In 2013, the Young Turks had over 1 million subscribers, received over 1 billion views, landed a deal with Roku, brought in over $3 million, not including the $400K raised in an Indiegogo campaign, and would receive a $4 million investment from a private equity firm less than a year later. Not exactly the small operation Hassan makes it out to be.
You know, tiny operation, not that big.
He talks about feeling the need to get out of his uncle's shadow and fights back against people who
The Young
attribute his
Turks having
success
over
to
20
nepotism.
employees puts them in the top 4% of businesses by size. According to NAICS March 2023 data, sourced in my log, smiley face.
No longer be in the shadow of the Young Turks, no longer be in the shadow of my uncle. Because no matter what I did, everyone was like, nepotism. That's the reason why you're successful, nepotism. That's the reason why your Facebook, you know, shit's popping off, nepotism. It's like, well, he's not doing fucking Facebook videos. Like, what do you mean? He literally can't. Like, you know?
Just because you're coming up with the content yourself doesn't mean that you aren't benefiting from nepotism when you start off with your uncle's built-in audience of millions. We can actually go back and see just how successful Hassan was as a content creator before he ever stepped foot on his uncle's launching pad. TheBroTip.com was Hassan's website where he produced videos and wrote blog entries centered around bro culture, and it's every bit as humiliating as you could imagine.
There's been a lot of reviews about how bro tip is not offensive enough, so I decided I'm gonna kick it up a notch. We have 2 babes of the week this week. 1, Lady Gaga. 2, Kate Middleton. You decide who the babe of the week is by commenting below. Shout out to Elon Musk, the ultimate swag champion of all time, for unveiling his latest invention, the Hyperloop, earlier this afternoon. Now, the serious question I have for Elon Musk is this. How do you have the time to come up with this shit when women are probably tossing their salads your way faster than you can say Hyperloop in every single corner? You're a designated genius, you're a good-looking dude, and you happen to be a fucking billionaire. Anyway, Elon, I admire your conquest in becoming the real-life Tony Stark without the creepy facial hair, and for that, you are our bro of the week.
As you would expect, the bro and babe of the week content wasn't really attracting a substantial audience. Not only was this style of content already played out and considered corny in 2008, much less 2013.
It's brocabulary. Brocabulary. Brocabulary, everyone. Brocabulary. The new manifesto. Yes. So it says manifesto of dude talk. Yes. Like I open this up and I see a brologue. Oh boy! It's like the brologue is instead of a prologue. Sure. Called a brologue. Well, of course. Other things like bromunication. Yep. It's like communication, but the way guys do it. Bros. Sure. It's like a guys thing. Sure.
His delivery was so unnatural.
This week's Bro Tip is still brought to you by me, Hassan Piker, because Mark Register failed to assassinate me.
That even people interested in this type of humor were completely unable to consume it. Hassan would also mix in some pickup artistry and give advice on how to interact with women.
On this week's Social Guru, we cover an old classic warhorse, the let's get out of here rule. This one's been passed on for centuries and helped even the Vikings get laid. I actually lost my virginity with this rule, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. So you're in the club, you finally use the 5-second rule because you're smart now, because you follow Bro Tip, and you start talking to this girl, it finally leads to hooking up, and you're bold enough to grab an ass cheek and then maybe even get some hand play downstairs. What is the next move? You need to get out of there, and you need to get out of there fast. Hopefully with the girl. So you have to use these 5 magic words. Let's get out of here. You might think, wait a minute, there's no way this is gonna work. Yes, it does. Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cock block you because they're fat and lonely. If let's get out of here doesn't work, you exchange numbers, she leaves, you guys talk later, and you continue on your conquest for the rest of the night.
This content is so bad, it's no wonder why he switched over to political grifting.
Okay, is this really relevant? Do we need the last, like, 3 minutes of this video? Remind me to get that orange juice in 3 minutes.
As you can see, when Hassan was left to his own devices and attempted to make a name for himself without the use of his uncle's platform, he was completely incapable of capturing an audience. Yet according to Hassan, starting a reaction live stream after years of appearing on your uncle's multi-million subscriber channel refutes any claims of nepotism.
That's the reason why your Facebook, shit's popping off, nepotism. It's like, well, he's not doing fucking Facebook videos. What do you mean?
There's a lot more embarrassing stuff here, but I'm trying to keep this video short, so I'll just leave you with a few more things.
This week in shoutouts, I once again cover the only important news stories of the week.
Ow!
Lamar Odom has been missing for the past 4 days now, allegedly on a crack bender. God, Lamar, why did you have to be so fucking stereotypical? I was actually referring to the men who marry Kardashian women and their stereotype of bad decision making. Who's the racist now? Oh, hey, didn't see you there. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Bro Tip, where I'll be giving you just the tip every week, just for a little bit. For our Social Gurus segment, I'm gonna let you know how you can get laid because you currently sit in your mother's basement.
Why? Okay. I feel like those are hippies. I don't care. I don't know who this person is, but they cause me an irrational hatred. I dated a 17-year-old when I was 21. I need to make this post simply to clarify because Jenny and other people from past make it seem like I dated a 15-year-old. I came in private for her sake. We dated back in October for about 3 to 4 months, and I met her parents. My parents were also 100% fine with it. Regarding sexual stuff, we've done nothing except sexting. Okay, I don't care. What was this? Poker scandal? Oh, we watched this. Wasn't it determined that she was cheating?
He came with all this cash, dumped it on the table. You remember that? Yeah, and then he it was like his second hand in. And then you beat him in that pot, and he's like, all right, I'll see you guys later. He
played 2 hands and left?
Yeah.
That's sick.
He made a big entrance, and Phil stacked him, and then he was like, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
That's such a great hand. And then Jason turned out to be the superstar, which is crazy.
Good God, too.
Yeah.
That was one of his first TV appearances.
One of his first ones.
10 minutes on the orange juice. I don't know why I said 3 minutes. There's no way it's cold.
Oh, wow, Robbie really mixing it up here, calling Garrett's raise with Jack 4 off. It's blind versus blind, and Garrett here has flopped a straight flush draw, 10-10-9 with a couple clubs. He's gonna bet 2,500.
I'll say thanks for subbing.
Robbie's gonna call here with Jack 4 with the Jack of clubs. Turn is a 3, puts backdoor hearts down, and this is usually when Garrett will lay the hammer down with combo draws. He's gonna bet 10,000. I think Robbie should have probably been out of his hand pre-flop. She's got 1 club and 1 heart, and wow, look at this. What is she thinking about here? Is she gonna raise it? Well, we saw her raise ace king a little bit ago for a min raise. Here she's gonna min click Jack 4, and Garrett is just so experienced.
Oh wait, hold on, let me scratch my face. That's the shit I got.
How often would she do this with the 10? Could he possibly bet 3-bet here? I mean, she just min clicked.
What's the proof that she cheated? Hold on.
If he calls, he could be about 2 pot size bets left. So, I mean, that's what's got to be going through his head here. I think he's considering bet 3-betting, and yep, there's the all-in. There's the all-in. Garrett, like I said, he's just so experienced in bet patterns, bet sizing.
It's just, I don't know the history of this player, the woman. Or if she's just like a total whatever, has no idea.
Sort of acted a little bit with Jack 8 of diamonds from a few rounds ago.
But it's just an unbelievable call.
Just gonna put a time chip out?
It's just an unbelievable call. Like, whatever even if he's bluffing, like, his range of bluffs, I think, is still majority, I think, beating her hand. It's just
She said that she thought
it's
Garrett
an unbelievable
had a
call.
draw about 20 minutes ago, and Garrett had the full house, the queen 4 against Jack 8. And she took some time with it, and then she said,
I just want to call to see it.
Like,
I think you might have me though. Three's no good? This is why you shouldn't be in hands like this.
she doesn't have a 3. So
he's just bad at bluffing, looking out on cover looks. I mean, would you call this a semi-bluff? The guy he's got a straight flush draw. It's not the nut flush or the nut straight, but his hand is, I mean, especially betting against air, he's technically got more equity. He's got a higher chance of winning than she does.
You want me to call you?
I don't know what she is thinking about here, because she loses to some bluffs like king, queen, jack types of things too.
I vote no.
She's just a massive fish on every other live stream she's played on, or she just misread her hand at the shit at 3.
She calls?
For once, but it's up to you. Yikes.
Oh my god.
Let's see the hand. So far, so good. It looks like you're ahead.
What is going on here?
For once, but it's up to you.
Does she even know what's going on? Like, she might just be retarded.
Her hand might be misread in the card graphics or something?
Because I have a shitty hand.
You do? Yikes.
Okay.
You have pocket 3?
What? No. No, I just thought this is a pure bluff catcher I'm dealing with right now.
It's not even a bluff catcher. With Jack high, at least ace high, right? It's not even a good bluff catcher.
High?
But yeah, I think he has to beat.
We'll go to the river.
Oh my god, so disgusting.
Is a 9.
That one's you for sure.
They're gonna run it twice.
I don't think so.
She's
you have,
gonna
small pair.
Yeah, she's a 3 and a king.
You give me that much credit?
I don't know.
Haven't you seen what
she's
I've done?
good with the first one.
These must be tourney chips, right? It's not really, $1 million in cash, right? These are tournament chips?
Let's turn him over. You're already not that
Oh. No.
If the cards are correct.
It's already there.
It is cash? No shot this is cash. This has to be a tourney. These are tourney chips. There's no way this is a $1 million pot. It's a cash game? Are they cashing their chips out for 1-to-1? There's no shot.
And the river bricks out again.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
She gave the money back? Yeah, it's been a while since we watched this.
Wow.
I want to see.
So she's literally just like, I just want to see it for $500,000? I don't know. Just seems crazy to me, but whatever. This is how the guy I'm talking about everything that happened in my talked about me to his friends. I am an object. We're supposed to meet in Barcelona. Plus, I've never invited him to LEC. No bitches, no home, GG. So funny story. Female content creator who knows like all of you too. I'm handsome and special too. My mama told me, and you're gonna go. Cute. What do you look like? ACC depends. Let me send you a picture. Got the pic with my father in the background. That's how I look like. Wanna fuck? I already have someone for that. Damn, GG. You really say damn GG like you are going to LAC for a cutie. Post a picture of her. She seems cute, but she's French, so... Oh, damn. Did he fumble? Can I just say, hey, New rule. Ready? If you're a woman and you want to fuck, just tell every guy that you have a body count of like 10,000, and then just like weed out losers like this. I remember this happening in pro gaming communities that I was with. Listen, if there's a slut and she wants to fuck everybody in a group of guys, that's fucking awesome, okay? If there's a woman, she wants to fuck around, and I don't have to go through a whole bunch of bullshit, or everybody just wants to fucking go get their cums on, that's great. Why the fuck would you fumble your own bag and shit on these women, okay, that are helping you get your dick wet? Listen, if you want to fuck around and they want to fuck around, then let everybody fuck around. The cringiest thing in the world, I remember this happened in StarCraft communities I was in, where guys, all these guys would shit on some girl for having sex with them. It's like, why are you making it harder for yourself to fuck other women in the future? Why is shit talk so hard? It's like guys that are obsessed about shitting on OnlyFans girls online, and then they immediately turn their shit off and they go to their OnlyFans subscriptions and their Pornhub bookmarks. It's like, bro, why? Like, damn, bro, if some girls want to slut around, let them slut around. Okay, that's literally to the benefit of everybody. Why would you not want that? Why would you work against your own interests there? Jesus. It's so cringe. Hold on one sec. Let me get my orange juice. Toad Schwartz. Realistically, Destiny should just make the rule, if you make me look bad in front of girls I'm trying to fuck, you're permabanned. That's what he's going for, and it's more specific and will explain the random bans falling out of the sky. Wait, what? You can always just go masturbate to porn on your own time. I don't know. Are there people in my chat that are actually like depending upon people that spam porn links from 4chan?
Singapore, same thing. Singapore,
How the fuck is this so quiet? And before this doesn't work.
What happened with Brittany Griner? They did not fuck around. Unless Trump. Singapore, same thing. Singapore, they.
What happened with Brittany Griner?
Yeah.
She had like a vape pen in Russia.
Yeah.
But that's political.
All political.
Like any other time, I don't think they would have done anything.
Yeah.
They're doing wild shit in Russia, though. You know what? What sucks? when a country that you're not supposed to like does some shit you agree with. Like, I'm not supposed to like Russia, but they banned GMO foods and they banned industrial farming. You can only farm organically over there.
Wait, is that true? Wait, Russia banned all GMOs and they banned industrial farming?
So they say. I don't know.
And gender reassignment surgery
up,
with
CIA
kids.
boy.
Yeah, come on.
They're,
Why are you guys calling
they're
me CIA
fucking
boy?
talking about it openly on television, so letting everyone know that this stuff is not good for you. It's not good to have pesticides and
Listen to me right
herbicides
now. I
and
don't buy a fucking
Monsanto
thing the Russians say, and
spread all over.
you're buying it. You're buying
the
Putin
Ukraine
propaganda.
Why am I buying it? I'm not buying anything.
You're a
what
Putin shill.
I'm saying is they're talking about it on television.
Damn.
Brian.
You're a Putin shill.
Good job, Brian.
Being annoying. They're talking about it on television. Much better.
That boy is tatted
I was
up.
going to say,
Look
very
at those
happy.
tats.
Very happy with that tat.
Those ones on his legs and his lower back, them are them painful ones where they tap you.
Theo Von Drama.
Sticking in the legal space, I want to talk about something that has been tough for. I want to talk about something.
Yeah.
Our podcast was defrauded. We were stolen from.
Jeez.
We were taken advantage of. A lot of ways to say it. The company that did it is Cast Media, and the man that did it is Colin Thompson, and I'm going to put his picture in here.
Damn.
And I don't know exactly how to say this. I'm going to do my best. We're part of a larger group of podcasts that were stolen from, right? We were in total, just between talking with folks, there's up to $4 million that I know of that people were taking advantage of. We're in the 6 figures. I know of podcasts that are in the 7 figures. And Colin Thompson, that's his name. I want to say his name so you know it. People get taken advantage of a lot in business, and businesses use tactics and stuff to hide themselves. And they'll use bankruptcy or the threat of this or that, and he may get my money. That's okay. I'm fortunate that I can still have touring and that I can take care of myself. But you fuck with the wrong rat, Colin. I'll tell you that, brother. And I'll just tell you guys what happened. We had a deal with this company, right? And it was started off good, and then it started to get where we were getting less of our payments. And we were reading the ads. We do the ads, we read them out loud, and you guys support some of them, and thank you. And then it got to be where we were getting paid less of the payment we were owed. And they sell all the ads a year in advance, so you're kind of stuck into the year, right? And the advertisers were paying Colin Thompson and Cast Media, and they weren't paying us. They would pay us a little bit, and they had a reason why. And so one of the craziest parts was we kept asking, hey, we have to get paid, man. We have to, and we weren't getting paid. And so finally I was able to make a new deal and just cut ties completely. I made sure that everything, they breached our contract. And so I was able to cut ties. And then they come along, Colin Thompson comes along, and he joined, there's a new company that has a stock that's going live soon, right? Or it's coming out or something. This company called Podcast One or Live One, right? They get me on a call with, I think the guy's name Rob Ellen. Yeah, that's the guy's name, Rob Ellen.
Okay.
And his brother is Doug Ellen, who's like a screenwriter, and I think his brother was pretty successful. But they get me on a call with this guy, Rob Ellen, right? And they tell me that if you come over to our new network, over to this new network, Podcast One, that we'll pay you some of what you're owed in stock, right? But the stock hasn't gone public, so they're trying to, it felt like to me, they're trying to leverage our podcast and other podcasts.
Oh, as part of their IPO.
Make their stock do well.
Yeah.
And then if that happens, then we'll get a share of our money, right? Like, it just, the whole thing to me felt really seedy. And the worst part to me was, I said, well, what about Colin Thompson? I said, that guy's a crook. And they said he's going to be, they said, we felt like he's done a good job and that he would be part of the team still. So that's just, I know some of this is a lot of insider baseball, man, but to me it was just fucking it felt real dirty, and it felt like just no respect for podcasting, no respect for the work that we had done. To get paid by the advertisers and then not pay us. And then for Colin to lead us in this direction to say, well, if you join this other group before their stock goes out, that then we'll pay you in some of the stock, but part of that will be based on if we're there for it to do well. I don't know, man, but I know what it feels like to be taken advantage of. And I wouldn't do that to these people. I wouldn't do that to Colin Thompson. I wouldn't do that to Cast Media. And so I say this just because I don't want this guy taking advantage of anybody else. A lot of times in business practices, especially in like entertainment stuff, a lot of people are able to snake away, and they're able to slip through and use tactics and shell games and bullshit.
Hello? What? How did I blow a fuse? I hooked all my shit up now to uninterruptible power supply, so now if my power flickers, I don't lose my internet. I don't know what fuse I just blew, but whatever. Okay.
But you fucked with the wrong rep, and they're able to slip through and use tactics and shell games and bullshit. But you fucked with the wrong rat, homie. I have a voice. And a lot of other people are forced into these bad deals because they're afraid to speak up. They're afraid to speak up, man. And that's not what our show is about. And yeah, I just want you guys to know that this is the man. We put his picture up on the thing, on the YouTube.
Damn.
And the amount of money that from other people, podcasters, they've said is over $4 million.
Just as a heads up, Pisco thinks people should be able to do this with no repercussion. Okay? Don't ever forget that, guys.
And yeah, it's just, this shit's fucking wrong. And I don't also understand how a company expects me to wanted me to come over there to what felt like to me they were using me to boost their stock price. And I don't say that out of ego, but we've done well. And that they get all these podcasts saying, well, that'll boost our stock price. Then we'll go public with the stock. And then based again on their backs, the stock, there'll be money there. So it was like, it felt like y'all gonna try to fuck me twice, homie. Well, no, thank you. So yeah, you can keep that money. You can't keep it. We'll see how it plays out. But if you do end up keeping it, man, you must have needed it. You must have needed it. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't make me stoked, but you can't get me to shut up, man. You can't get me to shut up. And if that's the cost of it, for me to say my fucking piece, You know how many other podcasters wanted to say this shit right now but can't say it? So, anyway, yeah, that's who I just want you to know. I want you to know about Colin Thompson. I want you to know where I've heard he's going to be working at, and I want you to know that he's a crook. And to me, it's criminal.
Wait, can I be honest? I listened to this, and I think I was paying attention. I don't actually know what the fuck happened. So, did he scam them out of money that he kind of owed them for ad dollars, and then tried to get them to join a larger ad network later that he was going to IPO? Or what? Okay. Because I feel like I didn't get that clearly. Did he clearly steal ad revenue, or was ad revenue just down and he assumes he stole it? Or I have no idea. But okay.
But the way that people are able to cheat and lie and manipulate the system, you know, he went and got Neil Sacker, who worked with Harvey Weinstein, to jump on the calls. I mean, it's just fucking kind of sad, man. And yeah, but I just wanted to speak up for myself, man. I've waited a year to speak up for myself. You know, they put us through so much bullshit. And I don't know if there's other people over there that did it too, and maybe we'll get more information, I don't know. Or this may be all you ever hear about it, you know? And so I didn't really know the best way to do this, but yeah, I wouldn't do that to somebody. And they did it, man. They did it to. I mean, some of these people's podcasts, this is all they had, man. And these motherfuckers did that, bro. So I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry for them. And yeah, I'm just happy to have a voice for myself. And that's one thing that we built here that he had nothing to do with. He had nothing to do with. In fact, he stole on our backs once, and I'm not letting these people do it to me 2 times. So for anybody that had to take that sucker deal over there, I'm speaking on behalf for all of us, man, because I know that some of you guys have said to me that you wanted to say some of these same things, and I don't mean that out of ego. I just mean that I don't know. I feel, you know, I don't know. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't have said that part. I don't want to speak on behalf of those people, but yeah, I just wouldn't have done that to somebody, and I'm happy to be able to speak for myself. I'm so thankful. I'm thankful to you guys, to the listeners, that we have this place here, and that this is what we try to do. And I'm sorry I've been making this about me this past 5 or 6.
Is this working?
Hi, what's up, babe?
Oh, shit. Yo, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing amazing. I'm doing good. Check DM. Could you message him?
Do I even have this guy on my Discord?
Yes, I checked. Yes, you do. Yes.
There we go.
Alright, GG's. Take care.
Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
6 minutes or whatever, but this was the only public place I could do this where I feel like it would have some effect, because to me this guy's like the Bernie Madoff of podcasting. Damn. And that almost glorifies him in a weird way, but I wanted to be able to say that. Sorry, I'm just rambling, but I wanted to be able to speak my piece. Thank you.
What is this?
Ben Shapiro, I saw you mention me on the Iced Coffee Hour podcast. I'd be interested in debating Destiny. I think we should have a debate over who the next president of the United States should be, and I bet Jubilee would host the debate for us.
This is the 113th episode of Middle Ground, and we want you to help us decide what the next 113
What are these facial expressions? Oh my god.
episodes will be. Join our Middle Ground Patreon community and make Middle Ground with us.
She says nothing, just see chat. Fucking gross, hell no, ew, stiffen. Okay. Destiny, explain this. Okay. Can we keep tonight? No, I think it's tomorrow night. Alright, well, I'm done watching and reacting to stuff. Where are the orbiters? Bring them. Anybody catch the Merc drama last night? Oh man, holy yikes.
Before I start this video, all I want you to do is to guess where this English speaker is from.
Star, darn, blurt, crazy, nurse, cars.
I'll give the answer later, but first...
Alright, what's up?
Hey, do you think this is worth $5,000?
What?
I'm gonna send you. Xena keeps telling me it's like a full sleeve tattoo, and then like of the curse mark from Naruto. If you ever seen that, and then like my back a little bit there. But I'm talking to this guy that's like a streamer that does tattoos, and he said it'd be like $5 to $6 grand. I was like, Xena always tries to tell me like, oh, I can get you extra cheaper, always can get you extra cheaper, but I think that's a pretty standard price. I'm posting it. I'll just DM you actually.
Sure, so here's what I would say, okay? I don't know fuck all about tattoos, so you should find somebody that knows more, okay? But if I was to give you any advice, I would say one is make sure you see a portfolio, look at past work they've done, make sure that it's similar to like what you want, that you like it, right? Yeah? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And then number two, go find somebody that knows more about tattoos and ask them that. That's the only thing I know. So it's important to look at portfolio, make sure they're not just like their first time doing a sleeve or some dumb shit like that. But yeah. Oh, also don't skimp. Don't cheap out on tattoos. Also, there's some shit that goes on your body for the rest of your life. Don't make it dog shit.
Yeah, that's what I was like $5K for something.
That's
It's
what I
really
told
not
him
frequently
too.
cheap.
I told him to obviously weigh his options, and same thing. Like I sent him a person that was my mom's tattoo artist. I was gonna apprentice under early on, but he's really famous for tattoos now, and I just sent you like examples of like he has his portfolio, and you can see sleeves he's made that they're not even 5K, and they're color full portraits. So it's just like different people obviously have different prices depending on if you're paying for the artist itself, like because they're popular and have a good quality.
With you, I'm looking at his portrait of Abraham Lincoln he did, and he looks fucking crooked.
I would say that like, listen, I don't know much about tattoos, okay, but I know a little bit, okay. Just be careful, all right, because if there's from my very limited experience, when tattoo artists get really good, they're pretty famous. Like there are people, especially when people are getting full sleeves, they will travel to other states because they know there's a particular artist that does the type of work they like, and they've seen it in the long term, okay? So be careful, just like if some guy's like, oh, I'm gonna cut you a big discount, careful, because like if they're a really good artist, I don't know why they would ever be cutting discounts, because these people will have people from all over the country, sometimes the world, trying to get sleeves and shit for them, or other tattoos. Number one. Number two, a tattoo that's freshly tattooed and a tattoo that's 1 month old and a tattoo that's 5 to 10 years old could all look very different. Some people suck at tattooing in a way that they're not using the right ink, they're not testing it or whatever on your skin first to see how it holds, and they'll have something that looks good for like a month, and then after 6 months it starts to degrade, or some of the colors break up, or the line work is so bad that like after a while, like just shit can happen. Just be very, 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 very careful when you're getting if you're gonna get a full fucking sleeve, make sure that it's somebody really good you're not someone like some Tijuana discount shit, and you are actually aware of what you're doing. That's what I would say. Just be careful. It's a large part of your body, and it's going to be a big thing. It's going to take up a lot of space, and you can get tattoos removed and you can get them covered up, but that's a huge pain in the ass, and it doesn't always look good or always work. So I wouldn't just throw a random fucking sleeve on yourself. It's like, fuck it, I can get it fixed in the future.
Yeah.
So just be careful.
One of my thoughts was that with the tattooing my arm thing, like everyone's like, oh, you're a retard, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I always planned to like get a tattoo to kind of cover it all up. Like I was gonna get a sleeve on that, so I was like, okay, well, if I do shitty tattoos and they're all like pretty small, they can get covered up over time. And I wanted to black out my arm at one point. That's like a big purchase. But I'd always know that like I was gonna get a gambling sponsor. Like ever since I was a baby, I always knew that I'd get like a steak deal, and money would be coming in. So I really didn't need to worry about it. But yeah, that's something. The curse mark steel thing is like it's just like lines, right? So I didn't really think that. I don't think there's as much you can fuck up here, but I get you.
All
But at the same time, even 5K for basic, no shading, just a plain black on black fill-in of small, like it's like cheetah print. That's not 5K. I just think he's overcharging you for ridiculousness when, like, for example, I showed you a famous tattoo artist that's in Rob Zombie and in Tech Nation, won awards, didn't even charge 5K for those portraits. Like, it's just, you have to go through their portfolios, like Destiny said, go over the art, see the type of style in which you like as well. Because, like he said, obviously, we know tattoos will be on your body forever. So, yeah, go through that. If you have other artist friends, I'm sure you do. I'm not the only artist here, but get other opinions as well, and then structure your own opinion of what type of art style you're comfortable with, that you like, that you fancy, that you want on your body forever, and then find the right artist to do that and go from there.
Intriguing. Okay.
Like, I know for the right tattoo artist, I would definitely spend like 5K for a portrait on my body if their art is exactly as I need it and want it, and it's quality.
Dude, I can't believe, dude, just so many people in your chat like need to kill themselves. Poor people stay poor. This guy's gonna be poor forever. This guy's never gonna have a future. Never. Shut up. Kill yourself. You have no idea what one guy might ask. Don't even say one guy. You have no idea what my finances look like. Shut up. I may hit big on fucking Plinko tonight. You fucking don't know, nigga. I'm just planning for if I do. Fuck you, idiot.
Oh, Jesus. Well, yeah, just... Good Lord.
Jesus Christ. Steven, that stuff last night, I'm trying to figure something out. So...
Wait, let me get my own shoes. Hold on, before I dive into this.
Oh, by the way, Darius, I wasn't saying to use my mom's artist. I was showing examples of artwork and pricing.
Yes, I get what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because, like, yeah. Oh, there's really good anime tattoo artists that specialize in that type of art in California also.
You are such a wagey loser. Yeah, when Kick starts paying me per hour for a stream, I will be a wagey loser. Yes, I will be a wagey loser. Right now, I'm chilling. I'm mad chilling. Fuck you, and you suck. Fucking so stupid, dude. How am I supposed to like?
Okay, what do you need, babe?
Okay, so last night, I'm trying to figure out like. So I see how you handle stuff with like Melina, like when people come on the podcast and they're just like, oh, like I could fuck you, bitch, like I could fuck your pussy tight, like fucking whatever, blah blah blah. Like they're sitting there sexualizing your girl in front of you and stuff like that, just trying to like constant sexual harassment. I'm trying to figure out as like for me personally, like I don't give a fuck if someone wants to go ahead and like start saying like, oh, your pussy like roast beef, like I want to fuck that shit. I'm like, okay, like what am I supposed to? Like I don't like. Am I supposed to come in here and like defend my girlfriend from that stuff, or should I just like I don't give a fuck. Like I don't like if someone's like going ahead and like trying to sexualize my girlfriend. I think it's like endearing. I'm like, okay, yeah, my girlfriend's hot. It's my girlfriend. But I felt like last night this Vic Bucks guy was on a podcast with Xena, not podcast. He was on a panel with Xena and some other guy, and the whole time they're just like trying to like mac on her. And I'm like, this is just funny to me. But I feel a lot of people are saying like you're getting cucked, defend your girl, like. The only thing I could come in there and do is like.
Well, I don't think you were getting cucked when I kept shooting them down, and then I kept saying I'm good. Darius has a big dick.
Okay, yes.
That's not the same. So I didn't flirt back. They made me visibly uncomfortable.
Based.
That's why I ran out the call.
Based. So do you have to like defend? Do you feel like you have to defend Melina during those moments? Or you just feel like, or I should? Like, is there a should there? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what defend means in this circumstance.
Well, it's more just like be like, hey, knock it off.
If somebody wants to, like, if somebody is in my presence and they start shitting on my wife, then I'm either going to tell them to fuck off or I'm going to leave and never associate with that person again. That's what I do. But am I going to like defend my wife? Like if somebody says like Melina like lied on her taxes, I'm going to defend her. I'm going to say no, she hasn't done that. But if somebody says like Melina's hot and I want to fuck her, what am I supposed to defend? What am I supposed to say? Like, there's nothing for me to say. Like, okay.
No, that's what my thought process is. But people are expecting me to like react or like do something about it, and I'm like, I can do content.
You should threaten their lives, and you should duel to the death and defend. I mean,
okay, you're joking right now, but like, I'm pretty like, if I came to that call and I was like, hey nigga, don't fucking talk about girl like that, blah blah blah, you'd be like soaking wet.
Oh,
like,
absolutely, I would. God.
yeah, but I don't like that's like kind of gay.
I mean, well, you were in the comments just saying, "Yeah, my bitch got a fat ass." Like that also turned me on because it was like, "Yeah, he knows I'm not going nowhere."
Yeah, because they were saying something about your butt, and I was like, she do.
They were like, "Yo, she got a fatty," and they were just oversaturating with compliments, and like you were in the comments like holding your own, just like, "Yeah, my bitch got a fat ass," and what? So I was still impressed by that too, because I was just like, okay, well, he knows I'm not gonna flirt with these fucking kids or whatever they are.
Okay, well, I guess my question is, well, it sounds like you just don't care, but it's like I feel like there's a stigma on something that you should probably say something to kind of like intrude yourself.
Sure. Well, I don't know what you're. You just have to be clear about what you're asking me. Are you asking me like, are there social expectations, or are you asking me like, should you do something, or are you asking me what I would do, or like what? I mean, like, there's like 5 different questions here. What are you asking me?
Yeah, I guess like if it's bad that I don't really care, I don't want anyone to interact.
Is it bad? Bad for who? No, it's not bad for anything. Nothing bad is happening to you. You're not getting killed. You're not getting charges pressed against you. You're not losing money in your bank account. So what do you mean by bad?
Public perception.
Public perception could be bad. Sure, some people might think you're a pussy. I guess if somebody's talking about fucking your girl and you're just sitting there listening to it, they might think that.
Hmm. Okay. I'll have to assess my meme dar, because I was like, oh, I could just go in there and like pretend like I'm getting my Ninetales Naruto moment and I'm painting on my chakra and like troll, but I'm like, isn't that kind of gay? Isn't it kind of like not really the fact? I'm kind of like just making content for them instead of like actually doing anything of value.
Okay, so I mean, he's the one that brought this up, let's be fair, Destiny. So I kind of feel like he's in denial of whether or not he actually cares and is trying to figure out a way to react or which way would be the appropriate way to react.
Oh, so you think he cares, but he's just lying about it?
I think you care because you just randomly brought it up.
You did kind of just randomly bring it up. That's true.
I legitimately do not care, but I think that you would probably really like it, but I don't want to do that.
But I didn't even mention this to you. Like
I know, but like I said, I just know how you are.
Ooh,
And
you just know her female nature? What do you mean you know how she is?
I just think that she is a little, she likes possessiveness, and if I, like, try to pretend like she's mine, and like, she like really find it attractive.
Well, I think it's attractive that you're bringing it up when I haven't mentioned it at all in any way, shape, or form, because it kind of does show me, in a sense, you care. So that's your possessiveness right there. Because I didn't bring this up, I didn't mention it to you. Like the only thing we said about it was these people are fucking weird, and then that was it. We didn't talk about it. I called them simps, and that was it. So you brought it up. You care.
Dude, I'm actually super. Did you look at that Vic Bucks guy his chat room?
No. Why? What about it?
How do you gain an audience like that? It's just people that like he had like 1,000 people in his chat, right? None of them.
Well, but they were all my fans, right? I'm pretty sure that was everybody from DGG.
No, Vic Bucks is very close to like the WL community.
Is he really?
No, a lot of people also are in there from Island Boys. That's why everybody in there knew exactly who I was and everything.
Yeah, because a lot of them are WL stuff that follow Red Pill crap or whatever. They're all like,
oh, okay, never mind. Someone in my chat says he gets like 800 viewers. I had no idea. I thought they were all like 30 viewer streamers.
I'm pretty sure Burke's audience is from the WL people, which is why when she comes here, she asks you a lot of like meme, like dig stuff, because her chat's just spamming, like ask him if his wife gets fucked by XYZ, which is all like WL stuff that they use that from like Bruce that like makes fun of you or whatever.
Okay.
So when I look at their chat, it's all just like, it's not even emote stuff, or like I don't know. It's not even like how I guess your chat like spams like combos or whatever. Like it's just like W, and it's like it's like actual brain rot. And I don't know how you like get into these communities or like get like hundreds of people that just like say absolutely nothing. I don't know where they came from or like what's going on here, but I honestly want to find a way to like encapsulate that. I just don't know, because his content's no different. I don't know if you watched his stuff afterwards. His content's like not too different than mine, but like where are these people coming from? Are these just black people?
Maybe, I don't know. Just tell people to just like spam like, oh, W's in chat, guys. If you keep doing shit like that enough, you'll probably get a similar type of audience, no?
That is wild. Maybe, I guess, but it's like just it's like the whole like Bruce like high era like community. They just talk like that, just like normally, and I guess I can't like convert DGGers to that. So maybe I should grift a little and get into that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because I don't think DGGers are going to start saying W or L like tomorrow because you don't do it. But I'm pretty sure if you tried it for like a week, you could convert your whole audience.
Okay.
To just talk like that normally.
Okay.
But I don't think I can do that because they're the proxy of you. They're kind of dick riding you hard.
Yeah, I don't want my community talking like that though, so.
It looks like VicPug's viewers are falling. I don't know how to read the social blade. Just go to stream charts on Kick. But yes, 300K subscribers.
I mean, basically get involved in more sex industry type people. That's where you get that as well. Like Red Pill Ragers, like Destiny said. And yeah, the sex people, like every Discord they had.
All in favor of a time limit for how long orbiters and their boring drama can stay in Discord.
Images, which
Say
I'm DMCAing a couple of people's, but yeah. Just because it's fun. But then you'll find it, because that's where you get the incels. Incels and the Red Pill Ragers and the Simps do the WRL, because they have nothing else of importance to say. At least with DGGers, they have things to say. Like, they actually can structure fucking sentences and have takes, whether good or bad. Schizo or not. They don't just sit there, WRL, have nothing else to say, ha ha ha, LL, WW, L-stream, WW. Like, that's bot.
You know, Steven, people give you a lot of shit for like your community being toxic to people, but like even looking at the way we were talking to Xena last night in that Big Bucks chat, which is significantly smaller than yours, it's pretty even looking like Bruce's or the other WL streamers chats, they're very like
Destiny's community is toxic.
They're very misogynistic, they're very mean. Like,
yeah, it's kind of the norm on the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, what are you trying to get? Like, this misogynistic art thing? Like, you're already like pretty, like really good in comparison.
Thanks. True. Glaze it.
Well, no, it is true. What are you trying to change? What are you doing?
Community will tell you to kill yourself every single day.
Behaves.
Because is it even like general misogyny versus like just specific people?
I don't know. 1, 2, 3. Good question.
Like, the difference
is it a good question, or are you just like not engaging with me?
I don't even know what you want me to say right now. Obviously, we can always do better. I don't compare myself to the worst communities on the internet. I don't know what you want me to say.
It's not like these are like the average communities, though.
Yeah, I think most of them suck, so I try to do better. Oh, fuck, that's why.
But you are, like, significantly.
The glazing is absolutely insane right now. Like,
no, I know.
I'm getting cucked live on Destiny stream. I am getting cucked.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just like, I just don't think you like interact in some of these other spaces where like, I mean, it's fine because you could just have your own standards for your community. But I don't even know what the fuck you're gonna like banning not safe for work. Like, what is that even gonna do?
Oh, I just think porn makes girls not want to go to chats. I just think it's kind of weird.
If you want to be real, just like ban the people that make fun of Eurodite when she comes on stream because she ain't do shit and people just go hard on her. Ban the people that ban like.
Sure, but even so, I think porn is kind of weird. I think it just feels not welcoming when guys are talking about like girls' bodies and comparing them and who they'd fuck and who they would fuck. Whatever, it's kind of weird for most girls.
Maybe.
That's true. It's just cringe.
I've had girls over and I've clicked not safe for work links. Well, I mean, like, it's like this thing. It's not safe for work links while they're here. And they're just like, oh, that's cool. You guys just post porn? It's interesting.
That's great. I've had girls that will literally fuck me that are pretty slutty and easy, and they say that, like, yeah, I don't participate in chat because it's really fucking weird that every time you go in, there's porn links there. Like, I mean, we can run the anecdote game, like, all day. Well, like, I've got plenty of people that talk to me. I got plenty of women that reach out and say, like, yeah, this is kind of weird that you go into a chat, and, like, everybody's just, like, jerking off.
Even like the fact that there's a porn link
Move
in the
on.
chat, that, like, that's
Kill
like,
yourself.
That's like
Do
someone
it.
that would even stay in somewhere like DGG.
It's not
like,
about the fact that there is a porn link. It's the fact that as soon as my stream shuts off, there's like 20 people that are like, or there's like, not really, there's like 2 people that are just like spam linking and talking about jerking off. It's just kind of weird.
Oh, ban those! Let's just ban those people.
No, because then it always turns out, no. I think we've tried that in the past, but then what happens is, like, you ban those people, and they're like, oh, well, it's not against the rules. And it's like, no, but they're excessive. And it's like, okay, but there's not a rule against it, so how much is too much? And then they try to find the exact rule. And it's like, nah, just fuck it. You'd rather just fucking ban them. And then, or ban the not safe for work. It's easier. And again, the reality is that, like, there's very, very, very little value to chat. It adds almost no value whatsoever. So why even fight over it? Like,
Yeah. I don't think it matters too much to have it in there. It's just like, I just don't know if that would really make people feel more comfortable when you have like.
well, I guess we'll find out then, eh?
Yeah, I guess we will, nigga. But I was just thinking, maybe like, just targeting the people that fucking harass, like Eurydite Cherry and all the other people would probably be a lot worse. Like the nigga who was going off on Sushi back when, like, I had to like contact RTBA about because he just kept on harassing. What's his name? What was that nigga's name? Fuck. Like, what the fuck was that dude's name?
Who the hell cares?
Well, Darius did a lot. He went really far out of his way to talk about that a lot.
I'm talking about
Murka.
you
It was
banning
Murka.
NSFW. Like, who cares? Just
It was
ban
like
it.
Murka was just like relentlessly bullying her to make her cry.
I mean, if you put your pussy on the internet, why cry about it? It's out there. Let's do it.
I mean, okay, you literally cry about everything on the internet.
Yeah, but I don't cry about my pussy being on the internet. I'm sorry. I put it out there. I did it. Sucks. I cry about my decision in doing it, but I did it. Other people bullying me about it, it's not gonna make me cry. I made that conscious decision to be like, hey, I'm gonna let my ex fuck me, make a video, and make a fucking 100K off of it. Like, just suck it up. That is what it is. Why cry? Fuck these people. They're gonna do it where one person does it and then stops, another's gonna come around. That's all I'm saying. Not saying it's okay, but just like have tougher skin. If you're gonna be in this line of sex work, then you need to have a better mentality to do it. But
Wow, Darius.
that's all.
What you think about that?
I think it's so deep. I think that's Xena never cries about her pussy on the internet or the fact that she's on OnlyFans or that stuff has been leaked about her. Nothing. She never has.
I don't cry about it being leaked.
Don't cry about it, but it definitely. I think everyone.
I think I've said many times.
Grace was like, I don't really care about the sexual stuff with my dad that people say, but then even she'll have like breakdowns. She's just like, I'm just tired of getting all this shit.
And she does get fucked by her dad. But what I'm saying is I consciously have made these decisions, and I know, like, I didn't like certain things that I did, like putting it out on the internet. I didn't like over-sexualize myself and stuff like that, like doing pornographic images. I was upset about my decision-making behind it, not what other people are saying about it. My decision. That's what I was trying to separate here. Like, just because someone's bullying me and sending my nudes back to me, I'm not going to cry, because they wouldn't have that option had I not put it out there. So we have to just toughen up and be like, look, nigga wouldn't be able to send my fucking pussy to me if I didn't put my pussy on the internet. That's all I'm saying. Not that it's right.
Wow, Darius, what do you think about that?
I think last night was pretty interesting, Steven, that you make people like get ego checked hard. You're not really doing anything.
Who's
pretty wild?
What do you mean ego checking people?
The Vic Bucks thing. They don't get super triggered over like her hanging out with you, and she was like, I don't know if he had a call with Xena afterwards, and he was like, she always picks up my call, bro. And then when she start hanging out with Destiny, she don't pick up my call, bro. And it's like, she's never over stream, nigga. Like,
damn. Oh, poor guy. He got low broed by a girl that I have no sexual relationship with whatsoever. That's even sadder.
Yeah, apparently they were like in love or something. He had her contacted as Bae on his phone.
I saw that he had her listed as Bae in his phone. Oh, you guys missed some good drama last night. There was some off-stream drama. Well, off my stream.
I was like, bro, ain't no way.
Ain't no way. As soon as he brought those text messages up and I saw it was Bae in the phone, I was like, oh no. And she's like, yeah, we're just friends.
I'm like, yeah, okay.
That guy was in love with her.
Where she's like, I can't do anything the rest of my stream. Like, yeah, you're just friends, bro.
That guy was in love with her. He wouldn't stop talking about her the entire time.
Well, it was getting him viewers, so.
Yeah, but he was in love.
Oh yeah.
It was
yeah.
crazy. It was crazy. And then the second I defended her, because he was like, well, what's your honest opinion? Who's in the wrong here? And I said he was in the wrong, because he was. Like, obviously, like, you have her named as Bae. She clearly said y'all are friends, and if you got manipulated, I mean, you step up your game. But yeah, I said that he was in the wrong, and I defended her, and then he started getting on me, and then they would be like, oh, we have your leaks. And I'm like, okay, yeah. You have my leaks of me fucking my ex, okay?
Damn.
Yeah, that's also... I don't know. Yeah, that's like, dude, when they were talking about like leaks of Xena, like immediately, and I was like, dude, like what the, like that's a behavior is so fucked. Like if you're fighting with someone, or not even if you're fighting with someone, like if you went on, like I don't know, people just don't get, these communities can do whatever they want. They're never gonna get canceled. Like imagine like I was fighting with like Kelly Jean, and then in my chat people started posting links, and I was like, damn, she hot, her ass is nice as fuck, that pussy fat or whatever, blah 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 blah. Like fucking niggas, I feel like I would get canceled. Like I'd be done.
Okay.
Like, but like. Like it seems like you could just do whatever the fuck you want.
And those are the types of communities they built for themselves, but it depends on, I mean, there's pros and cons. Like that community, he's never getting sponsors, right? He's never going to have people that are donating like
Lots
time or
of
effort to his
DMCAs
streams about
too.
something. Like, yeah, like they're going to be like fighting like all the moderation on the internet. They're going to have the worst types of fans. They're going to have no like mainstream support. Like that's just, but then they get like way more fucking freedom. So it's just, these are trade-offs that you make. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess not to be like weird about it, or like because I know you're like paid, but like with Kick, I think that might not be like a factor anymore though, because I think that
no,
like,
the money will run out. It's not. This is not going to be like this forever.
Yeah, I guess a lot of these people are like very they
Step
like
Ace, thanks for the 30 viewer host.
they want to get quick money, but yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I got probably over time. I mean, like there's like even the stake stuff, like they're like Stake and Gamdom and all these people, like these gambling things are offering like me a lot of money, but I know this is all relatively short term. So I don't know.
Wow. True.
So is Melina gonna come home anytime soon, or
hopefully,
yeah,
yeah.
just gonna keep being a bachelor?
I think her big court thing is in I think in a month or two. So depending on when the date is, I might go live down there for a while. We'll see. Hopefully
Ain't no
not.
way.
Ain't no way. True.
You let me stay in your place?
Oh, I should sublease it. I don't know. No, fuck no. Gross. You.
How much is your place a month?
Like 4.8k.
4.8k. Wait, are you and Melina? Is she making you pay all of it since she's not there?
Well, I mean, I make more money than her. She's not making me pay it, but.
Kill yourself.
But
Do it for me. SpongeBob.
But what?
But you obliged. You said, yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, I out earn her, yeah.
That's sweet of you.
What is the...
Well, as long as she don't take no honey buns off anybody's bed, she'll be straight.
What does that mean?
Darius, what'd you do?
I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh, like on the off chance if it's just prison talk. It
What
was
is
a
it
joke.
colliding with? It's not colliding with anything. Okay. No, there is no keeper kick today. Sorry, I lied. I don't know who asked that. I think it's tomorrow. Should be on my schedule.
It was a prison joke, Darius.
What are honey buns? Is that when you get diked or fucking...
Basically, if somebody puts I don't know if it's the same in all prisons, but yeah, if you put a honey bun on somebody's bed and you eat the honey bun, that person, it's like claiming you, like, oh, you're my girlfriend now.
Based.
Yeah. Treats. It's typically honey buns though, because it's a honey bun. But you know, you're my honey bun. But like chocolate or typically, they'd advise you not to take anything from an inmate. Like if they're offering you candy or food or anything like that, if you don't actually know them or they're not your codependent, you shouldn't take things from them because the whole I owe you shit. And then they try to, it just becomes problematic. So they advise against it. So yeah, it was just a joke. Like,
good. Okay.
Don't be nobody's prison bitch.
Oh no, wait. Cake or Cake was supposed to be tonight. I don't know. I guess it's tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know if we said we're doing it on Sundays or Mondays, but I guess it's tomorrow. Sorry. Ah, there you go.
Okay, buddy.
Is it okay?
You tell that Bella Rama girl to message me about Love is Blind?
I told
damn
her
her.
to.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I just added her. She's like friend request me. We'll set that up. I will send you the document. I need you to tell me if you... Well, I relatively told you the idea. Do you think it's fine?
What? I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
The Love is Blind thing.
What about it?
So it's just like love or host, I guess, relatively. But we're gonna find 10 people, give them accounts, so that way they're not like people aren't cheating and just looking at people's names to find out like whatever. They'll sign in on web, so that way they can still be on their Discord account. There's no issues. They'll sign in on web. We'll disable their camera. You can do that in Discord, so there's nothing there. And then there's one girl, and she's just trying to siphon through each person. The rounds are going to be relatively short, so that way there can be some action we can see of like, she dodged a bullet with like an ugly guy or whatever. If it's like a big streamer, like
Yeah, it sounds like a fun idea. Wait, why am I implicated in here?
I'm just asking if you think it's like mid, because I saw that there were some gripes about it in it from, but you always are kind of silent. You're just like, yep.
Oh, it seems like it'd be interesting. Wait, you're not like doing this on my channel, right?
We could do it on mine, but I thought the concept was that me and you would do it, and then you would be one of the hosts. I brought it to you.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Oh.
Yeah.
Do a proof of concept first, make it work, see if it works for a little bit, and then
That's what I thought. I thought we should probably just do like a prototype thing, and then come to you. I mean, yeah, it is. Kill yourselves. Leech! Yeah, no shit! Fucking, dude, actually, it's so fucking cringe. Like, no shit, I'm going to a bigger source to garner a larger audience. Yeah, no shit, retard. Cool. Go kill yourself, dude. Actually, kill yourselves. You guys are just gonna sit there. You guys, because you work at McDonald's all day and you're too scared to ask your boss for a raise or anything like that because you're fucking pussies. You're getting fucking mad at me for being like, hey, Steven, I have a cool idea. We could go ahead and do this. I wasn't even asking for income for it, by the way. Obviously, if it did better, I'd be like, okay, maybe we can talk, dollars per number. But obviously right now, we're not doing it. It's not, fuck you.
Oh my goodness.
True.
You absolutely were? I was absolutely were what, nigga?
Okay, nigga. Why do you say nigga
Hey,
like
your
that?
viewer, by the way. So what?
We have to get nigga out of our vocabulary because I keep accidentally getting myself kicked from Destiny's server by saying nigga. I'm not using Gen Chat ever again. It happened twice in a row because I said
I literally worked the job. I don't think you guys understand. I have literally, from any other streamer, I've had more jobs. I've had more jobs than Steven. I've had more jobs than Xena, probably. I've had more jobs than anyone here, but it's mostly because I get fired every like 4 months. But I still have worked. I've worked my whole life.
How many jobs have you had, Darius?
At least 12.
Jesus.
And they've all been customer service, and the other ones were customer engineers.
How many jobs do you have now?
Well, I'm just working from home right now, doing computer consulting. I don't know. I'm streaming, dude. It makes money. Shut up.
Good.
I made $1,400 off Kick last month.
Damn. Ain't no way.
Yeah, that was really ass.
I made more than you last month.
You did. I said that. I said you literally made more subs than me last month.
It's okay. I make more than you and I shake my ass, but I'll help you with
Last month I did not do a lot of content though, so.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way. Actually, need to work on that. Can you buy health insurance whenever, or do you have to wait till the start of the year?
No, you could buy health insurance whenever, and they have stipulations to how long you can wait for certain procedures that they provide. Like, for example, if you get dental insurance, you have to wait 6 months for serious surgeries like root canals or things like that. But instantly, most cases, you can have cleanings. You might have to wait for deep cleanings, but you could get your eye vision check and ear checks. Yeah. You could get health insurance whenever.
Yeah, can you give me a link to that?
I don't even know how to sign myself up for health insurance.
I think healthcare.gov actually might just do it.
Is there a way?
Well, apparently she said there is, and I need healthcare because I haven't had a checkup in at least. Well, I'm 27, starting yesterday, so it's been like 8 years.
So when's the last time you had an STD test?
Well, that's not really a checkup, is it?
That is a checkup. That's a health checkup. Absolutely. A very serious one.
Uh-oh.
Is it?
When was the last time, Dario?
Yeah, when was the last time?
2 to 3 months ago.
Interesting.
How many bitches ago?
Yeah.
It's before, so that's kind of really irresponsible of me, I'm not gonna lie.
Only 4 bitches in 2 to 3 months.
Is that an insult? Is that what you're trying?
No, I was joking with you. That's fine. That's actually good. That's better than people in the chat. Kill yourself.
Damn.
But yeah, no, you should probably get tested.
Oh, I know I should again. I'm trying to figure out health insurance so that way I can get a full body. Like I haven't done the thing where they put their fingers on your balls. I haven't done that in ever.
Prostate exam?
Yeah.
I don't think your prostate is on your balls, but you know, I'm not a biologist, so.
Wait, what do they put their finger on your balls for then?
I don't think they ever put your finger or their finger on your balls.
No, your taint. Is it your taint or is your balls?
I think it's your taint. I think it's a check for a hernia, isn't it?
Testicular cancer.
Oh, is it cancer?
No, it is your balls. They grab your balls.
I've never had my balls grabbed before. Aren't you like 25?
So you've been molested.
What?
Sounds like people in chat are getting molested. I've never heard of this shit before.
You've just been getting, like, you've just getting your balls grabbed for what?
Are you trying to make me feel like I was raped right now? This is a normal thing. Wait.
wait. I have a question. When he grabbed your balls, did he tell you to cough and did he put his finger in your asshole?
Ain't no way.
He didn't tell me to cough.
But what happened with your asshole? That's important.
Nothing. No one's ever touched my butt.
So he just played with your balls and said to cough, but your prostate wasn't examined through your rectum.
Okay, I'm not doing
Yeah, you were definitely molested because a prostate exam, he would definitely touch your butthole, and that's not molestation. I mean, it's an actual exam, and that's why you have to cough. But the ball fondling is crazy.
Yeah, I'm not doing.
Did you come?
Steven, are you getting your own place in Vegas?
Am I getting my own place in Vegas? No, I live in. I'm not moving. Or what are you asking? Oh yeah, of course. Why?
Because I think we're doing like a little shindig.
Oh, that's cute.
Like and gang. So Pixie and such. So I was thinking maybe.
Yeah, maybe I'll come visit you guys.
Okay. Trying to leech a spot, dude. What the, dude? You guys are so fucked in the head. Like everything is just leech to you people. Like any interactions, man. Like fuck you. You're just like, stop trying to leech from my daddy. Stop trying to leech from my daddy. It's not. I'm not trying to leech from him.
Ain't no way.
I'm trying to hate on my friend.
Ain't no way. You get one guide a lot.
I'm not getting one guide. It's multiple. Dude, stop saying that. It's
Okay,
literally
so
not one person.
She just one guide you.
Yeah, and you're getting gang
You're the one guiding. If anything, but like they're literally.
You're getting gangbanged in the chat. That's crazy.
I am.
They wish they were up here right now. What do you have to say to them? I mean, they're gangbanging you, wishing they were up here, but it seems like they're winning.
Damn, ain't no way.
You got the spotlight. They don't.
I bet the doctor
They got
said,
your ass, though.
look, no hands.
Tooted to the sky.
This guy messaged me and he said, if I ever go to a Destiny event and you're there, I'm going to shit in your mouth. Like, first off, the fact that you're even thinking about a Destiny-themed event, kill yourself. Dark. What the fuck? It's a block. Speaking of Destiny events, I finally have procured enough income to do the DGG boxing match. I need to set that up. Can you co-sign it for me right now? And say if I do set it up, you will show up.
Are there females that do this boxing, by the way?
We could do females. I just need to set up the Discord.
I think Destiny would be entertaining to watch me box some bitches.
Yeah, true.
Can I have your co-sign right now? If I put like $2,000 into this, would you be willing to show up?
Well, what do you mean by show up? Like go co-host or just like be there? Or?
Just be there. I would like it if you co-host it because I have to buy mics and shit.
I'll be there, babe.
Keep that in mind, then. I will do something today relative to it with setting up people to do it. I'll set up the venue today on stream.
Wow.
So.
You know what would be cool then if you do that? For the girls boxing, obviously it has to be a little risque where they gotta get oiled up and get in like the kiddie pool and fight in the mud. Ugh, that would be so cool. I rip their asses apart.
What do you think about that, Darius?
I personally do not want to see anyone besides my own girlfriend doing anything sexual. So
Okay, no, you don't gotta cap, bro. You definitely want to see some ass titties jiggling and fighting. That's like common nature.
Darius shitting on McDonald's workers when they bring home more money than he does a month being a full-time leech with no benefits. Cope harder and drop 4x your monthly earnings on a tattoo and stay poor forever, Dario.
I just think it would be fun to wrestle females in mud. Would probably pull in a lot of views too, because, well, sex sells. And I'm sorry, most of the chat is virgins. They want to see it.
Ooh.
What happened?
Ain't no way. That's what happened. Where's Relly?
He usually sleeps until about 5 p.m.
What the fuck? Wait, really?
Yeah, dude, it's been so bad, dude. He started playing, like, I think Baldur's Gate came out, and then Starfield came out, and some other game came out, like, the time before, so he's just been sleeping until, like, 5 p.m. every day, playing games all night. And, like, it sucks for me, because he's, like, my one homie, and I want to do stuff with, but, like, I'm streaming at, like, 6, so we can't, like, go out and do anything. So he's just been sleeping in all fucking day playing games, and he has an e-girlfriend, too, so...
E-girl? Oh, never mind.
Yeah. So he has like a girl that's. I think the first time they meet might be at TwitchCon.
Cute.
That'll be fun. I wanted to film it, but I think it's off limits.
Ain't no way.
He wakes up at 4 and is lonely for an hour. Kill yourself, dude. I wake up at like 9 or 10. I take my dog on a walk. I have a nice little oat milk shaken espresso with 2 pumps of chai. I have a nice life.
And he gambles first thing in the morning, right before his shower.
If I got reloaded, I will gamble a little bit, yes.
Right before his shower, right before brushing his teeth.
Right before, just to get a little juice.
Darius can't hold down a job
I'm
for a
actually,
long
like,
period
the
of
gambling
time,
thing
so
is, like,
he needs to
I
leech
feel
in
like I'm
order,
being
keep
so
his shit
fucked,
together.
dude. Like, I was at McDonald's like 2 days ago, and I heard the little fry dinger go off, and it reminded me of Sweet Bonanza slot, and I was like, oh, dude, like, I just thought about just hitting like 100x, and it was like so fucking bad, dude. It was so fucking bad. I need to do something. I mean, I think I'm moderating fine, but. You know.
Damn, I kind of wish I got Starbucks now.
Why is that?
Well, I ordered Moshi Moshi because after the vegan debate, I was craving steak and fish. So I ordered it, obviously, and now I'm just, like, really hungry.
Damn.
Okay, I actually changed my mind.
Uh-oh.
You
And
do
now I
understand
want
what community
Starbucks,
the
is
WL
what
people
you
do.
said.
Because now that I've talked about the leech thing, they just say leech, leech, leech. They're not even giving input to anything going on. They're just leech, 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 leech. So yeah, maybe it's WL, but it's like a different fucking version of it. This is so fucking cringe, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, you gonna play Payday 3?
Wait, what? Did you ask me a question?
Yeah, you're gonna play Payday 3?
Why did you want to play with me?
Yeah. No, why? Okay, first off, we can't. I've never played Payday before, but if you want to play with other people, yeah, it's not that I'm trying to lead. Dude, how are you fucking going with this bit? It's so fucking cringe.
I was just asking.
It's just a new game that people are excited for. So yeah, I was asking.
Huh.
I'm a vampire.
Would you play it?
Oh, I have no idea. I've never even heard of it before. I didn't play Payday 2 or 1, so, you know.
I can play Life of Pi. It's like Bloodborne.
Is that a co-op game?
Kill yourself. No, I think. It's just like a Souls game that's like Weep.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you play Game to Lily? Does she not like you?
I don't know. We just haven't. It's nothing I want to play right now.
I got myself almond avocado, or I'm sorry. Yeah, what the fuck is it? Yeah, almond avocado, or whatever. Salmon avocado. My dumb ass said almond. And a nice juicy steak with mashed potatoes and some strange green things. I don't know what vegetable that is.
Cool. Wow. Glad to hear it.
So do we need to just drag this on until you can get like a bigger amount of hours today, so that way your like contract's good, or like what's up?
Me?
Yeah. Do we need to like spark something that can like make a conversation for the next 4 hours? Because I can start something, but
Yeah, what do you want to start? Yeah, start some shit. We should have like dramas on
Zena,
reserve.
how did you feel about? Okay, let's just do it. Fuck it. Zena, how did you feel about your conversation with Vegan Gains? You had a lot to say about him earlier.
Oh,
Oh
wait.
yeah. So.
Did you duck out of a combo with him?
Oh no, I had the conversation. He just turned out to be, I guess, an atheist. So when I was saying like one of my reasonings between why I separate animals and humans is also spiritual or religious. I mean, I don't think animals have souls. I don't think we get reincarnated into animals. I don't think they're on the same level. And consuming them is okay. And like he just like spazzed out about how souls aren't real and God isn't real. And I was like, okay, well, I don't want to have a religious based argument if we were just talking about eating meat and you were asking where my moral construct comes from. It comes from religion, and that's what, like, that was my take, that was my justification, I guess. And he was like, it's contradictory because God separates humans and animals. I guess is contradictory.
Wow. What do you think about that, Darius? You brought it up.
It sounds like you think that Vegan Gains kind of like doesn't really know anything, and that he's kind of like.
Yo, Darius, please try holding down a job longer than 4 months before you try to leech. I believe in you.
I think
Good
he's
luck.
very, very strict in his views. I don't think that he doesn't know anything. I'm not saying he's slow or anything.
Yeah, you don't think he's very open to other options?
He's not
or
open. He's
dialogue?
very close-minded when it comes to that, obviously, because, like I said,
Yeah.
he's strict on his beliefs. But he's definitely well articulated.
Maybe Darius can ask Train for
Look, he
help with the
eats meat,
tattoo
though.
like he did with the dog. Wait, how is that dog now? Hey!
Wait, how is your dog?
Jima?
Yeah.
She's doing fantastic. You want to see her?
Not really.
And then me and Darius had a conversation about how one of the main points he brings up is like when I say people aren't conscious or they can't be civilized to make a society, a functioning society, and things like that. And he's like, well, what about retards?
Oh my god, I
And
feel him.
me and Darius kind of agreed. Like, I mean, if it weren't for people feeling like, oh, this is my family member, even though they're retarded. I mean, retards offer absolutely nothing to society, is what Darius said. And he's like, we
I mean,
should.
don't we literally? Because my ex had like a very like what, I don't know if that's Down syndrome, or whatever, or it might be autism, but like he was very high functioning to the point he needed to have like a assisted living. Like, don't we already kind of treat them like
pets, like animals?
Like animals.
Jesus.
You talk to them like they're fucking retarded. I mean, they are retarded, but like, yeah, we just put them in assisted living in homes. Like, they get the bare minimum as long as they have clothes and stuff like that. Like, you don't do any extra work to it.
Damn, guys.
Yeah. Like, it's like there's like a house of like my ex had like a house of like 7 people that were, I guess, low functioning, not high functioning.
Not low functioning. We were talking about extremely mentally impaired, that in the sense of like couldn't even form sentences, didn't even know that they were existing, basically. That's how slow and retarded this example was.
Damn.
Why?
Could not function in society on their own. Like, they need us to take care of them. Same as, for example, okay, animals can, but animals can't build a civilized society. Animals can't structure religion. Religion is basically one of the main reasons we have right from wrong. Because before religion, predating religion, obviously people were considered savagery. They were killing each other and consuming human meat as well. Religion came in with a civilized people. Oh, this is wrong, this is right, this is savagery, and this is okay. And that's where the whole consumption of eating meat and shit like that, we separate from humanity. So again, with the whole retards things, I mean, retards aren't going to come and make a law system that structures a society. What are they doing?
True.
What do they provide for us? They're just consuming what we provide, and basically, yeah. If global warming is real, why don't we just off them?
Do you think there's a way, Darius?
I'll be honest, I wasn't listening. Is there a way to do what?
Wow.
What?
I don't know.
Mind you, I'm not saying to kill retards, but I'm saying, like, if people looked at it in that sense, I think it would be happening. It's not really wrong to say that. It's okay, though.
Why do people say I'd be a retard? I'm not retarded. I'm
We
probably
have a
one of the
choice.
smartest people in this community.
Listen, we're all fucking retarded. Let them say it. I'm retarded. They're retarded. At the end of the day, everybody up in this bitch on the spectrum.
Damn. Okay, well, any other dramas? Pretty boring, Darius. I'm pretty disappointed.
Sorry. I thought something would happen. Nothing happened.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on Cherry, Zena?
What do you mean I like Cherry?
So Zena, why are you friends with Zerka when she snaked the fuck out of Steven?
Hey, Destiny, thanks for the streams, man. I just got a job at McDonald's this week because I tried leeching off my big streamer friend, and he said if I hold down a job past 4 months, I can keep
Destiny,
leeching.
I don't get in that, and vice versa. Like, their drama is their drama. It's not mine.
Wow, that's weak, bro.
Why? I'm not fucking either of them. I own
his
no
dog is a leech.
Says to be like, oh no, leave them alone, stop arguing. Like, I'm not, like, that's retarded. They're grown-ass men. They make their own conscious decisions to argue. Just like if I want to go in the street and slap a bitch, you think they're getting in the way of that? You think Destiny was stopping me from fighting Lauren when me and Lauren were arguing? No. And now me and Lauren are cool.
Stopping you that they're friends. They had an argument. You had a reason to argue. But with Zerka just kind of just backstab Steve boy.
Okay, but in his reasoning, probably, I mean, I don't know what his reasoning is, but people say it's because Destiny didn't give him enough attention. Who knows? I don't fucking know.
You think that's a valid reason to snake someone?
Define snake.
Like lying about other people or trying to leak personal
First
stuff.
First of all, you want to suck Zerka's dick, so why are you even trying to farm this argument right now? You literally want to suck Zerka's dick. Like,
I want to suck Zerka's dick?
Yes.
Mean, I already told you. I think like some of the behaviors he's done is pretty bad. I don't know. Like if I take coke and like fully disassociate, like yeah, when I'm in Miami, I'll just like fuck around with Zerka and do a bunch of other shit. But I don't know if I'd have like a personal relationship with that guy. It seems like he really.
I don't have a personal relationship with him. I've only had a business one.
Okay.
All right, listen, I got a whole video I can watch if you guys have nothing. I'm bored. This is boring.
I have nothing. Yeah, okay. All right, bye, Steve.
Love you.
Okay, take care. Oh my god, my fucking chopstick.
Ain't no way.
To make good decisions and bad decisions. We have a choice to make good decisions and bad decisions. That's not going away anytime soon. It's on us. It's not him. It's us doing it. You got to go through it and pay the price. 88% of S&P 500 companies.
Where is the dog, Darius? Where is it? Train wants an update on the 10K dog.
Good one.
Shareholder is either State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock.
Why does God allow pain and suffering and evil to exist in this world?
Although before we go into that, you might have noticed that our intro today was on fire. It was so good, the background music was crazy, and you're probably thinking to yourselves, holy moly, Graham, where did you get that music? Well, thankfully, our sponsor, Epidemic Sound, there to help. So no joke, guys, we've been subscribed to Epidemic Sound for over 3 years now, and we use them across multiple channels on a regular basis, and they're our go-to for copyright-free music.
As a creator, having copyright-free music is crucial, and Epidemic is the only place we trust to have the exact type of music or sound effects we're looking for. They have a massive library of over 40,000 tracks and 90,000 sound effects, and they work with carefully selected artists and give them a fair 50-50 split on streaming revenue. And that's why their business model is an easy one to support.
My favorite thing about Epidemic is their ear feature, which works as an extension of the Find Similar feature, allowing you the ability to highlight a specific part of a track and search for music that sounds similar. Their personal plan is ideal for content creators since it covers most platforms including YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, and podcasts. So click the link down below in the description and use our code ICH to get a free 30-day trial. And also, everything you post during your trial period is even protected if you cancel.
Guys, it's free. There's literally no risk. Try it out with code ICH. I guarantee you'll love it. And now with that said, let's get back to the podcast.
So Pat, thank you so much for coming back on. It's been almost exactly
What is this backdrop? I feel like the whatever studio they interviewed me in, I thought it looked really nice. I'm surprised I switched out for this weird green screen shit.
That
projector
you were on the
shot.
last time. Really
Yeah, of course. I love the work you guys are doing. So.
Thank you. You were just on Rogan too.
Yes.
For the second time, right?
Yes.
Which is absolutely incredible. Like that is the hallmark of being basically at this point a very important and impactful person. Can you walk us through how that invitation went, how the experience went? And you were also very gracious to give him a bunch of very thoughtful gifts on the podcast.
Well, to me, Joe's the GOAT. You know, in the space of, if you look at the wall right there, the Wall of Fame, and all the names that we have there with Elvis, Tupac, JFK, Marilyn Monroe, Frank Sinatra, Tiger Woods, Kobe, Tom Brady, Ali, Dave Chappelle, Senna, Michael Jordan, and Joe Rogan. I think Joe's the GOAT of what he does. The last 3 years, he showed it was more than just entertainment. It's enlightenment. He's getting people to think.
They're in his video.
I think one of the most, if not the most super necessary voice the last 3 years. But in regards to how it happened, I mean, I've been following Joe for a while. I'm a fan of following Joe's content. And I messaged him a few years ago. We were just complimenting him on the work he's doing. About a year and a half after that, he messaged me, says, hey, Pat, I want to do a podcast with you. I went out. And this time around, it was more around me wanting to give him a gift after he opened up his new comedy club. And if you've not been to this comedy club, this was a movie theater before. The place is sick. It's insane. The behind the scenes, the rooms, the way it's set up, everything has a messaging. He's got the wall from back in the days, the people he bought it from. There's a whole story to it. It's 2 different clubs that goes at the same time. He performs there, I think, 3 times a week, 2 times on the nights, but 3 times a week. And this time it was just, hey, if you come in to give me the gifts, let's do another podcast together. I'd love to, and then boom, it led to the conversation that it did.
That's fantastic. I heard he only has 4 employees right now running the entire podcast business.
It's not a lot of employees, 4 or 5 employees, but the facility is, let me tell you, the facility is insane. You know, we came, he gave us a tour of the back, and Vinny accidentally steps on the floor where they practice jiu-jitsu. Joe's like, what are you doing? Vinny takes his foot off, and you see all the artwork. Just visualize, I would say 100, 200 pieces of art laying against the wall because he has no more room for wall.
Are you serious?
Yes, it's a good facility. It's a massive facility. Full-blown gym. He's got a room just purely for archery. And then his guys are there. You talk to his guys. They love working for Joe. Absolutely love working for him. But it's an incredible facility.
So it's interesting going on different podcasts because I was on yours yesterday and I was shocked at the amount of research and the...
Okay, am I crazy or does this guy sound and look like Soda Poppin's brother? He could be, right? I'm not crazy.
Attention to detail that you put into these podcasts. How much goes into that pride?
No, fuck, wait, wait, fuck, hold on, I just mixed up the voices. He sounds like Soda Poppin's brother. He looks like Chad Soda Poppin's brother. If we ignore, if you could get this guy's voice on this guy's face. Absolutely. Wait, the one on the right is Soda Poppin's brother. Wait, no he's not. Wait, link proof or I'm banning a whole bunch of people right now. Hold on. Okay, shut the fuck up. You guys are fucking losers.
Great question. So it depends. So for example, for the first, I don't know, 8 years of me doing podcasts, I'm the researcher. Nobody researches for me. So I'm the guy that's reading the book. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm reading watching the videos, taking notes. I have a format of how I take notes. And whether I start off with facts, then I go to topics, then I go to questions I want to ask. That is the format. I like having facts and I like having topics and issues. And then I go to questions that I want to ask. And then now we have a whole research team that gives us content. You know, whether if I'm interviewing somebody and it's more of a valuetainment interview, it's just more stuff that's related to you. And then other items that I may want to bring up to get your opinion on that maybe we haven't heard you comment on. Yeah, there's a lot of preparation. I'm sure you saw we now have 74 full-time employees that are working at it.
74?
So
74 full-time employees? That's insane if that's true. I don't know if I believe it. That would be insane if that's true.
Valuetainment, a part of it is with the consulting firm. Consulting firm is growing.
Oh, unless they've got like other parts of their business. It's not just like the show or whatever. That could be true. All right. Okay.
Extremely rapidly right now. Minect, our app right now, we got 70,000 downloads the last couple months with Minect. How familiar are you with Minect, what it does? Have you?
I got a 10-minute pitch and I downloaded it.
Okay, so Minect is, think about 7 years ago or so, lawyer of mine I talked to, we had a 7-minute call.
Yeah.
He charges me for 30 minutes. And I call him up and I said, why do you charge me for 30 minutes? We had a 7-minute call. He says, that's what lawyers do. Minutes roll up. I said, not to 30 minutes. He said, well,
Wait, is that true? Every lawyer, I've only had 4 consultations I paid for. Every lawyer that I've done bills in, I think it's 0.10. So I think on all the billing statements I've had, it'll be 6, 12, 18, up to 30 minutes. I've never seen somebody roll over a full... I'm thinking of the billing statements I've seen. They might be a 30-minute minimum. That's true. I have heard of minimum consultations. But I feel like I usually see 6-minute increments on billings. I've never seen 30-minute increments before. But maybe on a consultation, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a 30-minute or an hour minimum. But rolling over 30 minutes is wild, especially when you start getting to costly lawyers. You're paying north of $500 an hour for a consultation. That would be pretty wild, but okay, I don't know.
What do you want me to do about it? I said, you got to charge me for 7 minutes. He says, I can't do that. I said, what are you worth by the minute? He says, no lawyer charges by the minute. I said, what if there is a technology where I get to pay for people's time by the minute? So that's when we came up with, do you have a minute to connect? Let's Connect.
What?
Connect is the app. So on Connect, if I send a DM to somebody, if I want to get a question answered by somebody, most people don't respond back to DMs. About 90% of DMs somebody. If I want to get a question...
Jesus, who would bill $600 a minute for a call? Holy shit. These have to be sample prices that nobody double checked. That's an insane fee.
Question answered by somebody, most people don't respond back to DMs. About 90% of DMs get unanswered. On Connect, you're going to get an answer back because you're paying Graham
Gisticle. I don't know why you're putting Brittany Simon, Ayla, and then Lolface. Pretty sure Brittany Simon charged like $150 an hour or something. Or maybe it was $300 an hour? Do you know the difference between $600 a minute versus $300 an hour? I don't know why you're typing this in chat like you're making some point. That's an insane fee. What?
$100 for a question. He responds back.
Yeah,
you make 80% of that. Manex keeps 20% of it. If they want to see a video being responded back from me in a video format, answering a question, hey, Graham, you run a YouTube channel with 4 million subscribers, a video may be $400. But if I want to do a 15-minute FaceTime with you, you get to pick and choose what you want to charge by the minute. $50 a minute. You do a FaceTime. Your face is up here. Their face is down here. It's done well. So we have a whole team for Connect. Then we have product development division. And then we have our cutters, editors, shredders. We have our production team here. We have the folks that are running our cigar lounge, our buildings, the next projects that we're working at, about to buy 10 acres to build a campus, that we'll be doing our docs, movies, all that stuff. So it's growing. I think within a year and a half, we'll be at around 250 employees. If our HR team speed can catch up, we'll be at 120 employees right now.
I hear Andrew Tate is doing quite well on there.
Andrew Tate did very well there. I want to say their first month, they made $100,000 on Connect.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, I think they $93,000. It may be between $90,000 to $100,000 their money on Connect. You can go ask questions from them on Connect, Tristan Tate. But you can ask questions of Chaz Palmentieri. You can ask questions from bodybuilders. You can ask questions from consultants, those who raise money. It's a lot of different people.
Yeah.
And you also recently interviewed Andrew Tate for the second time.
Yes.
14 million views in 1 month, which is absolutely astounding. I know for that podcast, extra amounts of research went into it. Can you walk us through maybe like the prior 3 days before that podcast?
Great question. So here's what we do. When we do big interviews, it is extra amount of research that we do. You're looking at topics, issues, questions, current events, but you're looking at top 3-5 angles. You can't be a regular person that's asking the same exact questions. Give me the keys to success, or give me the keys. So tell me what happened here. It has to be angles. If your angles aren't unique, no one's interested. People are interested in unique angles, right? When I get interviewed on different podcasts, I'm like, okay, here we go again. This is another question that's been asked a million times, right? When we did the podcast last time, a lot of clips took off for you guys because you guys did the right job asking questions to get content that maybe hadn't been heard before. That's what the audience wants to see, right? So when we got to Romania the night before, I don't know how many hours it was. I would say we sat there at a table for 6 hours to prep on what angles to take with the interview. And when we did the interview, we were all going on probably a couple hours of sleep. And it was done. We stayed with him till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. But yes, you're looking at angles, and I'm not only interviewing him. So I interviewed Andrew, and then right after us with Andrew, we went to Tristan without a break. So it's boom, boom. The interview, 7 hours of doing interviews.
Yeah.
Back to back to back. But
are all these new media companies legitimate businesses? It feels like in the past few years, there have been a ton of really weird small media companies popping up all over the place with an audience forum. Yeah, I could be wrong, but a lot of it feels like view-botted or illegitimate to me, just based on the way that I see people move, the way they talk about money, the way that they do everything. But I don't know, I could be wrong. Maybe they just, I don't know, who knows? It's hard to know, but...
yes, lots of preparation.
And what angle did you settle on for the Andrew Tate interview, and what other angles were you thinking about?
So BBC, to me, missed the mark with him when they came out trying to do a gotcha interview. They look disrespectful. They look like clowns, to be honest with you. And they look like hypocrites, meaning you have a guy who is working for your organization who texted a minor and followed a minor on Twitter at 15.
Oh, he's still doing this fucking meme. Jesus Christ. What's the name of this guy that they all obsess over? Michael Scofield. It's like, I feel like we looked this up and it was like some celebrity guy dated some kid on the platform, but like they were a minor. He was a minor when he worked there, but he wasn't a minor when they started dating or fucking around or anything. It was just such a stupid, I don't know, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, unless I'm missing something, I misread that, but I feel like I looked into this. It was like the weirdest like attempt at a gotcha that I'd ever seen before.
18 years old. The guy ends up becoming a intern for you. Then you end up hooking up with this 19-year-old kid, whatever age he was when he did. You're married for 27 years with 2 daughters. Then he tells the story of what happened with you. That's public. You step away. Some are saying, did you get together with this boy when he was underage, or what happened to it? The interview that's done with BBC with this guy, and they say, so, you've had a rough week. How are you feeling? You know, that's the opening question of a guy that followed another man.
As opposed to their interview that was a complete softball interview the entire time. By the way, the Tates are charged with trying to traffic minors as well. But I mean, like, yeah. But they didn't ask any challenge.
On Twitter, a boy, 15 years old on Twitter, right? And what's the first question with Tate? Are you a rape? See, when you do stuff like that, you lose credibility. This is why people don't trust mainstream media today. Back in the days, Ted Turner, when he started CNN, he said news was the talent. It was the news that you looked up to. Today, it's flipped. It's not the news. It's the anchor. It's the individual, right? You used to watch CNN, and they would give the news to you. You used to watch Walter Cronkite. We just got news that our president, very unfortunate.
See, they're doing the thing again where people don't know the difference between news and punditry. This is why I said before, I think in the United States, I think it should be illegal. I don't think you should be allowed to have a media company with pundits anymore because Americans are too stupid to tell the difference. If you're marketing yourself as a news company, you shouldn't be allowed to have like Anderson Cooper or Tucker Carlson or any of these because Americans are just too stupid to tell the difference. Punditry and entertainment needs to be totally separate businesses from the actual reporting.
Fortunate news today. President John F. Kennedy has been, boom, it was just news being given to you, right? The news, what we wanted to get. So a lot of these guys have missed the mark, unfortunately. Unfortunately for BBC, CNN, MSNBC, many of them, the market is changing. People want long form. They want to talk to human beings. They want to be asked questions that those guys are thinking about, not what you're thinking about. What are they thinking about? You could ask a question you're thinking about, but what do they want to? They don't have access to me, or they don't have access to Tate. They want those questions. So if you ask the questions that they're wondering, and people are going to sit there and say, that's exactly what I've been thinking about this entire time. How is it that BBC asked this? And then, so all these different angles you think about, and then you try to be fair to, like even yesterday's interview with Vivek here, the town hall that we did. Opening question was what? World Economic Forum. It's not a friendly question. It's a question. Hey, you're tied to World Economic Forum. What do you think about this? Hey, you're Indian. Is a part of what you're trying to do to go away from China, your relations with India? Is that kind of like trying to help your homeland? Are you vaccinated? Did you take the vaccine? You heard at the end what he said, right? It was kind of uncomfortable, right? Hey, how are you going to handle this? You're 37 years old. You're 38 years old. You've never been there before. How are you going to hire? People want to have those questions being asked. At the same time, why do you think you're doing so well? Why do you think as a young age, your Twitter account has grown the way that is and your competitors are not? Why do you think America's following your content so much. We need to kind of give a little bit of both sides.
Even the viewer question about religion, I was like, that
was fantastic.
Heather, right? The lady that asked the question?
One of the last questions.
Yes.
That was a very impressive question. I knew it knocked Vivek back.
What'd you think about his answer, though?
I thought it was great.
I thought it was great.
He's a great diplomat. He's a great speaker, of course.
But do you believe him with his answer? Do you actually believe him?
I do.
I do as well.
But here's the thing. I tend to fall for stuff like this all the time. Anytime someone's like, you can trust me, I'm honest, like I'll be the one.
At least you're being honest about it.
No, it's true. It happens time and time again.
Yeah.
And so with him, I'm like, this is the guy. This is the one I trust.
Yeah.
So, it could just be me being naive.
But you know what it is as well? There's a part of it where he's here last night with us. He's there shaking hands. I said, where's your wife at? His wife was doing a surgery last night. She's a surgeon. While he's here, he's got 2 kids. The guy's worth a few $100 million, started a company, raised $2.2 billion. It's valued at $9 billion today. He doesn't need to do this. He lives an incredible life, but he's still working. His wife is still working. Let me get this straight. Your wife is still working while you're worth this much money. It's more than just money when you're doing something like that. So it's not like we're above you, we're better than you. There was a good feeling about it. Now we're going to see. It's going to be rough competing with everybody else, but it was interesting talking to him. Again, the point being, you got to ask all the questions that are the good questions as well as the tough questions, and then let the audience decide.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that's a bit of an ego play? Because it seems like sometimes when people have a certain amount of money, then they go for power. And that might be in the form of going to Congress, Senate, presidency. Do you feel like that's maybe a thing that's going on?
I think what you're doing, some could say, is an ego play.
Sure.
How many more subscribers do you need, Graham? You got 4.5 million, Mr. Graham, right? Why do you need to get to 10 million? I'm running a small YouTube channel out of Arkansas with 2,800 subscribers, and I'm happy.
Although before we go into that, as you probably noticed, one of the things that we really enjoy is coming up with fun ideas and then turning them into a reality. In fact, that's how the podcast even came to be.
What if you had an amazing business idea, but you didn't have access to business partners like us?
Well, don't worry. Today's sponsor, Shopify, is a better business partner than Jack will ever be. Shopify is the e-commerce platform that's already transformed millions of businesses worldwide. You can also customize your online store with flexible templates and powerful tools. So whether you're selling satin sheets using their in-person POS system or offering organic olive oil online, they've got you covered. So you might also know about my coffee, bankrollcoffee.com, that I sell online, and that's been hosted by Shopify for the last 3 years, and they've been absolutely fantastic. They're the only company I even considered going with because they're that good.
And also, believe it or not, before I worked with Graham on this podcast, I had like 4 Shopify stores. They were also the only platform I ever considered to sell things online.
What sets Shopify apart is their ability to turn random internet browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout. And with a single dashboard, you can manage orders, shipping, and payments from anywhere in the world. Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the United States, and they're quickly turning into a global force, supporting brands like Allbirds, Rothy's, and Brooklyn in over 170 countries.
So sign up for just a $1 a month trial period at shopify.com/ICH.
Again, that's shopify.com/ICH to take your business to the next level.
Shopify.com/ICH. Thank you so much, Shopify, and back to the episode.
I created a flow with myself, Kai, and Mario. We sat there and we said, what percentage of a human being selfish or selfless is good for society? Okay, let's kind of look at both sides. Is a person who is 100% selfless good for society? If you're 100% selfless, meaning everything you do is for others, are you good for society?
Probably
what do you think?
Not, no.
I would tend to think more so yes.
No, because you've got to provide for yourself
you
first.
think 100% selfless is good for society?
I'm trying to think at what level does being selfish benefit others? If the point is to help others, at what point does being selfish help?
So picture somebody who is 100% selfless. They do everything for who? Everybody else.
Right.
So there's an element of conformity. There's an element of trying to please everybody. There's an element of constantly worried about what other people think. Those types of people don't typically do net positive good for society, because the first thing we want you to do is we want you to take care of yourself, okay? A few things with me. I don't mind if you smoke weed, I'll shake your hand. I don't mind if you smoke cigars, I'll shake your hand. If you smoke cigarettes, I can't deal with it, okay? When I shake someone's hand who smokes cigarettes, I go like this, I'm like, give me a flipping break. I'll go like this to you next time. I don't like cigarettes, right? If you don't take care of your body and you smell, you can't be around me too much. I got a big nose and I can smell everything, okay? I can smell if you took a shower. I can smell if you don't brush your teeth. I can smell it, and I don't like it. I ran a sales team, and one of the things happens when you run a sales team, you have to have a lot of awkward conversations. So when a young guy gets started and you want to sell, I would sit there and I would say, hey, you don't yet have credibility to have beard. If you're going to be selling insurance, you got to kind of fix your hair a little bit. You got to get your cut on the side a little bit. You got to shave. If you're going to sit in front of other people asking them to sell their $1 million home with you, you got to dress up better. Now, you guys run a YouTube channel. You don't care what I think about you. There's an element that's your look. You got like the Steve Jobs look. But I would sit there and I would tell guys, and I would say, hey, Johnny, yes. Do you know you smell? You're serious. Yeah, you smell, bro. And it's not good. And about 20 people have brought it up to me. And here's what I want to do with you. Do you want to continue smelling, or do you want to do something about it? I want to do something about it. I don't know if you have a father figure in your life that's having this conversation with you, but I'm going to have it with you, and we're doing it privately behind closed doors, so you don't need to be embarrassed. But I'm hoping for the rest of your life, no one ever needs to have this conversation with you. Fair, fair. Let me give you the starter kit. Here, what do you use when you shower at night? What soap do you use? What shampoo do you use? Tell me what razor do you use. Can you actually show it to me? Go on the website and show me what you buy. You use that kind of shampoo? Are you sure? How do you wash yourself? Do you blow dry your body afterwards? Do you blow dry down here, down here, down here, and your toes, because that's where fungus is? How do you blow dry? What do you do?
Wait.
No.
I just fucking skipped ahead. I don't know what you...
Happened. Your son is right. He got punched first. For me, if your vision's big, if you want to do, my son, play right across the street, you're hearing this whistling sound, and that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. You know you're not that. You're not like them. Going all this stuff. I think you're doing it for ego.
Sure.
But I don't think it's 100%. So the number we found that you got to dress up better. Now, you guys are running a YouTube channel. You don't sit on a conversation with you. Fair. Can you talk to me about this kind of stuff? I'm 23 years old. I totally get it. But it's my job. I'll do it the first time. But it happens second time. This, okay, how do you shave? Do you shave up? Do you shave your body afterwards? Do you blow dry down?
Oh, okay. Am I a disgusting fucking heathen? Do you guys all blow dry when you get out of the shower? Is that normal? Sometimes if I'm feeling extra exotic, I'll use 2 towels. But I don't think I've ever used sometimes I blow dry my hair right after I dyed my hair blue because it helped it a little. Helped destroy it. But I don't think I've ever used a blow dryer to blow dry my body before.
Down here, down here, down here, and your toes, because that's where fungus is. How do you blow dry? What do you do? Here's what I do. Okay, how do you shave? Do you shave up? Do you shave sideways? Do you shave
on
down?
hair if you want it to dry fast? I don't think you should ever blow dry your hair if you want it to dry fast. I think you only blow dry it if you're trying to style it, right? Otherwise, just take a shower earlier or use a towel or something, no? Because I feel like if you apply a ton of heat to your hair all the time, you're gonna destroy your fucking hair. It's gonna be ruined. If you're just using a blow dryer just to dry your hair, I feel like you use that when you're styling it, no?
What are you doing? Pat, no one's talking to me about this kind of stuff.
Oh, you can do it without heat. That's true. I don't know how long that would take.
So I totally get it. But it's my job. I'll do it the first time. But it happens second time, you got to figure something out for yourself because sales is not going to work out. So here's an option for you with deodorant, okay? Here's the toothpaste. Here's the toothbrush. Here's the spray. Here's a cologne. Go start working on this. This is a soap you can use. This is the Axe you can use. I would give them the starter kit, and they would come back. Because if you're 100% selfless,
apparently if you have long hair, it takes a long time to dry.
Taking care of yourself. All you care about is, but you're hurting everybody else. Now let's flip the question. Do you think a person that's 100% selfish is a net positive to society?
No.
Do you think more than 100% selfless? Makes you think.
Yeah.
So what is the, think about a person that's 100% selfish. What do they typically do?
Make money.
Correct, that's a positive to society. What else does 100% selfish do? They take care of themselves.
Right.
They're clean.
They probably don't donate, right?
That's
probably
fine.
Don't volunteer.
But the selfless one probably doesn't make any money because that guy doesn't have any dreams or vision or goals. So when you think about this element and you say, do you think Vivek's doing it for ego and all this stuff? I think you're doing it for ego.
Sure.
But
wait, how did he asked a decently insightful question, but then he gave the totally wrong answer. Asking if it's better to be 100% selfish or 100% selfless is an interesting question because it makes you question if it really is truly good to be 100% selfless, because that's what we intuitively gravitate towards. It's probably not good to be 100% selfless. You have to take care of yourself, because the stronger position you put yourself in, the more you can help other people, right? That's the correct answer to that. But I don't know if he's trying to like navigate that into being 100% selfish is actually the correct answer is almost like what he sounded like he was hinting at, but maybe he's going to get to 1%. Yeah, we'll see.
I don't think it's 100%. So the number we found that's reasonable, that's a good amount to be that a guy's still driving is 70-30. If 70% of you is driving for your goal, your dreams, your vision, 30% is for him, the people around your audience, you're a net positive because you're constantly in search of something. If somebody is 50-50, they're typically a good advisor because they don't want anything from you. You know, the only thing they want from you is a little bit of credit to say, hey, John, thank you for that advice. So that is an element where anybody that runs, they're typically around the 70% selfish, 30% selfless.
What would you say you are?
I think I'm around the 65%, 35, 70%, because for me, so my wife and I, when we have a conversation about vision, and I say to her, I said, babe, if you want somebody to be home every night at 6 o'clock to have dinner, I'm not the guy. If you want somebody to be in town every single week for the entire year, I'm not the guy for you. If you want somebody that's gonna sit there and say, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm not that guy. I'm not compromising my vision because that vision is a commitment I have to my father, my heritage, my family, and my God. I'm not compromising that vision. I'm not compromising my values and principles. These are things that I'm fighting for. If you're okay with that, let's roll. If you're not, let me introduce you to some of my friends that may be a better match for you than me. This is when we were dating. Okay. So if I see relationships, husband and wife, I'll typically talk about this and, you know, I'll talk to someone, I'll say, oh my God, this guy's a real good talent. I like him a lot. So let's just say you and I have a good meeting tonight and you leave. Like, Pat, I'm on fire. We're going to go do this. And let's just say we have a God conversation or we have a health conversation or we have a political conversation. And you're like, this is fantastic. That's a good point. And then you go home. And your wife says, you explain to, babe, you won't even believe what I just saw was over here. Vivek was talking and Patrick was saying this. And yeah, that's a good point. That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. You know you're not that. You're not like them. That's not you. You don't think so, babe? No, those are just a bunch of egotistical people. Yeah, you know what I thought about that? Yeah, I think you're right, babe. I love you. And you go to sleep. Versus, you go home. Babe, I saw this debate and I'm talking Vivek and Patrick and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, babe. That's not you. That's stupid. Those are egotistical people. What are you talking about, babe? Yeah, those are egotistic. These are people that only care about themselves. I'm sorry, babe. You care about you. Take care of yourself.
I don't even know what the fuck story I just heard. Am I just not listening close enough? I'm sorry. I have a really hard time following what.
That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. We have a political conversation and you're like, this is fantastic. That's a good point. And then you go home. And your wife says, you explain to, babe, you won't even believe what I just saw was over here. Vivek was talking and Patrick was saying this. And yeah, that's a good point. That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. You know you're not that. You're not like them. That's not you. You don't think so, babe? No, those are just a bunch of egotistical people. Yeah, you know what I thought about that? Yeah, I think you're right, babe. I love you. And you go to sleep. Versus, you go home. Babe, I saw this debate and I'm talking Vivek and Patrick and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, babe. That's not you. That's stupid. Those are egotistical people. What are you talking about, babe? Yeah, those are egotistic. These are people that only care about themselves. I'm sorry, babe. You care about you. Take care of yourself. I'm glad.
Oh, he's talking about arguing with his wife.
I love the fact that they're driven. I like being around people that are doing this. They inspired me tonight. Babe, you know, we want to live a different life. Babe, I don't know what life you want to live. This is the life I want to live. I'm hoping you're bought in. See, if you can't have that conversation, you don't have a backbone, then you're the one that's going to be bitter 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the line, looking back saying, I compromised my vision for this girl, and now you're upset at her, you're blaming the wife, you're seeing your kids and you're saying, if you only know what your mom did to me, it's not the wife's fault, it's your fault. Because the way you compromise your vision that you have for what you want to do that God put on you, you know, if there's something you keep thinking about, that's a vision that's important to you. And if you can't have the backbone to pursue it, then it's not a last appointment issue. You're not fully committed to what you want to do. You can be fickle and people can change your mind constantly.
I notice God is a topic that comes up frequently with you. What role does God have in your life? And do you think that everybody needs a relationship with God to some capacity, or could some exist without a relationship with God?
Everybody has a God. Okay, my God from 14 years old to 25 was women. They were my God, okay? It was everything I wanted. I couldn't get enough of it. I wanted all of them. I wanted every ethnicity, every background, in every place, in every club. I wanted them all, okay? Some kids, their God is video games.
Yes.
Some people, their God is food. Some people, their God is the amount of likes they get on social media. Everybody has a God. So there's no such thing as, you look at these people who believe in God, they need God, they're weak, that's what they are. No, look at you, who your God is. Your God is porn.
Yes.
Your God is women.
Yes.
Your God is money.
Yes.
Your God is, everybody has, so there's no such thing as, I have a God, but you don't
If I
have a God.
analyze
You have
hard
a
drive,
God
that's
as
for
well.
alternate
We have a different
recipes?
God. So let's set that part aside about who has a God and who doesn't have a God. For me, you know, my entire life, I had a big conflict with the man upstairs because, you know, when you're living in Iran and your mom and dad have taped the windows, because when the explosion of a bomb comes, you don't want the window to, you just want it to fall and it doesn't hurt the kids. And my bed is right underneath 7-8 windows in Khiyabane Hojat in Iran. Street name is Hojat, and we're right there. That's not a good environment to be raised in. You're going outside, you're seeing holes in the ground in a place you used to play. Right across the street, you're hearing this whistling sound, and your parents get divorced twice in 20 years. They get married, your sister is born, they get divorced, then they get remarried, then you're born, then they get a divorce. And the visual that I had as a kid, when every night on the 4th floor, my dad would walk up at 8:30 and I would see his head, first step, boom, boom. I knew my dad is here. I'd run up to the door, open it up, give him a hug. The last time I experienced that, I was 10 years old. Boom, gone. I don't see that head climbing at 8:30 anymore when I come home from work. It was the best moment of my day. That's the last time that happened. The only vacation I ever took as a family with my mom and dad, we went to
Wait, did he die,
a
or
city called Esfahan.
did you just not see his dad much?
And Esfahan is like an old city with a lot of different things. There's a song by a man named Moeen. He sings a song called Delam Mikhad be Esfahan bargardam. I'll sit there in my backyard and I'll listen to that song for 2 hours straight. He's saying Delam Mikhad be Esfahan bargardam. My heart wants to return to Esfahan, okay? My heart wants to return to Esfahan because my entire family was together. It was me, my sister, my mom, and my dad, okay? So then you go to Germany at a refugee camp. For 2 years, there's no father figure. You don't know what to do. You're experiencing bullying, fighting out there, you know, fighting with Afghanis, Pakistanis, Germans, you know, all these other people from different ethnicities. Like, who are you from Iran? You're in our country here right now. That's exactly why Germany is being ruined, because they're letting too many of you here. And maybe they were partly right. And why are we coming in your homeland? You know, we're dealing with our own mess, and then eventually we'll make it to the States. And I go to the army and I'm like, don't even talk to me about God or anything. And then eventually, I realized with a couple moments, a man gave me a Bible when I was in the army. And he said, you need this Bible more than I do. His parents gave him that Bible December 24th, 1974. I have the Bible till today in my office. So I don't know, man. I like Hafiz. I like Rumi, these famous poets from Iran. And Rumi had a poet, I'll butcher it, but you can kind of see how he says where, you know, God uses human beings as a flute to sing through, which means... Is
this being like edited a bunch together and I'm just like missing it, or what the fuck?
In a way, God talks to you and I through people. And then one day, a friend of mine who was a tough guy in LA, we went to school together.
Okay.
Him and I both had a 1.8 GPA.
Mm-hmm.
And neither one of us were going to do anything. So when we went to college, and we're at Glendale Community College, me and Armand were the ones that told you you're an idiot if you go to class.
Okay.
We would make fun of you. We were those friends. We'd be like, look at these idiots, they're going to class. What are you going to do going to class, man? Who cares about a college degree? Stay here, let's play spades, let's play hoax, stay for another hour. And we would influence kids to drop out of their class. That was us, okay? So I go to the army, he does what he does. This is the same guy that one time punched a guy in the face.
Where are we? What is happening? Am I listening to Kanye West right now? Jesus, sorry, okay.
With a brass knuckles. He punched the guy in the face, breaks the guy's jaw. I was telling the story to you guys. He breaks the guy's jaw. The guy can't eat. He's eating out of a straw for 30 days. And one day he tells the story to me. The father comes to his house. He knocks on the door, opens the door. The father's looking at him, saying, I'm not here to do anything to you. I'm only here for you to see the pain of a father going through for what you did to my son. And the dad is crying. He says, I don't ever want you to feel the pain I'm feeling right now when I watch my son jaw. I can't talk to my son. I'm in pain. And you brought that pain to my son. He says, that day messed me up, right? Guilt, all this stuff. Anyways, I go to the army. I come back 24 years old, and I go to Rafi's place, and I said, so how you doing? He says, well, Jesus has changed my life. I'm like, I'm thinking he's joking with me. He says, no, I'm telling you. I said, come on, man, what are you talking about? You? Yeah. Stop it. You're pulling a prank, because we were both pranksters, big pranksters. He said, no, I'm telling you, you got to come to Bible study with me. So I go to Bible study with him Friday night in Paznaz with this guy named Mano. And we'd sit there from 6 o'clock at night to 2 o'clock in the morning. We're debating, and I'm just trying to debate. Anyways, eventually, I make a decision. I become baptized January, I think it's 21st of 04. And I realized I don't want to live my life alone. I'm not alone right now. I'm around you guys. When you're together, you're around each other, you're around your girl, you're not alone, right? But you're going to be alone. Who do you talk to when you're alone? I want a relationship with God when I'm alone. Because if my vision is big of what I want to do in my life, for me to think I can do it by myself, that is so arrogant, and it's so much pressure on an individual when things don't go your way. Sometimes you need to just say, look, man, I'm going to pray like it's up to you, but I'm going to work like it's up to me. There's a man named Greg that told me this 20 years ago, and there's so much truth behind it, right? God has played an incredible role in my life. I'm a guy that's very honored and grateful for the life that he's given me. I look at my kids' faces and I tell Dylan, I say, Dylan, do you realize I can't imagine life never meeting you? He says, what do you mean, Daddy? I said, July of 2002, I'm at Thomas Mack Center with Lou Holtz speaking. I'm at that event with my girlfriend sitting to my right and a girl named Jennifer sitting to my left is my girlfriend, a girl sitting to my right, a girl named Jennifer. We're all the way in the back. Lou Holtz is speaking. I said, if I don't go to that event that day,
when are we going to find out he wasn't wearing any shoes?
The girl on my right, 5.5 years later, when we're both single, becomes my girlfriend. She's your mother. I would have never met you. I cannot imagine life never meeting you, Dylan, never meeting Patrick Tico, never meeting Senna, or never meeting Brooklyn. If that meeting and appointment never happens, I'm devastated. That meeting is scheduled by the man upstairs. So for me, if your vision's big, if you want to do something massive with your life, you almost need faith.
Okay.
But if you don't believe in a God, trust me, you have a God. You just don't know what it is yet.
Now, I'm curious because I've heard a lot of different answers to this, and I want to know your opinion on this.
Sure.
But why does God allow pain and suffering and evil to exist in this world?
You know, it's a good question you ask. It's a question, I ask for a big part of my life with the things that I saw. That's the free will part, man. It's our choice. He doesn't make us do anything. He leaves it to you and I.
Serious question.
How we live our
Have
lives.
you ever seen the movie John Q?
Yep.
If so, do you think Denzel was justified in his actions after he exhausted every other avenue to save his son? His job changed his insurance policy last minute without notifying him.
Get fucked, loser. There must be a name morally for like decisions that are like morally correct, but that you would never expect a person to make. I don't know what those decisions are. I don't know what you'd call them. But like, for instance, if you had to choose between saving 3 children, but then you had to kill your own child to do it, what's the morally correct choice? Like, obviously, saving the 3 and killing the 1, like, given that you have to do it, is probably the correct choice. But, like, would you ever expect a parent to make that decision? I don't know. That's a hard one.
If God was a micromanager, that would be a different story. He's not. He's like, look, here's what you've been given with. Here's the talents we're giving you. Here's the life. Go do good with it and find a way to be better to my guys, my people, my kids. And then you get to choose to make bad decisions. Okay, he doesn't. Now, if you go back and, some can say, well, that's when sin happened, Adam, Eve, Apple, that's when we started sinning. Prior to that, we were this, we were that. Great. We have a choice to make good decisions and bad decisions. That's not going away anytime soon. It's on us. It's not him. It's us doing it.
So what I heard also, I love that answer, but what I heard also that I really liked is that if he showed himself every single time.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Apparently they always say interesting stuff when I step away, so hold on one sec.
Evil occurred and let's say like cancer was given to a child or something like that, then it wouldn't be faith anymore. It would just be fact. It would be what is. And the power about belief is that it's faith. And you need to be able to believe in something that isn't fact because, like I said, it would just be what is.
Let me ask you a question. Was your father in your life growing up as a kid?
He was, yeah.
Okay. How old were you the first time you got bullied?
I wasn't really bullied that much when I was a kid.
Did you ever get into a fist fight?
No.
Never?
I was a pacifist. I would always like run away, shy away from that.
Did you ever get bullied?
Yes.
How old were you the first time you got bullied?
Kindergarten, preschool. People call me Graham Cracker.
Graham Cracker.
Oh, well, I would get
Cracker.
bullied. Yeah, I would get bullied like that. Sure. People, because I'm Jack and my last name's Selby, so they abbreviate Jack S. And Jack
Okay.
S, so they call me that.
So how often did your dad go and beat those guys up?
Never.
Why not? Why would he let that happen to his son?
Because they're minors.
I never told my parents.
But let me ask you another question. When you grew up, did a girl break your heart when you were 18 years old?
I had my heart broken a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did your mom go and slap her in the face and say, how dare you break my son?
No.
Why wouldn't she do that? How dare she break your heart? Why would a mother let their son's heart be broken? What kind of a mother do you have? You know, is that a good mother? Of course it's a good mother. You have to go through it, okay? You got to go through it and pay the price. Have you done any wrongdoings? You ever got caught stealing? You ever got caught cheating on tests? You ever got caught doing something that was wrong? You ever got suspended? You ever got referrals? You ever got into, something you shouldn't have done? Yeah. And it hurts your parents, One day, my son is in soccer practice. This is my oldest. And he calls, my wife calls and says, babe, they just kicked him out of the camp. So what do you mean, babe? They kicked him out of the camp. So what are you talking about, babe? Why would they kick him out of the camp? He knocked the kid out. I said, what do you mean? He knocked the kid out in front of the coach. He punched him. The kid fell. He knocked him out. They say, he can't come back here anymore. So when I hear my son in the back screaming, Dad, you know I'm not afraid of the truth. You call me Honest Tico. You say I'm like Honest Ape. I'm not afraid of the truth. I said, what happened? He punched me first. I said, Tico, I'm telling you, he punched me first. I said, come on. I said, put the phone in his face. So he puts the phone in his face. I said, I'll go fight for you. But you better be telling me the truth. I'm telling you the truth. And you see the tears coming down. I said, no problem. All good. I called the owners. I said, hey, I heard you guys kicked my son out. We did. He punched a kid and he knocked him out, and parents were right there, and we can't come back. We can't have that kind of behavior. I said, do you guys have cameras there? We do. I want you to go watch the camera and see who hit who first. Okay. How soon can you get back to me? Give us an hour and practice sense. No problem. 2 hours, nobody calls. 3 hours, they call me. How you doing? Good. So what happened? Your son is right. He got punched first. Then he reacted and he knocked him out. We've asked the other kid to be gone for a week. Your son is welcome to come back, but I personally want to call you to apologize.
Go back and listen. Wait, really? No. Oh, okay.
I said, you didn't need to apologize to me. I don't care. You didn't offend me. You need to apologize to my son. I'm going to bring him in, and I need you to have a conversation with him. I take him to practice. His mom typically takes him. I take him to practice. I said, go ahead. The guy coaches a Venezuelan, phenomenal, classy guy. Gets on his knee and says, son, I just want to tell you, we messed up. You were in the right. We were in the wrong. Okay? And he goes in, and he plays his game, and he does his practice and all this stuff. It's a great practice that he has. But you can tell, like, somebody had his back, right? Now, in life, sometimes when you're right and somebody does something to you, it may take 5 years till you get your redemption, 10 years, 15 years till you get your redemption.
Wait, Hassan got scammed by the same people?
Stop asking me if I'm in Mexico.
Let the man talk.
When you already know I'm in Mexico. Okay, yes, I'm in Mexico. I'm late to the stream.
What is Hassan even doing in Mexico?
Have you discussed this already? What is this? Brother, this is from like an hour ago. I'm investigating Colin Thompson, Cast Media, and Podcast One. Have you been scammed, defrauded, or not paid? Let's talk. I gotta talk to my agents to see what our deal was, because we might have been f***ed over, okay? But like I don't know if we were f***ed over due to our agents, or if they just like didn't actually pay us the amount of money that we were supposed to be paid. It's about the Cast thing. Yeah, I'm investigating Colin Thompson, Cast Media, and Podcast One. Have you been scammed, defrauded, or not paid? Let's talk.
Sticking in the legal space, I want to talk about something that has been tough for. I want to talk about something. Our podcast was.
Yeah, I was curious about your connection to the story. Well, my connection to the story is that we were also under Cast. Like, we had a podcast under Cast, and like it didn't go great because they made us fucking read all these goddamn ads. And then they claimed that we made like over the course of our entire fucking experience with Kaz, which was like almost a year, they said that we made like a total of $6,000 or something.
What?
Which I didn't really give a fuck about anyway. Like we never got paid until the end of our deal. Okay? And the only thing Will ever got, which they tried to give me as well, was a Rothy shoes, and I was like, I don't fucking want those shoes, man. So Will got paid in shoes technically.
What?
And we at the end of it got like I think $6,000, but like we did ad reads every fucking episode. Think about that. Every fucking episode. Like, it's nuts. It's unimaginable. Like, $6,000 is a lot of money, is what you would say correctly, understandable. But, like, for a podcast that was, I think, like, in the top 10 for politics originally, like, one ad read is not even fucking $6K. You know what I mean? Like, it was nuts. No, not $3,000 shoes. No. They gave... No. Will jokes and says top 10 when Fear and Malding was top 10 politics in the top 10 politics podcast. And I don't even know what the fuck we're like. Theo's talking 4 million. That's insane.
Was defrauded. We were stolen from. We were taken advantage of. A lot of ways to say it. The company that did it is Cast Media, and the man that did it is Colin Thompson. And I'm going to put his picture in here. It's, I don't know exactly how to say this. I'm gonna do my best. We're part of a larger group of podcasts that were stolen from, right? We were in total, I've just between talking with folks, there's up to $4 million that I know of that people were taking advantage of. We're in the 6 figures. I know of podcasts that are in the 7 figures.
Oh, he means total. He means like across the board from multiple other podcasts. Will you ever have Tony Hawk back on? I feel like you vibe with.
It doesn't have anything more you can skip. Okay.
But these are the types of moments where, you know, at times we have to go through our mess. At times God's going to use somebody to come and defend you. And at times no one's going to show up. Sometimes you're like, I never told my parents. Sometimes, you know, if you're not praying, talking to God, he doesn't know who to send. You ain't praying. Sometimes you just got to, the best way I started praying is the following. My first prayer was like this at 18 years old. I said, God, I don't believe you exist. I think it's fake. I think it's for people that are weak. But I'm going to pray. And if you're out there, great. I'll see what happened here with the prayer. If not, I'm just going to talk to you. That's how my prayers were for 3 years. I prayed like that. So the exercising of praying, if somebody's watching as you're doing it yourself, you don't have to tell people you're praying. Test it and see what happens. Go do that for about 3-6 months, see what happens. And then test it for yourself. If it doesn't happen, it is what it is. But at least take the first step to start praying to a God you don't believe exists and see if he responds.
Now, I'm curious in your son's case, going back to that fight. I was always taught that if someone were to hit you, you don't hit back. And you should walk away, go tell a teacher or something like that. How do you balance that and standing up for yourself and punching back harder if you get punched first?
Those are the standards you're going to have to choose when you have a kid. But to me, think about the profile of a bully. What is the profile of a bully? The profile of a bully is he finds targets. And what does a bully fiend? Weak targets. Targets that he's not afraid of. Targets that back down. Targets that don't come back at you, right? Do you watch UFC at all?
Not really.
Do you like boxing at all?
I like watching it. I don't typically, though.
No. Do you watch any UFC, any of that?
Casually
watch it. What do you think about it? What do you think about fighting?
Not for me, but I appreciate the sport.
Does it entertain you at all or no?
It does.
It does entertain you. Do you know 90% of these guys, when they started fighting, why they started fighting?
They got bullied.
They got bullied.
Yeah.
And look where they are now. So, I mean,
true?
You know, there's an element of that where if somebody comes and bullies you once and you don't do anything, second time around, third time around, fourth time around, now you have a reputation. You know what the reputation is? You can bully them. I remember when I started my own insurance company, September 23rd of 2009. A month later, I get sued. 400-page lawsuit comes to me, okay, from a $400 billion company, massive company. And they sue me and they sue 5 other people, which means we have to represent 5 people. It's not like they sue me only. We'll have to get legal for me. They want to make sure everybody depletes their savings And they scared the crap out of everybody, and all the insurance companies didn't want to give me contracts. They're like, Patrick's got a big lawsuit. He's going to go out of business, da-da-da-da. At that time, I could have either sat there and taken it from the bully, or I had to make sure they also knew where we stood. We had multiple conversations. The moment they realized where we stood, and we were not going to take clients, we were not going to defame and start saying this and this and that and, trashing them and all that other stuff. Nope. I'm a guy that was going to wait to see what you say about me, then I'm going to come at you hard. But if you don't say anything about me, I'm not going to say anything bad about you at all. We're good to go. We move on. So he finally said, look, man, if you don't say anything, we won't say anything. No problem. Good to go. So we go. We roll. I don't at all talk about the company. I don't at all trash nothing. If you go ask any of our sales guys, did Pat ever train on trashing other insurance company? They'll tell you Pat's never trained on that. We've got 45,000 agents nationwide. Then one day, I get a letter from the CEO of this company, a cease and desist letter. There was an image going around on Facebook that a guy created named Tony, and he was comparing our comp to them. I don't like doing stuff like that, but he did this, and then it went viral. And the CEO sends me a letter, and it's comparing our comp, and he says, well, we just want to let you know we paid this much commission last year, this much this much that, and you need to have your designers not put this out there. And I'm like, okay, no problem. Cease and desist letter comes to my house. So now I'm getting ready to send a response back to him with a letter to his home office. Then all of a sudden I notice 50, 100 people post that letter on social media from their company. And these are all leaders. So I noticed the letter wasn't just sent to me. He sent it to me and to all their vice presidents to say, we are not backing down and we're going to bully this guy. No problem. Now I have to react. At 2:30 in the morning, I react with a letter I write, open letter Facebook post that you got to go read, okay? And I post the image. And I say, first of all, I want to say, whoever created this image, I want to thank them because it took us 7 years to have a meeting together. I've received many different love letters in my life, but yours is one of my favorite love letters of all time. I thought this was only going to me, but since you chose to send this to every other leader in your company, I figured it was better for me to write an open letter to you. And I went through the whole thing. I said, I noticed you golf 3, 4, 5 times a week at these 2 different country clubs. I noticed what your work is. I noticed what you're doing. As a person who's a founder, we work at a different level. I've noticed your company got started in such and such year. The founder got their insurance license in 1977. I was born in 1978. I wish I could sell insurance as an infant, but I couldn't. I got out of the Army in this and this sometime, and I put that out there. That goes viral. One guy, he knows who he is, and I know who you are, creates a burner account and starts acting like his name is this girl's name, and he accidentally switches account, his name posted, and he deletes it. So we knew exactly who this guy was. He got caught. It was so embarrassing and beautiful at the same time. But you know what happened in that moment? Our company, after that post, grew 75% that year. Because everybody in the company realized, you can't bully us. We will stand up. There's different ways to stand up. But if my kid, there's a kid in school that's bullying my kid. If my kid's being bullied, first step, you tell him, hey, don't do it. Second step, you tell a teacher. If he continues, you've been instructed by your dad to use your abilities of jiu-jitsu to show him, don't do this again. And make sure you do when there are 20 people around, because there are 20 people will be your publicists. They're going to go tell everybody, and you will not be fighting while you're at the school. So there's these elements where you have to stand up. If you don't, the bully's going to keep showing up.
I love the theme of being a powerful dad and teaching your son powerful values. I know it was in an interview that you did recently. You were talking about how wealth goes away after a few generations and how you actually had a team that was studying Vanderbilt and a bunch of other generationally wealthy people to make sure that this doesn't happen with your family. What did you find out from these studies? And what strategy are you going to employ to teach the right things in your children to make sure that the wealth stays?
Yeah, you know, this whole thing got started when I interviewed this guy. I keep forgetting his name. So this guy, his job is to deal with families that are worth $100 million and higher to make sure their kids turn out well. That's his job. Think about what an interesting job that is. And he's in Seattle. Why is that important? Amazon, Microsoft, a lot of billionaires, a lot of hectomillionaires, definitely a lot of decamillionaires, right? And I said, what was the common theme you realized with when you got there to help the families? What was it, Patrick? 99% of the time it's too late. They call me once their kid is already a drug addict. They call me once their kid is already a alcoholic. They call me after they already got their kids 3 Lamborghinis. They already gave them, you know, flying all over the place on a private jet. It's done. There's nothing you can do about it at that time. 20 years ago, I read a book called Ultimate Gift. I don't know if you've ever read the book Ultimate Gift by Jim Stovall, who I believe is blind and deaf. He wrote this book, Ultimate Gift. It's like 100 pages. I read it. I bought 1,000 copies. I sold it to all my guys. I said, you guys all got to read it. This is the book of the month. The story is about a guy who moves to Texas, works for this guy, who when he dies, the guy leaves him the land. And this guy, I think his name is Rex in the book, or Rand, something like that. The land that he gives to this employee of his ends up being a land filled with oil. So he strikes oil. So he...
I don't know if I can listen to another hour of this.
becomes a billionaire. And when this guy becomes a billionaire, he's got massive accounts, companies, oil, thousands of employees, beautiful big house, properties all over the place. And then he realizes he spoiled everybody. He spoiled his wife, his kids, everyone. His best friend is his lawyer of 40 years. So he sits with his lawyer and he says, look, I want to do a couple things. He says, what's that? I want to make a video that I want you to play the day I die when everybody shows up to get their inheritance, and I want you to play that video for them. So can we shoot that video together? He says, great. What do you think I should say in the video to make a list? Great. And the whole video starts, right? He's talking to them. In the video, he says, if I ever play this video, it's because I'm dead. Then he creates 12 other videos. So anyways, let me first tell you what the first video is.
Jeez.
The day comes when he dies.
Yeah.
Family shows up, his sons, his wife with 2 young men. And, you know, all of these guys are showing up. I think his daughter with 2 young men. And, you know, all
High
these
body
guys
counts.
it's like, oh, they're smiling, all this. Hey, hey. And they're talking to the lawyer because the lawyer is the guy he trusted the most. And the lawyer knew everyone's drug addict, you know, habits, everything. Plays the video. Hi. If you're watching this video, it's because I'm dead. Let me tell you what this is all about today. You're here, you're happy. You're probably smiling because you're going to get your inheritance. This is a big day for you. You see them, they kind of feel like uncomfortable, but they're smiling. And he says, to you, my such and such daughter or son, I'm going to leave you my $600 million account that I have with, you know, my investments. However, you're going to live off the interest. That money's not for you. My advisor makes all the decisions financially. You don't get to tell him anything what to do. The money is hopefully going to go to your grandkids if they behave, and if you can show that you can manage this money well. To my other son, I'm going to give you my real estate portfolio.
Oh, no. Imagine not getting $600 million and you have to live off the interest every year. Jesus. Well, you're only going to probably have, what, 30, 40, $50 million a year? Oof, that's rough. I don't know if I can handle that.
Whatever, $500 million. But guess what? The cleaners have more say about the house than you do. The property manager has more say than you do. And he's kind of going through that. And he says, you're going to get this, the company. But you don't get to run the company. My board runs the company. You're not even the chairman of the board. It's just...
I love how she realizes that something might be wrong halfway through. This is all fake. It's all fake. Amy on whatever in 5 minutes. Why do I care? What is there anything happening in this?
The shares.
Back to this.
And
now.
all of this is written with the lawyers. And they're going through, everybody's pissed off, walking out, pissed off, walking out, pissed off, walking out. And he says, to my nephew, I don't have anything to give you. But one thing, you're not going to get a car, you're not going to get a house, you're not going to get stocks. You're the only one here that I haven't spoiled. You're the only one that has a chance at life. What I have for you is the ultimate gift. The ultimate gift is going to take 12 months for you to realize what it is. I have 12 videos I've created just for you. Every Tuesday, if you choose to find out what the ultimate gift is, you come in to my lawyer, my best friend's office. He plays one video.
Okay, hold on. Is this a real story or is this like some... This sounds fantastical. Is this actually real or what is... Like, is this documented anywhere or...
The ultimate gift is you come in to my lawyer, my best friend's office.
He's setting
plays
a book
one
he
video,
read.
you
Oh, okay.
watch the video, then you have 30 days of what you need to do. 12 months later, you get the ultimate gift, and you see the nephew is like all upset, pissed off. He says,
Ultimate
"You're probably
gift
not happy
book.
right now, and I understand.
Gotcha.
And you're probably going to walk out. It's a scene that he's walking out. He says, however, son, I just want to tell you, you have a shot at living a fulfilling life if you choose to come back on Tuesday to find out the ultimate gift." That book motivated me. I was 25 years old when I read this book.
Gotcha.
24 years old when I read this book. So this thought I've been...
Wait, wait. So is it a fictional story? Or is it's like a fiction story, but it's a real book? Or is it like a nonfiction? Did a guy actually do this? Yes. Okay, the book is fiction. Gotcha. How many sex partners do you have in 2023? It's either 7 or 42, but it depends on if you count your mom's in that second number.
Been thinking about for a while. And so when you think about some of these families that did it right, they spoiled their kids. They weren't there for their kids. They didn't manage their kids. They bought their kids love with gifts. It's like, I don't buy gifts for my kids. If you ask my wife how many gifts I bought for my kids, I'm not a guy that buys gifts for my kids. I'll say things like, hey, Daddy, can we get that Lego? That Lego is $10. Hey, Daddy, can we get that video game? That video game is $20. Hey, Daddy, can we go buy the new FIFA? You finish Atlas Shrugged, you'll get it. Hey, Daddy, I want to get right now, my youngest son picked up Fountainhead by himself. He's on page 250 or something. He knows if they finish Fountainhead and...
Finish Atlas Shrugged. Finish Fountainhead. Go read Anthem for the 7-year-old. Jesus Christ. What is happening in this household?
A few other things. This guy's been working on this for 2 years.
These are all Ayn Rand novels.
They're about to get their treehouse, but the treehouse they've been asking for 4 years. It's been 4 years till they get their treehouse. What is a treehouse if I buy it? 10 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand? It's not a lot of money. I don't have a problem with that part, but
Holy shit! $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 for a treehouse? Damn, inflation must be wild.
I want them to earn it. Everything for me is what...
$20,000 is like a new kitchen. Holy shit.
Them busting their asses. My son's schedule every day after he gets off school, 3 to 4 he swims, 4 to 5 is soccer, 5 to 6 is jiu-jitsu, 6 to 7 is baseball. By the time he comes home, he asked me a question the other night. He says, Daddy, do I have a busy schedule or is this a normal schedule for all kids? I said, that's very normal. He says, because when I talk to my friends, they don't have my schedule. I said, they don't want to tell you the truth. Everybody has this kind of a schedule. I said, but listen, here's what I will tell you. He said, what's that? You're a Bet David. I don't care what the Joneses schedule is. I don't care what the Jackson schedule is. This is the Bet David schedule, okay? And this is the schedule you're going to go on. But Daddy loves you. I'm here for you. We're going to celebrate victories. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I think it has to be something you think about. But even with parenting, I mean, you can do everything right, and the kid can still screw up. You can do everything right. They still have the choice to make. They can still hook up with whoever they want to. They can still choose to have sex without a condom with a girl they met at a club and get that girl. All of these things are still possible. They can still be tempted on one day they're pissed off at their daddy, and they walk away and say, you're just too much. My girlfriend is right. You are a capitalist. All you care about is money. That's your God. You don't love us. You could buy me this car. You could buy me the house like the other person is doing, but you are so cheap because all you care about is your money. I know that moment is coming. I know it is coming, but I'm good with it. And I'm going to stand
Imagine telling your 5-year-old to invest if they want a $20 toy. Better get on that crypto grind, son.
True.
If they get through that ugly phase of hating dad, the 3 phases you got to go through with your father, you idolize, you demonize, you humanize. I'm in the idolize phase right now. The demonize phase comes next. That's not going to be pretty for me, but I have to be strong enough of a leader to be able to handle the next phase. So it's a tough job, but you never know what's going to happen. As long as you prepare early, you got a fighting chance.
Do you let them watch TV, go on the internet, social media? How do you control that, or do you?
No, everything is structured. My kids still don't have a phone. All their friends have phones. They don't have phones.
What are the ages?
Wait, how old are these kids again?
Of your kids, just for the
11, 9, 7, 2. Okay.
Jesus.
In our house, when you turn 6 years old, you have to read 20 pages every day. Okay. In the books, there's steps on what you go through next, and then when you have to read a serious books like, whatever that was, something of fire, or not a Hunger Games. There's a couple of these books like Harry Potter, or some of these serious things that you need to go through for your imagination to kind of see the different stuff that's out there, and then you're going to read some real books when you're 9 years old, 1,000-page type of books to kind of go through it. But video games, there's no iPad throughout the week. 0 iPad throughout the week.
0.
Saturday, Sundays, if you have a C in your class, there is no iPad at all, ever. 0. If you have 1 C, you get no iPad. Not on Saturdays, not on Sundays, nothing. So my son, one of them has a C. Guess what? There is no iPad for him. However, Saturday, Sunday, you wake up. This morning, my daughter woke up at 7 o'clock. She read her.
How old was Nathan when he got a phone? I think it was like 9 or 10. I think.
Book came, Daddy, I read the book. What'd you learn about it? Here's what I learned about the founding fathers. I learned that this, I learned that this, and I learned that this president is this. 7-year-old daughter. I said, great, babe, you can go play iPad for an hour, okay? Because she's made up all her assignments for the week. When it comes down to TV, if you haven't read, you can't watch TV. Same thing. On the weekends, I pick movies. We take turns on movies and all that stuff on what they can do, and that's kind of what we do with it. Now, let me go to the
I'd
seaside.
off myself if I was his kid. I mean, the Ayn Rand shit is cringe, but I don't necessarily think anything else he said is necessarily wrong. If you've got like an attentive mom and you've got the ability to like entertain your kids and do things without having any iPad or anything like that, I think reading is probably one of the best things you can probably do for a person. So like forcing people to read some
My
amount
year-old
is
one
probably,
of
even if it's Ayn Rand, is probably
so
good.
I taught him dropshipping.
I don't think any of these things are necessarily bad. I think as long as the kid's not like super bored, like you're like, oh, no video games, no nothing, and the kid has nothing to do all day and he's just sitting at home being bored, that would suck. But it sounds like if they've got like a parent at home and they're constantly keeping their kids doing stuff, that's probably fine. Pixie and Lauren are on the whatever episode with Amy. Oh. Wait, how do you even know that?
I need leverage to get my kids to get smarter and read the content and study the material that I want them to read. I'm watching my son. He hasn't played iPad for 3 months. And I'm like, you're wasting an opportunity because he doesn't have a desire to learn. He's just waiting for the C to become a B so he can play iPad. I said, we got to figure something out. I said, here's what we're going to do. For every documentary you watch that I choose, an hour documentary, you'll get 30 minutes on the weekends. And this is during summer season. So guess what? You watch 40 documentaries, you got some hours, but if you watch 3 documentaries this week, you got an hour and a half over the weekend. So my sons have watched the entire Man in the Arena, Captain, The Last Dance, Pele, all these documentaries, you know, the plane that went missing, JFK assassination, all of this stuff for their brain to be vibrating at what happened here, what do you think happened here, what do you think happened there? But that's the system we've created. You have to exercise, you have to take care of your body, but that's the system.
How do you balance between being a free thinker and entrepreneur who forges their own path or having a very structured outline? Because for me growing up, my parents were very much, you could do what you want to do and we're not going to get in the way of that. If you decide that you just want to do nothing all weekend, you could do that. If you decide you want to be productive, you could do that. And I feel like that sort of freedom allowed me as an adult to do what I thought was best in the moment, even if it's not structured or what everyone else is doing. How do you balance the two?
Yeah, that's good for you. Kudos to you for doing that. That doesn't work out most of the time with a lot of people. As an outlier, as a exception to the rule, it's great. Now think about this. Give me one system that produced a lot of great leaders without any structure. Give me any system. Hear me out what I say. Like if you're going to a place where they produce leaders, right? By the way, this thing is structured here, just so you know. Everything is, Elon's got the whole system on what he's doing. He runs a show. Yeah. Okay, last night, for things nothing happened. I didn't even think about AV last night.
Cut. So,
and typically when I'm doing stuff, I'm thinking about why didn't I think
YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. A little quick math for you.
I'm going to get triggered by Amy today.
/whatever link is in the description. Let's see. Donations and Super Chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and Super Chats $49 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message, that is $99 and up, triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. See the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Oh, hey, Pub Test. Dude, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate it, man. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels. Link for those are in the description. Go sub. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Kathy. I'm 24 years old and I am a OnlyFans creator.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Pixie. I'm also 24 years old and I do political streaming online.
Hi, I'm Emmy. I'm 26 and I'm a realtor and also content creator.
Hi, I'm Alessia. I'm 26 and I do OnlyFans.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I'm 29. I'm a math, physics, science tutor, and I also do content creation on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm 28, and I did high-ticket sales. I'm currently unemployed, so I guess I'm just doing content right now.
Okay, welcome everybody. Guys, we were gonna have a little more filled out panel, but unfortunately we had some no-shows and flakes, so it is what it is, but we're gonna have a good show tonight regardless. So we're gonna go around the panel once more. What is your current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult? If you're single, how long have you been single? What's your longest relationship? Go ahead.
I'm currently dating, just dating. Longest relationship, probably like 1 year, a little more than 1 year. Yeah.
Okay. So you said you're currently dating.
Yes.
So are you seeing one guy, multiple guys, a couple girls in there? What's
I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely
You're not sure about
what's
their
going
gender?
on. It could be whatever it is, whatever you want it to be.
Okay, non-binary. Okay. So you're not entirely sure. So do you have a main guy and like 3 side pieces? I feel like you got game.
Do I?
I think you got game. I think you could get the bitches.
I have no game. I have no game.
The male
whatsoever.
bitches and the female bitches. You got
I
no
wish,
game?
I wish,
You have
I
0
wish.
game.
You look like you have game.
She's humble and has game. That's part of the game.
Could we have you tilt your microphone down just a little bit?
Yeah.
So it's perfect. A little less. And can you scoot it that way just a bit? OCD Brian over here.
Yeah.
So give us some deets. What are the details?
Some
you
deets.
got one main dude, couple.
Some deets is
couple.
I don't think I'm healed enough for an actual healthy relationship, but yeah.
You don't think you're healed enough?
Yes.
From, you got like sepsis or what's going on?
Probably just like childhood stuff or like past relationship whatsoever. But
Past
yeah,
relationship.
But yeah, I'm dating currently.
Okay. But so what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by dating currently? Like you're going on dates, or do you have a situationship with any guys?
Potentially.
Potentially.
I mean, there's no label whatsoever.
Okay, so you're dating. How many dates have you been on in the past month?
The past months,
With like
probably
individual new people?
New people. A few. I don't really keep count.
Okay. So we got to get a number on it. You got 7 boyfriends? Is that kind of the situation?
No, it doesn't.
7 situationships?
No, not 7. I would say more like 2 or 3, potentially.
Okay, 2 to 3 situationships. Are they all guys? Any girls in there, or just dudes?
Probably just guys.
You might not even be interested in women.
I mean, I think it's up to the people to define like what they are, who they are, and you can't really tell from the first date, can you?
From the first date?
Yeah.
I'd hope so.
Wait, so you're saying that some of them are trans?
I don't know. I mean,
It might be.
But that's what I'm asking, because what do you mean you're not sure?
like from a first date, like if they don't reveal it to me, like I'm
So
not gonna ask them.
If somebody is clearly presenting themselves, like, okay, for instance, me, like, do you assume, like, what gender am I?
I don't want to make
You don't even want to make an assumption? You can't tell what gender I am?
I can't tell, but like if you
Did
tell
I,
me
like, do I
otherwise,
have,
I
like,
will
dark
respect
facial
it,
hair or
right?
something? Is there something wrong?
No, you're perfectly fine. I mean, I obviously
Okay.
can tell that, like, you know, you're a girl.
So
but, like,
for you, so I am a girl. So
yes,
you
but
can
if you
tell.
say that you're something else, I will respect that.
Okay,
No.
I just want to let you know, and I'm a hippopotamus.
I mean, you could be.
So
Wow,
like,
that was
if I
woman.
just say whatever I want, okay, I'm
You should pick a different
A
animal because
he.
you're pretty trim, so I don't think hippopotamus would be the appropriate.
I don't know if that's
misidentified.
Hey, hold on just a sec. Yo, FDG, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Guys, if you've been wondering why FDG is just dropping mad memberships in the chat on YouTube, I have a sugar mama. She's my sugar mama, and she pays me by gifting memberships. So she's dropping like 300, 400, 500 a show. So thank you very much. So you...
But
Lauren, non-binary, confirm or deny?
Confirm. I don't have. It's like Barbie.
Okay.
I don't want to reveal the movie.
Are we already getting
details,
into pronouns
But it's
already?
like Barbie down there.
Uh-huh.
I'm actually a he.
Wait, so
Do-
you're a furry because you're a hippopotamus.
I'm a
You're
furry. I'm a
trans
furry
speciesist.
he, non-binary.
How
And
do
you're
you-
just
I
gonna
respect that.
accept this.
I respect that 100%.
Okay.
And
So
this-
throughout the podcast, if you slip up and like refer to me as a she, like I could like get mad at you and stuff.
It's
This-
hip herself.
Yes.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Thank you. I appreciate you respecting hippopotamus self.
Okay, moving on. Pixie, what's your relationship situation?
I'm single as a Pringle.
Single as a Pringle. How long have you been single?
Since like February.
February.
Yeah.
Do you are you straight, bi? What's your orientation?
I consider myself pan. Like.
Pan.
Yeah.
You. Pan? That's where like gender identity. You'll
doesn't really
You'll date men. You'll date women. You'll date transgender women. You'll date
Yeah.
non-binary. You'll date transgender. Okay,
Yeah. Basically, what is it? I mean, it takes a really long time for me to feel like truly like in love with someone. So I feel like it just, it depends. I feel like it depends on the person, basically, if I'm going to end up being anything with them or not.
Okay. So your last relationship was with a guy, a girl?
It was with a guy. I've only have had romantic relationships with guys.
Have you ever hooked up with a girl?
I've made out with a girl.
Oh.
I'm not going to go, I don't want to go further beyond kissing and telling.
Okay. For a life partner, who do you see yourself ending up? Do you want a life partner?
I do want a life partner.
You want kids?
Yeah, I do want
Who do you
kids.
see yourself ending up with?
I don't know.
A guy,
mean,
a girl? Because I mean, if you want kids, well, I guess you could adopt, right?
You
Yeah.
can also use the sperm bank. They have all these options
they
where
got
you
those,
can choose.
yeah.
Or surrogates.
Or
The
surrogate.
surrogates.
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know, traditionally, I was raised in a very, like, Catholic traditional household, like, conservative. So, you know, I'm sure my parents would be happy if I was with a man, but
Sure.
it all depends on who I fall in love with.
And you said you were raised in a conservative Catholic household, but
Hispanic,
you're
yeah.
you consider yourself fairly progressive, fairly liberal.
Absolutely.
Do you think that because you were raised in a very conservative, traditional household, that kind of pushed you in the other direction?
I think,
Or did you just come to your own conclusions about politics?
well, I think there's two things going on in here. Basically, my father, being the conservative he is, always taught me to never trust big government or just institutions in general.
Sure.
So obviously, growing up, I was also doubtful of him because the parental unit is a authority in the household. So yeah, part of me was like, okay, well, I should question government and I should also question everything around me, including my parents. But I think more than that, there's a lot of ideas of how like conservatism is supposed to be or how the traditional household is supposed to be and all the benefits it's supposed to reap. And there are definitely benefits, but I think
Sorry, hold on just a
Mr.
second.
Bra donated $100.
Oh,
I
thank
would
you.
swim up the Amazon River with 45-pound weights tied to my scrotum with nothing else but Gorlock the Destroyer's queefs as my air supply if it meant I could have one seafood dinner with Brian over Skype using a dial-up internet connection.
My DMs are open. DM me and we'll get it set up. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you for that. You were telling us about your parents.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the donation, Ms. Bra. Appreciate it. Oh, is this the bodybuilding.com? Okay.
Yeah, no, but basically, you know, people talk about like, oh no, the two-parent household is like the best household ever, et cetera, and I saw some ways that that's not necessarily true or some things that go against the traditional narrative. So I also think that kind of made me progressive.
Okay. All right. Question: in your last relationship, how long was your last relationship?
My last relationship was like around 5 to 6 months.
Did you end it, or did he, or was it
I
mutual?
ended it.
You ended it. Did you wear the pants in that relationship?
What do you mean by wear the pants? What does I don't?
Is that a sexist?
No, I just don't know
I
what
guess
you
it-
mean exactly when you
Like,
say
were
that.
you kind of the boss in the relationship?
I think we each
Is
were
it
the
50-50?
I think so, yeah. I think we're both the bosses in different ways. Like
What are the ways in which he was a boss and you were a boss?
I guess I never felt like we were the boss of each other. I just felt like we were just more like compatriots, just like discussing things and figuring things out and stuff like that.
Were you ever in a situation where it needed to be like your call or his call? For example, were you ever in a situation where you had such conflicting viewpoints that it's like one needs to necessarily supersede the other? Or you never found yourself in that situation?
Well, I mean, I get along well with people who I have very different opinions from.
I know. We get along really well and we disagree on nearly everything. So I know.
No.
No way.
But I feel like there was a time where he was like really upset about me because I wasn't like texting him enough, I wasn't messaging him enough, and he was like kind of far away. And to me, it's one of those things where like I have ADHD really badly. I know it doesn't manifest super obviously here, but I do have it. So I am a little bit time blind. I try my best. I try my best with messaging communication. But if you're expecting me to like message you like every day when we're dating, it's just not gonna happen. I will forget. I'm sorry. That's just how I am.
So he was needy.
Yes, but who isn't in a relationship? Everyone's a little bit needy.
Really?
A little bit. At least, you know, you want your partner to be like, hey, I love you, I miss you. You know, you could say that's a little bit needy, but that's okay.
Who liked who more in the relationship? Did you like him more, or did he like you more? Because I feel like there's always somebody likes the other more than the other.
I don't know. I feel like I don't think there was a more. I think we were just
Who asked to ask 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 who asked to ask who asked to. I wonder, I ponder, I ask God for the answer of who asked. Now watch me stab myself.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back.
Fat
Ribs.
bastard.
Chili's baby back ribs.
Chili's baby. Okay. Keep going. Continue.
Bring it on.
Wait, are you laughing at the TTS?
I
Or?
was laughing at the TTS.
Oh,
It was
okay.
so awkward. So
Are you Austin Powers fan or?
that was for Austin Powers? I didn't know that. I
Yeah.
just thought it was super random.
Oh yeah, it's okay. Maybe that was before your time, I think, because you're what, 24?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were like 2 when that came out, probably. Or
I'm
4,
baby.
maybe. Okay, whatever. Your relationship situation.
So I'm currently in a relationship,
Okay.
and
How long have you been in said relationship?
almost 10 months.
10 months. Okay. And what's your longest relationship?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. All right. How did you meet? Current boyfriend, girlfriend?
Yeah, boyfriend. He slid through the DMs.
He slid
it's a
into
modern
okay.
dating
What-
tale.
What's that?
It's like
Oh,
a
modern.
modern dating story.
What was his opening message?
So this was around the time where I just bought a house, and in my Tinder bio I had, hey, let's go furniture shopping or whatever. I'm also a realtor, like hit me up if you need to like sell a house. And he slid through the DMs. We actually didn't match, but he slid through the DMs about how he had a ton of coupons that he could, you know, get really good deals on. And he was also verified before all the like verification things were like bought, so it like went through. And I'm like, yeah, like what's the harm? Like I'm super single, and yeah, let's test it out.
So he's very musician, athlete. What
He's a director.
Film director?
Yeah.
Film director.
Yeah. So
Like
the strike is kind of.
Does he do commercials, music videos?
Yeah,
TV?
commercials, music videos. He's lined up for some movies, but because of the strike, no movies, just commercials and music videos.
Oh, so you're holding it. You guys live together?
Yeah, right now we live together.
Okay. Verified, but he's talking about coupons. I don't know about.
Hey, it's economical. It's you know,
I think
it's big
smart.
brain.
I feel like how much will coupons save over the course of, like, the cutout coupons from magazines? What is he, like, are you sure you're not dating like a grandma or some shit?
I like the grandma vibes, whatever that is. Like,
there you go.
I think my
grandma
culture,
vibes are good.
So my parents grew up in communism, and they're very, very frugal, even though they're like hyper capitalistic right now. But they've always taught me to save wherever you can, and always reuse your trash bags
Sure.
and whatever.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, reuse your
I want my
old
baby
t-shirts
back, baby
into
back, baby
rags,
back.
so-
I want my baby back. Baby back, baby back. I want my baby back.
Yeah.
Chili's baby back ribs. Chili's baby back ribs. Chili's baby back ribs. Chili's baby
Yeah.
back ribs.
All right.
I want my
I'm
baby
trying to,
back,
like,
baby back,
make
baby
that
back. I
honest
want
and
my.
everything.
Gotcha. Okay. Wait, so were you born in China or did you were born in the U.S.?
I was born in Chicago,
Okay.
but my family moved to China when I was 4-ish.
Okay,
then
so you
moved
went back. You went-
Yeah,
Born in the U.S., went back, came. Okay, got
and
it.
then came back. Yeah,
Gotcha.
What part of China?
in Shanghai.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. So he slid into the DMs and that shit worked. Cool.
Yeah, he was just really high effort. So he slid through the DMs, talked about the coupons, like, oh sure, but we weren't gonna meet up for like another week or two or so. And then he made like an entire pitch deck. So you know how like film people, they do pitches on projects. He like made a whole PowerPoint presentation.
Nick, can you boost the audio a little bit? Hold on. Oh no, it's already.
Oh sorry,
good.
is
That's
it? Am I too far from the mic?
Sounds like a lot of work.
fine. You made a pitch deck?
Yeah, like literally a PowerPoint presentation. I've never seen that before. So guys, take note. If you
I don't
ever
know
want to
about
slide
that.
through,
I don't know
a
about
pitch deck will absolutely put you like in the forefront.
I miss anything exciting or no?
That is the highest effort. It will get you the most
What was
attention.
on it?
Well, yeah, what's he pitching in
Can we
this
see a
deck?
copy of the
Yeah.
pitch deck,
What was
please?
the most like profound like slide in that pitch deck?
So it was just about like interior design. Like, oh, like there's like little paragraphs in there. It's like, oh, here's like whatever vibe. I think bohemian this will look good.
5
Oh, so
minutes
you
of
made you a
trans
pitch deck
jokes.
for your career and something relating to you. I thought you made a pitch deck about why he's an ideal boyfriend.
Oh no
I was like,
no! He made a pitch deck about furniture in my house.
Yeah, that would be
No. Okay,
wild.
do not recommend to make a pitch deck about why you would be a good partner. That's creepy. But if it's something
First of all,
practical,
6'4".
Imagine this second.
My
Like,
way.
hold on, babe. I need to put this on 1 second. Like,
Wait, but okay, here's a question. Let's say he had not made the pitch deck. Let's say he had not made the pitch deck. You still would have hung out with him, right?
I think it depends because there's always guys sliding through DMs no matter what, no matter who you are, no matter if you have a social media following or not, if you're just like hang out on Facebook, whatever. There's always guys trying to slide through the DMs like, hey, you know, like,
Sure.
how you doing, beautiful? Like, it could be like right place, right time, whatever. But if he did that, then it's like, well, like that's
Uh-oh, FD Signifier doing a stream tomorrow. Uh-oh.
and I would like
Addressing
to
the
show her back and
Rico.
get to know this person.
Oh, shit, boy.
But if you weren't into him, I don't think the pitch deck would have been the selling point either.
But we barely even talked, and on his profile, it didn't really have his face or anything on there at all.
Yeah.
It was just like a profile.
Sketch, but okay.
No, but I knew he was a real person. Like,
Sure. Okay. Wait, so how long do you think he spent on this pitch deck?
he said only like 20 minutes, but I thought it was a cool pitch deck. So maybe like an hour or something. He's like, no, I'm just used to doing this with my
Other
projects
women?
and films.
He's probably sends like 7 pitch decks a day.
No, he said he
Just I'm gonna make a fucking pitch deck.
just wake up 20 minutes like morning routine.
He's just like it's actually
Get
like
Ayla to go on these
he
red
gets so
pill
much
shows?
pussy from
Bro,
pitch
they would lose their mind.
No, he said he's never done that before. He said he's never done that before.
Could I get
and
Ayla on
believe
Fresh and
him.
Fit?
Okay, that's like when a girl who's like really good at head and she, it's my first time. I've never done this before.
I mean,
It's like, okay, shut the fuck
Brian,
up.
do you know from experience?
Yeah,
What do you-
you're not a hookup guy, right?
What do you?
Oh my God, you're like that. He
I'm just
knows
kidding.
the girls that give.
Are
good
you asking
head.
if I've ever? if I've just never had
If
sex
you've had
before.
so much experience with getting head from women that you would experience the type of woman repeatedly, that would be like.
It's literally a meme, though. Like this
I
is a
want
meme
my
that you see
baby back.
online.
Baby
There's-
back.
I mean, I don't know
Baby
if I've
back.
actually.
Baby back. Chili's baby back ribs. Chili's baby back ribs with BBQ sauce. Chili's baby back ribs. Chili's baby back ribs with BBQ sauce. Don't bother.
Encountered a woman who's like, oh, I don't know, it's my first time, I don't know if it's gonna be good, and then she's like, just fucking going to town. But I
don't think I've. Well, never mind. I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody even doing that. I've never even heard of that in my entire life. But that could be like a totally different type of community that I don't run with. So, I don't know.
So you haven't experienced that.
It's oddly
I'm
specific.
sorry.
No, they literally, there are memes about this, about like.
Good content. I don't want to watch Vosh reacting to my Jubilee thing. I don't know if there's like anything of value, like even.
She's like, okay, puts herself in fucking doggy position and shit, just like, okay, you've never done this before.
You've never heard a girl say it's her first time? I mean, I've heard them say before when it's true, but I think because usually when I'm talking to people, I usually value sexual experience a lot. I don't think any girl would ever try to, like if I was the type of guy who was like, oh, I only want to mess with girls who are virgins or whatever, then maybe a girl would lie to me. But I'm pretty explicitly looking for people with a lot of experience, so I don't think a girl would ever tell that lie to me. Like, why would she do that? It wouldn't be attractive to me. But that's why I said I could see maybe in certain communities, maybe people would tell those types of lies because people want to hear that. Maybe, I don't know.
No, maybe they're scholars. They go on like Reddit.
Do you fuck virgins frequently? No. I think maybe 3 in the past like 5 years. Is pretty uncommon. If somebody really wants me to, I'll do it. But I usually discourage people because just like some people feel emotional about their first time, and there's just like there's a lot going on for some people there. But I personally, I think that no, never mind. Yeah, if somebody really wants me to, I'll do it. But like, you should be careful with that.
And Pornhub.
we do have experience like with food, kind of, in a way. Like, I don't know, popsicles.
I think I don't do hookups on the first date thing is pretty common, even if it's just the girl not wanting to seem like a slut. Oh yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, sure. But I've never had. It sounds like they're describing an experience where a girl goes to fuck you and she's like, oh, I've never done this, and then she's like a pro. Like that just seems retarded. Why would anybody do that?
Lollipops, like, I don't know. Yeah, I
Carrots.
think you really just
Oh,
take.
What's your?
Alicia's just at home.
Wait,
like,
yeah. What's your go?
All these girls that you're banging that are virgins, usually they're like 20 to 22 or something. I don't know. There's a surprising number of girls that reach out to me that are like up to 23, 24 that have a body count of like 3 or 4. But I also know some super slutty people too. So.
To food for practicing BJs.
I think I
want an answer from all the women, by the way, on this.
Corn on the cob.
Okay, when you play this game, are your factories like fucking huge? Because I'm just thinking of like scaling production like reasonably, so I'm satisfying. Like I feel like this is a decently large foundation to start, but like I could have like 15 of these things making iron rods. Like this doesn't look like I thought I had a ton of space when I initially built this out for like my iron floor. And now I'm thinking like, no, this could have been like easily 4 times the size. I think you're supposed to stack machine on machine? No, I don't think so. I don't think you can stack machines on machines.
Might
What
be
the
a more.
fuck?
Oh, does the dick have an STD or something?
I don't know, eggplant.
Corn on the cob. That's
Just
Wait,
in
is this how
size.
you participate
No,
in,
I'm
like, with a
just
man? You're saying it's like corn on the cob? It's supposed
I
to
mean,
be
no, no.
Like,
I'm just saying for size-wise, like, I don't know, like, as far as like a realistic size.
Wait, hold on.
Size
Size-wise.
like this big though. Like I literally think like the little
Wait, what are those like little mini? What are those fuckers
Wait,
called?
the salad corns?
The salad corns. What the fuck are those called?
Are they
Chat.
tiny
What?
Okay.
Corn on the cob?
Small size.
Like,
My
she's gonna be
first
like, my
time-
favorite food to practice on is Coke cans. Like this chick.
My first time. Okay, my
Tell
first
us
time.
about the first food experience that you had.
No, I was talking about my first time eating a girl out. It
Oh.
went really
What?
well, and it was my first time. It went amazing.
And what about your second time and
I think
third?
every time it's great.
I mean, I guess
Wait, what fruit helped you accomplish that? We know about the corn.
No,
but
Well, they say gay guys are really good at giving
'Cause we know-
BJs because they know their anatomy.
Yes,
maybe.
exactly.
Do you consider yourself bi, gay? What's your flavor?
I'm just bisexual.
Okay.
Well, we haven't gotten to your relationship status yet.
Oh,
So, relationship status.
pitiful. I'm I'm single. I'm not really like
I'm sorry.
dating
I'm just being
right
an asshole.
now.
Nothing.
I'm completely like turned off. Like
Oh.
with a woman, sure, but like men, like I need some time.
Do you have an update on your car rental damage? Yeah, I emailed Avis at the email they gave me. I'm like, hey, can you like give me some information about this? Because this was like 5 months ago. And then when I emailed them, they're like, oh, we don't actually have any of your information. Can you give us some of your information? And then they asked me for like 10 different things. And I'm like, okay, well, hold on. If you don't have my information and you're trying to bill me, why the fuck would I give you anything? I'm just going to stop emailing you. So I didn't respond. Fuck that. I told Chase it was fraud. I typed no on my phone and I didn't respond to any more emails. Why? How are you trying to bill me for some shit? You don't have my fucking information. That's wild. That's whackity whack, man. Did you beat Triangle Strategy? Kind of. I'm on New Game Plus. I actually just beat the, there's like the hardest mental mock battle I've done so far. I just beat this morning, actually. But I don't know. I think I'm going to get the golden route this time. I think 50 is your highest level, and then I'll be done with the game. It was an okay game, I think. Did you beat Armored Core? Armored Core is boring as fuck.
Just always need time. Like after like a breakup, I just got out of something like a couple months ago.
A couple months ago. How long was that situation?
It was only a couple months itself.
And you're still not over it?
No.
Okay. So you broke up, what, 3 months ago, 4 months ago?
In June.
June, July. Okay, about 3 months. So there's nothing since then. Zilch. No dates. No pussy eating. Nothing.
Nothing.
She's celibate now.
I really am.
Stop the cap. I don't believe it.
Do you need proof? Like what? What does this include?
Yes, I want to go through your phone right now. Give me your
Okay.
phone.
Because you're an OnlyFans model,
My
right?
phone is
So does this include work? And do
well-
you model
Oh,
with
right.
men?
No, I don't.
Oh,
Just
okay.
women.
This is something that now, as I've met more porn stars, more OnlyFans models over and over and over again, honest to God, if an OnlyFans girl tells me like, oh yeah, I do OnlyFans and like I fuck around a lot, I actually don't believe them. A lot of the girls that do OnlyFans seem like they have hardcore compartmentalized the work in their head as work, and they aren't like running around fucking a ton of people. I would assume that like on average, like an OnlyFans girl is probably not super sexually active. The majority of the ones that I talk to seem to fit that. It's a very, very strange engagement or association there with sex if they do solo work. If you do boy-girl content on OnlyFans, it might be different. Your engagement might be different. But I know a lot of girls that do like solo OnlyFans work that aren't really fucking anywhere near as much as I would expect them to, which is pretty weird to me. I wouldn't have expected that. Like if you would ask me 2 or 3 years ago, I would have said cap on that. But yeah, at this point, it was pretty surprising to me. Yeah.
Women and myself.
Solo content.
So it's like.
Well,
you
not
know,
solo content with
I don't think-
women.
well,
Women are people.
She
as well.
does.
Women are people too.
Well, don't you want to repeal the 19th? But
No, I don't. But I
Oh,
do
you're not.
understand Pearlie's arguments with repealing the 19th. I understand where she's coming from.
she does girl content and solo content.
Yes.
Okay. So have you shot any? Well,
No.
what,
Just
nothing,
me, just be
solo.
myself.
Okay. Oh, and just you two do OF. What kind of content do you guys do? Is it solo content, girl, boy-girl?
So I mostly do like lubes, like lingerie and bikini. I don't really
It's
do.
not full.
Yeah, it's not full. You can't see like
Top?
vagina and stuff. Occasionally top, but like mostly like occasionally top, but mostly pasties. But it's
Okay.
more like lingerie, lewd content, cosplay, etc.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I do a lot of solo content, just solo.
Have any of you done any BG content, like in the past?
I tried with
BG
a
content?
Boy-girl.
Oh no.
I tried with a boyfriend, but we never like put it
Posted
out.
Okay. Never
Because
posted it.
I was just
Oh.
concerned about his
Tyler
well-being.
earned
You know. I think that
$777
would be
donated
good.
$100. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes. Working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need.
All right,
Slaves
okay,
with
Fight
white
Club.
collars. Reject modernity. Embrace masculinity.
Good. It's a
also,
good point.
777 decillion 777.
777, 777, 777,
777 quintillion, 777 quadrillion, 777 trillion, 777 billion, 777 million, 777,777.
Good luck in some cultures.
Thank you.
right?
Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it. Lauren, your relationship status.
I am single. Yeah.
How long have you been single?
For life.
For life?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You've never had a serious boyfriend. No.
Jesus.
Well, we might have talked about it last show, but I'm sure, well, we've got new people here. What's the longest period of time that maybe you didn't have an official boyfriend, but there was a guy that you were seeing for some period of time? 2 months, 3 months?
I dated, well, you
6
know,
weeks.
people like to point out, I dated Martin Shkreli for like 2 years.
Oh, but you guys weren't boyfriend, girlfriends? Wait, was he-
Well, no, because like I thought we were, but then he.
Yo, FTG, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships. Yo, W's in the chat for FTG there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was kind of like, I don't know, so I kind of thought we were
heading towards a relationship, and he did not. And it was very on and off. Yeah.
For 2 years?
For 2 years, and then he ended up going to prison for like 7.
Yeah, Nick, can you just do a Google, just for people who don't know who Martin Shkreli is, Nick, can you just do a Google on
Things
him, just for
happen,
context?
you know?
Things do happen.
Were you dating him while he was incarcerated, or?
No, I dated him like
prior?
at kind of like the height of his like fame and like notoriety, like all of this.
Were you still romantically involved with him when, like, kind of some of the, not when he was in prison, but while the court case was going on, or?
Yeah, I like moved in with him for a brief.
Nick, no, just go to Wikipedia. Go to Wikipedia.
I moved in with him for like a brief period, but like we're still friends. Like
Here, Nick, let me just read this real quick. Martin Shkreli, born 1983, is an American CEO, hedge fund manager, and fraud convict. Shkreli is the co-founder of the hedge funds Elliott Capital, MSMB, Capital Management, a couple other things. Former CEO of startup software. September 2015, Shkreli was widely criticized when Turing obtained the manufacturing license for the anti-parasitic drug Daraprim. Is it Daraprim? Daraprim, and raised its price by 5,455% from US $13 to $750 per pill.
Ooh, yikes.
In 2017, Shkreli was charged and convicted in federal court on 2 counts of securities fraud and 1 count of conspiracy for activity unrelated to the Daraprim controversy. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison and up to $7.4 million in fines. In the civil case, he was fined a further $64.6 million to be repaid to victims on May 18, 2022. Shkreli was released early from the low-security federal prison in Allenwood, Pennsylvania. So that's a little background on Mr. Martin Shkreli.
Yeah.
Have you talked to him since he was out?
Oh yeah, we talk I think we talked yesterday. We talk all the time. Yeah, like he's a bro, he's a homie. Yeah,
Cool.
Wu-Tang forever.
Did he
Harambe for life.
He bought the rights.
Bring back Harambe.
He patented a drug.
So he bought the Wu-Tang album. I actually have a picture of myself holding it, like Wu-Tang. I even got to meet RZA and like hang out with him for a while. That's awesome. Pretty chill.
Well, give background on that. So he bought the exclusive ownership rights to like one of their Wu-Tang Clan's, one of their albums. Is that correct?
Yeah, so he's really into music. So he bought, they had an album, and I don't know if they knew how it was going to sell. So they were like, we'll have, instead of putting it out for the public, we'll have like an exclusive rights ownership to it. And so he bought it on an auction, and he got it, I think, for like $2 million, which I think is pretty cheap for like entire ownership of Wu-Tang. But then he didn't ever republish it for anyone to hear. So very select people got to listen to literally any of it. Yeah.
And so you dated him for 2 years.
Very on and off. I wouldn't have.
On and off.
Yeah.
Would you characterize it as a toxic relationship, or?
I think we had really poor communication. I think he had really a lot of stress coming up with his court case, and so I think that it was just a really bad time. But I think he's doing a lot better now. I know him and his girlfriend, his most recent girlfriend, like just broke up, and I think he's pretty bummed about that. But he did have a pretty healthy relationship with her, and I think he's doing a really good job with like creating healthy relationships now. So I'm pretty happy for him.
When you first started dating him, was he at that point already embroiled in the criminal case?
No, not at all. Not at all. At all.
Okay,
No.
so at what point in the relationship did the criminal case be developed?
Like, kind of towards the end.
Okay.
So he got famous for raising the price of the pill, and I looked into it, and nobody was getting harmed from the pill. And so I reached out to him, and I was like, I'm very confused. You're kind of made to be the enemy here, but it seems like you're doing a lot of research and development and helping people and yada yada. And he was like, oh yeah, let's talk about it. I swing by UC Davis area frequently for my other companies in San Francisco. So like we hung out, and then we were just continued hanging out. And then that was like years before he was charged with anything, like maybe a year and a half before he charged with anything. And then he went to prison, and yeah.
Did he try to hit you up while he was in prison?
Yeah, he did.
This is a collect call from the
He had a prison cell
Florida.
phone.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
federal facility. Did he ever propose like a marriage to you so there could be conjugal visits?
No, one time before he got in financial trouble, he was really into live streaming. This is so embarrassing. I don't know why I'm telling the story. He was really into live streaming, and he took me to a Tiffany's, and then he proposed to me in the Tiffany's, and then when I said yes, he said, just kidding. But
what a jerk! What the fuck?
Wait, sorry, did they bring out the champagne and everything? Were they all like, let's go?
Oh my god.
No. Thank God it didn't get that far. It was just like, immediately like, haha, just kidding.
What was your response to that? What was your response
Please tell
to
me
that?
you were upset. Oh my God, it was mortifying.
No, were you laughing or were you like, fuck you?
Oh, well, keep in mind, we were on camera, and at the time, like, I didn't have like almost any social media, and so like I just was like, I was just like really wanting to be liked, so I was like, oh, ah ha ha, and then I like ran away to go cry, and then I like came back. Yeah, they told us like not to trauma dump, and I'm trauma dumping.
I mean, that's a really interesting situation.
I mean, he asked, so.
Yeah. But that wasn't to get conjugal visits. That was not for conjugal visitation. Yeah, this was before he was in any.
Wait, conjugal visits means visits to fuck. That's not a real thing in the United States, right? Like that never happens, right? You ever do this to a girl? Yeah, I do this to a lot of girls. It's my first shit test.
He should have made it serious. He could have gotten them visits.
I don't think he cares that much about that.
That's really good. I love that in a man.
Yeah,
Not
but
care
he's
about
like
sex.
a jerk. I don't know if I'd call him a jerk. I just think that he sometimes thinks things are funny and he doesn't think through like how harm. Like I think he's just like I don't think he realized. Like I think he genuinely thought.
What was the big announcement Brianna was alluding to on Reddit? The one that is postponing the Anna debate. I don't know what she's doing yet. Have I talked about our plans next year for canvassing? Have I gone over this on stream at all yet? I'll have more information soonish. Oh God, who joined? No, fuck, I don't want to do this whole thing right now. I was just gonna do a little quick thing. My brain is not ready for it. Oh, fuck, now he left. Well.
I saw you looking at the animation 1s and 2s video. Would you ever look at the Khan Academy Pixar in the Box series?
No, but I'll look at your mom's series of vaginas. I'll look at my dick. My dick! The demand for canvassing is going to be insane. You're going to limit the numbers somehow. I think right now the rough plan is we're probably going to do 6 long-term houses. I think for around 6 months each, where we're going to have volunteer leaders and then volunteer people at each of these houses, and we'll probably do canvassing events at each of these houses. So we're going to be doing 6 different districts or whatever that will be having a semi-permanent. It's just an electoral season or whatever. But I think that's what. Working with a couple groups. I don't know. You did say this, yeah. Okay. I don't know how much these guys have announced publicly yet, so I'm not gonna like say who I'm working with. It is Biden. Me and Biden. I'll say it. I am Iron Man. Me and Biden are doing personal calls. Yeah, but I'll have Sejin is working on a thing with somebody else, and then I'm pretty sure I'll have a more official doc to release pretty soon. But we're gonna start drafting volunteers and everything for it. So. Yeah.
I thought it was just like a funny joke and something that would be funny on a live stream. I don't think he really thought about it from like the perspective, like the female perspective, and how devastating it is.
Yo, FTG, thank you very much for the 50 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for FTG. Okay, so you were involved with Martin Shkreli for a little bit, so
But it was on again, off again relationship. Are we serious right now?
Hard to count that.
Yeah.
Like, how do you? Like, were you dating? Like, are you dating for 2 years? But it was on off. So, what about besides Martin Shkreli? Any 2 month, 3 month, 6 weeks?
Have I had situationships? Yeah. Like, yes, I've.
Besides him, what's like the longest situationship that you've had?
I don't know. I've never had any like long-term situationships. He's probably the longest, and that was 2 years. I don't think I've had any situationships other than that. That lasted like a year or anything.
Gotcha. And you want to get married at one day, have kids, etc.
Very much so, yeah.
Gotcha.
Very much want to get married and have kids.
Do you? And when it comes to like having either not found that person or not having had any other long-term relationships, do you think that it just be the men out here that be fucking up? Do you feel like is there something you're doing? Is it the men that are fucking up? What's your diagnosis?
Yeah, I mean, like, there has to be something I'm doing, right? Like,
what is a situationship? It's when you're like in a weird thing with somebody, but it's not official. Bro, I got into an argument with Farah the other day over this. I don't know what. This is a thing where I think I'm like out of touch or whatever, or like the kids are doing different things these days. There are so many things. When I was a kid, this was all just called dating, okay? But now apparently there's like. Now you're talking to somebody, which means you've been on multiple dates, but you're not exclusive yet. So you're like talking, whatever that means. And then apparently there's also you're going on dates with each other and you're exclusive, but you're not boyfriend, girlfriend yet. I don't know. I have no idea what any of that means. All of that in my day would have just been called dating. Or maybe going on dates. Destiny, that's not new. I have never in my life heard of exclusivity without calling a boyfriend, girlfriend. We called those people suckers. I don't know what that means. I've never heard of that before. So yeah, I don't know. But maybe I just don't know. I don't know the new terms or the new things that kids do or whatever. But
I want something and I'm trying to get it and I'm not achieving that goal. I'm working on it. No, it's hard to find. I don't know. Other people do it, so can't say that it's impossible, but it's hard to find somebody. Like, I just want to go on dates and meet someone nice and take things slow and figure it out, but it is difficult to meet people to even just get an initial date with, so.
You gotta check the DMs.
And that's another thing, yeah, I have like people like swarming my DMs, but like what, so what am I supposed to do? Like search through everyone, look through their pictures and then go based off their picture and like meet them out for, like that's really hard too. I do want to meet someone. I would prefer to meet someone organically, and yeah.
Morpheus donated $100. The Matrix is a system. That system is our enemy. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inured, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it.
I'm curious.
That's true. That's true, Morpheus. Take the red pill.
Which system are you talking
Like
about?
relationship system?
Definitely
Or
the
like
relationship.
Political system?
Everything is a
all of the
system.
Oh, we got Mike Davis.
What
here.
Davis donated $100.
Thank you, Morpheus.
Ryan,
Mike Davis.
where did you find this group? You put an ad on Craigslist seeking basic white girls. They all talk the same. Nah, but for real. I can only laugh. These broads really in their head think they be special when they dime a dozen.
That's Mike Davis. Everybody, do you want to know? Oh, yeah, there he is.
That was really rude, Mike. And am I not here? Like,
we're all white today.
I was about to say,
We have
we
white
got-
privilege today.
we have 2 Asian women, and are you Latina? Or
Afro-Latina, Mexican, and black.
Okay.
Native American.
No, you're white. He just
We're
said
white. We have white
And a
privilege now.
Jew.
We all talk the same, yeah.
I guess I'm just white now.
well, Mike Davis, tink you very much. Good to see you back in the chat there. While we got some chats up, Space Monkey,
True,
Andrew Davis,
Nicholas,
Andrew Davis,
fuck.
Question mark. Nair. Can we get a Nair?
No, yeah. Thank you. I don't, question mark, no. That's positive or negative.
Yeah, it's a little vague.
It's questionable, okay.
You did a video on Andrew Tate,
I
I guess?
did, yeah. I did an analysis of the victims that came forward on my YouTube.
Victims? Oh,
An analysis.
You don't know about his criminal charges?
Well, let's keep it moving. All right, we have Pimp Rogers here. Hello, my beautiful Aussie Amy. Brian, anything special for episode 100? Also, bro, okay. Was drag your name? Yeah, I'm not going to address like bullshit fucking shit like that, but nothing special planned for episode 100. Oh, yo, FTG, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Appreciate it, man.
The goat. Okay.
We
Yep.
should all celebrate. Yay!
Your definition of marriage is like another dude bang your wife on camera. People like you are ruining the sanctity of marriage. It's an insult to people that take marriage seriously. I'm happily married with children. You're an unwed sinner with no suitors. You will die alone in a bingle hall. Damn. I didn't know marriage was cucking out your wife at the expense of your children. If that's what marriage is, I'd rather die alone. Why do people like you get married? We got married because we want to lives together. If it offends religious people, that's a huge plus for me, though. So that's awesome to hear. Jesus. God, I hope Pearl offs herself. Holy fuck.
Is Twitch, Kick, or
What do you mean?
the subscription?
Oh, the memberships? That's YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. And yeah, Amy, your relationship status?
I'm single. My longest relationship was 4 years, which was my last relationship. Which
Okay.
ended about 4 months ago.
4 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Your most recent relationship ended 4 months ago.
Correct. And that was my longest, 4 years.
Your longest relationship was 4 years.
Yes, which was the last one, which ended about 4.
4 months ago.
Yeah, I'd say. Wait, it was in the end of May. So whatever that is.
Okay. Got it. Cool. Cool. I had a question for the girls who do OnlyFans. So some people on OnlyFans can make a lot of money. Just curious, are you guys down to share like how much money you guys make?
I'd rather not, but they can.
Is it 5 figures, 6 figures a month?
Are you all in the top 1% of OnlyFans that make at least $2,500 per month?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Easy.
that, but
So you're all the top 1%, the 3 people.
Under,
mine says
under,
like
top, under 1%.
0 something. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Point. What?
I don't know.
It fluctuates.
It fluctuates. It also
Yeah.
depends on
I
like if
don't-
you're with a good agency, if you're putting out a lot of content on social media. It depends on a lot of things.
I don't know what that means. So I don't know.
Do you guys talk to the guys that follow you? Do you have like those communications, or is it just the photos and the videos?
Like on social media or on OnlyFans?
On OnlyFans.
I think it depends on if you have an agency. Sometimes the girls are managed. Sometimes like the girls
You
are not.
personally. You personally.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. You. Okay. Do you have any men that consider you to be like their girlfriend?
I feel like they do. I mean, we're kind of like selling a fantasy here, you know? Like, I feel like they might, yeah.
Okay. Do you see any like potential conflicts with that? And do they ever ask?
Nobody cares. I am so fucking misogyny pilled on these fucking questions. Nobody gives a fuck about this when strippers do this shit all the fucking time. Nobody cared at all about strippers doing this. And it's like, not only did nobody care, people would even make fun of the guys that like go to strip clubs and think the strippers are like dating them. Like, it's a pretty well-known trope that strippers are like talking to guys, they have regulars, blah, blah, blah. And that you'd even make fun of the guys doing it. For some reason, as soon as like women started doing OnlyFans or whatever, people are really, really, really fucking ass mad about women making money themselves doing it. It's so cringe. Now they can do it en masse, it's different. Strip clubs exist en masse, it's different. There's probably more strippers than OnlyFans girls, right? Like, I don't know, I just think it's fucking cringe that people care so much now about it. They care so much now about it.
To meet up, and how do you get out of like ever actually meeting them in person?
Oh, I just very forward. Like I say, I'm not comfortable with that. Like if they ask anything that I'm not willing to do, or like meeting up, or like any photos or videos.
OnlyFans is worldwide. I got news for you, buddy. I've got an unfortunate thing that I need to communicate with you. Stripping and prostitution is also a worldwide thing, my dude. I'm sorry. Like,
Do I just tell them I don't want to?
Oh, okay. And so you have these guys who consider you to be their girlfriend, and then they'd be like, "Oh, but can we get some? Like, want to get a drink sometime?" And you're just like, "No, never."
I would say no. It's for like safety reasons. I don't really want to meet up with like people online.
They're probably parasocial. Like,
yeah, I think it's more parasocial than like actually thinking you're a girlfriend. You're more like an e-girl to them. I don't think anybody thinks you're in a serious relationship ever because they understand that they're on a platform talking to you. It's not like you're actually like talking on the phone or like meeting up for dates and stuff.
And parasocial relationships exist in a lot of capacities. Like people feel a parasocial relationship with their favorite influencers and celebrities, but I think it borders on the line of a little bit more precarious and a little bit.
OnlyFans girls are available 24/7. You don't have 24/7 access to strippers. I think it makes OnlyFans celebrity experience a bit worse. I mean, like, I just disagree. I think if the employment structure were set up differently, I think you would have the exact same cope in the opposite direction. If OnlyFans girls were available in person and strippers were available 24/7 online, people would be saying, nope, the OnlyFans stuff is way worse because it's in person, and an in-person connection is going to mindfuck you into thinking they're a girlfriend way more than just talking to somebody in a chat room. I think that people will post talk whatever reason they need to make the OnlyFans stuff a million times worse. I think it's because women are in charge of making the money. Oh, yeah, like JSTL, he's doing it right now. The ubiquity, the lack of friction, and the fact that it's all going through the same device you talk to your girlfriend on are massive differences. I think that a real-life connection where you're seeing somebody in real life and you get that immediate feedback in real life, I think has a huge potential to mindfuck you, maybe even more than the OnlyFans stuff. I just don't believe it. I don't think people would hold the same standard.
More, maybe this is not quite safe when you are so sexually involved with them as well, because that draws on emotions that are not typical in the average parasocial relationship, where people are just worshiping their social media idols or celebrities. You know what I mean?
True. Like, that is a good point. Could you imagine you like fucking pay money so that you can think that like a content creator likes you, or you like fucking get to talk to your content creator? That would be fucking weird, and that would be super unhealthy. So, fucking OnlyFans.
Right. I mean, and also like those people have security for a reason. Like most celebrities that you see out have security, and you guys, there's just now all of these content creators who I don't think they're as careful about not letting the public know their whereabouts, and often they're actually really loose with letting people know their doxed information, and it just seems dangerous.
I think that's also one of the things. I think it's a bit of a cope when people say like, oh, OnlyFans is so much safer than these other platforms, because OnlyFans did not start as a content for that type of explicit content. It started off as like a Patreon of sorts, right?
Why she learned this talking point? She shoehorns it in anywhere. OnlyFans is absolutely safer than doing real life, even porn content, like real life boy girl stuff with studios. OnlyFans is probably safer. Like, again, this weird cope where we try to make OnlyFans actually the worst thing in the world. Like, wait, how are you gonna say that OnlyFans is more dangerous than fucking dancing? Go talk to any stripper ever. Like, come on.
They had more relaxed kind of standards. And so when you look at the traditional sex work environment, strip clubs, you know, anything like that, there are guidelines in place. There are restrictions. There's like direct training on that.
Oh, kill me. She's never talked to a single dancer in her entire life. I hate that she says this shit. She does. I don't even know if she knows any girls on OnlyFans. You couldn't have even talked to a single stripper ever, not even one time, and come away with that feeling, ever. There is no possible shot. She doesn't know a single person. She doesn't know a single person in real life that does dancing, ever. Not a single one. What an unbelievably stupid thing to say.
Versus with OnlyFans, because it wasn't.
Do you know many dancers, strippers? A few. Like I've had several that reached out to me. I was maybe 10 or 15, but I've talked to quite a few, and I'm curious too. I'm interested too to hear like the differences and everything too. I've heard that guys can be very touchy, especially when he talks about private dances. You can get into like very weird situations. Those guidelines that she's talking about are usually guidelines that the girls have so that they don't get raped. So like for instance, if you are going to give a private dance to somebody, you always let somebody know where you go. Make sure that you've always got an exit. That like they have like all these random things because you run into a lot of creepy real life people, even at strip clubs and shit. And then guys that stalk you outside of clubs, or guys that wait for you to leave work when you finish dancing. Like there's a whole bunch of shit like that I've heard. Anecdotally, it might just be that the girls that I've talked to dance in rougher places, and maybe other dancers don't have those experiences. But from what I've heard, for people that do dancing and for people that do dancing and OnlyFans, the OnlyFans is way safer than the dancing.
Explicitly started with that intent, I feel like that's lacking, which can almost cause people to fall into more precarious situations, just depending on what comes up.
I feel like even Instagram is more dangerous in a sense because people are involved with your life emotionally. You're posting stories all the time. There's not like a stories feature on OnlyFans, for example. It's not like purely transactional. You can like communicate and comment and like be invested in a figure or social media persona like very, very intensely. And I don't see it like as that different.
There's also like the lack of, there's two things that are different than on Instagram.
Please make an argument against the friction of the strip club being a static brick and mortar location versus being on your phone. Why is Amazon crushing brick and mortar stores? Literally just engage with an argument, lose it. What am I engaging with? It's easier to get on OnlyFans than it probably is to go to a strip club. Most likely, that's probably true. I would agree with that. But in terms of like getting emotionally hooked on somebody, I think it probably is a lot stronger, a lot bigger risk of getting emotionally hooked on somebody, seeing somebody in real life versus seeing a digital representation of somebody. But, okay.
So now with Instagram, you can like post bikini pictures, you can post whatever, but it's not like overtly sexual. You're not like literally selling sex. I mean, you kind of are, but not explicitly. And then also the exchange.
Marketing sex. You're marketing sex. You're not selling sex.
But I feel like
And then
people can
also, my second one was the exchange of money. I think people start
put it on
feeling
start, please.
as though they have some sort of ownership over people or
put it on
ownership
start?
over the women because they've paid some specific amount and therefore like they're entitled to. I worry about people becoming possessive, obsessive, and feeling entitled.
I just want to say, as far as like the strip
Enforce
club and,
security
other
at a strip club, and
sex work,
everything you say is true. This donor was paid for in there once.
Okay, good job.
I feel like OnlyFans is kind of like the safest because like with those you have to be with these people in person. As far as I don't want to say words that I can't say, but like just other forms of sex work, like you know, because I used to do those, and I joined OnlyFans because it was like I don't have to see these people; they know what I want them to know, and it was like just safer. Like,
Yep.
As far as that goes.
Yeah.
Just talking about like what is the recourse though if someone was crazy, because there's a lot of recourse and there are set protocols and standards in place with these forms of sex work that are like explicitly considered sex work versus something like OnlyFans, which is a little bit more vague, a little bit more.
Dude, fuck. I watched off stream. I watched her appearance on a Fresh and Fit episode, and I got so triggered. I heard so many things. I'm like, there's no way you believe this. Like, what is she talking about? Like a deranged person on OnlyFans, I guess, has the potential to stalk you and try to ruin your life and do crazy shit. But like a deranged person at a strip club literally already has physical access to you. Like, what are we talking about right now?
Ambiguous, like what is the true recourse for that? Do you know what I mean? Like are there specific standards and protocols in place where people are even informing themselves about the potential dangers and how to be aware of them and how to navigate them if they would arise, you know?
I would just say it's like
why does she think that strippers like have all this like formal training and have all this access? Like, should they? Sure, but like anecdotes, I don't know. Anecdotes, I don't know 100%. But like I've heard stories of girls sometimes will get hot friends and then they'll pay them, you know, a few $100 cash and they go take them dancing sometimes too. Now they're not supposed to do that, and I know it's against the rules. But like the idea that like strip clubs are these ultra stringent places where all the rules are followed all the time and blah, and they know everything and it's so much safer. Like it's such a weird revisionist history. Like people are so desperate to shit on OnlyFans that they do this weird revision. We're like, oh, strip clubs are actually a bastion of safety and security. Like, oh, strip clubs, those things have the best regulations, the safest guards. The girls know exactly what they're doing. No woman is ever taken advantage of on a strip club. Like, oh, no. Women at strip clubs, those are actually like PhD level sexual navigators. And then like, come on, what are we talking about? Like, seriously?
the same protocols as like if anyone was in danger, like, you know, police or like.
I've had in person, like people follow me to my car and all these different things.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So she's actually, okay, so there's a few real life strippers. Thank God. Jesus.
Real life or on
From
my
your
regular-
OnlyFans as a result of that, or like
no,
you know, just in
before
real
I
life?
ever made
Right.
a social media. I've had
Mhm.
guys catcall me, follow me in their cars. It's downtown LA, and all you can do is just like keep walking. But on OnlyFans, you can establish your specific boundaries. Like, hey, I'm not comfortable with this, and this.
Mhm.
Here are some photo sets that you can buy. Here is how we can like chat, but it's very strict boundaries. I think it just depends on how you're able to establish boundaries for yourself. Because I feel like just existing as a woman is kind of dangerous in society. Like if you're walking alone in like a bad part of town. Like,
I mean, it's actually more dangerous to exist as a man.
yeah, I think men actually do get more violently targeted, but it's always.
Is that true? Is it? Here's a guess. My guess would be is that it's probably more dangerous in general to exist as a woman, but it's probably more dangerous by the numbers to exist as a man. But that's probably because the areas of ultra high violence are oftentimes propagated by men. Like if you're a random man walking in a random place, you're not going to get fucked over with or attacked or anything
down
weird like
bad.
that. But
I put all my money on Israel Desaniel last night. I need 10K.
Good for you. Like if you were to draw like a heat map, this is how my guess would be it would look like. If you drew like a heat map of violence in an area, it would be like these are the places where it's dangerous to be a woman. Like it would look like this. And then like these are the places where it would be dangerous to be a man. It's really not filling it. So like by area and by numbers, like especially gang violence and everything, is more dangerous to be a man, sure. But like women, I think, have a more like broad sense of danger than men do. Like a guy's not walking in alleyways like, ooh, somebody's like following me. But like men are more likely to participate in like gang shootings and stuff like that. I just repeated that point like 7 times. I'm glad I did. I will repeat myself over and over again.
And are more likely to be victims of violent crime. So.
But violent crimes for sure. But I think when
Yeah, most people though aren't getting like violently crimed all the time, right?
I just want to know who is committing these crimes like against the men.
Men.
That's kind of almost victim blaming. What does it matter what
No,
the gender of the perpetrator is?
I'm just saying like it just feels like men, the conversation of safety and the world not being safe, it's like this comes back to men.
It's not because of men, it's a very small proportion of men who commit these violent crimes. So
And they've existed since the beginning of time. And
Yeah, but it's also a very small proportion of men actually having these violent crimes enacted on them. Gangbangers aren't out there just murdering civilians generally.
never going to change.
It's with almost any group of people though. For any stats figures, it's always a small group. But usually, like if you divide by race or by gender or whatever, then there's a larger percentage within each categorized group in some as opposed to others, which makes these disparities seem large.
Yeah, I think when people say, oh, it's more dangerous for men, it really depends on how you qualify that. Because I feel like if
just across the board, generally speaking, violent crime. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just across the board, generally speaking, that's almost certainly not to be true, right? Like I'm curious, can we look this up? Male versus female violence on college campuses. According to the national so this is just sexual violence, but this says 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted while attending college. Can I get general violence? The most common forms of violence on college campuses include sexual assault, physical assault, intimate partner violence, and stalking. What is this dog shit fucking website? Male college students are 78% more likely to experience an on-campus assault than female students. So we would need to see the numbers of both of these because male college students, so it looks like you would say they experience on-campus assault at 178%, but women experience sexual assault. Would this be 500% more? So I guess we would have to get the numbers on both. If the amount of assaults are dramatically higher than the number of sexual assaults, then men might catch up that way. Oh, that's a good point too. The reason for targeting is important though. Women get targeted because they're women. For men, it's not usually because of their sex. That's a good point, yeah. Real red pillars don't trust the stats. True.
I think women do a lot of risk de-escalation as much as they can. So if women took the same actions as men do, then you might see similar numbers of violence. But what ends up happening is that women from a young age are socialized to, okay, don't be out too late at night, or if you are, be with like a bunch of friends, and like always like be careful walking to the parking lot and have the keys with you and pepper spray and the 911 ready to call. And if a guy like flirts with you or comes up with you, think about all the ways that he can harm you. So I'm not saying that men aren't larger victims.
We throw money at him for our entertainment and he even as a stripper name.
Well, like,
yeah.
Can we just like talk about college? Like, as a man going to college, what is the violence that you're worried about? Can we just, what is the answer to that? I don't know. I went to college for 3 years. Like, at no point in my entire college experience did I ever feel like I was threatened. The worst experience I had was when I went back to the fucking, is it Crossroads Mall parking garage. My car was broken into and I lost my saxophone. Yeah, I feel like as a guy, I feel like the worst case scenario is going to be like fights at parties, maybe? But even at that, that's got to be like a fight you start, right? Are people going to randomly attack you at parties? A lot of college towns are in bad areas. Okay, that could be true, maybe.
For example, but I wonder if those numbers would change if women were more casual like men are.
I think it just has to do with proximity, and then also like you have gang violence is going to be like one of the main, and so it's usually gangs fighting against each other tend to be men.
Yeah.
But like also like if you break it down by race, like black people tend to hurt black people, whereas white people hurt white people, Asian people hurt Asian people, women hurt women, men hurt men. Just like
I would say more men hurt women, but
so you'll see more men hurting women than women hurting men, but men attack men more than men attack women.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I think men, I think it's a society that is the reason for this.
Systemic thing.
I wouldn't say it's just men. I would just say it's how they were
raised.
Is it raised or wired? Like
nature or nurture?
I don't think.
Are we bringing JS for his here to come and fucking rage at OnlyFans girls? Oh, okay, what do you want?
Just give me a sec. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes.
Have much of a chance with the way that the system is set up.
Yeah.
For gambling addiction, which is worse. Physical casinos
feel
or
like-
gambling apps. Spoiler, apps have made gambling addiction more common. Same with the VSSC.
Well, of course, I'm sure it's made it more common. It's probably because it's expanded the amount of people gambling. I don't know which one would make you more prone to having a gambling addiction. I have no idea. My guess there would probably be the application, but I'm not sure.
I agree with that because I also was born and raised in China, from Beijing for 15 years. I've never actually experienced such high amount of violence where I grew up. Maybe you could say it's communism, you could say it's like the government controls everything, but like this much amount of violence is kind of unheard of almost. I was like pretty shocked when I got here, to be honest.
So, sorry, you were saying in Beijing there's less violence than in America?
I think it's simply because the government has more control.
So
over
wait,
there.
do you prefer communism then?
I don't have a preference. I think I actually prefer here, but because people here can actually have their own voice, have their opinions, and then like be who they are, I think that could potentially lead to like more violence.
Have you experienced with the communist government like governmental violence in China?
I've not
Probably
personally
not,
experienced
no.
it, but I've heard things. What's that face?
Brian?
What is the average Chinese citizen? It's not North Korea, guys. Like, I'm pretty sure there are tons of people that live in, especially places like Beijing, that just live their day-to-day lives. It's not like the government is there like, no freedom of speech, crack down. Like, I've never heard of that in my entire life. Maybe it happens, I haven't heard of it, but...
I have no idea what the fuck this has to do with dating, but okay. So we're at.
You're talking about violence.
You were making the point, Pixie, that women, because the way they are raised to be more aware of risk.
Like risk adverse, yeah.
Okay. There was another part that you said after that I had a point on, but it's updated me.
Yeah. How's it going?
What did you
She
say
was
after
saying that if women
Hi,
were
what's up? You were getting triggered.
No, I just thought the biggest argument was the steak versus. You kind of answered this while I was away, but steak versus casinos and OnlyFans versus strip clubs.
Yeah, I don't think it's analogous, though.
Why is it not analogous?
Because I think that you can probably get about 95% of the excitement of gambling from doing it on a computer versus doing it in real life. I think it's probably pretty close to the same feeling. I don't know if it's close to the same feeling of having a girl talking to you online versus having a girl in real life. Like, I can think of a million situations where online I could shut a girl down and not get in trouble, and I can think of a million situations where if the same situation was happening in real life, it would be a way harder thing to avoid.
Sure. So do you think that's because of your personal experience, or like, do you think that's an objective thing? Like, are you trying to think of other people's
I think that's
experiences,
an
or are you just
objective
thinking
thing.
from
I
your
think
own?
that's an objective thing.
Because I would imagine if somebody doesn't have a lot of experience with women, this could be something they fall into, where this is the only interaction with women they've had, and so that's just the best experience they've had.
Could be, but if the only interaction was a stripper, I think that could be a million times worse.
I think that's less likely
Why?
because you have the wherewithal to go out in public and be at strip clubs and shit. The people I'm worried about are like, the fucking cave trolls, right? Who are work from home, give all of their money to these people.
That's a person that's already like mentally super fucking unwell.
True, but
Like,
there's
they would
no
have
regulation there. There's no way to stop it, right? And at least at the strip club, they know what you look like, and they could like basically kick you out if you were unhealthily obsessed, right? I'm
Why
not
would
saying that they
kick
always
you-
do that.
I don't understand what you're saying at all. You think they're gonna kick you out if you're giving too much
They were
money
worried
to
about
a-
you putting one of the girls at risk.
Okay, so is your argument that you don't think OnlyFans is good because the girls are at risk? Is that what we're changing this to, or
No, that was never my argument. I said they could kick you out of the strip club.
for putting the girls at
Like,
risk?
there's a way to cut off your ability
yeah,
to
I
pay
understand,
them
but hold
money.
on. But earlier you made this sound like this was born out of concern for the men, but you're saying, well, at least in a strip club they can kick you out if you're putting the girls at risk. So then the concern just swapped completely to the girls now, but I don't think that was your concern
it didn't.
originally.
As in, if you are developing an unhealthy obsession and you need to talk to this person,
Gotcha,
you don't have
okay.
access to them, you're being cut off.
Okay, so you think that if you got obsessed with a girl at a strip club and you were giving them too much money, you think that they would kick you out
No, I
of
think
the
if you
strip club?
demanded their time, if you demanded exclusivity with them, if you demanded any of the things you demand of like a girlfriend, they would get upset. But with the phone girlfriend, the same element doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you can't even make those demands.
I mean, if they don't respond quick enough, you could get upset or something.
So
And
then they would just stop talking to you. What?
So they just cut you off even though you're paying them money?
I mean, if you're just like spamming their DMs and saying, "Hey, respond," and they can't respond in time, yeah, they would probably just cut you
Dude,
off.
it costs money per DM.
Okay, so I guess if the guy keeps DMing, that would be the equivalent to a guy just continuing to run to a strip club and getting kicked out over and over again. I'm sure it happens. Like,
sure, but it's not the same person. Like, right, the bouncers are doing this at the club. There's a third party there moderating things, and they have physical access to you at the club, so it forces that situation to a head. The OnlyFans girl, there's no physical access, so there's way less incentive to cut them off because it seems way less dire. In terms of the
pretty
girl's
sure that if
safety.
a guy
It's
was
just annoying,
spam
right?
messaging you, yeah, you would just stop responding to the person and deal with other clients.
Sure, but they can deal with that at their like leisure.
Okay,
And they
what's
could
the
just keep
problem with
milking
that?
for
That
money if
seems
they
like,
wanted.
but it's not milking.
No,
Then if the guy's getting what he wants and the girl's responding, then it seems like that's an exchange that is happening that the guy's okay with. No?
Yes, but obviously that's not good for him, right?
Yeah, but I don't think the guy.
I think we've
think
agreed
the-
that that's not good for him.
Sure, but I don't think the guy that like thinks that like the strippers actually likes him and are giving a ton of money to strippers. I don't think that's good for him either.
No, it's not. But again, I think that person has to actually be able to go outside. There's an element of shame of going to the store. There's no way for you to like not have done laundry for like 3 weeks or something and go to like a strip club, right?
Like everything
again,
you're saying
there
could be
technically
true, but
could
like
be,
this is like
but
so unquantifiable, and we don't have any numbers on any of this. Like
This
it
is
just
all-
it feels like a super virtue signal. Like I can't imagine you actually give a fuck about this so much. Like
No, and
right
I would-
now we're worried about a subset of men that are obsessively messaging OnlyFans girls too much. Such to the point that they're giving them too much money or demanding too much time. Like, what percentage of people that engage with OnlyFans even is? It's probably less than 1%, right? Like, this just feels like such a weird case to build our whole hatred of OnlyFans on.
people based on my conversations with you have sent me like emails and stuff and not actual data. So it's like Rolo level conspiracy, but basically saying like, not emails, Discord messages, just saying that like this is essentially true. Like a substantial portion of revenue comes from this messaging model.
And a substantial
And
portion.
I have no way to tell that.
A substantial portion of revenue coming from messaging is different than a substantial portion of revenue coming from messaging from people that are hopelessly obsessed.
True, that's actually difficult to know.
Sure, which is my point. That's why I'm saying like this all feels so like super unquantifiable. Like it's
That's
possible.
literally
something-
what casinos are predicated on, though, which is like my point from before. Actually,
Wait,
which is why I made the
wait,
comparison.
What do you mean?
Casinos
This
are
is-
built on whales, right?
Yeah, but a whale is not necessarily a bad thing. You can
No,
go and just
but
spend a
sorry,
fuck
I
ton of
didn't
money
mean,
at the casino. That's okay. We're not
Whale's
talking...
a bad term. I meant problem gamblers. They're largely built on problem.
I
gamblers.
don't agree with that. I don't think casinos are largely built on problem gamblers. I think they are built on I think it's the tier before whale is what they're built on. Seniors with social security checks that have steady income that don't go broke. The problem with problem gamblers is they start taking out loans, their lives falls apart. And just in my personal experience, casinos do hound that pretty carefully. You've got that whole 1-800-bets off shit that they all fund and everything, because if you get caught continually dealing to people that have gambling addictions and problems, you can get, I think there's a liability that casinos can come under for shit like that. But even so, like those people aren't going to be sustainable customers. You want like, in my, again, personal, just anecdote.
How did
personal
that
experience,
regulation come about? Just curious.
Probably from problem gamblers or whatever, because it's a bad thing to have people that spend their whole life savings on gambling. But I think generally you want people with like social security checks. I think that's like what or people that make a regular steady income.
So how do we prevent this in like the sex work industry? The same kind of predilection on, because I would agree maybe their long-term revenue isn't built on this, but they are the most efficient short-term customers, right? You would want as many of them as you could if your primary goal is profit.
I don't know if any of the issues that exist there are unique to OnlyFans. Like, because the gambling model that fucks your brain up, that causes that addiction pattern is not present on OnlyFans websites. It's just not the same thing. Now, if you're gonna say that like there are men that can like fall prey into like horrible patterns that are being simped on and destroyed that way, yeah, that definitely happens. But like, this is like all of mankind in like so many different ways. I'm sure everybody knows at least one male friend that simped like their life away for some stupid fucking girl for years. They got friend zoned and like this happens in the real world. Like I don't know that any of this is unique to OnlyFans.
Sure, I think the phone model built or praised on this specifically.
The what model?
Though, like just being on a phone, the notifications and stuff, they prey on that same reward system that gambling does. Right, that's how phone OSs are set up. That's why they're so.
It's not the same
so addictive.
reward system. What are we talking about?
I believe it is, like when you're getting notifications from different things. It's why every site has a notification bell in it now.
No, hold on.
And they all work on the
gambling,
same concept.
No, hold on. Gambling is addictive because of the reward scheme. because a random number of actions gives you a random amount of reward, right? There's like a reward system there. That's what gambling is built around. It's not built around notifications on a cell phone.
Sure, I'm just talking about the dopamine reward system.
Everything reward, literally everything. Masturbating gives you dopamine. Everything gives you dopamine. It's not.
Okay, I was not talking about the variable reward.
Okay,
system,
sure, that's
so
fine. The only reason I bring that up is just because gambling is literally the biggest addiction on the planet, and it's because of that variable reward structure. But, sorry, go ahead. Like I'll believe you that like
I'll agree that it's different there.
OnlyFans can be predatory. I don't disagree with that. But again, like as a guy that's advocated for women, didn't I have a whole debate with fucking Farha over how I think like friend zoning is like the it's like the version of like female rape basically for men, is like basically taking a guy for a ride and getting everything you want out of him without actually like respecting his consent for wanting a relationship or whatever. Like I'm not gonna sit here and defend women that do that. I think it's one of the worst things you do, but that's not unique to OnlyFans. Women have been fucking over guys like that for as long as guys have been raping women. Like,
and like in the same vein, I can admit, or like I totally agree that OnlyFans is a way better arrangement than any porn production company that's existed, than any strip club that's existed. They get all of the revenue. They have almost none of the risk. I think it's just unambiguously better for every creator that's ever existed.
Okay, then I just don't know why. I just don't see what's so uniquely bad about OnlyFans.
I
like, if anything, I feel like I could be wrong, but like. No, hold on, because you're making a ton of crazy assumptions with and just expecting. Like, I feel like I could make assumptions in the other way, and I think intuitively I would be even more right. I would say that like, if a guy goes to a strip club and he falls hard for a girl, and that girl like starts fucking like meets him a couple times out of the strip club, and a guy like loses his mind on it, I'd be like, listen, bro, she's a stripper. You're pretty dumb. But, like, sure, I can kind of get it. Especially if we're seeing her in real life. If a guy falls for an OnlyFans girl and is throwing tons of money, the guy is a certified fucking retard. I wouldn't even have sympathy for him, for how fucking stupid you are. So I feel like there's a greater risk for actually falling in love with the real-life stripper girl versus, like, a girl that's literally on www.givememoney-to-text-me so that I can make a living off of your simpery.com.
Sure, but, I mean, that guy is getting something out of the relationship with the stripper, right? Like, he is actually going out and doing things in the real world. I think this is a major difference.
Well, why can't the guy who's texting the OnlyFans girl and feels like he's getting something out of that, why can't he be getting something?
He's not getting, healthy human interaction.
How is texting not healthy human interaction? Just as much as hanging out with a stripper and having fake interactions.
Come on.
Come on what? Is it a okay, question. Is it a healthy interaction if I text my girlfriend? Is that a healthy interaction?
For you, maybe.
Wait, for most ordinary people, do you think texting significant others is not healthy?
I think it's fine. I think actually talking to people in person is just drastically different.
I agree, but you don't think texting a loved one or a girlfriend is a good activity? You think all texting is bad?
I think it's fine. I don't think all texting is bad.
It's fine. I'm asking if you think because now maybe we're in a different argument. Now I can see why you're so much against the OnlyFans thing. If you think that texting,
no, I
is
just
like
don't think it matters.
Unhealthy
No, I don't think texting is unhealthy. It's fine. But obviously, the texting is more meaningful based on you knowing the person.
Okay, but then why can't I apply that same thing to the stripper? Wouldn't hanging out in real life and going for meals stuff be more meaningful if it was actually like a real life girlfriend and not just a girl faking it to get money from you?
Yes.
Okay, so then why wouldn't strippers make you more prone? I don't doubt
that can happen.
Why wouldn't strippers make you more prone to getting mind fucked than women?
Because it's restricted locally. Obviously, you have to go to a strip club and there's only like a set number of people there. There aren't an infinite number that you could message that have infinite like inventory to talk to you and pull you into some kind of mechanism like this.
Why does that matter? Like you could probably
it
still
does
go
matter.
to, I think you could probably still go
the ubiquity is like a massive argument. Again, it goes back to Amazon versus brick and mortar stores.
Sorry, I was concealing my knowledge because I'm not fucking retarded. You can absolutely go to a strip club and find an available stripper. I promise you. Unless you're going on like a Friday or Saturday night in a busy city, if you go to a strip club, you will find a free girl there that will chat with you. Absolutely.
Okay, do you think that was my point? Like,
yeah, because you're making it sound like, oh, well, on OnlyFans you can always find a girl, but if you go to a strip club, it's super exclusive. There's only like one stripper per guy or something. Like,
no, that wasn't my. Okay, obviously, you need a certain kind of sociopath to do this to somebody to their face, right? To go and like scam somebody over time to their face.
I don't think so. I think you could probably bullshit yourself and think like, well, they know what it is. Like they do this, blah 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 blah.
Okay. Yeah, because another big part of the OnlyFans thing is like one, obviously it's the scale and the ubiquity, right? That it's happening at such a massive level. But another thing is that it's often not even the girl who's doing it. It's somebody else who doesn't have any sort of like, it's not the person you're talking to, and that
Sure.
makes it different.
Yeah, I think that's
right.
pretty
Like
weird.
it's somebody
yeah, I
else's
think you can
morals.
argue that that's unethical. Sure.
Sorry, I'm saying obviously the people who set that up, they would set it up in such a way that like the people sending the messages becomes very like normalized to them. I think with a lot of the girls who do the messages themselves, at least from what I've been able to see online, like there's a lot of people posting like, hey, this dude is like trying to give me his grandmother's wedding ring and I don't know how to deal with this. Like it's actually fucked, right?
Okay, that is fucked, but I don't know if you know this, but you do know that guys in real life do the same autistic simp shit, right?
Sure.
Like it's not unique to online. Like guys have been simping down bad for girls doing autistic retarded shit for all of human history.
Yes, but they have to be outside and have lives of some kind to do it.
I don't know why that matters.
Because obviously if you can just do this from your room and waste away, that's bad for everybody.
Sure, I agree with that. But I think it's probably a lot, if you're the kind of guy that is the mind, it's probably a lot harder to get obsessed with a girl. Or I would imagine so, unless you're literally going to www.simppayments.com and falling in love with and getting obsessed with a girl that you're offering your whole life savings to. Like, bro, you're like mentally fucked in so many different ways at that point. Like,
sure. I think it's bad to take advantage of people in that position.
yeah, but I'm pretty sure that if I were to push you, you probably think that all forms of OnlyFans is taking advantage of guys, no matter how like.
Nope.
Really?
Absolutely not.
So you
No.
think some guys can responsibly engage with DMing girls on OnlyFans and it's okay?
I think the DMing stuff gets weird. I think
That's not
for
what
the
I
most
asked.
part, like, sorry, you said all of OnlyFans. I thought you meant porn and stuff.
No, OnlyFans. Do you think any OnlyFans DMing, you think all of those are necessarily unhealthy?
No, but I think the fact that nobody has oversight over that is pretty scary.
What would oversight even look like? What does that even mean?
I don't know, people who can like look into those DMs at a regular pace or something.
Well, no, tell me, like, what does it mean? Like, I
Sorry.
look into the DMs and a guy.
All of it gets very awkward, obviously, because this all immediately like I think the sexual element changes it, but without the sexual element, it's just like the influencer parasocialness problem, right? It's the same thing. But I think the sexual element changes it very significantly in terms of like the bonds that develop.
Okay, I don't know what it would even look like to begin to try to like regulate that, or what
Does that mean it's not a problem?
I mean, I think it's a problem. I think guys simping for girls in general is a problem. But I don't think that's unique to OnlyFans, and it's suspect to me that people are all of a sudden really fucking concerned about a guy spending too much effort on a girl now that OnlyFans exists. That's really weird to me.
It's too much effort on something that can't possibly be anything. Can't possibly even turn into like you going on dates with this person. Like at least the strip club delusion where you meet a stripper and you like start dating her, at least there's something tangible there. The OnlyFans shit, there's literally no chance of anything happening.
I don't even know if that's true. Like, it's not to give anybody weird hopes or whatever, but like
definitely in the case where you're messaging some, you're messaging Andrew Tate sitting under the desk. You're not fucking Andrew Tate.
That's true, but there's a lot of fucking dudes on like Twitch and shit and YouTube that started dating their fucking Twitch mods, or a lot of women and shit. Ironically, I hear that. Like, I'm not joking. That's a pretty common thing. I bet everybody's probably seen one. Fuck, wait, hold on. Is ST Peach's husband, was he a mod originally?
I don't know.
Like, I mean, it happens pretty often. It seems to be the case. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not going to sit here and argue that it can't ever be unhealthy. Like, I'm sure it can be. I might even go as far as to say that, like, if you use the sexting services if you use the texting services on OnlyFans for anything beyond just sexting, I would argue that it's probably unhealthy. I would go as far, I don't even know if you would go that far. I don't know what the fuck, I don't even know what your position is. But the idea that there's like this unique concern around it now that it's OnlyFans, when like strippers and other types of women have been doing shit like this for however long, I don't know, that's just a little sussy baka to me.
Yeah, it's really all about the scale, right? Scale and ubiquity.
I don't know what the scaling would matter at all. I don't know why the scaling is like, I feel like that's like the one weird argument that we fought.
Because when it can affect, like 10,000 people in the US, it's not really that big a deal. But when it can potentially affect millions, it becomes a big deal.
How many strip clubs are in the United States? I'm just curious. I truly have no idea. If I were to look it up, like, how many strip clubs in the United States? If I had to guess, I'm gonna guess 50,000. I don't know. That might be way off. There's 50 states. I'm gonna say 10 to 50,000. That was a guess, I guess. I don't know. Okay, well, I'm way off. I'm an order of magnitude. Okay, there's 4,000. Well, wait, there's 4,000 strip club businesses. Does a business own multiple establishments, or what does that mean?
I have no idea. Strip clubs are literally illegal where I live.
Oh, wait, illegal?
Yeah, illegal.
Damn, because there are multiple strip clubs in Omaha. But I guess Omaha's a pretty big state. I'm curious, like, how many men visit strip clubs a year? How many men visit strip clubs annually?
Before you figure out the number, do you think the conversion rate to some sort of like dependent private dance relationship versus in OnlyFans like buying content to go into messaging, do you think that would be pretty consistent between the two?
I think the percentage would be higher with strippers, but it wouldn't surprise me if the absolute number was higher with OnlyFans girls because there's so many more of them.
Yeah, I would maybe expect an order of magnitude higher with strippers for moving to like private dances, and then, but I would expect the overall like absolute number to be 2 or 3 orders of magnitude higher for OnlyFans.
2 or 3 orders of magnitude. So that would mean the difference between 10 and 10,000, or 100 and 100,000.
Yep.
4K is a lot, but there are only 6,000 cinemas in the United States. Wait, really? I would have imagined there are so many more.
Wait, there are how many cinemas in the U.S.?
Oh, why is my
6,000
number
apparently?
5,500 theaters? My scale is just off on that, I guess. Never mind. I would have assumed that for theaters it's like 50,000 plus, but I guess there's 50 states.
That's gotta be cap.
Yeah, that's weird to me. I would have. Okay, so there's about as many strip clubs as there are movie theaters then.
Ain't no way, bruh.
Weird. That number seems so off to me, but I guess I don't have an intuitive grasp of that.
An argument I hadn't totally driven home that actually just got made to me in
baby.
chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was just the social taboo around strip clubs. I did say it, like it's more difficult to go to a strip club, but obviously there's a major taboo on going to strip clubs. And since OnlyFans is done completely in private, there's no such taboo.
Okay. I don't necessarily think
I'm far better off as a stripper. I've scammed more men in person than I can on OnlyFans because of the illusion of being in person and getting money from them, and yeah.
Yeah, I said that takes a special kind of sociopath.
Wait, I don't think. Wait. Hold on. I think it takes a special type of sociopath to like point blank scam somebody, but I think that when it comes to like especially dancer person relationships, I think it's possible to bullshit yourself into it not being like a sociopathic action. That like, yeah, this guy's giving me money, but you know, fuck it, he enjoys my company. Like he knows what he's doing, he knows what he's getting into. Like guys do that with girls. Like you could argue that like it would be sociopathic to be a fuckboy. It would be sociopathic to lead a girl on and just use her for sex. But guys will do that and they'll like have some bullshit justification like, well, she knows what she's getting into, blah, blah, blah. Or girls will do it friend zoning guys. You could argue it's sociopathic to friend zone a guy and to take advantage of his emotions like that. But some girls are like, well, you know, he knows he's just a friend and it'll never change and blah, blah, blah. Like, I think people can convince themselves of things. It's not like an evil action in their head.
Sure. Xena, do you realize you're scamming people? And do you think that's like they're okay with the scam?
Okay, so by scamming, it's because I would consider we're saying scamming because I'm not fucking them, which clearly most men that go in the strip club, that is what they would typically want. However, do they know I'm not going to fuck them? They know 100% because I do lay down those rules. Will I, of course, dance for them in the section or on stage? Absolutely. That's what they're paying for. They're paying for the illusion that they think they might somehow be able to spend so much money on me that I'll finally be like, yes, I'll open my legs for you. But that's never going to happen. So is that a form of scamming? Do I take these men and go on dates with them and promise them some relationship that's never going to happen? No. There are dancers, of course, that do that go in these fake custom client, like these stripper client relationships where it is a stripper client relationship and they're like going on trips together and things like that, and they're swindling a lot of money out of them. Could you consider that scamming when the guy still knows like this is a client stripper relationship? I think we're just using the word scamming here just to use it, but it's what you do. It is, you're paying for the illusion, you're paying for the fantasy. That's why we're called adult entertainers.
I think
you get adult entertainment licenses in West Palm Beach.
Two things that I think to be said though is that one, there are going to be guys that will emotionally trick themselves into thinking there's a chance that they can get more, but also two is because there are girls, right, Xena, that if you pay enough, they will give you more, either out of the club or depending on the type of club you're dancing in, if you give the guy a cut in the club, like that does happen. So there might be guys that think that if they push hard enough, they can find, you know, that back room where they can get that shit. So I think guys can mentally fuck themselves as well.
I agree 100%. Yeah, absolutely. That's why you kind of just like paint that fantasy, even when you're telling them like, oh, I don't do this, but we can enjoy our time together. Just saying things like, oh, we'll enjoy our time together still isn't a direct, even when you say you're not going to fuck them, they think that that's like some hint towards, oh, she's just being like, I don't want to say conservative, but she's just being, you know, harder to get than the Cuban girl who will go in the back room for $200 and fuck because she's illegal and needs to stay in the country and pay her money.
Sure. Okay, why did you guys all join? Kelly, Jean, and Irrelevant, what do you guys want to say?
I heard there was some kind of a anti-misogyny arc going on. I missed the last few days because I've been at LAN, so I was just curious.
Well, you just undid all of it, so.
Oh, I just wanted to put that input.
Just by talking, bro.
Buddies.
Love you, bye.
Bye.
What did you want, Relly?
I don't know. I came in to hang out, bro. I heard a interesting conversation. Thought I might come in.
Oh.
Sounded like you guys agreed somewhat on the idea that like interacting with or like talking to people if you're a sex worker might be toxic or something. I don't know. I just wanted
Do you
to.
guys care about delusional people in other industries as much as you do in sex work?
Yep.
Yeah, I think people who exploit gambling addicts are terrible. I think it's one of the worst things you can do.
Okay, why do I never hear anyone talk about the delusional people in other industries? Why is there always so much focus on
in
this?
gambling? That was like a huge part of the Twitch sphere, right?
I disagree. I think it was a virtue signal in the Twitch sphere because people just obsessed over the kid part, which honestly, who fucking cares about kids getting addicted to Now, I could be wrong, and maybe there's research that proves me wrong, but like I've never heard that like kids addicted to gambling is this massive fucking problem. I think it's adults that get addicted to gambling that ruin their fucking lives. Now, maybe that's changing. There's some new trend, but I never heard anybody give anywhere near as much a fuck on gambling, which has a horrible impact on people's lives until like on Twitch they could fight with like train wrecks over it.
Did they even ban CS:GO like loot box? Like
I think in like France,
like gambling,
didn't they?
No, I mean on Twitch, did they ban like loot boxes, like the CS:GO stuff specifically?
No clue.
That's so much fucking worse for kids than steak.
What's like the difference between people that are delusional enough to think streamers are their friends and people that are delusional enough? Okay.
Well, that's why I said streamers and YouTubers. I care about that as well as I care about.
Yeah, but what if you're just so big that like you can't do much about the delusional people and they just donate and they're just there? What, you think like fucking XQC goes through his community all the time to weed out the delusional people?
Well, the difference is that on OnlyFans, you can argue that delusion is encouraged because you can directly massively profit off of it.
You can encourage it as a streamer as well. It's
I don't sell private DMs where I represent a relationship quasi thing to any of my friends.
I'm not saying you do or that you encourage it. I'm saying
No. I didn't mean me in general. I mean like me as a streamer. Like streamers don't do that. Streamers don't sell personalized DMs to people.
Yeah, OnlyFans gets a little bit more personal than just streaming, which is in general for the population or the public. And in OnlyFans, the whole point is like even if you have an agency or not, you're supposed to have your private relationship with your clients and have personalized custom DMs and everything like that, creating the illusion that like you're in a relationship. Which Destiny, there was something I did want to agree with you about. You were, I guess, spazzing out about Amy's take about OnlyFans being worse than stripping. I would argue that stripping is better than being on. I mean, stripping is worse simply because you're in an environment.
Oh wait. Hold that thought for 1 second.
Okay.
Hey Lex, what's up? Thanks for the $20. Listen, Lex, me and Ben Shapiro, we're going to have this debate, okay? It's either going to happen on Jubilee, it's going to happen on whatever, it's going to happen on the Iced Coffee podcast. If you want to make it happen, all right? Text Ben, tell him to get his lazy ass on the show, okay? You can be the one to host this internet-destroying debate, Lex, okay? Come back to the United States, okay? Stop talking to those people overseas, okay? It's time to save America with this debate. Okay, sorry, I'm done. Okay, what did you? Okay, sorry. Okay, you were saying. I'm sorry, that was really rude. I cut you off. You were talking about dancing versus OnlyFans. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess she was saying like she has this in her mind, which we kind of got into on Value Entertainment before, of OnlyFans is being worse than stripping. While there is more, I guess, privacy when it comes to being a dancer, I would still say dancing and stripping is a lot more dangerous because of the environment that you're physically actually in, where it comes down to drugs. The circle of people you obviously have to see on a day-to-day basis if you're working regularly. You fall into a certain type of crowd. You start hanging around certain type of people, which, look, I mean, I ended up doing fraud. Lots of girls get on drugs and or getting pimped out. Whereas on OnlyFans, you're a lot more safer to work on your own time, even if you have an agency that helps you, and you can stay home and make your money. Therefore, you're not in the environment which could put you in physical harm against being actual physically human trafficked, drugged up, or raped, or attacked.
I've got so many dancer friends. I've heard so many horrible stories about weird, creepy, terrible guys like at fucking clubs. That to hear her say that like, oh well, OnlyFans can be really dangerous too, and at strip clubs at least there's bouncers, and it's like, oh my god,
at the strip club before.
Yeah, it's such
Thankfully,
a stupid.
I wasn't raped, but I did get roofied at the strip club before. I got paid $150. Oh, take shots with me, take shots. When I took my shot, I was falling, and security had to grab me. Like, it was terrible. So lots of things like this does occur. Also, then there's the girls fighting in the fucking locker room over money or anything, and like girls getting stabbed and or sneaking in guns. Some strip clubs in bigger cities, they check your bag for that reason. Like, girls kill girls there as well, and bring in guns, customers too. Like, it's just, the strip club can be a lot more dangerous, and that's why I reverted to OnlyFans back then as well. It's a lot easier, safer, and more comfortable to be at home and produce that type of content.
Sure.
But yeah, I just wanted to say that your take was much better, and yeah, I just wanted to input that. But I will go now. I've exhausted my stay. Goodbye.
Love you. Bye.
Bye, Zena.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
See ya. I just want to reiterate, because everybody's going to misunderstand my position. I agreed with that from the beginning. I have never thought strip clubs were better than OnlyFans for safety of the creator. OnlyFans is unquestionably better for every creator that's on it.
Okay.
Just I read a thread on the subreddit last night, and people just didn't understand what I was saying.
True.
It happens.
Relly
So
or
we were
Kelly?
no, we were going over numbers, Destiny.
What numbers?
So 4,000 strip clubs.
Okay.
200 million registered users on OnlyFans.
Wait, how many registered users?
He's doing a dumb comparison because that 200 million is probably a worldwide
No,
number.
I'm not. I'm saying that's where we start with the numbers.
Well, but if that's a worldwide number, what's the worldwide number of strip clubs?
Oh, yeah, well, we should get that.
It's probably going to be higher than 5,000, right?
No, every strip club is in...
Yeah.
Way higher. Sorry, but you were the one getting the numbers, and that was the number you gave me.
Also, when you say 200 million registered...
Hold on, maybe there's a number. Hold on, maybe there's a number of registered users from the U.S. only. I'll just Google it.
U.S. is 2.5 per month.
2.5 million per month, or 2.5 revenue?
Million users per month in the U.S.
2.5 million users per month unique. Interesting.
It does, yeah.
Is it weird? I thought it would be higher, to be honest.
Well, I mean, like, think about it. How many teachers do you think are in the U.S.?
Wait, what?
If I had to guess, I'd say... I feel like my scale and everything is so far off. I would say 100,000. How many teachers are in the U.S.?
3.2 million.
Holy shit.
Yeah, these numbers
Jesus
are actually
Christ.
so
This
hard
is
to
your
track.
streamer, chat.
1% of the U.S. population is a teacher? We have as many teachers as prisoners?
Make them fight.
How many? 1.2 million prisoners. So we have more OnlyFans girls than prisoners.
What?
Wait, how many
More
OnlyFans
teachers
girls
than-
do we have?
Wait, I thought you said those were unique
3.5 million.
users.
Oh, sorry. I was wrong about that. Let me get that number. I think that was quite a bit less. I think it's 100 to 1 ratio.
You know, you can just make an account and never use it, right? There's like a bunch of free accounts.
Yeah, one of the numbers I saw is the average account has 21 subscribers, or maybe 23. But I have no way to like verify any.
Wait, you mean the average creator account, right?
The average creator account has 23 subscribers, not subscriptions.
Oh.
Like the average creator, 21 subscribers is what I'm reading. I have no way to verify this though. Like I have no idea how accurate any of these sites are.
Sure.
210 million registered users, 2.1 million content creators. This is in July 2023. Wait, yeah, so I was right the first time, right?
Were you?
I've never been on that. I've never been on OnlyFans, the site, at all. Like, even once. And I have no idea how it fucking works. Should I do
This
it for
probably
research purposes?
No, you can just find stuff leaked online. Never pay for anything on OnlyFans.
Base, and that's actually a base take.
Or
Sorry,
pay for
I was just gonna say.
OnlyFans and support small businesses, guys.
Bing chill.
I need nurses.
By the way, subscribe to the stream. Small business here.
Streamers, when they make their money off you, and then they fuck off on OnlyFans girls, huh? Okay.
Just the numbers are going to be like, this is probably a fool's errand, because if you go to other countries where like sex work's more acceptable or not like illegal, that's going to conflate numbers, right, over strip clubs. Like strip clubs will probably be way less popular. So like trying to figure this is probably not going to be. We can't do this in a call randomly.
Okay.
Also, I will say, Kelly, I would pay for porn if it wasn't unbelievably expensive. Shit is a lot of money. It seems like a lot of the shit.
The OnlyFans shit is crazy. What, like, I notice it, like, I've complained about this before. You'll get people that will charge like a $9.89 subscription, and then every single video is like $24 paywall. It's like insane.
Yep. It's fucking crazy. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna pay to like watch a feature-length film for your 20-minute video.
Okay, well, anything else for anybody that joined that wanted to talk about anything instead of sitting here awkwardly?
Oh, are we getting off? Yeah, well, yeah. You know, I'll talk a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, if we can swap topics, I'll talk a little bit. I don't know.
What do you want to
Yeah,
swap
I
topics
already
about?
said what I wanted to talk about.
Kelly, can you please do the voice?
No.
Wait, what's the voice?
You don't know the voice?
No.
I don't know the voice.
She's got many of them.
No.
What is this? An accent?
We're all just gonna sit here silently until Kelly does the voice.
Until you do the thing.
I'm not a fucking dancing monkey, bro.
Whoa.
Please?
Please?
She doesn't like us.
Nice. That's cool.
Wait,
Right,
JSTLK, is that all you had?
Oh, no, Irrelevant was going to say something. What?
Yeah, I was gonna talk shit about like video games and stuff. You aren't playing the Payday 3 beta. Why?
I don't know. What even is that game?
It's a fucking great game. You steal money, bro.
Wow, base. Sounds base. I wrote
Yeah,
steal
it
in real
is.
life
It's a fun
on
game.
stream. By stealing content, baby.
Hell yeah, bro. Like it's a really fun game. It's in beta right now, and it's coming out in a couple days.
Yeah.
Payday 3 is yeah. It's a truly great one. I'm not sure if it would trigger your autism the way that many of these other games do, though, because it seems like you primarily play autistic games. You know what's weird? You're like an enigma because you play the most autistic games in the world, and then you play the most brain dead games in the world. You play like League and like these hyper fast shooters, and then you also play like Factorio. So you're like on both ends of the spectrum.
Good.
It's fucking weird.
It's not.
It absolutely is.
Okay. Gotcha. Anything else?
Oh my god, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way he's doing it. Alright, you motherfucker. Yeah,
Why are you avoiding my topic, you... Yeah.
Wait, which topic?
Wait, what's that topic?
What am I avoiding, babe?
You have short-term fucking memory loss. The misogyny arc stuff.
What about it?
Yeah, I'm asking you about it. I haven't been here the last few days. I want to know what it's about.
I just banned porn in chat.
Yes, but why?
I think it makes it an unwelcoming place for the women's.
Okay, I'm gonna have to drag it out of you. I saw some bits about Erudite, but I haven't seen the stream. I saw other stuff about Merc, but I don't know if she's been back on the stream since, question mark? Like, why? What has prompted it?
Just in general, I think that some of the women in our community get crazy feedback. I think it's not good, and we're gonna start our anti-misogyny arc up again, 2.0. The final arc, this one.
Alright.
What's that going to look like?
Banning porn is the first step.
You think that's the bigger issue?
Well, I'm sorry, Kelly. Go ahead and give me a suggestion, since I know that you're frothing at the fucking mouth to say something. Tell me what you would do. Go ahead.
I already gave you suggestions.
Give me one right now.
I don't. Can you remember what I told you?
Nope, I
about?
can't. That's why I'm asking.
Of course you can. I spoke to you back in May because I said, I get that Straight Raid was being, you know, very aggressive, confrontational, and annoying, but I don't think that the comments that were getting pretty heavily upvoted on Reddit, saying that that the stuff that she was saying makes them hate women, and I said this is going to be a problem because it's basically shifting the responsibility of the people that are being unhinged onto the women that they don't like. And now it's happening more.
Wait, okay, wait, what? What are we talking about right now?
I spoke to you about this stuff back in May at Wales, and you were like, she's just getting insulted because, you know, she deserved it. And I'm like, well, it's not that the insults and the criticism are the issue. It's that women get held as a representative of their gender. And I said that to you. And you were like, meh, not a problem. And now it is.
I feel like I've said these things literally verbatim before, but maybe Kelly.
Probably recently, but to me, you're very dismissive.
I don't think I've ever.
And
can you explain? Wait,
comments,
when you say,
I can link you the
no,
comments.
No, you're right.
Wait,
when you say that like women represent their gender, what do you mean by that? Can you explain that concept to me? What do you mean by that?
It means we get held as a representative of our gender. It means, like, when I say something stupid, it's not Kelly Jean says something stupid. It's now I hate women and she's an incel maker. That's, like, the difference between Kelly Jean is a dumb bitch and Kelly Jean is a dumb bitch, therefore women are dumb bitches.
The Barack Obama problem?
Huh. Well, wait, what? So,
I have no issue with people thinking I'm a dumb bitch. If they see me as an individual, it's fine. You can call me retarded. I can get a stream of kill yourselves. But the issue is when people outside of the community see that, they're not going to be able to understand there's like a Kelly Jean exception rule where, you know, shitting on Kelly Jean is based and ontologically correct or whatever. I don't know. But they're not going to see that. They're not going to understand. And if it's okay for one of the girls in the community, like, you know, whether it's aimed at me, Straight Raid, or any of the other girls that are, like, more confrontational, it's going to look bad to all.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. So you think that if you insult one woman, sometimes people use it to insult all women? Is that what you mean?
I just gave you an example. There's an example on Reddit right now, like, that's been there for months that I told you about.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's unfair.
It's got 300 upvotes, and there's still like threads with "I hate Erin," unironic Straight Raid pixie thread, hate threads. Like they're still there. Like why?
Huh. That's just wild. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Okay. I'm learning and I'm listening.
Why does it sound sarcastic, bro? I don't know. Have you thought about?
Oh, she almost did it.
A female moderator, because you have a T4 who's a woman, and I like searched up her name versus the other women, the female orbiters. She's not unhinged to Ayla, not unhinged to Erudite.
Wait, who's the tier 4? Who are you talking about?
Her name is Sophia.
Oh, she's fucking unhinged.
When? To whom?
Wait, do you know who that is?
I don't know. I googled her name.
Wait, did you meet her?
She has a Twitter. No, but she seems like a real person.
Hold on, Sophia, am I crazy? Weren't you on that episode of Just Pearly Things with me? The one that I gotten kicked off a couple times? Or am I mixing you up with somebody differently? Or somebody completely different? Did you really not meet her?
Is he trying to identify black people by appearance right now?
She says no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, or are you the nurse lady? Oh, that's Fenty Freezies.
By the way, if you don't take my suggestion, which you usually don't, it's fine. But I'm just like throwing that out there as someone that I know that's not unhinged.
Okay, do you think I should put her in charge of like all of the moderation or whatever?
Not like all moderation. I just think it's good to have like more female representation in the mods because it's basically Ninu, and Ninu has a job, right? Like you don't want to expect Ninu to do everything.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm gonna
Is that a bad idea? I don't know.
Well, no, this is good. So I have somebody that I can hold responsible then, so that if it doesn't go well. So she's gonna be like.
No pressure, bro. She's a T4, right?
The sexism ender is gonna be her then, yeah.
No pressure. Sorry. I feel bad. I did speak to her very briefly beforehand, and she didn't say don't do it, so we'll see.
True, that's the same way I approach consent, so nice. Based, okay.
Well, I don't know, man. It was just a suggestion. Don't just go dumpster on her, because
Well, so the suggestion is one female moderator. That's what you want me to do?
I mean, more than one would be nice, but one is a start.
Okay.
Does Reddit even have one?
Ninu is, I think, female, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Barely.
Yeah, I just said, do you have ears? Did you not just hear me speak about Ninu?
I was not listening.
She
I'm
has
sorry.
okay, well, don't fucking speak if you're not fucking listening then. I just mentioned Ninu. She has an actual other job doing other shit. She's not here all the time. You shouldn't expect Ninu to do everything.
Do the voice.
Fucking hell.
You don't even know what you're saying. Do the I'm so sorry. I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm bullying. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. Okay.
Can we get an amnesty on misogyny from before the second misogyny arc?
No.
No, I'm saying like going like previously, like let's say from like a month and
Listen,
before that.
okay, irrelevant.
A
Anything
month
else
ago
you want to talk
and
about?
back.
Anybody else want to talk about anything real?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, are you in a rush?
Well, no, but it's like 9:50 and.
Oh, I understand.
Well, no, wait, hold on. I'm not in a rush. If you have something you want to talk about, go for it. Otherwise, I'll watch this whatever show. I just don't want to. Okay, go ahead.
I was kind of curious why you. I noticed that you had said in like abortion debates that the bodily autonomy argument is fucking retarded, and I want to hear why.
No, you don't.
I just think that the threshold for killing an innocent baby is going to be absurdly fucking high, and nothing related to pregnancy is going to get you there. I don't think the bodily autonomy. If you're going to see that like it's a living, breathing human being that deserves all the same rights as normal people, but it's aggressing on the mom, so we should kill it, I think that argument is going to make you sound insane to 99.99% of people.
Oh, I understand. Okay, it was my interpretation that. Okay, yeah. Okay. That makes it. I thought you were trying to say that like any argument of bodily autonomy, including taken off of your argument of consciousness, which I believe is your argument, right? Your argument is consciousness, is bad. Like any argument of bodily autonomy, not solely the argument of bodily autonomy. That I agree.
Oh yeah, solely, yeah. Because some people will cede everything. That's my debate with Matt Dillahunty. They'll say, okay, yeah, sure, it's a baby and it's a breathing, living, whatever baby, but we should still be able to kill it because it's aggressing on the woman. I think that's a really bad argument. But
okay, all right, that makes sense. That's valid. All right, that's it for me. If you want to go ahead and get off, because yeah, then.
Well, I'm not getting off, but I'll continue watching my babes on the whatever.
Hey, I got something.
Oh, Sejin.
Yeah, it's like I've been thinking about this because you were talking about the lack of male role models thing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bring that up, but something related to that, and I think it's interesting. I think liberals have a very high bar for what they would be willing to help. Sorry, let me start over. I think liberals have a problem with not willing to tell people like how to generally like live their lives, and I think that's like a tenet of liberalism. Like as long as you're not hurting anyone, you should be able to do whatever, right?
Okay. I feel like we're using liberals in the broad sense or in the progressive sense?
In the broad sense.
Oh, sure, that's kind of true, yeah. We don't want to provide a strict framework because we want to give people freedom, but maybe people actually like a framework because it gives them something to operate within.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Is like, if you want to be, I don't know. I feel like we have a lot of unironically like bots in society that like need to be told generally what to do, and I think that liberalism kind of fails to give them the framework to do that.
Damn.
You disagree with that?
Possibly, yeah. Or possibly, like I think I can agree with you. I think I see a point there. Yeah, people like stricter frameworks. Liberalism doesn't provide that as much. Sure.
Yeah. So how do you create a society that can do both things? Give people that need structure. How do you give them structure while also not infringing on
I don't know. You need an individual needs some sort of like transcendent, like something that's greater than themselves to live for. It could be community, religion, some clever group, your family name, whatever the fuck. You have to have something bigger than you to live for, I guess. That's what it seems like. But I don't know what that is. I feel like that answer probably varies from person to person.
Okay. And then last thing, have you ever taken an IQ test?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
What'd you score?
Anywhere from 115 to 185, depending on which WWW I'm at, you know?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot. I always thought, and I looked this up recently, I don't think it's as true as I thought it was, is that you need to take IQ tests when you're a kid. Because that's the only time like it really matters, because you can like train for an IQ test, right?
Can you? I thought you could, but I'm under the understanding that you can't really train that much for them, that it won't boost it that much.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
These things are supposed to be heavily G-loaded, I think the researchers call them.
G-loaded. Interesting. Anyone else here taking like these modern IQ tests that have like significantly changed to what they used to be, right?
Sure.
Are they? They're just like pattern recognition and shit.
They used to be like questions, and you'd have to like tell the. They'd ask you a question, and they'd ask you how many E's were in the previous question, or some shit like that.
No way.
Yeah, that was the IQ test when I was like younger. That what it was. I was like, oh fuck, how does anyone do this shit? But the new modern like pattern recognition ones are super easy.
Maybe you just have a really high IQ. It would make sense, right?
I don't know. I always think I'm real dumb, so.
Oh, I was just racially stereotyping you, so.
Yeah, it's genetic.
Did you do well in your SAT or any of the standardized testing?
No, I suck at testing because I just suck at like doing that shit.
Oh.
I'm really good at IQ
Sejin,
tests.
did you just argue that IQ is genetic?
No, it was a joke because Destiny made the
good save,
the racist stereotype assumption that I have a high IQ.
Damn.
Wait, so you don't think it's genetic?
I have no fucking idea.
Don't get baited.
Seems...
IQ is obviously genetic. IQ is highly heritable and it's
highly
genetic.
heritable.
But the question isn't whether JSTL is asking a bad faith retard question. The interesting question about IQ isn't whether or not it's genetic. The question is whether or not the differences in populations is due to genetics. That's the question.
Why are you ruining it?
Because you're fucking baiting. Like the racist cuck conservative you fucking are.
I don't know, dude. I'd have to like sit down with someone for like a month and train them to take an IQ test and see if I could increase their score.
I don't think you can significantly boost. Not only can you... Oof, these things suck, but not only can you not significantly change your IQ score, I'm pretty sure IQ scores remain relatively stable throughout your entire life. I'm pretty sure they remain quite stable throughout most of your life.
Isn't that why they use, like, I was told that they use IQ tests to be able to test for cognitive decline, because and those significant fluctuations are indicative of a problem.
I don't know, that might be the case. But IQ is something that seems to be very, 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 very hard to change.
I have such a hard time accepting this to be true. The world must be so fucking stupid if that's true.
Maybe you're just a genius.
No, but I refuse to accept that I'm a genius, right?
Refuse to accept what?
But I refuse to... Okay, I'm gonna be cringe. I scored 141 on an IQ test, and I absolutely do not understand how I got that high.
Well, was this like an actual proctored IQ test, or was it a online IQ test?
It's like one of the online ones, right?
Sure, I mean, those can be whatever. Unironically, I think I've scored like 160 plus on those, but who the fuck knows? You have to go like get an actual real life one taken if you want to know what your actual IQ is, I guess. But also, depending on what you do, IQ isn't necessarily that important. Like, I think life in general right now in the Western world is pretty IQ loaded, but you can be relatively low IQ, like 100 to 105, and still like train and learn things well. Like, I think IQ, there's better explanations, but it's like fluidity to like grasp knowledge, integrate it, like learn new things or whatever. Like all this is like your general intelligence. But like you can be 105 IQ and be like a PhD top tier researcher. I think that's still possible, right?
If I'm remembering correctly, I think after 130 or so, or 140, the correlation of IQ and like life success actually drops off. Like it's logarithmic. So like as you get more intelligent past 130, you don't really start to do significantly better Like it sort of becomes about how you can handle relationships and stuff. I think there's some negative pressure at really high IQs that you sort of lose your ability to understand people or something like that.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend once, and I had to drink Robitussin for the entirety of our relationship because my IQ was so
those.
high. Every single time I was around her, I would just draw schematics of rockets on pieces of paper, and she just couldn't understand anything. And it was just such a
Compare her to a
existence.
fucking ape when you talk about having sex with her.
Uh-huh.
This is the best part of the episode. I had to Google what a gibbon was.
Wait, Destiny,
Really?
do you actually think that many of these people on Twitch didn't give a fuck about gambling?
No, I don't think any of them gave a fuck. It was just a way to. It was like proxy wars against like Train and XQC, and then like Virtue's gonna run kids because anytime kids are involved, people virtue signal. But
I mean, there was definitely a virtue signaling element, but I think they also cared. I think the reason why they cared enough to make a big stink about it was because of Trainwrecks and XQC and shit like that. But I also think they actually did care.
okay,
No.
maybe I could just be like an asshole or two. Fuck, what's the word? Cynical. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Like, in my mind, if it was just to, like, get at Train and XQC, I mean, giving up how much money all of those people could be making, like, that seems
They're already
crazy.
making tons of money through other sources anyway, and probably through sources that preclude them from taking gambling stuff. Like Pokey can never take a gambling sponsorship because it's
sure.
family-friendly shit.
That's true.
oh.
Yeah. The negative press would fuck over their other shit.
Yeah, and it's
That's
just
true.
going to be probably a blocker to other types of sponsors and audiences as well.
Someone in chat might have the link, but I'm pretty sure there's like peer-reviewed research that shows that like loot box mechanics actually exacerbate problem gambling in kids. So like if you wanted to stop gambling on Twitch, you would think the first step you would take is say, okay, I'm not going to play games with loot boxes, but nobody cares to make that connection. To me,
Yeah,
that
that's
proves
not
that
so-
it's just about Train and XQC.
Yeah, it's not that surprising to me.
Wait, I thought you said the kids' arguments were shit because, like, you hadn't seen any evidence about, like,
I haven't seen
gambling and
evidence
kids
that
being
gambling addiction in kids is like a huge problem. It wouldn't surprise me if that exacerbates a little bit. I just haven't seen evidence it's like a huge problem. But gambling
I see.
addictions in adults are massive problems. You can destroy your entire fucking life on it. My guess would be for kids, it's just because it's hard to get liquidity. It's hard to get cash. Like, you've got to, like, do weird shit, stealing your parents' cards. But when you're an adult, you can tap all sorts of things in your life for cash. You can start doing payday loans. You can get liens against your car in your house. You can steal money from friends and family. You can ask for an advance from work. Like, when you've got a gambling addiction, you're a kid, you just have to, like, burn through it until you fucking are done and out of money. But for, like, you're not taking on a bunch of debt as a child. But for an adult, you can fuck your life up in so many different ways with a gambling addiction. But it might prime you. Yeah, someone said it might prime you to be a gambling addict later in life. That's possible. Could be.
Okay. You ever get big into opening loot boxes, Stevie?
No, I don't have like a I don't have a mind for gambling at all. All of it just feels kind of shitty to me. I open like Hearthstone packs and stuff, but
Oh, that's a kind of a form of gambling.
yeah, I would say so. It definitely is. Yeah, I'm just saying I don't have the I don't have like the gambler's brain to get like addicted to it. It's just not. I don't have that kind of fun with it. I have like some shitty feelings. Like I think I can understand like the bad feelings of like walking away from a bad session playing poker feels really bad. Walking away from opening packs feels like pretty bad in a uniquely bad way. But I don't get like the if I do really well for poker, like I'm excited about the good hands that I've played and stuff. Or if I draw like a good card in Hearthstone, it was cool. But I don't get like that super fucking high that people describe when you are doing well for something. I don't get that feeling at all.
I'm curious as well because you said that you more or less your red pill like shit. You're like done with it, right? And you want to focus more on election stuff, right?
Yeah, political stuff coming up now.
Are you going to go back to the red pill stuff, or what's going to happen post-election?
Who knows? It should be some. I doubt even Red Pill will be alive then, but who knows? I mean, there's always things to talk about on the internet, right? I wish that like I miss like the politics community. I don't know if I got unbanned on Twitch if that would come back, but I miss like the whole community of people like arguing and screaming with each other and all of that. It's pretty sad how much of a pussy everybody is that nobody could hold together a community because like nobody wants to engage. Mainly the people on the left, like Mike from PA, Central Committee or Denims, like all the lefty people, like none of them want to engage politically. So then it all just kind of died, and everyone just sits in a hug box.
Oh, you're you're talking about like when there was consistent debates between a bunch of the communities about the political. But do you really want to go back to the days of arguing capitalism versus socialism again? Because that was like 80% of it. It felt like.
Is the
I don't think the
whatever
chat
Sorry,
wants
what
to
did
do
you
that.
think?
Do you want to go back to arguing capitalism versus socialism again?
No, but I feel like arguing capitalism versus socialism, I feel like that was like for the small tier, like panel people. Like, I don't know if Denims would necessarily be having those arguments, or if Mike from PA would necessarily be having those arguments, or Vosh would necessarily be having those arguments. Like, I feel like I had, even if we totally disagree, there were good and fun discussions with those people. Maybe not with Denims, because she is unironically like 75 IQ. But yeah, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like it's more fun than this, where nobody interacts at all, except for like the small panel shows, and then where everybody basically is now like, you know, Destiny's brand of neoliberalism. Not to like suck my dick too much, but like it feels like there aren't like huge disagreements in communities now to fight with. Even like Mr. Girl and Lav for a while like held like a good contrary position to fight with over topics, but.
Oh, I see. So you're talking about the communities that are willing to engage inside of conversation are not ones that stray very far from the positions that you hold. So it's not very...
Yeah, it's not very exciting.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a part of the positions that you hold is being open to those conversations, and something that defines other communities is not being open to those things.
True.
And like kind of isolating yourself.
Yeah. What were you saying, K-Dog?
Like, is this stuff you're not watching right now Red Pill? Am I wrong?
Yeah, it is, but I'm like, that's just because there's something going on, and Pixie and Amy and Lauren are all on the episode. It's like 3 of my friends, right?
Oh, Pixie's on this one?
Yep.
Cool.
So that doesn't mean there's really going to be a reduction of Red Pill then, is it?
True, actually. Never mind. I take back everything I said about canceling the Red Pill. Like, we'll just go full on.
Red Pill forever.
Red Pill. Yeah, fuck it. We'll
Let's
just do Red Pill
go.
forever. Good point. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Thank you for releasing me from that bonded, horrible existence.
I just wanted to say, in terms of contrary conversations, Cherry's panels have been like the best thing that's happened in the space in like a long time. Like the combo with you and Adam, and the content that spun off, I think is really good.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that is intentional.
Oh, the lawyer panel could have been really good too.
Yeah, Cherry's done a really good job. I'm curious how much is intentional versus I imagine most of it is, but she's done it. Cherry's succeeded for 2 really, really, really important reasons where most people fuck up. One is she has very good and relevant guests and an appropriate number of guests, and then 2 is she tends to have good topics. She also does a decent job moderating as well. Probably, I say decent, but that probably puts her ahead of like 99% of moderators in this space. Like the people that she's bringing on are very relevant to the topics being discussed and are decently big figures, which has been good. And there haven't been like any like topics of like, you know, should we censor porn and children's I don't know, just like a thing where it's like, okay, it's like, yeah. There's been a lot of panels where it's just like, I'll be on a panel with 5 people and we're like in like 95% agreement on everything, and it's just like, okay. Like I feel like the last few, not to knock anybody, but I feel like the last few like WIC panels and everything I've been on have been basically like everybody's kind of agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the other one, and it's actually the one that Relly was on with Zerka and Dick Masterson. Like, I don't know about the political conversation, but the content was fantastic.
Sure. Oh yeah, and she did like a gym one with a bunch of lifting
in the
people and
background
stuff.
was so fun.
Yeah.
I was really hoping Pearl was going to be on that one, but she didn't. I think she no-showed or something.
Bitch.
Okay, true. Misogyny arc, W.
Well, oh shit, true. Fuck. Never mind. Ain't no way. Current year, Kelly still isn't doing the voice.
Nothing is ever gonna change.
I want to know what this voice is. Is there a clip of this voice?
He doesn't know
Have
the
you
voice.
not been here for the last 2?
He doesn't know the voice.
I don't know
Ain't
the
no
voice.
way. He doesn't know the voice.
Obama.
That's not the voice. No.
Am I going to know it when I hear it?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, buddy. Will you?
I think you have to push Kelly into an actual argument, because she has to be angry for that voice to come out.
Nah, I can do it whenever I want.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
Basic reverse psychology.
Is that it? I don't know. What am I looking for?
He likes the Marge Simpson one.
Oh,
No, I like the anime voice. Destiny likes the Marge Simpson one.
True.
JSTLK, are you liberal or are you conservative?
This guy?
Yeah.
Basically a fucking Nazi. I'm pretty sure he's a fucking Groiper fan that found his way to my community somehow.
Destiny just keeps saying that. Literally was introduced to Nick Fuentes by him. Pretty terrible argument for his engagement with that guy, to be honest.
Wait, which one are you? Answer.
I'll vote. So I'm in Canada. I'll vote Conservative in our next federal election, unless something major
Oh, you're in
changes.
Canada. Okay.
That doesn't quite put me in conservative like territory in the U.S., but it's not super far away.
Destiny, if you had to pick a Republican for Biden to run against, who would you pick?
Like who I think is gonna win?
No, who would you like? Who do you desire to win?
I want Biden to win. Are you saying which Republican would I want to win?
Yeah, to run against Biden.
Because I want Biden to win, or
whatever reason you want.
Pence or somebody. I guess somebody or fucking DeSantis, somebody with no chance of winning. I would want. I guess so.
You don't think DeSantis has a chance of winning?
No, that guy has no charisma. Unless he significantly changes his shit. No, he's fucked. Homeboy is...
Wait, who has charisma then? Who has the best chance of beating Biden?
I think
honestly, God, I think it would be Nikki Haley or some shit like that.
I think we're all waiting right now. I don't think we know. Nikki Haley is pretty anti-Trump, and he's still really popular, so it's hard to say.
I think Pence would beat Biden if they actually matched up, but I don't think Pence will win the primary.
I don't know if Pence would be
so
Biden.
cringe.
It's not about charisma. It's just that he seems like an adult and he's not Biden.
Yeah, but I don't know if Republicans want adults. Okay.
I think they'll accept adults if there isn't a like petulant child on the table.
Be really nice to have a restoration of sanity in the Republican Party.
You think Pence is sane?
No,
Yeah,
I think
compared
Nikki
to
Haley
fucking
is, though.
Trump.
I think Nikki Haley, would win so many moderates and like we wouldn't have the boogeyman candidate to rally against. I think that's a really scary scenario where we get a moderate, reasonable Republican.
Yeah, Haley might be able to win. I think Ramaswamy's going to attack her on her embarrassment over her heritage. Like her name, I should Google her name again. The name she was born with is like extremely Indian, right?
Okay, but like isn't he Indian?
No, sorry, but he kept his name, right? Because he's not embarrassed of who he is. But Nikki Haley was born. What is this here? Nimrata Randhawa.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how many people have
married?
fucking changed their fucking names, right? Rafael Cruz is what Ted Cruz's name was.
I think Cruz got cooked for that
Wait,
by
that's
Trump.
way
actually.
cooler.
Cruz
What
didn't
the
get cooked
hell?
at all. Rubio and him got into a Spanish screaming match on stage, and then everybody laughed and nobody cared.
I do think it's
Rafael
impossible.
Yep, Rafael.
That's way cooler.
I think it's impossible for Ramaswamy to win, given that he's not Christian.
Is he
Eventually,
not
somebody will
Christian?
step. Eventually, yes, he's openly Hindu, and somebody will.
Oh,
like,
no
crush him
shot.
for that.
Oh, that's an easy never, ever,
Yeah.
ever happening. Okay, weird. Why would he admit that? Why wouldn't he change before running? Because he just wants a cabinet position in Trump's party.
I mean, just to make money. I think you can do a book deal after a successful campaign, like third or fourth place finish.
Do you? Nah.
I would have sworn
I mean, like,
Ramaswamy said he was a raised Christian on the debate, but then all your articles came out saying he was Hindu. I got real confused. Was I wrong about that? Did I mishear him on stage?
ain't no way he got that wrong.
I'm pretty sure he's openly Hindu.
Damn.
Yeah, so
Definitely
he'll say,
playing
"I share the
dangerous
same
in NBA.
values as Christians." Destiny, did you hear that?
Yeah? What? I share the same values as Christians?
No, sorry. Did you hear Relly?
I'm
Riley
throwing
say?
shit. I'd just say retarded shit. Keep
What did he
going.
say? What did he say?
I said retarded
What
shit.
did he
Nobody
say?
tell him. Nobody tell him, you fucking cowards.
What did he say?
He asked how old
Nobody-
that girl was that you went to dinner with the other day.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Kind of weird personal questions,
That
really.
is
I don't know
weird,
why you'd
yeah,
ask
but
that.
she's 20 years old, okay? But listen,
Okay,
that's 2 years out of adulthood, okay? Wait, how do you even know? Why do you even care? Who's telling you these things?
You didn't ask that at all.
What do you mean, how did I know?
Don't remember if I said this person's name or not, did I? Wait, which person? Wait, are you talking about a person you saw me with, or?
Of course, man, yeah.
Wait, hold on, wait, which girl? I'm sorry, I'm thinking of something totally different. When?
I think you're thinking of the right one.
No, I'm definitely not. Wait,
You
when?
sure?
Just tell me when.
I'm pretty...
When? When did I see you last?
I'm gaslighting the fuck out of you right now, nigga.
You're trolling the fuck out of me. Shut the fuck up. You no idea what you're talking about. You just fucking troll me. Off yourself.
Ain't no way I got that far.
Shut up. Wait, you can stack these containers? What the fuck is the point of building a double container? Oh, I guess it all goes into whatever. Ain't no.
Really, do you still stream?
Yeah.
Wow, ain't no way you just asked
Do
him
you
that
start your
question.
stream before 4 a.m. Eastern ever?
Sometimes, usually not. No.
I swear to God, I wake up in like the middle of the night to drink some water at like 5:30 a.m. and my phone goes off at 5:30.
Yeah.
Our relevant is live. It's crazy.
That's me. That's me.
How do you do that? Do you hate like being in daylight?
Yeah, daylight unironically sucks. Everything is better at night. Like doing everything is better at night. Going to eat fast food is better at night.
True.
Playing video games is better at
True.
night. Everything is better at night.
The only problem is
You
at night you have to
date?
deal with Europeans and Australians.
Yep, correct.
You have a dating life?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
How do you manage that shit when you're only awake during?
She's Australian.
No, she's Canadian.
Same thing.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, but it sucks here because it's hot as fuck here at night, even. It's a goddamn desert.
True.
Is living with Darius as bad as like everyone imagines it to be?
No.
Okay, that's
Not
good
at
to
all.
know.
There's a lot of drama, which is fun. It's fun being around drama. That's fun. A lot of learning moments, stuff like that. Yeah, it's cool. Probably the best part, honestly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've been surprised at his dedication to going to the gym.
Nice.
He's like keeping up with me.
He's working on that sleeper build.
Well, it's not about to be sleeper anymore. Dude, his shoulders are looking huge.
Holy shit. Uh-oh. Who joined?
Me.
Oh.
I always wanted to ask you, really, about the moth incident. Like, what was up with that?
There was just a fucking massive moth inside of the room. It was fucking disgusting. Oh my god. And then we just let Destiny handle the combo. It was funny. I thought it was funny.
Destiny handled.
fun to
Wait, what
watch
happened?
It was with Lav, and then Darius and Relly were trying to kill a moth, and eventually, I think the cat got it, or you put the cat up in the up to the ceiling. Yeah.
Yep. Cat got it.
But it was entertaining to watch that go on in the background while the conversation was going on. But yeah, I was just like, do both of you have like a shared fear of moths or something? I think moths are beautiful.
Oh my god, what? They're fucking disgusting.
Oh, I love them. I think they're really furry and cute.
What the
How can you like butterflies but hate moths?
I don't.
You don't like butterflies?
I don't like butterflies. They're like... No, they're like... Yeah, they're just like insects with wings. It's fucking disgusting. The little legs and shit. It's nasty.
You're weird.
Moths are amazing.
Hold on. We got some important...
Oh my god, I'm starstruck. My favorite guy ever is here.
Yeah, I actually came in to tell Destiny that he might want to actually talk to Xena about her being, like, racist against Jews. She's a Holocaust revisionist.
Is she actually?
Really?
Yeah, she said only 1 million people died in the Holocaust.
Huh.
She said that directly to me on stream when I was debating her.
Was she rounding down to the nearest one or something?
Yeah, really.
And she was in Red Pill space for a while, so it honestly wouldn't surprise me, but...
Yeah.
With Xena, she really just has no idea, right? So, like, is it a belief if it's not based in anything? Or, sorry, is it like a position if it's not based in anything? It is a belief, but, like, it's not reasoned in any way. I don't know if you should take it too seriously.
Or is it ideologically based or something?
She's surrounded by people like Sneeko, and Sneeko's a Holocaust revisionist, and like again, they associate with Fuentes and shit.
For sure.
So the basis is Jews are conspiring to take over the world, so they exaggerated the Holocaust. I'm sure that's what the basis is, but
ideologically based then.
Yeah, so if you ever have an opportunity, I was just gonna tell Destiny you might want to talk to her about that, because she might be more willing to listen to you about it than me.
Sure. Okay, wait, hold on. I just got a quick question, okay? Because there's like a friend of our stream. I'm just curious of your opinion. A friend of the stream. He went to law school, supposedly. He thinks that if you're a Jew, if a Nazi's coming to kidnap you, you're not allowed to do anything about it because you have to submit to the will of the state no matter what, and you're never allowed to defend yourself as long as the Nazis are not going to use like direct lethal force on you. Do you think that's a reasonable position to have, or do you think that's a wild position to have?
No, fuck that. I'm totally in favor of gun ownership so you can defend yourself against the police and government. If they're doing something that you find unjust, you should be able to just blow them away.
Base, absolutely.
Nice.
Agree. Okay. Just
Good
checking.
answer.
So are we deflecting because we don't really care about delusional people? Because that sounds what it like.
I can't really stick around for this fun one, but I do want to say to Xena, Xena, I love your timeline. You are one of my favorite shit posters. And there she goes. No, someone tell her what I said. But I gotta get going. I got other shit I gotta do. You all take care. DGGL.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Adios.
Bye-bye.
Xena, what's up?
I don't know, somebody added me and said join, and they were like, something was being said, and that I
Damn,
answered.
they're quick.
So how many Jews do you think died?
No, he said that. What the fuck?
Not 6 million, unfortunately. I just don't believe in the numbers of that, and I don't believe 9 million witches were persecuted either.
Wait, when were 9 million witches supposedly persecuted?
Okay, so if you research some of the Inquisition, they say 9 million European women were killed. Yeah, and I just don't believe in those numbers.
How do they relate whatsoever?
What?
I don't know how that relates.
That was close. We almost got it.
Well, how it relates is I just don't believe in the numbers. Like, I just think that over time things are sometimes just overly exaggerated.
So when the Nazis kept record keeping,
I don't
that
believe
was
shit that the
uncovered.
Nazis say, because I think they also hype shit up to seem like they were cooler and that they had so much dominance.
They were trying to hide it. They tried to burn as many records as they could so they could avoid war crimes. So what do you mean they tried to hype it up?
Shit from no Nazis.
Okay, well, when they're the ones who perpetrate... Okay, wait. If you don't believe Nazis, so then when they testified in the Nuremberg trials, nothing they said could be used as evidence against them?
I don't believe in their numbers. I think the Nazis had a goal, and their goal wasn't obviously good. And on top of that, even their fucking fashion was a way to get youthful people to want to be Nazis. Like,
you think the Nazis are good because they had Hugo Boss? Is that it?
Because they did a lot of fucking manipulation tactics. So I just think that they hyped up some of, like, I just don't believe the numbers. I think history just gets shit fucking twisted.
What do you mean they hyped it up? They tried to destroy the fucking records.
And they try to destroy the fucking records of Inquisitions too. And I'm saying I don't believe in the numbers of my own ancestors being slaughtered, like that many people being killed.
Wait, what is your ancestry? Why are your
I just said the
ancestors
witches Inquisition. I'm saying there's a large amount of numbers where they say 9 million European women died, and that's fucking crazy. 9 million is insane.
How did you become a witch?
One spell at a time.
Born and raised.
So, like,
Xena,
you can,
just ask Vegan Gains. You have 15 ovens, and it takes you.
Good one,
Good one,
Justical. Nope, I wasn't going to cut you off. I was going to let you sink on that fucking joke that nobody in here but besides me gets, so good job.
World War II is only a few
Vegan Gains
generations
gets
ago.
that joke.
World War II was only a few generations ago, okay? Witches is like so many generations back, it's very hard to trace people's like family trees reliably when they used to just pick their surnames based on the thing that they did. So like the reason why it's harder to get clear numbers for how many witches they ducked and then burnt is because it's a lot further in the past.
Like, you realize there's a massive amount of documentation supporting the amount of Jews killed in the Holocaust. Like, they
I just said there is documentation, but it's also just a few generations back, so we could just trace their family
She's
trees,
agreeing
right?
with you, basically. She's saying it's probably
No,
easier
she's
to
not.
trace the numbers. Kelly Jean is agreeing. She's agreeing.
I'm saying it's easier to know how many people died in World War II than it is how many witches died in hundreds and even further back.
Yeah, she's saying
But
it's
just
arguable
but basing your opinion on World War II because of witches is
I'm basing
stupid.
my opinion based off of many reasons why I just don't believe what's just being told to me. Like I
But
just
the
don't.
reason you give is witches and Hugo Boss. Like, give us a
that
good
wasn't
reason.
That wasn't a reason. That was an
Do you have a
example.
good one?
That's not a
Is,
reason.
is there a good one
Xena,
hiding there? Is a
wait,
good
Xena.
reason in the room with us right now?
I think that's your
Xena, could you give us the
example.
best evidence in support of the idea that only 1 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
I said 1 to 2 million because that's what the fuck I believe, bro. When I read up on the shit,
What,
and I
what do you
watch
mean
the
that's what you
documentaries,
believe?
that's
Give
just
us
what
the
I
best
believe.
evidence
I just think they
available.
exaggerate. I just think that they exaggerate. I think history exaggerates. I think
Okay,
they
so there's
lie
no
throughout
reason
history.
for why you
I
believe
think
that.
the
You just think it's an
government lies.
exaggeration. There's literally no
There's,
reason.
I read up on my own shit and I just come to my own conclusion that the
Then
government
give
fucking
us the
lies.
best evidence
That
available.
the government lies to me. You don't have to agree with me.
No,
I'm
that's not
saying
evidence. You're
anybody
just making a
needs to agree with
claim.
it.
What is the best physical evidence
And I
available that
just
only
said that
1 to
is
2
my
million
claim.
died?
By reading and doing my own research, I come with my
Okay, you're a
own
fucking moron. There's
conclusion.
literally no point in talking to you. You're just a dumb bitch. Go fuck
Okay.
yourself.
Then
You're
I'm
an
here
idiot.
to- Yeah, you ran though. Like you get mad when nobody wants to agree with your opinion. I'm not saying that you're wrong either. I just have my own form of fucking opinion from my own research. I don't have to go and believe everything told to me just because I read it in a book or history says it or science says it. I'm not believing that. Destiny is I don't even believe in the moon landing. Do I have enough evidence to prove that the earth is flat? Clearly not, but I can believe the earth is flat if I want to.
So, dumbass, I didn't run. There's no point in fucking talking to you. When I ask you to provide evidence for your fucking claim, you say, that's just what I believe.
When I said the government lies, that's the evidence. The government fucking lies all the time.
you if you're gonna say
Simple as that.
shit like this.
Simple as that. The
You
government
call
lies.
running away? You're just a fucking moron. Why would I
government
talk to a
fucking
fucking
lies.
moron?
I'm a moron because I don't have the same
Why?
belief system
I
as
just
you.
believe the earth
Right.
is flat. That's just what I believe. I believe the
I
government.
said if I wanted to believe the earth is flat, then I would believe it
What's the
based off
shape of the
forming my
world?
own opinion on my
What's
own
the shape
research.
of the earth? Tell us, what's the shape of the earth?
What is the shape of the earth? Since you know everything.
Well, tell us I want to know what your
what
opinion is on the
While
shape
I
of the
take a bite
earth.
of this juicy fat fucking steak real quick.
Well, it's
Tell me.
fucking round. In case you couldn't figure it out
Round
yourself.
It is? Okay, can you prove that to me? Because you can't really prove it. You could just give me a whole bunch of fucking.
No, there's
NASA,
literally
NASA.
satellite
You can't
image.
prove it. You can't prove
She's
to
a
me the
flat
earth is
earther.
flat or
She's a flat earther.
I'm not
There
flat
you
or
go.
round person,
So
thank
this
you.
fucking moron believes the earth is flat, isn't convinced the earth is round, and she also thinks the Holocaust only
Except
involved
that
1 million
Destiny
deaths.
knows my
Right.
actual take
So
on
why the
earth
fuck would I talk to
flat.
somebody who's this stupid and keep arguing with
Mhm.
you? Like, it's not running away when I just refuse to fucking argue with somebody this fucking stupid. What a moron. Holy shit. Yeah, great. Choke on it, you dumb bitch.
Regardless,
Yeah, I'm
fucking
sure your
steak
fucking
is so
witchcraft will give you the energy in that steak. Well, guess what? It'll just fucking clog your arteries.
good.
Yeah, choke on it. Do us
I
all a
love it.
favor. Stop chewing.
It's like
See,
it's like
she's just
medium
a
rare.
fucking stupid, dumb bitch. She's a
It's
flat
medium
earth, fucking
rare.
Holocaust denying, dumb bitch.
It's
Alright,
so fucking
we
good.
get
It's
it.
not Holocaust denying. Nobody's denying the Holocaust either.
Holy shit.
I just think if you read up and do whatever you want, form your own
He's-
decisions,
he's
form your own
gone.
fucking
Queen,
opinion.
he's gone,
Simple.
Queen. You can rest.
I fucking love that guy so much.
He's a funny man.
All right. I am curious though. What makes you think it's 1 million versus 7 million or 6 million?
Hold on, let me fucking finish choking on this meat real quick. So I think like
women are brought
as we go forward, I think obviously look the numbers go up with how many people are in the world, right? So on that, I just think back then I'm thinking we had significantly way less people in the world than we do obviously today. And I'm just like I just think that number is way too fucking large. Like how could that be possible? Like I just don't. I just think it's so impossible. Like I just think it's fucking crazy. How could like what I think is how could it even get to that extent for it to be that many people that we didn't step in way sooner? And like, it just doesn't make sense to me. That's why I'm just like, no,
It's
there's
a
no
fog
way.
of a 4-year war going on.
There has
Or 5-year war, sorry.
4-year war going on, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm just like,
Also, like vegan games.
they didn't step in soon enough either. So it's just.
To be fair, what you're saying is completely valid, right? It is an unbelievable thing. But the reason why the Holocaust is considered such an exceptional event is because it's probably the first time in human history where that level of resource, that level of coordination, that level of dedication, where there was like an active taking away from even the war effort to ship so many people to so many different locations across multiple camps in Poland and other countries to like execute that many people. Like that's why the Holocaust is considered such an exceptional event, is because of like how much effort was given into the liquidation of the Jewish people and the Soviets as well that were captured and other undesirables.
Yeah, my sister gave me like that same fucking example, and like I don't know, like my mind is just like, I don't know, maybe it just boggles me so much that I'm like, there's just no way. Like that's just what it is. Like it's just so unbelievable to me because of how
but unbelievable doesn't like there's like 100 billion neurons in your head. Do you not believe in your brain because that's like an unbelievable number? Or do you know how many cells there are in your body, or atoms there are in the universe, or like pieces of sand on a beach? Like all of these numbers are unfathomable, but to say that an unfathomable number must be fabricated or untrue, it doesn't logically follow.
Can I just ask real quick, Xena? I just want to know, so one of the big secondary sources of proof for this is the fact that every European country did a census like before the war. And so the populations of European Jews relatively like well known, and German Jews, any Jews from those areas. And then when they redid the censuses, like there was a huge chunk taken out. Like obviously tons of people were gone. Like way too many. Obviously lots of people leaving, but way too many for just people leaving, right? Like there just weren't that many people in the surrounding countries. Do you think the Jews could have altered those censuses, like the records of those countries?
Well, I don't think that the Jews, if that's what you're getting at, did anything to alter these numbers. I know there are the conspiracists that think the fucking Jews or what the Zionists went and put these numbers in and all of that shit. But no, I don't believe in that. I don't think the Jews had anything to do with the number systems. I think the Jews took a very tragic fucking turn in everything that happened to them due to this shit Hitler did. And I just think like the numbers, like, I just think it's fucking insane that it could get to that extent. Like,
okay, hold on. You understand that like nothing you're saying makes sense, right? So you're saying that it's 6 million is insane. 1 million is insane, right?
I know that's insane, yes, but like.
So if you believe in 1 million, how is 6 million untenable? How is it impossible to believe a number?
Because how was it not stopped? So, like how did one, for example, how the fuck did Hitler even get to that amount of power over so many people and raise that many people that would actually follow through with this at the same time? Like, because
because he was a dictator. Okay, number one, that's kind of how power of the dictator works. How did it happen? Because roughly speaking, after World War I, Germany was the laughing stock of the world, right? Like they basically at the end of World War I, everybody said it's all Germany's fault. You lose all your army, all your territories. You have all the war debt. Fuck you. And basically Germany it felt like all these other huge empires were literally dissolved. They didn't even exist anymore, right? The Ottoman Empire was dissolved. Austria-Hungary was dissolved. Like these other huge empires were dissolved. And then Germany got settled with a ton of shit. So I mean, in that environment, it's not unfathomable to think look at how Trump came to power, right? Make America great again. We're fucked. Everybody hates us, right? It's not unfathomable to think that somebody could come to power saying hey, we're going to return us to our former glory. That's kind of what Russia runs on a lot today.
I'm just, I understand that part. Like, okay, growing up, like, not that, I don't want to say Hitler was romanticized, but like we've always like my mom was very much fascinated in like my mom, obviously if I tell her, I think it was like between 1 and 3 million, my mom's going to tell me, shut the fuck up, because obviously she's more probably leaning towards your take on this. Like she researched all of this too, like whatever, we watch all these documentaries and we read these books. It's just forming my own idea from it and reading and all of that and hearing different takes and watching, different conspiracies, I guess. I just kind of just
we do remember that it wasn't just Germany, right? There was the Axis powers, and Germany had the strongest fucking army. Okay, like this wasn't just they felt kind of bad after World War I, and so That's.
Or I'm curious, like, what about
Well, like, okay, my sister even told me before, because I know that they first established camps in 1933, and that was after Hitler was a chancellor. That's what my sister re-explained to me. The camps operated like over 10 years until after Hitler's death. Until Hitler's death, which was 45. Okay, and then there was over 1,000 camps. So I get like
There were
6
not.
million Jews.
Yeah, but you're asking like,
There
why
was
weren't
over
they
1,000
stopped earlier? It's because they
Well, there
had
was 100
other
hold on.
countries
Hold on,
fucking
Kelly,
working
hold the
with
fuck
them.
on. Kelly, hold the fuck on.
You
Yes, there was
dumbass.
there was over 1,000 camps. So I was just saying, like, my sister obviously, like, she would even break down, like, the 6 million Jews doesn't sound that much of a stretch if you take into account those stats. But now you're telling me there wasn't over 1,000 camps.
Hold on. Okay, there are lots of different camps. Not all of them were death camps, right? I think there were several really large death camps. I don't know if there were 1,000
Extermination camps. They were always going to be death camps, but whether they were gassing them or not, they were dying. You think they were just chilling in these camps regardless? If you do something wrong, if they were labor camps, they would be doing stuff, but people were still getting fucking killed all the time.
We're not talking. No, Kelly. Okay, you don't understand the Holocaust. These camps were not camps.
I
where
just
people...
said they're not all gas.
No. If you're
gas
trying to equate a
extermination
concentration camp to a death camp, you don't understand how 6 million Jews were killed. There is a significant difference between. If you're gonna make a claim, okay, that's wrong. Okay, there was a significant difference between a concentration camp where people might be worked to death versus the liquidation camps where people were lined up on walls and shot, moved into mobile gas vehicles and fucking gassed, and then moved into actual like showers and gassed with the mass graves and the mass cremation and the mass burials. These were quite different things. Right, like people.
And
died,
I'm just saying they died at all.
Yeah,
of them.
they did die in all of them, but the death camps is where the lion's share of the killing happened. Not just people dying because they were overworked in concentration camps.
It was about half in the gas. If you're talking extermination, that's only accounts for half.
And I just want to make a quick point and say that America managed to intern 1.2 million people in just the short amount of time they were in the war, right? So like the 6 million number, or like 10, 20 million people interned over the course of the entirety of World War II isn't shocking when you realize that the U.S. put over 1 million people into camps. Obviously not death camps.
Right, and then like the war, right? It raged for 4 years, correct?
1939 to 1945, so
it was about
1939 to 45, so 5 or so years, yeah.
Okay, but yet they started establishing camps, like I'm saying, in 33. So I'm talking about before the war. Like, before we finally got into place of being like, okay, let's fucking handle this. Because since 1933, right before, like, how many years until, like, they were already doing camps?
Well, sure, but careful. Hold on, wait, careful. The United States didn't enter World War II to stop the Holocaust, though, right? The United States entered World War II because Japan bombed us at Pearl Harbor.
Yes, I know that. Japan ended up pulling us into the war.
Yeah, so we didn't enter to stop. We didn't enter to stop the Holocaust. So that wasn't even a primary.
Yes, I get that, and that's what's so mind-boggling is why. First of all, why would we just jump in because of Japan? Why did America not care if they were if they were already killing so many fucking innocent people for being Jews, mind you? Why weren't they jumping in and ending this sooner?
Because I don't think we knew the full extent to how crazy the Holocaust was until we started to actually get through the camps. I think we had an inkling of stuff going on, but we didn't have the full picture. Also, my understanding is, and I can go back and look up these dates, my understanding is like the mass extermination, the mass liquidation, that didn't happen until, I believe, wasn't it like the final 3 or 4 years of the war? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I don't think they were like death camping people in 33, 34, 35 and exterminating fuck tons of people. I think that happened towards the last few years is when they were like, we're going to start killing every motherfucker.
Oh, because mine, I don't, okay. From what I've studied and how I grew up, and what we even learned in school was the camps started in 1933. That's the numbers that I remember. And then
But I just want to say there's a huge difference. Like the United States of America arguably had concentration camps for Asian Americans. I think specifically Japanese Americans. It might have been all Asian Americans. But a concentration camp is different than a death camp. Concentration camp might be hard labor, shitty conditions, you're dying from tuberculosis and diseases. A death camp is literally the most efficient form of slaughtering as many people as possible in as short a time as possible while disposing of the bodies. So death camps were very unique. Concentration camps have existed in varying forms throughout lots of human history. Death camps like the Nazis did it had never existed up to that point. Also, what do you think? Anything like here's two other things that I think are hard facts to grapple with when it comes to denying like the number of Jews killed. One, do you believe in the 5 million Soviets killed in the death camps? Because there were 5 million Soviets killed as well. Or do you think
those are Jews?
What?
I thought that those numbers were pushed together.
My understanding is that there were about 11 million people killed in the death camps. 6 million were Jews. Around 5 million were Soviets. Some of the Soviets might have been Jews, but there were like millions of Soviet citizens that were killed in the death camps as well that weren't all Jews. The majority of them weren't. That number isn't just included as Jews.
Well, then, wouldn't you... Okay, so with that being said, if the camp started in 1933, and we're saying they weren't killing these people up until the war started, that's when they really started nuking those people.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if I were to believe these numbers, then I would have to believe that they were already killing these people in 1933, which causes the alarm for me to be like, why the fuck didn't we jump in this war and handle this?
No. In
stop
33, that absolutely was not happening. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I get that's
Sure,
why that's one of my main reasonings behind like thinking like are the that the numbers are crazy.
Yeah, I understand. Because it would be weird if that much death was happening and nobody around the world seems to care about it before. Sure.
And so quickly. Like for that small amount, I get 4 or 5 years is a long time. I understand 4 or 5 years is a long time, and I guess we could rack up those numbers and or did. But I'm just saying it just makes more sense that they were already killing them since 1933. Therefore, it is a 10-year span, and that makes more sense for me to believe 11 million people. That's like 1 million a year, which that would make more sense to me. But arguably, anytime that I've brought this up, whether I'm like talking to somebody else, like on other podcasts, they'll say the same thing. They weren't killing since then. And that's why I'm like, okay, so then how do these numbers exist? Like,
they exist because it was an insanely crazy high. I mean, like, how many people did we kill in an instant in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? I mean, like, these death camps were handling a ton of people. There were literal military supply lines that were dedicated towards shipping Jews to different parts of the countries. When Hitler would take over other countries, he would negotiate in these countries to have death camps and Jewish people killed in those countries. There were roving death squads with vans with gas chambers, roving shooting squads that would shoot people, kill them, bury them. Like, it was, again, not to fucking soar out over my Jewish fucking friends here, but like there's a reason why the Holocaust is hyped up as much as it is. And it's not just because the Jews want us to feel bad for them. It was truly like organized mass execution and cremation on a level that had nothing in human history was even remotely close to how efficient and widespread the Holocaust was. It was insane dedication to murdering people. And like, I believe the majority of the killing was in like 2 years, I think. That's my understanding. It wasn't over 10 years. It was like 2 years where most of the people were killed.
That's truly insane. Can you see the link that I provided you real quick?
Okay.
Well, this was a good lesson to be learned here. I like this. I like this discussion. I like
Thanks. I feel like I learned a lot from you today, Zena. Okay.
No, I think I've learned a lot from you because I think you've given me a lot more to think about.
Sure. Okay.
You've given me better numbers to actually, like, that was like one of my main things that I would bring up and try to understand anyway, truthfully. So it kind of makes
Have
more
you heard
sense
about
now.
like how many people like the Japanese were killing like in China and shit, or do you believe in any of the Japanese war crimes?
Are you talking about since the Pearl Harbor, Hiroshima shit?
No. There's a whole...
It was way before that.
There's a whole war going on, and we don't talk about I don't know if you'd call it the Asian theater, but what was going on with Japan, between Japan and China and the other Southeast Asian countries, where the Japanese were also killing and experimenting and genociding on tons of people.
Are you talking about Rwandan genocide or whatever? The Rwandan genocide? Or
I'm talking about the whole, I think it's the Sino-Japanese war? Like, there's this whole war where Japanese people literally viewed Chinese people as subhuman, like arguably worse than the Nazis viewed the Jewish people. Like, there's a whole thing that went there, and I mean the numbers for that are really high as well. But I don't know.
Is that during Attila or whatever the fuck you say, or after?
No.
That would be
That
after.
was way different time. Japan basically bombed Pearl Harbor because the U.S. was sanctioning their oil. Like, they weren't sending Japan enough oil, and Japan knew they needed to take over a bunch of shit to secure like oil and actually continue their war in China. But they were being sanctioned for war crimes in China before, I believe, World War II started.
Yeah, this was just before World War II, wasn't it? All of this going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never did any research on that one, that's for sure.
I know that.
Yeah, I think Attila was at least 100 years before that, but I'm not
That's
totally
why I was
sure.
asking if it was after or before, like, because, yeah. Like stuff like that, I did research, like Attila the Hun and shit like that. But I don't even know if I say that correctly because I pronounce everything wrong. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in reading up on that. I didn't read that though ever, so I can't really speak on something I didn't at least read one book about or watch one documentary. I don't like to do that.
Okay.
So like, I guess after I read it, you know, I'll decide whether or not I'll tell you if the numbers are exaggerated.
What books? Are you gonna go to a library and like get an actual book?
Well, yes, I like to read physical books.
Okay, so like a good sourced book by, you know, not a fucking random unhinged person.
Oh, well, that's why I asked like the people that were just introducing this to me. Like I would ask Destiny and everybody in the call like what they would recommend or what researches and or documentaries to look up and be educated. That's why I come here. I mean, that's why I like talking to Destiny about things. Like I do like getting educated on things that I think I lack knowledge of. That's the whole point. I like to talk to people smarter than me. I don't like to be the smart person in the room because that's boring. I like to learn. Whether I agree with things or not, I'm here to learn.
Okay, now I feel bad because I joked about Attila being 100 years. Attila attacked like the late Roman Empire. It's like 400 AD.
Yeah,
like
Attila's
way
old after
like
fucking
16,
the Hun.
yeah,
like
way more.
they were using lanterns and shit.
Ain't no way.
Okay, so wait. So then the Japanese thing wasn't that old either. Okay, I thought you were saying it was way back then.
No. The Japanese people were doing crazy shit right before World War II as well.
Yeah, leading up to World War II.
Japanese has always been up to
Okay,
crazy
so
shit.
more towards the present timeline. Okay.
Okay. Are we, anything else, guys?
Nope. I guess not. Not for me.
Well, Destiny, you've given me a lot to think about.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll let you guys know I actually do believe the numbers. I just do this for content purposes because it's good to hear Destiny and everybody put their minds together and defend our fellow Jews.
Ain't no way.
Come on, it's entertaining.
True.
Look at Kelly.
She's
Come
so
on,
close
Kelly.
to doing
You
the
can't
voice.
say you
She's
can't
ready.
say you weren't entertained.
She's
Like,
about to
people
do
like
the
to
voice. I can feel it. Kelly,
Come on, somebody
Either
had
this
to
is copium or just
somebody had to pretend
lies.
to be Nick Fuentes. Somebody had to pretend to be Nick
Did
Fuentes.
they? Why?
Kelly,
did
do the
they?
voice or I ask how old
Why?
the Earth is.
Why did they? Why?
Come on, somebody had to
No.
argue and be
No,
the Nick
they-
Fuentes. Come on,
We don't. We have never needed a Nick Fuentes, and we will never need a Nick Fuentes. All right?
Come on.
Damn, ain't no
Just do
way.
it, Kelly. Do the voice. Do the voice, Kelly. I did all of this for you to do the voice. Can I please get the voice, Kelly? Please, please, please.
No.
Kelly.
No.
Jeez. Looks like
I will
don't
do
even
the
know-
voice.
I
I will do the
Hold on.
voice if you mod Sophia.
No, I'm not just modding random people because they're women.
Do it, you little bitch.
Wow. Ain't no way.
All right, no voice for you then.
Okay.
I've never even heard the voice. Can you just do the voice for me?
I haven't heard it either.
Like, I really don't know what this voice is.
Maybe someday you'll get to hear it.
Well, I pray that someday Kelly will do the voice for me, as I've been hearing about it for quite some time, and I'm very much intrigued, and it's piqued my interest, and I just really want to hear it.
Wow. If
I'm sure it's rather beautiful.
Do you know that if the Nazis were coming to pick you up to take you off to a death camp, Pisco says you shouldn't be able to defend yourself? Isn't that wild?
Wait, the Nazis are coming to pick me up right now?
If they were coming to pick you up, there's a guy in chat called Pisco who says you shouldn't be able to defend yourself from the state.
Wait, did he actually have that position?
Yes, because he says if the state's doing violence against you, as long as it's legal, there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, that's fucking...
This sounds like a lot like a misrepresentation that you do to me as...
When have I ever misrepresented you? Excuse me.
I like saying Kelly hates old dermatologists. That seems pretty...
I didn't know you hated dermatologists. You don't really think they're real
I'm gonna
doctors.
get banned from the board of dermatologists at this rate, which I very much need. Okay, don't do that.
It's all good. I mean, I don't think dermatologists are real
need
doctors
them.
either.
Wait, are they not?
Kelly doesn't think so.
Okay, this is what I mean.
I just thought it was really based the second time when he said he was a
did it
doctor,
the
and you
second
said, no, you're a
time.
dermatologist.
No, I never said that either. You fucks.
Oh my god. I just
You
heard that
can
and I was
keep
thinking.
saying it, but there's
Ain't
never any
no
evidence for
way.
it, so it does not bother me.
No way.
You ever play scary games, Steve?
Yeah. Why?
I want to see you play scary games. I want to know if you're well, you got Tyler 1 level reactions or something.
No, I just don't give a fuck, okay? Sorry, it sucks when I play scary games. Okay.
Wait, you're not scared?
No, I grew up like watching jump scare shit, and playing jump scare games just doesn't do it for me for some reason, okay?
I'll watch you play like Welcome to the Game or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like Visage. You ever play Visage?
Nope.
Yeah. You gotta play some Visage for sure.
Okay.
Well, guys, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, it's been fun. Be careful.
You're really desperate to watch this whatever video.
Yep.
Is that it?
Are you actually going to finish watching the video?
Fuck no. I'll watch a little bit more. See how my friends are doing, you know?
It's gonna be
Yeah,
the
fair
same
enough.
video. It always is every time. They're gonna
Kelly,
talk
why are you so
about how many
grumpy
people
today?
they've
What's
had
going
sex
on?
with them.
Oh
I don't
my
know, because you're the
God.
ones who says, I'm not gonna do any more Red Pill content. And then you're a weaselly little liar, dude. Because now you're doing more of it. Because your friends are on it.
Why is she so mad, guys? Okay, good luck. Love you. Bye.
Up to be cautious around men, which is why they potentially have less conflicts with men than when
You
you
sound
that
really
men get attacked
tired.
by
I'm being
men.
told
You could
not to
also argue
leave.
that
I'm
men
being told.
have, there's something within a lot of men which is like a white knight thing where it's like told never to hit a woman. In fact, I think women have certain privileges on the street. For example, like you, for example, let's say you're walking in some bar or nightclub district and a guy comes up to you and slaps you across the face. There are totally strange men that will intervene on your behalf and essentially be your bodyguards for free that will defend you. However, if I just get slapped in the face by some dude and he starts trying to fuck me up, nobody's coming to save me. So I think that's actually a privilege that women have. You basically, in a public area, you basically have male bodyguards that will intervene on your behalf that are total strangers.
I don't know.
What a weird fucking take. What?
Okay, like I agree to you to a certain extent, especially like if a woman were to slap you, I highly doubt that you'll have any interveners. But if a random man slaps you, I think you'll have a high likelihood that you're also going to have strangers intervene.
No.
And then also
No.
there's been
Police,
multiple
probably.
issues,
Police.
specifically during COVID, like when they started letting the trains run again, where women were being, essayed on the trains in New York, and sometimes for many, many stops, and passerbyers were videotaping it, and nobody was doing anything to help these women. So women do experience that as well. Yeah, I'll agree with you that in general, strangers are more likely to help a woman being beaten than a man being beaten by a woman, but there's women definitely experience times where strangers will not help them.
I'm not saying that there's never a situation where a woman is being physically assaulted by a man and that it's impossible that the guy doesn't intervene. However, I would say it's very likely if there's other men around seeing a woman being beaten by a man, they are very likely to.
Okay, just rhymes. This is retarded.
Home until the morning. It's like you have reason to be insecure about that.
Who is insecure right now?
Nothing.
Definitely not you.
Indefinite
Definitely
in
not
this
you.
because, we're
It wasn't
two
you.
days.
I'm not insecure. Thank you, Kelly. That's true. I don't know why you felt the need to say that 12 times, but
Just reassuring you, buddy.
I don't need the reassurance because I'm not insecure.
Yeah, I
You're
know.
not insecure about anything, Steve?
Nope.
That's why I said it wasn't you.
Anything?
Nothing.
Really?
Really.
Even your League gameplay?
Do you want to 1v1 mid right now?
I don't have the game installed because I'm actually base.
That's what I thought.
You want to talk monogamy, or is that too much for today?
Yeah, let's go, Sajin. What about it?
You mentioned that open relationships, or were you specifically talking open relationships or poly in general?
Whatever. Non-standard, non-traditional.
You said it was a bimodal distribution, whereas monogamy was more likely a normal bell curve.
I said that'd be my guess for the healthy relationships.
He's got to run away from that position because he was objectively wrong on that.
How was I objectively wrong?
Not willing to admit that the open relationship would require more time investment up front.
That's not even, we didn't even get to that part of the argument yet, but cute that you wanted to run there immediately. Yeah.
No, sorry. The only part you can actually go back on is the distribution. The other stuff you said is pretty set in stone.
Okay, I'm not going back on the distribution at all, but
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Good luck.
Seji, what were you saying, buddy?
Yeah, so if we do assume those two distributions generally with about both the same mean of like 50, which model do you think you would prescribe to a society if you were,
Well, the
like,
model is
ill
descriptive,
ignorance?
but I think if the cultural attitudes change, then the model changes, right?
How
Like,
do
for
you
instance, if you
imagine
go
it
back, if you go back in time, I imagine the distribution of like fucking insane people that do YouTube professionally probably looked really heavily skewed in one way, and it probably looks significantly different now since being a YouTuber is a much more socially acceptable job, right?
Got it.
So the same would probably happen with non-standard relationships as well, I would
So
imagine.
you think that bimodal distribution isn't due to the nature of
Correct. I
the
think it's probably due
relationship?
to the societal attitudes around. Just like I don't think shaking somebody's hand actually like makes you a polite person or makes you a better or more considerate person, but your unwillingness to engage in a social norm probably does. So if you don't shake a hand, it's probably like right, but not because there's something intrinsic to handshaking, just because that's like what the social norm is. That'd be my guess, by the way. That's my guess.
Okay.
It is okay.
So if you were to prescribe a singular primary type of relationship to a society, would you say you would want that to be open, or are you saying that you just want people to be open to the secondary option?
I think people should be willing to explore if they want to try it, sure. Instead of just like automatically writing it off in their mind as some fucking crazy, wild, insane thing.
Do you think that people should try monogamy first and find out if they don't like that?
That's probably how most of it's going to end up, but sure.
Okay, your position is a lot more moderate than I thought it was. So.
Well, that's because my subreddit is fucking unhinged.
It's because he's been challenged on it.
No, it's pretty. It's literally exactly what I opened with 2 days ago, but you guys lost your fucking minds.
It seems like when you were talking to Bella, it was a bit more extreme.
No, I don't think so. I think when it's in the middle of a 4v1 screaming match, you might be able to find one clip. And I understand earlier you said you thought you were legitimately low IQ, so if you're actually like a Neanderthal, I can understand you could come away with that opinion. But if you listen to the entire conversation, like my position has been relatively stable through time. Like I don't know if most people could handle it. I'm not sure. I just think it's crazy that people auto write it off like instantaneously. So when I'm in a room full of like 5 people all screaming like, "Oh, this is a horrible dinner," yeah, one sentence you snap might sound like, "Oh wow, he's trying to say everybody should do it over a relationship." I don't think I've ever said that.
In a world with entirely emotionally mature people, which one do you think people are going to gravitate towards more?
I have no fucking idea.
I still think it'd be monogamy just because of the family unit. Unless like we disband the family unit and the concept of the
might be, or it might start as open or poly, and then when kids come and they all change to monogamy, and then they become swingers when the kids move out. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Maybe not.
You have no inkling.
I think there's an argument to be made that like if you have biological children, that kind of necessitates like a nuclear family. But I don't know. I could be wrong about that.
Maybe.
I think it's the network effects of having like ever expanding relationships. You can't have like a massive network in the same relationship and maintain like cohesion. So monogamy is what forms because it gives people the ability to have two people in a house to solve problems without increasing to 3, 4, 5 and getting that exponential buildup of complexity.
Wow. Is there a way to run power through floors from top to bottom, or? Sorry, go ahead.
Got a hole. I think that I've been getting more and more capitalist pilled recently. When at any time I try to like go through a process that involves more than one person, it's absolutely the worst thing in the world. Like I cannot imagine trying to get anything approved by a council of people. That seems absolutely the most inefficient and worst economic system ever.
Personally, I can't stand the idea of that either. It's a big turnoff for me towards socialism.
Yeah, and I would imagine in a household, if you had more than 2 people, you would get the same problems with an economy where like 2 of the people would be closer, right? They would share more. The third person would feel cast out. Like there's so many things, and you can say emotionally mature people, but these things always end up like coming to a head at some point.
What about if I'm in a situation where the closest person I'm with is your mom?
Good one.
You can change your profile picture, Steve, and has blue hair, and it's confusing me.
Maybe I like it that way. Find another cutie girl to draw me a different profile picture, and I'll change it. Okay.
Destiny, why do you think, in your opinion, that people write off poly relationships? What do you think is the most popular reason?
I think there's a lot of cultural norms right now that make it easy to do so, and probably attractive to do so.
Rage Pope, did you want to add something?
Is he in here?
Yep. Rage Pope's just here to prove that he's not me, apparently.
Damn. Savage. Wait, who was the guy who was avoiding? Oh no, Rage Pope was avoiding Josiah.
Wait, why?
I remember that.
Pondering Politics is a nice guy. I don't know why. I think Roach Pope said he was like a liberal shill or something like that. But...
It's like a partisan hack. Like not a lot of critical thinking into the positions, just yeah. Turn on MSNBC and see his position, basically.
Think so?
That's what Rage Pope said.
Okay, well.
That's true, Pisco. Destiny is terrified of Rob Noor.
True. Double wall outlet.
The third person was in really good terms with that. I mean, it's technically possible, and it could work. As you increase the complexity, you increase the chance of it falling apart, and finding a lasting relationship or partnership is already difficult enough.
I still feel like you can use all these arguments in the roundabout way. I feel like a lot of these are just built around norms. I don't think any of this is intrinsically true. Like, for instance, what if you have a what if one of your biggest problems in relationships is that you're like emotionally closed off, and then you have another person in your relationship that's more emotionally open, and your partner goes to them for emotional comfort over you? Like, that could be an example where a poly relationship is easier than a monogamous relationship, theoretically, right?
Yeah, theoretically, but then why wouldn't that really, like, why would those two people have to be together that are mismatched in that, like,
because that might be one way they're mismatched, but they might match together in a whole bunch of other ways. The sad reality for broken relationships is oftentimes toxic, broken relationships, the people have some matchups that work incredibly well. That's why those relationships are so hard to leave, because when they're good, they're so good.
Yep.
Oh, I have a thought that you might think is absolutely retarded, Destiny.
Think it, baby.
Monogamous relationship, I think one of the things that makes it really good is that you practice like some level of self-sacrifice to accommodate your partner. I think that in combination with things like just general discipline and behavior.
I mean, like everything, but you're self-sacrificing in every relationship, even open one, even friendships. So I don't know if I buy that. That like, I mean, you can focus on the sexual element if you want, but like every relationship is going to require some level of self-sacrifice, right?
I think it's that it's an implicitly like mirrored self-sacrifice, and deeper and more significant in terms of like you share your financial arrangements, you share like co-living space.
Well, financial co-living space are not sexual. You're talking about just a sexual one.
Yeah, I'm just talking about where you could have like where you would have to sacrifice. Like obviously, I don't have to worry about how I sleep with my best friend, right? Well, not really. But with my partner, I have to worry about that, right? So maybe I sleep pretty badly with the way my partner sleeps. Like maybe they're really clingy, or maybe
wait, what are we talking about?
They just roll around a lot, right? I'm talking about what you have to sacrifice in a relationship. So in a relationship, you make sacrifices that you probably wouldn't make for a friend.
I guess, but I mean, like, you'd also make sacrifices for a really close friend that you wouldn't make for a wear-weather friend, or a friend that you don't know as much, right? Like.
Yep.
Hey, Destiny.
Hello.
I just came in here to say goodnight. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. How you doing, buddy? Did you solve all your stuff today, or?
I got to clean my room. I'm super sick again, but I got to clean my room, so I'm super happy about that.
Wait, how the fuck are you sick when you never go outside?
I don't know. I've had COVID for a while, and I've been streaming really like intensely, so I haven't been able to rest. And it just hit me today because I actually didn't stream today, so it's like everything's catching up to me. But I have to go back to work tomorrow, so I'm trying to get some sleep tonight, which is why I didn't stream. So.
Wow.
But yeah, I just came in here, thought I'd say hi to everyone. I'm super excited for tomorrow's show, and yeah.
Oh, because the kicker keeps tomorrow. Oh boy.
Yep.
Wow.
Are you excited?
I'm always excited. Did you get everything
Perfect.
squared away with the one guy?
Huh?
With Vic?
Oh, yeah, it's squared away. I made my decision.
Oh, so you guys haven't spoke at all? Or?
Fuck that guy.
What does that mean?
What does what mean?
Who the fuck is Vic?
All right. Well, just
you
quit.
know not to like stream from your house tomorrow, right?
What?
What?
Because you've been doxxed, and we don't want people being swatted live on fucking.
Dude,
Kiko
I
Heat.
doxed myself, and if they swat me, they swat me. End of story, okay?
Okay, so maybe we don't want a fucking platform you getting murdered. Have you ever considered that?
Hey, that's content, not gonna lie.
No,
but anyway,
it's not. It's
okay, Kelly Jean.
unhinged.
Anyway, good night, Destiny. I will see you tomorrow.
Oh, why do I
Peace,
bother
love.
trying? You
Oh my god, it's
stupid
another woman in
fucks.
VC. Let's get angry. Kelly
I've
Jean.
been here for 7
I love
years.
you.
You've been here for
Hey.
7 minutes. You go
Hey,
fuck
Kelly
yourself, you
Jean.
stupid cunt.
Kelly Jean, I love you.
We
I
asked you to
send
do
you-
one thing.
Okay.
Okay. Try not to say too many slurs and don't get yourself killed. You can't even do that much, can you?
I am so sorry that my use of nigger bothers you. I love you. I love you.
Christ.
I love you guys. You all have a great night. I will see you
Absolutely
tomorrow.
no
Kelly Jean, you are a
consideration
beautiful
for
woman, and I
anyone.
love your accent. I hope you have a great night. Good night, everybody.
I hope you do not.
Saw a couple of people counting down the slur timer. A couple of you got it accurate.
When your only personality is using slurs. GG.
Kelly, why'd you trigger her like that?
I'm mad! I told them, make sure she doesn't stream from her house so she doesn't get swatted, and so that there isn't a potential fucking death on your show. The kind of stuff you should be doing! And my throat hurts because I did karaoke for the last 3 days in a row. So I don't comment.
That's why you weren't doing the voice, isn't it?
Oh.
No, I mean, my voice being raspy would make it better. I'm just saying it hurts.
Wait, what is the voice? For voice is better if it's raspy for you. Is it like Obama?
No, it's like a Marge Simpson voice. I don't know.
Oh.
So before she derailed, the topic was monogamy versus polyam, but I don't even remember where we were.
Yeah.
I want to know why Kelly starts fights with all the women that come in here.
Is it starting a fight to not want
kinda
someone to
misogynist, to be
die?
honest.
Is that starting a fight? Oh, I'm sorry that I don't want stupid fucks here to die. I'll
Why
just
would you-
encourage their deaths like everyone else.
I just think people who call women cunt or bitches are just, misogynist by
Oh,
default.
that's the important part you're taking from that conversation.
My
I'm
ears
all
stopped
for the
working after that, to be
anti-misogyny
honest.
arc, so yeah, it is the important part. Yeah.
Right, the misogyny is more important than the potential death, swatting, and other issues that can occur from this type of doxing. I'm a girl, I can call other women cunts, just like you can call them male gender, whatever. You can do it.
Hey,
I'm a woman, it's my slur. If Irrelevant can use the N-word, I can use the cunt word. Fuck off.
Hey, we're
My
about to get that
word.
slur timer going again for a second. Jeez.
Cunt belongs to me and also...
Kelly, are you okay?
Australians, right? No, I'm not okay. I spent the last 3 days saying, like, make sure she doesn't stream from home. Make sure she doesn't stream from home. Make sure she doesn't fucking stream from home. Or at least, like, I don't know, warn your local police department and do some basic, like, not get yourself swatted protection. I don't care anymore. Why do I care?
Why do I care?
True.
It really has to search for the new roommate.
Pretty good. We got a couple of people.
Oh shit! Are you guys moving down here soon?
Probably, yeah.
Oh shit! I know so many people that live in Tampa. Have you guys thought about living in Tampa?
I don't know how far Tampa is from.
It's fucking 4 hours away. There's so many like younger people out there. Miami is like crypto people, women with huge fucking fake lips, and then like South American royalty.
You are so desperately trying not to let them move close to you. It's very
No, I'm
interesting.
glad they will. I have no friends here, so I'm happy you guys will. It'll be fun. Even Lycan moving down here is fun for me, but Jesus, it feels like everybody
Is
lives
Lycan
in fucking
confirmed
Tampa.
moving down there?
I'm pretty sure it's almost foregone at this point. Yeah. Or he better be. I paid him a huge advance to do it, so unless he's schmozzing me, yeah.
Yeah, we got some people. We're just deciding on like how big we want the place to be, how much we want to go out on it, and like stuff like that. How big we want to go out on it.
Have you decided like how many rooms? What's the rent? Like, what do we? Let's get some stats. Let's get some stats. And
We're probably looking at 6 bedrooms.
Damn.
Yeah. Rent between 850 to 1200 is like the range I think people are willing to pay. So a pretty wide berth. We're deciding whether or not we want like, because at the 1250 a piece range we can get something special.
1250 piece with how many people? 8 people or 6?
6. Yeah.
Okay, it's a big old house. Yeah.
Are you gonna let that many people like be co-signers?
It's just gonna be probably 2, right?
Yeah, and we're probably gonna have to put down just a wacky deposit. Is probably what's gonna have to happen.
Does that become an issue for like internet bandwidth? Having 6 people streaming up at the same time?
Great question.
Nah, if you've got fiber, that shit won't matter, homie. You got big internets. It's like,
do we actually get fiber? Do you get fiber down there?
I would. You guys, if you're gonna do a content house, you absolutely should be going for fiber. Don't.
Well, I don't even know. I'm assuming it's available over there. Right?
It is. I think that would be literally the most important part. If you guys got 6 people moving into a house and you start running into lag issues, I would fucking kill myself. I feel like
You're paying for fiber, right?
Yeah.
How much?
It's like normal internet. It's probably like $100 a month or something.
Wow. Okay. All right. Fuck it. Yeah.
You could fucking buy. They sell 5 gigabit lines down here for fiber.
What?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
5?
I feel like you're gonna need 5. Right?
Jesus. How much is that?
I think it's like 200 or 250 a month, but like I mean that's not that bad for 5 gig if you need it much. Yeah.
Yeah. For like 6 people is like.
Yeah, you just think about
$40
splitting
a month
it
per person.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You just gotta hope that Melina's back from Sweden so she can go make sure that the apartment's fiber ready.
True.
That's a joke I don't understand.
Destiny gets it.
True. Ain't no way.
You can't ha-ha me after I use jokes that you're all making in chat. It's your joke.
So wait, you're copying chat's jokes?
Ooh,
Yeah, do you think I'm actually funny?
Aww.
No, I don't think anybody thought you were.
There you go.
Jesus.
Is your credit gonna be good enough? Even
Not
if you
probably. That's why I'm assuming we're gonna have to put down crazy deposits. Honestly.
I feel like people just insta say no if you don't have good enough credit.
I don't know. Legitimately, I don't know about the other people. I could put down 10 months.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Darius could too. So like, I think we'll be fine.
Oh, you mean 10 months of like your share of the rent?
Oh.
Or you're ready to drop $50,000-$60,000?
I'm not going to, but I could.
My God. Okay. Damn. Steak is.
Yeah, really?
Steak? I don't have a steak deal.
Oh, you're just balling. Okay.
Yeah, Darnell does.
Are you public with how you make your money, Riley?
I did some crypto shit, lost a bunch of it. I actually lost most of my money. I lost all of my money that it wasn't inside of the house. On God, I'm one of those. Yeah. I paid off a house that my mother was like fucking not able to pay off, and so I paid it off, and then I literally lost all of the rest of my money. It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest.
Did you figure out all your cat stuff, Destiny?
I think so, yeah.
Really, for your content house, did you guys manage to find anybody who doesn't look like a massive date rapist?
What?
Because the guys that Darius was showing off, like, it was not great.
Oh, what?
They made Darius look like very well adjusted around women.
Wait, yo, what? I thought they were just. Wait, I thought they were just like kick Omegle streamers. What the fuck? Like,
are you aware there's already like a manifold market on when the first like Me Too story's dropping?
Oh, I'm well aware of that. Like, I could imagine that shit was happening because, like, yeah, they're like, to my knowledge, most of the people we're moving in with are people who do like dating content.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so obviously, like, come on, you know how this shit works.
Ain't no way.
Yikes.
But I think all of the people, like, those are jokes. I think all of the people that we're moving in with are reputable, fine individuals. I haven't seen any, like, you know, below the cuff behavior from any of these people.
Well, Kelly Jean's always watching.
Is that true, Kelly?
She's the one that keeps saying Darius is
I
a
haven't
rapist.
been here for the last 3 days, and I don't know half of what was going on, and then no one told me, so I had to make it out from random shit people were telling me. What?
Was that slanderous? Wait, what's your problem with Darius, Kelly? Because I heard that you have beef with Darius. What's your problem with Darius?
Destiny's just a retard and says things that makes Darius angry because he doesn't bother to fact check anything.
Huh. So you don't have a problem with Darius?
I have never said, well, I think he's annoying and a bit weird, but I've never said he's a rapist or rapey.
The meme drama started because at one point, Kelly was talking about Darius, and she said that she felt like Darius was a bit creepy and rapey around women.
I said weird. I never said creepy and rapey. Weird.
Can I ask what prompted that?
Yeah. What did prompt
Him
that?
being weird.
Like weird
prompted that.
Like weird in what way? Like in a way that would make them feel unsafe, or?
No, just being weird. Like, why do I have to explain him being weird? He is weird.
Well, because you said he was
Everyone sees him being
weird.
weird.
Yeah, but you said he was weird, so people want to know, like, weird how?
And just to be fair, I'm not here to like debate you. I just
He will like tweet loads of girls all at once and with weird things, and then when I say don't do that, he does it, and then you get other girls saying, hey, don't do that, and then still does it.
Oh,
like
so he,
that
like,
kind of weird.
Tweets out things at girls against their
He
consent,
just says,
like that?
does dumb shit. Like, it's just weird. Mel thinks he's weird, and I'm not allowed to elaborate on that. But anyway, it's like everyone, like everyone.
Oh, wait, what is this quote in chat? I see sex pest with no context, and I'm going to guess Darius.
That was at Jacob, at his comment. It was a joke one time, and that had nothing to do with what I actually said in conversation. I've gone over this 3 times.
No way, she called him a sex pest.
I'm getting fucking, like... Fuck you, Jacob. This is your fault. Okay? I'm never replying to you again, because people can't accept what is a joke, okay? I wasn't even the one that said sex pest. He was, and I was fucking responding to him. Fuck me.
I got Darius in here.
Also, sex pest is not the same as rapist.
Okay, that's
being
fine.
annoying is not the same
Like
as
pesty in kind of like a sexual way, we'd say.
but it's not the same as being a rapist, is it?
I agree.
Oh, fucking
Wait, you
stop
think
then.
Wait, so you made a claim that
I've
he
gone
was,
over
like, being
this
a sex
4
pest?
times. No, I didn't. Jacob did, and I just replied because it was a joke.
Wait, so then
One comment in the chat, and it had nothing to do with the spoken conversation I've ever had at any point.
So you just think he's sex?
Yeah, just weird. I mean, and he's been very rude to me lately, to the point that if he pushes me again, I will eviscerate him and he will cry.
Give me 1 second.
But apart from that, yes.
Really? No.
I'm just curious if he tell the same story. That's it.
I don't care what story he tells, because he listens to the shit stirrer in it, doesn't he? He doesn't bother to go look and see what was actually said. He finds. I know you find this so fucking funny, where you say random shit that people never said. Why do people believe any of the words that come out of your mouth? I don't know.
I'm just curious why you would say that about our boy Darnell.
Wait, what'd she just say?
She's doing her voice. She's just provoking me to do stupid voices. He doesn't really care or anything.
He is summoned.
You're gonna eviscerate me for what? What'd I do?
I said, if you keep going along the line of the things that you said in the last 2 conversations, which I'm not going to repeat, because why would I lead you into that? No, I'm not going to repeat that. If you don't remember, that's great. But I never said you were a predator, and you know that, and that's the end of this conversation.
You did say I was really weird around women, almost borderline.
I said I thought you were weird. That's my opinion.
No, it wasn't just weird, though, Kelly.
Was it? Well, what was it? Because you don't know, do you? Because you listen to
it was like sexual
harassment. It just says
harassment,
anything.
I harassed.
Oh my god, no! You're just misrepresenting everything that was said. You weren't there, and you listened to this dumb fuck stir, and you know he's stirring. You could see how much he's laughing. He doesn't actually care.
I think we need Xena's opinion on this.
Why?
Jacob's
we don't need anyone's opinion on this. Like, it doesn't exist, the things that are being said. That's why there's no evidence for it. Go clip it and show me.
Jacob knows better. He's in T1 waiting. I'm gonna go back to
Jacob's the one that made the joke and I replied to it. It was one fucking time. I'll never joke again. I've already promised this, alright? I'll never fucking tell a joke again.
Hello.
Yo.
Have you come to give your input as to whether or not Darnell is a sex pest?
I don't really know. I was just kind of. I was honestly. I forgot I was in tier 1. I was in there to shit on Xena. I don't know. I think Darius memes hard, but I don't think he does anything intentionally malicious.
Really?
So we were joking.
I was talking about I was talking about Fancy Slot there. You brought up Darius out of context, which I wasn't even talking about him.
We can go check your messages, Jacob. You've spoken about this.
Oh yeah,
shitter.
Yeah,
okay, so there we go. Okay, it was a joke.
Oh my, wait, no, Xena's here. Here we go. Here we
What's
go.
he trying to shit on? Real nigga shit.
I just think Destiny does some wild benevolent sexism with you. You are probably one of the most subhuman people I can imagine. You've supposedly beaten a Jewish woman while saying anti-Semitic shit. You've stabbed 2 people.
Okay,
you haven't
first
felt
of all,
anything.
dumb bitch. First of all, dumb bitch.
Let's go.
Who happened to be Jewish after she put hands on my friend Icy. Then, because I knew she was triggered by things, did I say triggering things that I knew would upset her? Absolutely. Just like if your white ass came up on me and I slapped you, I call you a cracker ass, mayonnaise ass fucking slave owner. Just like if a fucking black person or a Spanish person, I will throw racist shit at them after I beat that ass. I don't think anything about protective groups that they need to die. But bitch, if I'm fighting and I know it's a trigger thing, if you're fat and I'm fighting you, I'm gonna call you a fat floppy bitch. If you got something wrong with your nose and it's an insecurity, I'm gonna pick on your nose about it. The fuck? You sound dumb as fuck, bitch.
You are so triggered and so wrong.
My legal name is Hebrew. You dumb.
You were
fuck.
crying over some dude who was on like what was the dude's name? Alex Jones talking about I love Hitler, working with him. You were just denying the Holocaust as a cute, funny, quirky meme. You're the kind of girl who stabs a dude.
Who was crying over a dude who said they love Hitler? I don't give a fuck about no dude who loves Hitler. I don't.
Sneeko?
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I don't give a fuck about if he thinks he loves Hitler because he wants to be Nick Fuentes and fucking Ryan Dawson. Who? Okay, that's him. I don't give a fuck.
Do you think none of that reflects on you? Do you think you denying the Holocaust is just like cute, funny joke?
You could Google me, bitch, because my legal name is fucking Hebrew. I do have fucking Hebrew people in my fucking family.
BPD isn't beautiful princess disorder. It's not some quirky thing you can dodge with
you
that.
Dumb
like, you're
bitch. Ain't nobody got BPD. I've been psych and therapy,
you just try to dodge all the
so
insane, disgusting shit you do by being pretty.
Cracker.
It's actually insane.
Dumb ass cracker.
Good. You're not responding to anything.
I said you a dumbass cracker. You literally try to come in here with the claim that I fought someone because they were Jewish, when that was not the case.
Sorry,
what happened
okay,
at all.
it's not because they're
So
Jewish.
that's
You beat a Jewish woman, and then you said anti-Semitic shit.
Did I say racial shit
is that something you're willing to accept?
I knew it was a trigger point because I knew it was a trigger point. Yes, abso-fucking-lute.
God, the world would be so much better if you weren't in it right now. I really wish that were the case.
So, what you gonna do about that?
Not gonna do shit. I'm gonna talk shit.
Nothing, because you a pussy.
Do you think you're hard because you're talking shit online? Don't you be
nigga? We can link up in real life. Do you want to get stabbed? Let me know right now. Do you want to get shot? Do you want to get beat the fuck up? Do you want to get beat the fuck up? Yes or no?
I don't really have to worry about
Do you
that
want to
from
get
you.
beat the fuck up? But do you want to get beat the fuck up? Because we can link
No,
up.
nobody wants to get beat the fuck up, but I'm not gonna get beat the fuck up by your retarded ass.
Oh yeah, you certainly can.
Cool. So
Come
why?
to Miami. Come to Miami.
Okay, you're
Come to
actually like
Miami.
10 out of 10 level
to
retarded. You're on
Miami.
probation right now, you
Come to
stupid
Miami.
fucking idiot.
Oh, I don't
And
gotta
you're
touch you,
doing
but people can
threats.
touch you. Come to Miami, dumb bitch.
Oh my god, you're actually the dumbest, most subhuman
Miami,
fucking person.
dumb
And you
bitch.
think you get away with it. You think you can act like this because you're a
You know
pretty
what's funny?
girl
You know
who's
why I
gotten
get
away
away
with
with
it.
it? You know why I get away with it? You know why I get away with it? Because it's fucking
hear it.
content, you dumb bitch. Don't take it so serious. My probation officer watches everything, you pussy
You're right.
ass
You
nigga.
being a felon is for content. That's such a good fucking take. You
No,
denying the
me
Holocaust
talking
is
my
good
shit.
content.
No, me talking my shit. You're talking about, oh, you're on probation. Yeah, dumbass. I actively don't make fucking real decisions that would fuck me over in probation. Talking shit on the internet does not violate my probation. Thank you very much. They watch everything I do. Clearly, I know what the fuck to say.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what to say. You're just like one of the most subhuman people on the
You're dumb.
internet.
I'm on federal probation. You think I'm not? I don't get checked up on. You think my public information is not out there? You think they don't watch my social media when
Wait.
they have to have my phone, my social medias, my
You're the
emails,
person
all of
who
that?
was
Are you dumb? Are
posting
you
self-harm
fucking
of yourself
that
to try to
retarded?
manipulate people and farm sympathy. You're the one with the felony, and I'm the dumb one here? Are you for real right now? Girl,
What
you can't get any
stipulations-
part of your life
wait.
together.
What stipulations in my probation says that I can't post old videos of me self-harming? First of all, it doesn't even say that I can't self-harm. But second, if I post old fucking photos of my self-harm, what the fuck does that have to do with my probation?
Do you think I'm trying to argue the terms of your probation, or do you think I'm calling you a piece of
You
shit for all
brought
the
up to me
terrible
about
things you
the
do?
probation.
I
don't
know,
give a
because you
fuck.
called me dumb, and I'm saying there's
I'm
so
a
many
terrible
dumb
person for
fucking
posting
things
my
you do.
self-harm. Oh my god, boo fucking who. I'm a terrible person for posting my self-harm. Okay.
Okay, cool. You
I'm
get
a
to
terrible
address any
person
of
for
it.
posting my self-harm, but wait, didn't you just say the world would be a better place without me? So
Oh,
why shouldn't
absolutely it would, yeah. Oh,
So why
because
shouldn't I post
I
my self-harm?
absolutely can answer this one, yeah.
Doesn't that make
Because
you happy?
people, no,
Doesn't
yeah.
that make
So
you
the
happy?
issue isn't that you're self-harming. The issue is that
I
you're
can do it
a
right now
manipulative
and post
scum
it.
fuck who tries to use their self-harm in a performative way to try to manipulate the emotions of others and make them feel bad. I've dealt with girls who've done this shit in the past. It's fucking disgusting. This shit is
Oh, so you got
nasty.
hurt. So you got
No, I didn't get hurt.
No, you got hurt. You've dealt with girls like this in the past, and I think that's you got hurt.
What do you? Yeah, me
A
leaving
bitch
someone and
hurt
them
you. A
threatening to
bitch
kill themselves
a
is
bitch
definitely the same
manipulated
type of
your
thing.
fucking mind. A bitch manipulated your mind. You got hurt. You're hurt. You
Bro,
got
you
hurt. A
literally
bitch
can't
manipulated
address
your
anything I've said. Everything
mind.
I've said is a
I
fact.
addressed
You
everything
do
you said,
so much
Mikey.
subhuman shit and
I'm
not
a
know.
terrible person.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay.
That's fine. But you got
Zena,
hurt.
you do need to address him. He has made the claim several times now that you're subhuman. How do you respond to this claim?
If he thinks I'm a subhuman, that's fine. Okay. I don't even think I'm human. I'm a princess.
Yeah, beautiful princess disorder. That's what it is. Good shit.
Yes, I have beautiful princess disorder. I forgot. Wait, you're a psych. You're diagnosing me right now. Oh my god. What medication do you recommend, doctor?
I think about a cup and a half of bleach should probably do it.
That okay. That's your consensus. That's nice. What other diagnoses do you have?
I think I dropped them all.
Oh, that's it. Just BPD. So okay,
Oh.
I would. Okay, so wait. Are you telling me that the 9 psychs and 4 therapists that I did see over the years are
Is
incorrect
you
on
having
the
9
diagnosis?
psychs and
Stop.
4 therapists a flex right now? Are you
Oh
fucking
no,
for real?
I mean I wasn't diagnosed with BPD.
Why are you
but I've
online?
obviously seeked help. I've obviously went and spoke to professionals to see what issues I may have.
How is your life
And
this
I got
fucked?
bipolar
And then
disorder.
you go
But
do
wait,
this
but
shit
wait,
online,
but
like
wait,
farming
but
out
wait,
like a lol cow and playing pick me for
wait,
fresh and
but
fit.
wait, but
Oh
wait.
my god. Get
I'm not
offline,
talking about
girl.
Fresh and Fit. This has nothing to do with Fresh and Fit. Now you sound dumb. You sound triggered over Fresh and Fit for what? Nobody's even arguing any senses from Fresh
You
and
actually
Fit.
can't even
What are
follow
you
a
talking about?
conversation. This is wild.
Yo.
You just
Is
said
Darius
you brought
really
up Fresh
just letting Jacob come in here and talk shit about his girlfriend like this?
Darius is on fucking deafen right now.
I don't know.
Any fucking way. So yeah, while I was in prison, obviously you see multiple psychs too. If you're under any evaluation or you request evaluation. So the number, yeah. But what I'm saying is, are you arguing that the amount of professionals in which I did see are incorrect on their diagnosis, which is just bipolar disorder, not BPD?
Do you think I'm being serious about BPD right now and that's a
Well,
flex
it's
for
just
you
funny because
too?
that's your only thing that you people do is, everybody has BPD. You just always diagnose somebody with fucking BPD just because you don't like them or they have a different
Oh,
opinion.
okay. I'm sorry. That's a
Or you don't
trigger
get
for you.
along.
That's my bad. I don't
No, I'm
actually
saying
specifically
it's
think you have BPD. I just think you're a really disgusting human being. Maybe you're not subhuman. Maybe you are just one of the filthiest fucking human beings ever born. And yeah, that's all I need to say.
bitch. I'm sorry that you got hurt by someone with BPD.
I'm
Good one.
confused. Do you have BPT or don't you?
I don't. That's why
What
I was
do
saying
you have?
I have bipolar disorder.
Oh, okay. Do you
Yeah,
get meds for that?
I have been on meds for that, and it was the worst turn of my life. That's actually what started the self-harming was the type of medications they were testing on me, or whatever you want to call it. I say testing, but yeah, it fucked me over.
Aren't you in luck? Because we have our own pharmacologist here. Kelly's about to tell you the new
Shut
types of drugs you
the
can
fuck up. Again, like you've done this once already today. I don't need this, like, multiple times.
Well, tell her, but like her opinion on her
Look,
drugs.
if you can't attack the things that I say to the point that you need to make shit up, then I don't care. Like, it means you've got so little that you just gotta lie.
I was just curious if you had a suggestion for her. Okay, so Kelly thinks that if you have bipolar, I guess you don't need
I
drugs.
don't want anyone to ever tell me I'm bad faith ever fucking again. When this is the shit I gotta deal with.
I mean, it's still like, I guess it's still arguable that they're just trying to, when medicating, it's hard to really find, in a lot of cases, the right medicine for people with bipolar disorder. Like there's pros and cons all the time. It just so happens that I got the short end of the stick with the medications they gave me, which led me to very deep suicidal.
Take some personal fucking accountability.
Anyway, and then I started self-harming. Like the medication was a complete imbalance, but counseling was better.
Right. Medication is what made you use your self-harm to manipulate fucking people. You are so fucking terrible. Take some goddamn accountability.
You dumb idiot. I said what led me to self-harm in general. I didn't say anything about what makes me manipulate anybody. I said what led me to actually self-harm and got me Baker acted. I was on medication that was imbalanced for me. It wasn't the right medication. That's just that. It just wasn't the right medication. It's not the doctors were wrong for medicating me on that. It just so happens that my body did not agree with whatever medication I was on, which happens.
So what were you doing before the bipolar medication? Because presumably your behavior was crazy prior to the diagnosis, or you wouldn't have got
So
one.
before, like, yeah, my behavior was crazy because I would like fucking pack up all my shit and just dip and like not tell anybody and leave the state and stuff like that and just like forget just disappear, which when I would have like a manic episode, and that's not okay. So of course my mom would actively be like, can you see somebody? And then when I was in prison, since these were things that were like when you write to the judge and stuff like that, since these were some of the claims that were made, of course the judge looked at that and recommended I see a psych and things like that. So I had to do that in prison and outside of prison. And yeah.
So you were never violent to yourself before the meds, just violent
I've
to other
never
people?
self-harm until I got on medication. Yes, I mean, absolutely.
Fair enough.
It just,
Do you think
just
of
so
some
happened.
maybe contraindications for why she shouldn't be on those medications, Kelly?
I don't know. Is it better to kill other people or kill herself? Hard to say.
Well, who was I trying to kill?
I don't know. Who did you stab?
My ex, who was beating the fuck out of me, which says on my legal report. That's who the fuck I stabbed. Or were you under the impression, like most people, that I just randomly took a knife and stabbed somebody?
If it was entirely in self-defense, then why did
He
you go to
grabbed my
jail?
phone, threw it out the car, grabbed me by my hand.
I'm not here to just. I'm
This
not,
is how
I'm
I
not
went to jail.
fucking
The
police.
reason
I
I
just
went
know
to
that
jail
you're
is
on
because he turned
probation or
around.
went to jail. If it was
Okay,
entirely
the
self-defense,
reason-
you wouldn't have, would you?
I didn't go to jail for that. That's not what I went to jail for. I went to prison for fraud. We both got arrested because we both were fighting in the street because he was beating on me and I fought back. He turned around and I nicked him with the tiny little blade, it wasn't even an inch, by the way. And I took a picture. I posted it. It's on Reddit, apparently. They posted it everywhere. I stabbed him with that on his shoulder. We both got arrested. I took a picture of I have a picture of the weapon. It was beautiful. It was a birthday gift, the little blade that I had. So I have a picture of what it was. But anyway, it's a tiny blade. And as he turned around, obviously the law is if someone turns around, same thing if someone's in your house, you can't shoot them in the back. You could shoot someone face front if they come in your house.
Don't you think it's a little unfair to judge her from her history?
Do you really want to do this 3-4 times in one conversation just because you want me to do the Marge Simpson voice? Is this really necessary? Don't piss me off.
But yeah, it was self-defense. But my point of that, and obviously if somebody's attacking me and I have a weapon, I'm going to use that. It's just unfortunate he turned around, but it's fortunate that I didn't kill him.
I agree.
What was the fraud you got arrested for?
So the fraud I got arrested for was being fucking retarded as fuck, obviously. I did some shit back when I was, 21, 22 with I let a girl live with me and she just did a lot of fraud, convinced me to do it with her. I was doing some other stuff on the side, didn't get arrested for. So, But, yeah, she kept doing it. We racked up, I did it for a little bit, but we racked up nearly $1 million. It was $700K. And they continued to do it for like 2 or 3 more years. And eventually, basically Sprint, the phone company, hired Secret Service to investigate these charges and everything like that. And then they built a case against us and they arrested them. And then they put my name out there. She basically said I was her partner. And so they came and they had cause to come arrest me.
Nothing is ever your fault.
What do you mean? I made stupid decisions and did fraud. How is that not my fault?
Literally pinned it all on your roommate. You got a felony. It wasn't like you were some guiltless princess.
Okay, no. You said, what fraud did I do? I explained how I got into it. Yes, it was through her. Obviously, I didn't fucking figure out Sprint had a hack in the system. I didn't come up with the flow. And then I got points taken off, of course, to get lesser time because I quit early. So yeah, I'll take that into factor. I still fucked up, but I did get out of it because I was like, yo, this is crazy. We're going to get fucked over. And I stopped. They continued to do it for years later. And they did get caught up first. And then, of course, implicated me in the case. And they came and arrested me. And I pled guilty because, I'm on camera obviously doing it.
What do you think about that, Jacob?
I think this is great. I think we took a little bit of accountability here. This is awesome.
Jacob, who do you think Destiny's more benevolently misogynist with? Xena or Merc?
Oh, Xena by far.
But it's still there with Merc, right? Pretty badly. How many male orbers get to come in here and drop like the hard RN bomb?
Quiznos and Zerka were doing it too. I think Merc is just like really easy content, so Destiny likes to keep her around, and she might be some more interesting stuff in the future. I don't know if there's any benevolent sexism stuff going on there.
Wow.
If I dropped the hard R, would I be banned, Destiny? Be honest.
No.
I don't think we're dropping the hard R on Destiny's stream.
Thank you. Some people do.
I say nigga, but I pray I haven't dropped the hard R. I think Destiny would have let me know or just threw me in another chat like he likes to do. So, but I definitely would, on my own stream, yeah, I'll risk my own platforms before risking somebody else's that is generous enough to let me even use their platform.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, Jacob, anything else? Because it seems like you came in here all fired up, but you...
No, I got to go off on Xena, so that was fun.
Yeah?
Oh, you don't have anything else to say? This was fun, and now it's just quiet.
Wow.
But yeah, that's what I went to prison for. And then I got time taken off for helping them save a girl from human trafficking. So there's that.
Wow. Have you ever done that before, Jacob?
I've never actually been involved with human trafficking. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, basically, if you find out or hear anything about like a girl that's probably being pimped out or whatever, and you point them in the direction and get the girl to cooperate, and they save the girl and remove her from that establishment, yeah. But like when it comes to pimps and shit like that, listen, I'll cooperate whether there's time on my sentence or not. I'm cooperating. If a bitch is getting human trafficked, I'm the snitch. I'm gonna say that nigga pimping that bitch and that nigga pimping that bitch and taking her money and that bitch pimping that bitch. Yes, I don't fuck with human trafficking.
Wow.
W morals.
I don't think I've ever heard Jacob take that strong a stance against.
I don't fuck with human trafficking either. I'm gonna come on the record with that brave take.
I think you're being a follower right now, Jacob.
He is.
That's probably true. Sometimes following's good though.
I think Jacob's mad because all he had was 17
cool.
different ways to call her subhuman, and he didn't have any good points. What's going on here?
I think there were a lot of pretty good points in there, and I think they kind of just got, yeah, that's true. I'm a bad person. And
wait, what was
the? Can say that.
Wait, what were the? Let's revisit. What were the really good points we had against Xena? Okay, what was the first one?
You are really down for content right now, aren't you?
No, I'm just kidding. Well, you said you had a lot of good ones. So first you said she had a lack of accountability, even though she's already served time in prison, which was weird.
Stuff like denying the Holocaust for memes on stream is probably a pretty bad thing to do. I don't think that's like a funny joke. Hee hee.
True. But is that really unique to a woman or Xena? Like, didn't Zerka do that? Didn't Sneeko do that?
Oh,
As a-
are we making this specific to women right now? Is that what we want to do?
Well,
We can
then
do
you
that
come
too.
here
Well, you
saying
did accuse him of
specifically
being a
that I was
benevolent
Oh yeah, okay,
misogynist.
yeah. So I think if anyone had posted even semi-docs in your chat, man or woman, or if it were a man, they would have been banned instantly. I think Xena was probably going through some shit, and also a woman, and got a lot of leeway with that.
So what do you think she specifically got leeway on that no one else has gotten leeway on?
Posting explicit docs in your DGG chat.
Isn't that
Are you
not
talking
his?
Or maybe a meme.
Wasn't that not his address?
There's no
That
way to
wasn't
know that when it's
correct.
posted though, and she wasn't banned for wasn't banned
But it-
for
Okay,
it.
so
and
that's
no
literally
way.
a
so that
random
wasn't
hotel.
it wasn't an explicit
Random
docs.
hotel.
Okay, so
what was the other thing?
When at the time though, did people know that? Did people know when it happened that it wasn't docs, or did everyone have the assumption that it was?
Well, you could just look it up and see it was a hotel. So,
do streamers never stay at hotels?
I don't think he lives at a hotel now.
He doesn't live in a hotel. He lives in an apartment.
Uh-oh, did she
Okay.
just dox again, Jacob?
Oh,
Oh,
shit,
God.
that is pretty
I'm
bad.
so sorry.
So what is
But,
the
I mean,
point
the whole
in
point of the
joking about
troll
a
is
dox?
sometimes-
Like, what is
well,
the
that's
point?
the point. The point is to get like trolling. Sometimes is you get people to think it was real. But Destiny was like, don't even jokingly dox in there. I don't want them like for this exact reason. So I was like, okay, I won't do it again. Like I did get told, hey, don't do this, even though he knows it's fake. Like it was fake and it was a fucking hotel next to where I work, nowhere near Sneeko. Like I won't even say how far, but definitely far from Sneeko. And so I was just like, okay, I just won't do it again. So there's that. Now, as far as like the Holocaust thing, well, I get what you're saying, like memeing, oh, it's bad, da da da. I have really, really dark humor. I just prefer, like, obviously when I come on here, like, I like hearing Destiny's takes. Like I said, I like conversating with Destiny because it piques my interest to talk to people that are operating at a higher frequency than me, has a higher social whatchamacallit, presence and a higher IQ. Like it's more interesting for me because I do feel as though I am learning and I have a thirst for knowledge. So of course I'm going to play devil's advocate and be like, oh yeah, the numbers aren't right. Can you show me why they would be right? Because it strikes up good conversation and I like to hear this thing. So I get some people might not, but I do like these types of conversations.
Damn. What was the next
So
thing,
you
Jacob?
joke, so people will give you a basic history lesson.
You can
That's
always
the point of the joke.
I mean, you literally. Who wants to go just watch a documentary all the time when you could talk with people and actually interact and discuss it versus just watching the documentaries and reading the books sometimes? It's better to have a discussion with people that's interactive.
Why would you fake taking the
Is it?
position, though? Why not just
What
have
is
an
better
intellectual
about any of
conversation
this?
about it?
Well, because you don't get people triggered if you don't take that position and get people like, oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with her? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, kill yourself. That's what you want.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
I don't need to say anti-Semitic things to get people to say kill yourself to me. I probably have the all-time record for that quite well by myself, right?
Zena, didn't you
The
actually dox Laura
idea
Northern?
that you have to trigger people by saying anti-Semitic, transphobic, homophobic, whatever phobic, or any slurs, whatever, or like any kind of unhinged shit. You don't need to do that to trigger people.
Wait, is that
But
true?
it's-
Hold
it's
on,
like,
we've
unless
got a
you
new
are
claim made.
so incredibly lacking in any type of a personality or like humor, it's not dark humor. That's not what dark humor is.
I like dark
Just
humor.
saying stupid shit is not dark humor.
I like dark humor.
We got a new.
No, that's-
we got a new.
You
no,
might like it,
DGG
but that
chat's
doesn't
really
mean you're capable of doing it.
And what were you saying, Jacob?
DGG was saying something dumb. I don't think it actually happened.
Oh no, you asked something. Did I dodge?
I thought you
accusatory
leaked
manner.
Lauren's Northern's location one time, but it
I don't
turns
know
out
who
that's
Laura Northern is, but if you're talking about Lauren De Laguna, no, somebody photoshopped and said that I was outside her house, but obviously me and Lauren were talking and laughing about it because I knew where she was staying, actually, and it wasn't a oh yeah, that I posted her hotel. She wasn't at a hotel, and yeah, so no, that never happened, and me and Lauren are cool. I actually do like Lauren. So yeah, no, she never doxed. She did accidentally post a screenshot that had my social security number on it that I sent her a picture of my marriage receipts. Yeah. And I was like, Lauren, you have to block that out because you're not supposed to post people's social. And she's like, sue me then. And I'm like, bitch, take my social off. But I'm at the same time, I was like, you know what? It is what it is. I've stolen enough people's identities. Like, might as well have mine stolen, right?
Jeez.
Wait, you and Lauren are cool now?
Yeah, I've never had an actual issue with Lauren. I've always talked to her privately. Yeah.
Wow.
Never had it.
All right. Well, what was the next thing,
I like her.
Jacob? Because we're 0 for 3 right now. What's the next thing?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I think you're just beaten down into content. I'm doing some soy shit. I think stabbing multiple people, being a felon, using self-harm as a way to manipulate people.
Pause. Before you continue, who's the multiple people? I've stabbed one person and it was self-defense.
Twice.
Wasn't she being sexually assaulted one of those times she stabbed the guy?
Yes, but now we're not going to get all into that because I don't really.
Love it
we
when
can
we
talk
saw
privately
looping.
about
Good job.
that situation. But yes, there was a whole self-defense. There was abuse going on. Yes. But who else did I stab? That's one person, not multiple.
Okay, so just 2 stabbings, not two people. That's mine.
Who is 2 stabbings? There's
Okay,
one stabbing.
That's another one. All right. What,
There's
so,
one stabbing.
Okay, just 1 stabbing. You got me. There's only 1 stabbing.
in
There's
self-defense?
only one known case of using self-harm for manipulation. There's only 1 felony. There's only 1 denial of the Holocaust. You're right. You got me. I'm wrong. You're actually a good person.
You know, it sounds like Jacob is
Well, I don't
pro.
think that I'm a good person. Obviously, I'm not claiming. I don't virtue signal. I know I have a fucked up past. I have fucked up decision making, and I have shitty takes. And yeah, I've never once said I'm a good person.
Have
Nor
you not
would I
ever
virtue
wanted to
signal.
try and be one? Like, be better than you are? Like, why do you keep falling back
Please
to, I'm a
who?
bad
It doesn't matter
person?
who you
I don't know,
please.
maybe
Please
so
are
you
to be
can
known.
sleep
No.
at night and not feel shit about yourself?
I don't.
Are
feel
we
shit
going
about
to? Are we
Well,
going to
you
ignore
should.
that?
How can you, like,
That's
say,
not
I'm a
good.
bad person, but I also don't feel bad about it? That's, like,
I mean,
classical,
by his
like,
perspective, obviously,
narcissism
I'm
or
a bad person.
sociopathy.
Well, obviously, by his perspective, I'm a bad person. Clearly, I have close friends who love me. I have family that
I
loves
don't
me.
care what
think
he
I'm a bad
thinks.
person.
I'm saying what you think about yourself. You're
What I
saying
think about
you
myself
think
is I'm
you're a bad
okay.
person.
No, I don't think I'm a bad person, but I also don't think I'm a good person. I don't think anybody's good or bad. Like, there should be a balance anyway. Like, it's all by perspective. I don't think I'm a necessarily good person. Do I have good intentions when it comes to, like, my friends and my family and meeting people? Am I rude as fuck? Do I just attack them? Would I steal from them and fucking harm them? No. If I
You
see
literally
somebody
said you steal.
street-
Don't you steal from people in the
Um,
club all the time? Don't you talk about that? You see money that isn't yours and you'll take it.
money that's on the floor is now the club's money, and yes, you pick it up. Like, that's literally the rule of the club. Like, if there's money on the floor, you tell security, this money in this area, this section is mine, you take your money. What do you mean?
Can I just say, it sounds like Jacob is pro-domestic violence since he doesn't want Zenith, like, defending herself in a
Do we
domestic
need
violence
another person
situation.
to come in here and say cringy comments that aren't true, just
So
so
back to
everyone
what I-
starts
back to what I was-
fucking looping on boring, stupid shit?
Back to
Is
what
it
I was
stupid
saying.
shit?
By his perspective, I'm a bad person, so I'm simply just agreeing, like, yep, I'm a bad person. I don't think I'm a bad person. I sleep very good at night. In fact, I slept most of today. I sleep pretty
So
good.
you say you're a bad person, but you don't think you're a bad person. So are you
Me
just lying
personally,
when
no,
you say
because
that?
I know my intentions with everybody. Like, for
All right,
example,
good.
we were all
Just
sitting
glad
at
to
a table.
clarify that
I'm not
one.
gonna throw food at somebody just because I don't like what they're saying.
That sounds fair to
I
me,
like to
guys,
be
right?
yeah, I like to be open-minded.
You know,
Streets,
that's
if I see a
fine.
kid
Everyone can have
need-
their own opinions. Some people think the Holocaust didn't happen, and that's a good meme.
Well,
Just like some people think that domestic violence is fine, right?
You caught me. What is it? Stardust? Yeah, you got me.
Quick.
I mean, yeah, I guess I'm so wrong for stabbing myself when that was literally the only option I had. Or letting it happen.
And technically, she believes the Holocaust happened. She just doesn't quite believe the numbers.
Oh, no, I do believe the numbers. I just said that for argument purposes because it got everybody riled up and made a great conversation. And I like these conversations.
Did
and I'm
make
gonna
a great conversation. We just went over a
Absolutely.
basic
I
fucking
like
World
these
War II history lesson that, like, the average 11-year-old gets. Was that
Or you
great?
can-
Was it
or
great?
listen,
I don't
or
think
you
it
can
was
listen to
great.
a
Maybe if
boring
you're so
old
functionally remedial, it seems
no.
great.
Or, Kelly, you could listen to a boring old raspy man talking about how Hitler did this. and
Why
that.
would we be doing
Or-
either of those things?
Well,
Why?
Okay, do you not
There
like
is also the
research? Do
option
you not
for
like watching
neither.
documentaries? Do you not like learning things? I do. I think
I don't need to learn about World War II. I have a British education, not an American one.
Okay, but you can continue to relearn everything. It doesn't matter. You're always
I
relearning.
didn't learn anything in this conversation. I probably lost brain cells from this conversation, mate, alright?
Okay, well, that's you.
Fucking man.
My peoples was entertained by it, so we're all here for our peoples, right?
Can we get something positive out of Kelly? I feel like
No.
we haven't had something positive out of Kelly.
I think it's
Maybe
interesting
it's
that
because Kelly keeps getting fucking provoked.
I think it's interesting that Kelly's attacking every single woman that's come in this chat.
I was gonna say. Do Stardust now, Kelly.
Days.
Go ahead.
Say
Get
something
mad at
positive
Stardust.
about one
No
woman
one
in here.
cares what Stardust is what he's going to say.
Bitch, nobody
Troll
cares about
number
you.
3. When do you ever say anything interesting?
I say when I have shit to
Oh
say,
my God.
bitch. When I don't have shit to
Just-
say, I don't say
you ju-
shit.
You don't have anything to interesting to say right now.
I do
You're
have
still
shit to
saying,
say
what was
just because-
interesting about
just
anything you just said? You were just
because
troll
you-
number
just because
3.
you find it
You're not even
interesting
the
doesn't
first
mean
one
other
in
people
here.
don't.
You stupid
But Kelly,
fuck.
you said you didn't learn anything about this, but Destiny literally
No.
schooled you on the different camps that you didn't
No,
know
he
about. with your
didn't.
English. Yes,
He
did.
thought
Yes,
that
he
more
did.
people died in
he schooled you on
extermination
camps.
camps than he did, and I told
schooled
him
you
it
on
was a half. He didn't know that. I
You
told
didn't
him
know about
something he
other
didn't
camps,
know.
Kelly. You literally said it.
What do you mean I didn't know about other camps? What are you talking about?
Yep, he literally schooled you.
No, there are
Uh-oh.
extermination camps. There are like gas chambers, and then there were other places where people were
Nigga,
still
they was
killed.
gonna kill everybody regardless. It doesn't matter if they were just sitting in a camp and it wasn't a fucking
That is
gas
not a
chamber.
direct response to what I just said.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You
No,
didn't
it's
know
not.
about the different types of
Destiny did
camps
not
and that you were
teach me
trying to claim
anything.
that- Oh.
He will never teach me anything.
Oh, okay. So
Gotta be clear about that one,
basically, you can never learn from another person.
I'll certainly aim to never learn from you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine being uninterested in World War II. Couldn't be me.
She's one of those that
talking?
she has all the answers and is the smartest in the room. That's one of those, not one that
Yeah.
can listen and be the student. She has to be the teacher.
If I
That's
wanted
her
to learn
mentality.
things, why the fuck would I come here?
Well, why wouldn't you learn from people?
This
you
isn't some kind of
socialize with?
educational stream. This is a place where people shitpost verbally and attack other people. This isn't a room full of academics. Does anyone here even have a fucking degree?
Destiny has a few degrees.
No, he doesn't. He dropped out. I'm probably the only one with one, and it's still
Destiny
an
has
arts
a degree. Destiny literally has a degree.
No, he doesn't have a degree. He dropped out of his music degree. There isn't
Okay,
a
but-
single fucking academic in this conversation.
What do you mean? He has a degree. in fucking
I'm
other
actually
than that.
published,
a
by
degree
the
and
way.
fuck off. Like
Yeah,
you're
there are
not
multiple
even
people with
here.
degrees in the
JC,
chat.
okay,
You
you're
have
not
a
even an
degree in
arbiter. You're a
fucking your mother,
random
yeah.
fucking person that's somehow still in it.
He has a
Shut
degree
up.
in fucking your mother in the ass. Refuse to.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, I'm glad she's getting some. Good for her.
You mean you're not getting dick down, Kelly?
No.
Oh, that's why you so mad, baby girl.
Yeah, that's definitely it. That's definitely it. Awesome.
You should let my nigga hit that.
No, I'd rather kill myself.
You got a big dick, you know.
Gross.
I think you'd like it.
No.
Kelly, you mad because you ain't getting no dick? You need that estrogen release. You just gotta get a good big old orgasm and do your
All the
sigh.
things that's wrong in my life, this is not that. But yes, anyway. Go next.
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no motherfucking way.
I just came in here to give some suggestions as to why we could like improve the misogyny art by maybe like, you know, couple of female moderators, being that I don't even think we have one on Reddit and we have one in DGG.
And then you
I
picked a
don't
fight
even
with
know
every
about
woman.
Kick and YouTube chat. Alright, this isn't every woman, it's people that come in here and admitted to intentionally trolling. If someone's going to intentionally troll me, then I don't give a fuck.
You know, Kelly, don't you think maybe
I
some of this
don't think you think
maybe
that
some of
you
this
coming into
misogyny
troll
is because you
you're not
come in
even good at
in.
trolling,
Maybe
Stardust.
that's
Like, go
why.
take some fucking lessons from someone else. You're worse than Xena.
Oh dear.
Jesus Christ.
Getting a little bit rash, don't you think?
No, I'm not. Why is everyone talking at me? I just came in here. I'll never do that again. I will never do that again. I just didn't want somebody to die live on stream. I just wanted to give some suggestions as to making this misogyny
And they're
art actually
offering
be a
me.
thing. Unlike the last 3 times where we tried to have one and then it never actually
I mean, did
happened.
anybody ask you for your opinion?
I like.
Does anyone ask for your fucking opinion? But you're here still talking, aren't you?
Ladies, in this misogynistic space, obviously, don't you think we need to group together? We need to have each other's back. We need to have girl power. We shouldn't be ratting against each other right now. Like, it's all poppycock. It's rubbish. What you need right now is just a good dick, a good schnogging, and you just need to relax, drink some tea, lay back, and just enjoy it. You know, have a good old orgasm, and just release all your anger, all your pain, and you'll feel like a better person. I promise.
Is Kelly having a conversation with herself? I'm super fucking confused.
I don't know, but that actually made me laugh. Good one, Xena.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Thank you. Has the cat got on her tongue? What happened? She's chatting, mate. She's waffling on.
Alright, well, if that's over.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
up?
can you tell me about your fraud stuff?
Why do I know who Sajin is? I don't like you, nigga, for some reason.
Oh, that's actually probably fair.
I don't know what it is. I just saw your name and I'm just like, I don't like this nigga, bro. Like,
I'm sure DGG can feed you the lore.
I don't know. For some reason, I think about sushi and shit. And it makes me really triggered. It makes me want to stab you like Jacob would.
Wait, actually,
probably
Xena,
say.
do you actually you're starting OnlyFans, right?
I do lewds, like.
Yeah. Do you need someone to manage your pictures or a manager for your OnlyFans page?
Yeah, no, that's pimp shit.
Are you sure? I actually know someone in this very call with some pretty good experience at that.
No. I know. That's why I was saying I don't like him. I'm looking at his name and I just think he looks like a pimp. And like I said, I don't like pimps. I like to rat out pimps. I'm a snitch when it comes to pimps. You like to make money off of other girls, right? And I just think that's like really weird. I'd rather sell my own body or have whatever. But like anybody in this call, like. No, I don't want to be managed. I'm not going to get pimped out. You're not going to human traffic me. If you think you love what the Tates, you want to be the Tate so bad.
Good job, guys. You guys are really doing some work tonight. Proud of you guys.
All right, what happened to this girl, Kelly? Because I've been talking to her, and suddenly she's got nothing to say. She went real silent. She just disappeared, and it's quite alarming.
I don't know.
I went to go get a drink, but if you're so fucking boring between the like 6 of you that you can't talk about something that ain't me whilst I go get a drink, then you got bigger problems.
Kelly, you've been on your fucking A game today. Keep it going.
I always am. Just because people don't appreciate it, it doesn't make me any different than I've ever been the last 7 years of existing.
Yep. Goddamn.
Yeah.
You know, my Uncle Vinny used to tell me about people like Kelly, okay? Because my cousin Morty used to fuck around with these types of groups, girls, right? They always got the British accent, they got a little bit of money. Sometimes they come from money because they got a rich family, or maybe they do OnlyFans, something like that. Maybe they're a stripper, I don't know. But they know how to get money, right? And coming from my family, you know, we're Jewish, so of course we like money. But this girl, Kelly, she reminds me of somebody that got with my cousin Morty, right? Even before he got shot in the head, of course. Love of his life. But my Uncle Vinny used to tell me all the time, women like Kelly know how to get to the bag. Get like Kelly.
Is that true, Kelly?
I did not listen to a single word that was said.
Oh. Wow.
Your Destiny play me
My
and
cousin's
Darius
a-
in NBA 2K24.
Yeah, I'm good.
Damn. You know you ain't black if you don't play it, bro.
Trust me, I know.
Damn.
Wow, well. Do we have anything else?
I think that we've all had a great conversation. I like that we've put our minds together. I think pushing our minds together, we've all uplifted each other, taught each other everything. Even though Kelly was the teacher here, I think we've all learned a lot. And I really like these conversations. I like coming in this space and just hearing different takes and opinions all the time. And I just think that if we pray to Jesus and we honor God and we just become better people morally, socially, and economically, that we can make the world a better place. You know, global warming is real. I don't want to be in a place when Jesus comes back that it is Armageddon. I would like to be raptured, and I would like to be a salvageable human being. It's always good to be self-righteous.
Kelly, will you do the voice before we leave?
I've had a lot of good things to say, and I appreciate you analyzing me because it gave me a lot to think about.
Kelly, will you do the voice before we all go?
No.
Please?
No. I stated my preferences.
Onegaishimasu yo ne? To the voice.
Destiny actually mods a fucking woman, I will.
Is Ninu not a woman anymore?
I've already gone over this twice.
Didn't you get
I'm
really
sorry-
mad when
I
Pearl
am
called you
sorry
trans
that
and now
you're
you're calling Nino
incapable of
trans?
listening to. I didn't say Nino is not a woman. I said that she's not around much. She also has another job, and she's not like it's not shouldn't all be down to her. And she's also not. I don't even think she's a model on Reddit.
Wait, are
Like,
you saying she's not
and what
confident
about
enough? So we
kicking
need
YouTube
multiple
chat?
women?
Like, she's not around much, yeah, and it shouldn't all be on one fucking person. Why
It's
is
kinda
there
fucked up
only
to say that
one?
Nina
and
wasn't
she's
good enough
not
at her
here?
job just because she's a woman. That we need multiple women to do one job.
Shut up.
Okay,
Like,
I'm sorry. As a previous
You've been
Discord
banned
mod-
how many times for being a retard, right? Like,
I've been unbanned every time.
Okay.
I would like
Oh,
to know
Jesus,
why
watch out there,
this-
Kelly.
what is this modding for? Is it for Discord? I used to run 2 different Discords, and I've always been a Discord mod. So of
Wait, is
course,
this
I
true?
would like
Destiny, is
to-
Not
Lily a
an
mod?
orbiter. I meant community member. There are no community members that are moderators that are women. And that includes Nino because she's an employee.
Ooh. Jeez.
If you don't like my recommendation, there are
Kelly,
other
would you
women in this
support Xena
community.
being a mod?
I just said not orbiters.
Actually,
No
I think-
one's gonna like that. No one is gonna like it if orbiters are modded, are they? They're just gonna piss themselves. They're gonna get more angry. What's the point? And then the orbiters will abuse it when they.
People like Mr. Mitten. Does he count?
Mr. Mutant didn't abuse any powers, that's why he still has them, innit?
Jeez.
Are you assuming that Xena would abuse powers?
Oh, I don't know. The woman that posts the fake docs might not be the most better person to put in a position of power. I don't know. Yeah, probably not.
Oh, so people can't
Well,
change.
I'd like to say when I work, though, I do take my jobs pretty seriously, and I can disassociate when it comes from trolling the internet and breaching lines of course, you know.
Well,
what
if
is-
you want to make DGG personally angry yourself, then by all means knock yourself out.
The
I
only
don't
reason
care.
I applied was because they were spamming
I
my
don't
email,
care.
so
I
that's it.
literally
don't
don't care. Why? I just wanted things to be slightly better. But now everyone's working against it being even worse. So why do I bother? I don't know.
Wait, do we actually want to talk about the porn ban for a second though? Like, Destiny, it feels like you're kind of trying to like clean up a molehill on a mountain with the NSFW. I think it's good because people do some unhinged shit, like posting like stream members while they're on stream, which is really fucking weird. But like, it seems like there's a bunch of other weird shit that kind of just goes on in DGG that is probably more productive.
I just don't
ban?
know why people think that
Kelly,
we
I'm not
care
even
as much
talking
about
to
the
you right
porn
now.
stuff. I don't care if you're talking to me. The porn stuff is like right at the bottom of things, right? Like
You're
if
just
I had a
repeating what I
choice-
said.
Yes,
on
I
a
know.
2-minute delay.
I know. But why I'm talking is because wherever you're going is irrelevant because I need to exemplify
I was
why.
literally offering
no,
other
well,
solutions.
do you know why? Okay, I don't. How about let me talk? Because I'm a woman.
Oh,
You're
sorry,
not.
I'm interrupting
You're
your
just-
interruption. That's
you're
my bad.
just
That's
one
my
of the
bad.
other.
Go ahead.
Why are you talking? You're not. No one's going to give good advice here. That's the point. That's why things are the way they are. I've already pointed out the problems because I pointed them out months ago. Nothing was done. Right? Nothing's
Okay,
changed.
yeah, you're right. You said woman mod. What else would you change?
What else would I change? Like, discouragement of things like, this is why we hate women. Like, talking about incel makers. Like, putting the blame of what people do here on other women by saying, we need to have, like, better female representation. When most of the male orbiters are equally retarded as the female ones, right? I know that some of the female orbiters are unhinged, but so are a lot of the guys. And they don't get held to representing their gender, right? They're
Wait,
just
can you
retarded.
say the thing? What was the one thing you brought up where, how, like, if you
Mhm.
make fun of a woman, like they stand for all women? You were explaining that concept to me earlier. Can you say that one again?
Yes. That's why they say now that this is why they hate women, because of one woman being retarded. Whereas if one guy says that, they're not saying all men are retarded, are they? I don't know why you're laughing at it, you clown. I have your stream up. It's not that funny.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Why is that funny?
I don't know.
You want an anti-misogyny arc and you're here laughing at my fucking suggestions.
So do you
Good
think
job.
Destiny
You're
is
doing a great
misogynistic?
job. Ah, ha 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 ha. Good
So
job.
Do you think Destiny is misogynistic?
I do.
No, it's just me. I am the exception. It's like it's funny to shit on me because I mostly don't care. And I get it, but the problem is when people do certain unhinged things saying, I really hope like Kelly Jean gets acid attacked. Other women see this stupid shit and they're like, yikes, that's a hostile community.
Weren't you
And then
just
they'll
memeing
see the
along with me
mods
telling
join
Xena to
in
kill
and like,
herself?
oh, this is like a what?
Weren't you
She said,
literally just
"What?"
memeing along with me telling Xena to kill herself?
I never
though?
said anything about killing herself.
Maybe
I
I'm
said I
confused.
didn't want the other women to get fucking swatted and killed on stream.
Oh, I
don't know
thought
what
you
you're
said the
talking
world would
about.
be better off without her after she talked about self-harming. That's what I thought.
No, that's what Jacob said.
I said that too. I did say that, but I thought
That
Kelly
is
kind
what
of
you
joked
said. I
along with
never
it.
said it. Just shut up. I don't have Alzheimer's. I remember the
Okay, my
things
bad.
I
Kelly,
say.
can I ask you one other question?
Unlike you guys, alright? What?
What's your favorite drink?
Don't care.
Scotch, probably.
Scorch.
Kelly, has any female actually been like doxxed in the community? Or swatted in the community?
Why are you asking this?
I mean, I've said my address live, and I've still yet to be swatted. I said.
Well,
my
you
actual-
mentioned it. You mentioned it, so I was just asking.
Yes, in context of the person we were discussing. If you're too slow to know who that is, go watch the rest of the stream.
Okay,
Kelly, I think you have an attitude problem.
I
wonder why.
Well, she's a raging Brit that gets in her dick, of course. Like, she needs an orgasm. Of course, she's got estrogen and hormones and all her emotions bottled up inside right now. She needs to let it out in a big old orgasm. So, of course, she's got an attitude. Don't just push all your stress on her. Let her breathe. God.
Xena, wasn't there a
Give Kelly a
medical
break.
medical diagnosis for that in like the 30s?
Yeah, and they would finger the women for hysteria.
Would you say Kelly's being hysterical right now?
Maybe, maybe this is a correct diagnosis. I mean, I think you diagnosed me as BPD, so you probably have a better say on whether or not she's hysterical. I am not a doctor. I am BPD.
I am going to avoid responding to that one. But Destiny, on the weird stuff in DGG thing, do you think like I'll see some stuff like, and there's weird stuff when people come on and banning NSFW stops that, but I'll see weird things about like people spamming about people's armpits, and like there's probably some community stuff that goes on. There's I don't know, and like when women will come on and not be sexualizing themselves intentionally, they'll get hit with a spam of Coomer. And like as a dude, that's happened to me a couple times. And like sometimes that feels good, but it feels different when it happens to women not being sexualized. When you are oh, who's the politician with the gray streak in her hair? Tulsi Gabbard, I want to say. And you had chat on screen behind her. It was just a wall of Coomer. That stuff feels like it's kind of weird and like probably lower hanging fruit that would have a bigger impact than just banning NSFW.
Yeah, well, I'll probably nuke that when I see it too.
Fair enough.
Coomery stuff can be weird, right? But it's not really what makes people scared of being around here. It's not unhinged. It's just a bit weird.
Yeah.
Yes. It's the hateful comments that are a problem. And there's not usually any moderation done in the time period of it. There's never any warnings put in place. There's never like temporary bans. There's never like, unless you do it yourself, nothing's happening.
I'm actually pretty surprised there's an NSFW problem in the community, because considering like I've been in the chats and like nobody, and I be trolling in the chats, and I've yet to be harassed with like my own like stuff being sent back to me or anything like that, versus in other communities like Fresh and Fit community, like the fan base or whatever, red pill chats or anything like that. Like over here, I've not witnessed that type of behavior, except they'll say, go twerk or something, bitch. And like, that's just funny.
Kelly, did you report whoever sent you that
This
acid attack
isn't
link?
about me. It's like Destiny's been the one that's been spurging about Erudite and whoever the fuck else, Ayla it was last time. Like, oh, they're being misogynist, all the scaring all the women off. This isn't about me. I gave an example of something someone said to me, but the problem is clearly not me because nobody cared up until this point. If people cared about me, then this would have been solved years ago, wouldn't it? But they don't care about me. This is not about me. It was an example. Ayla, Erudite, whoever it is that is liked but has been receiving irrational levels of hate is a problem. and I'm giving suggestions and also theories as to why this is happening.
What was the other suggestion other than woman mod?
I'm pretty sure I just said that. It's the language that's being used and the stuff that's being said and the lack of moderation that's happening at the time.
Like, what should be moderated that isn't moderated?
Have you seen the chat? You're in it enough to know.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I gave specific examples. I'm asking you for those.
What kind of examples do you want? I can go through the chats and give them. But it's like, it's not just the kill yourself spam, but it's like the very hostile types of messages that get very overwhelming if a woman that's on the stream looks at the chat. It's not like the occasional one or two, like, it's not criticism, it's not like normal criticism.
But with that being said, wouldn't you say if a woman's getting emotional just by watching the chat from being on stream, wouldn't a woman that's a mod in the chat get emotional too? Because a lot of times, like, they would rather be undermining her because she's a woman and can't hold position well.
What are you talking? There are women in this community that are really nice to other women. That's why I suggested Sophia, because she said nothing nice. She said nothing but nice things about Ayla, Erudite. I checked Pixie, Straighterade, Cherry. I didn't see her saying anything bad. All right, that's why I suggested her. There's probably other people to suggest. But that's why I suggested I checked first. Fucking hell.
So how much of this do you guys think disappears, given that it's like the chat, the private chat, essentially, of like a really edgy streamer? Don't you think people are just going to sort of mimic Destiny to the point that, like, I will not?
On some real shit, like, I don't really give a fuck about none of that. I just feel like I should be able to say nigga, because, like, my daddy is black. And every time I accidentally say nigga, like, that's in my vocabulary. I could be getting kicked, and I'm like, fuck, I forgot I can't say nigga, because, like, the word is banned. And I don't want to keep fucking up, but it's like, that's just how the fuck I be talking. Like, that's how the fuck I grew up. So, like, that's just, you know, nigga is nigga. Like, that's just how we talk. Like, that's how I got my brother, my sister, my mom, we just be like, that's my nigga, you feel me? So when I'm in the chat and I'm speaking on voice to text, because I don't be using my fingers because they be clickety click click. Sometimes I just be like, yeah, that's my nigga. I'll go and cook for him, right? And then I hit enter. And as soon as I hit enter, I get kicked from the chat because I'm like, oh shit, what I said I was finna cook. I ain't say nothing racist. And they gonna send me a screenshot. They talk about, but you said nigga.
Okay. That's enough. Thank you. Kelly Jean, you have a word that you can use for Xena that I can't.
Oh.
I mean, she's just rambling. I don't need to call her a cunt for rambling.
They say I'm waffling about. I was speaking really good points. I am black. I'm half black, so it wasn't puppy caught. I'm not waffling. I'm not just chatting the chat.
Okay.
Say nigga.
Thank you. Kelly, you have any argument against what I said, or were you just gonna tell me to shut up because you couldn't think of anything?
What do you want me to reply to?
I said it's the chat for an edgy streamer. It's going to be edgy. I think women are soft and they can't handle it. I think that's the primary issue.
Jeez. The problem is that the people that Destiny the problem is that the people that Destiny like, he thinks it's unhinged and now he needs to do something about it, right? I'm making suggestions. Like, do you not understand that? This isn't about me.
Do you think I'm
It's Erudite and Ayla that have been the issues lately, right? People just unhinged for no reason.
Do you think
it's like, am I losing my mind? Like, people not capable of following like a few trains of thought. Like, what are you saying?
Do you think that I'm unhinged, Kelly?
I don't care.
But I just want your opinion.
I honestly don't care. If you are or aren't.
Just give me the opinion. Do you think that I am? Yes or no?
No, I'm not gonna do things because people.
I think you're unhinged, Xena.
Thank you. At least you've given me an opinion, something to think about. Do you think I should kill myself, Kelly?
But like Destiny, realistically, like you don't think there's anything you can do to actually like make women want to be in DGG, right? Like half the conversations about incest or bestiality or like age of consent. I'd rather like kill myself than have a woman I'm dating like see me in DGG.
Are you dating a woman right now?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, leave this to me. I'll figure it out. Okay, don't worry.
No, but really, it is just like an edgy autistic community.
Yeah, I know, but there's feedback loops. We can eliminate some of the feedback loops, and we'll see what happens. Maybe ideally, this community functioning at its best, there is 15% of the community that's women. Right now it's like 6 or 7%, you know? I don't know if it'll ever, I doubt it would ever hit 50-50. But
Oh, I'm not trying to say it's bad, and like, yeah, pushing back against a lot of this stuff is worth doing just because it could create some toxic shit. But I'm just trying to gauge what you think women in here
What do you mean could, as if it hasn't happened already? What do you mean could?
If the women are too weak to be in the community, then why be in the community if they can't handle it from being emotional? Like, just...
Because they'll bitch and complain that the women representation is all unhinged, whilst doing their absolute best to put off women that might not be unhinged. Do you not understand this basic premise?
Kelly, you're the best representation.
Holy fucking
explain
shit.
it a little bit further so that I can't explain it. I mean, so that I can't understand it.
You know, I'm just gonna say I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of women who appreciate the incest and bestiality conversations. You know, I think they're super funny. But I understand where Kelly's coming from. If it makes you feel better, Kelly, I am very hated as well. So
I don't need to.
I mean, I'm pretty hated too. So like, that's what I don't understand. Like, I'm hated. I think we're all hated. I think every guy and female is hated in this community equally. They just shit on everybody. They say, kill yourself, bitch, die, jump off a bridge, walk off a bridge, fucking low IQ, 12 IQ. And that's just their conversation. They don't actually care. They're not actually.
It is not equal.
Suicide.
If they are holding you as a representation of your gender, then it's not equal. That is the point. Because it's every time there's a retarded woman, it's like, oh, all women are retarded. That doesn't happen for men. That is the problem. That is the thing that really needs to be changed. Not fucking Kuma posting. No one really cares about the Kuma posters.
But that's not a community.
They're usually quite nice, really, aside from being Kumas.
Okay, but
like, they're like the least problematic people here.
But Kelly, that's not just a community problem. That's almost like just worldly. Like, you could go on a TV show and if a girl says something dumb, people are gonna be like, God, women are so stupid. Versus if a guy says something dumb. I don't think you could base it off just one community.
I never said it was unique to here. I'm saying it's one of the fundamental problems as to why it's bad. And it's just getting ignored. It's like, oh, ban all the NSFW. As if that's gonna fucking fix anything.
There's no way to
That just gives more room for people to be angry instead of cooming. How does that help? Now people are just gonna be sexually frustrated as well.
You're right, Kelly. Let's
Brilliant.
just undo everyone's lifetime of social conditioning.
Let them NSFW all they want, bro. Just let the community do what the fuck they want.
That's what they were doing. And it
How can you
doesn't
be
make a
pro-sex
difference.
work and want to ban all porn?
I don't care to ban porn.
Isn't it inherently sex negative to ban porn posting in chat?
I
If
think
porn
let
is
it go.
healthy
I
and
wanna
it's a
promote
good
my
thing for
OnlyFans.
society, why would it be banned in DGG?
Bro, they like to see my ass twerk. If I want to post my ass twerking and promote my OnlyFans to get some money, I should be able to do that. Who's trying to ban this shit? If you don't want your ass on the internet and you don't want your leaks getting exposed, don't do it. It's pretty simple.
I'm waiting to hear Destiny's argument.
I just think porn is a net negative. There's nothing good from it. Contributes to bad feedback loops. Get rid of it. That's step one, and then we'll keep going.
That's
Step one
sneako tier
sucks.
engagement right there, reading off the script.
J-Test, weren't you literally just arguing against porn and OnlyFans?
No, I never once argued against porn. It was very much about the chatting.
Ooh, he definitely did. He defo did. Defo,
Nope.
defo.
Nope.
This is crazy.
I mean, don't you think there's a difference between the porn industry in general and OnlyFans content?
What, that a small amount of women do lewds and don't actually do porn when a larger amount does porn? I mean, actually does porn?
Well, I was gonna say, as far as like, you know, how ethical each one is, right? Like with OnlyFans, people own their own content for the most part, right? They choose their own things, whereas like in porn, people get put into situations where they have to do things they didn't agree to initially, right? Because of whatever contracts they're in.
I'm still trying to figure out
Okay,
that.
I think just porn is porn. I mean, at the end of the day, whether you're on OnlyFans and you're doing porn, you technically own your content, but if somebody buys your content from you, they now own it because they bought it from you, and they go leak it. So it doesn't matter whether you're watching Pornhub or leaking Pornhub shit, or you're leaking what you paid for on the internet. I mean, if I paid for porn, it's my porn, right?
Sure. I was just responding to Gistalk, who was saying that it's weird to be anti-porn but pro-sex work. I think there's an argument that you can be anti-porn and pro-sex works.
You like to be a whore, then you go be a whore, honey. You want to make money, you don't want to be a whore, you go to the nail shop, you get a job, you make the money that way, you go restaurant, you sell sushi, something like that, you do whatever, you very pretty, you sell your pussy on the internet, you make the money. Very simple.
Yeah, maybe you could do that. I just was curious what Destiny's argument was. His argument is that it's a net negative.
My argument is that the majority of women that look at a chat and see porn probably aren't going to like it. Porn doesn't provide almost any positive for my chat, so why not get rid of it? That's such a super easy step one. Go ahead.
How would you know the majority of women don't like it? Because are you saying you have more women in DMs who have said they don't engage in DGG?
Basically, every time I talk about porn, I usually get multiple emails and multiple messages from people saying yeah, it's really weird and it feels like a boys' club. Yes.
If you don't want them to be oh, women are dumb or whatever, the best way to make them love women in the communities, just twerk your ass and boom, they'll be hypnotized by that ass throwing back and then they like you. It's that simple. Pretty easy. A smart woman will still be hated, a dumb woman will be hated, but a pretty bitch with a fat ass will always be loved.
That's not helping us, okay?
Xena, we actually agree on that one.
Oh, finally, we're agreeing
No,
on
that's what I came in to argue about, and I was mad about, though.
So is he going to uplift the NSFW or?
I don't know. Have we reached the end?
No, he's going to let people who don't engage in chat dictate chat policies, even though there's an option to literally shut off the thing already.
Muting in chat rooms is one of the things that is probably historically been known not to work more than any other single thing in the history of all of chat kind. Mutes just don't work.
Mutes don't work for what?
They just create a clusterfuck environment in a chat. Just having people selectively muting stuff doesn't work. You get multiple conversations going on. It'd be it just doesn't work. Muting just seems to be it seems to be a really...
You already have the entirety of your chat trained to tag NSFW, and it's not muting the users. It's just muting anything tagged NSFW. It's not a good argument.
Then people are talking about it, and it fosters a type of community that wants to talk about porn and women's bodies and shit. And I think it seems it's pretty awful.
Why not have you know how they do the embeds, and you could go to watch other streams.
Sorry, Xena, stop. Wait, how would that not apply to porn generally, broadly in society? Why is porn good in society but bad in DGG?
Because society is a much broader thing. So there's a lot of different ways that are segmented in a society. Hold on. That question was so unbelievably fucking retarded. I can't believe you asked it. It's appropriate to take a shit in the bathroom. That doesn't mean it's appropriate to take a shit anywhere just because you can do it in society. There's tons of things in society that happen, but they're usually segmented off into different areas. For instance, porn is probably okay. Porn in kindergarten is probably not okay.
Yeah, so why isn't porn okay in a chat room of all 18 plus people on the internet? Especially when that entire chat room is trained around tagging that porn effectively already.
It's not that it's not okay, it's that it fosters a type of environment that I don't want in my chat.
Wait, just testicle. If I'm at work with a bunch of adults, can I be watching porn at work?
Ooh.
No, obviously not. Ooh. But that's not the argument I'm making. We're banning it from somewhere it's already available. So how could somebody who's banning porn anywhere not make the same argument Destiny's making?
Because I think there are certain places where it's fine to have that kind of community talk about porn. If you want to be on Pornhub in the comment section talking about digging down chicks, I think it's totally fine. Or if you've got a Discord group or a Discord community dedicated to talking about porn or talking about fucking chicks, or that's the kind of community you want, that's fine. But in a community where if we're trying to ostensibly foster more healthy female support or healthy view of women in general, you probably don't want to be talking about porn and jerking off and talking about women's bodies and all that shit as well. It's probably not good.
So, you think there would be healthier views of women and their bodies, and they'd be more comfortable in society if we just had porn banned broadly?
Why are you saying in society?
Well, I'm just... Okay, then define where the size limit makes it change.
If it was the case... First of all, actually, unfortunately, the answer is probably yes, first of all, to your question. That if we got rid of all pornography, it probably would actually boost women's self-esteem or change the way that men view women. So, probably a benefit way. Okay. Well, then I don't know why you bring that up, but...
Wait, Destiny, have a really good middle.
No, I was taking the liberal position on porn.
Oh, okay.
Why not just have a separate chat then for the people in the community that do want to talk about it, like an
NSF? Make a cam on required porn only room for DGG Discord, and that would shut down instantly. Required cam on.
Well, I don't think that.
Why would porn fix anything? Wouldn't women just get like lack of self-esteem over like really attractive women in bikinis? Then like what?
Because porn
Why
might
does that fix
contribute to
everything?
unhealthy sexual standards that men expect on women, and it probably does a lot to further unhealthy views of genitalia, would be my guess. So, for instance, I'm guessing a lot more women are probably uncomfortable with the size and shape of their labia post-porn than they were pre-porn when men didn't see 50 million different types of labia. Be my guess.
So there's
That
like
is- that's
slightly
very true.
less
It's
plastic
backed up by-
surgery if there's no porn.
So there's what?
I don't
But
know about
that's
slightly
but what
less.
about
I can't
so
hear what
all
Southern people
nudity
are
is
talking
now
about.
banned, right? So now no nudity, no artistic nudity. People are still gonna know what people's genitals
Artistic
look
nudity
like.
is different than selecting for hyper-specific types of nudity that appeal to what men want to see in porn. Those are two different types of nudity. People being at a nude beach is different than here's a hand-selected portion of 20 to
I think
30,
that women in
18
general-
to 22-year-old women that have the perfect types of vagina that men want to see. Yes, probably.
I think women that are insecure spend more time worrying about the things that most people see rather than things that most people don't see.
That's great, Kelly. I
Like-
would never go to you for opinions on women about women.
On women, go
I
only
think
because
that
I'm a
tons-
fucking woman. What the
yes,
fuck
you are
would
a
I know?
woman, which means you have no fucking idea
I
what
have
women in
never
general
once
think. You
thought,
have your
oh,
own
my
personal
vagina's
thought.
not perfect.
I
despite
know,
the fact
great,
porn
Kelly, and
exists.
that's great that you think that, and that's exactly why I would never trust you for anything about women, because plenty of women have huge issues with their labia. It's probably one of
I'm
the
not
biggest
saying
sexual
they
insecurities women do.
don't.
That's great, but you just use the fact that you don't, maybe because yours look a certain type of way, you think, oh, I don't think it's a problem at all.
I'm saying that women are already more insecure about the things that most people see, and that won't be eradicated by the eradication.
I didn't
of
say
porn.
it would be. I didn't say eradicating
So
all
then
of
women
porn
are
would
still
change
gonna
all
be
the
insecure.
problems
So
in
what
all of society,
fucking
all over the
difference
place.
does it make?
I mean, I got roast beef, and it is what it is. Always had it my whole life.
Thank you. I didn't need to know that, but
Yeah, so the data does back it up. That like there has been a rise in I think labiaplasties ever since like certain trends in porn, I believe.
My God, I was not arguing against this. Can women become more insecure about even more things? Yes, but I'm saying eradicating porn will not fix the vast majority of
I
it.
never
'cause
said it would.
fucking won't.
Eradicated any one thing won't fix probably anything in society. Giving
Well, then
students
why
free
bother?
why bother?
Like, why
Kelly, because
fucking
most
bother?
Kelly, why the fuck would you go to the gym one time if it's not gonna make you shredded?
Well,
why would
just
you go
don't wear
why would you diet for one day if it's not gonna make you skinny? Why would you go to school for one day if it's not gonna get you a degree? Why would you practice driving one time if it's not gonna help you learn how to drive a
All
car?
these
Why would you
random fucking arguments.
They're not
have
random
nothing to do
arguments,
with
but
it.
you're saying that if you can't make an incremental change towards one thing, you shouldn't bother at all? Literally nothing in life gets changed because you change one thing. What kind of argument is that?
Yes, because the only way to change everything would be to like never let anyone see anything ever. And then we could never be insecure again. If I just cover my entire fucking
Hold
body.
on. Can you explain what you meant when you said that the one woman is the representative of the gym?
Don't shit talk Kelly Jean.
Anyway.
She's the only person who can follow a fucking conversation. So, like, at least she's
Yeah,
not
'cause
derailing
why-
every time they
Why
talk.
argue with the things that I'm saying when I could just fucking make random shit up?
Why is this? I don't even know what. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Have you bothered to ask Ayla or Erudite what are the things that bother them about the shit that gets said? Have you spoken to any of the other women about the stuff that bothers them?
I've spoken to plenty of people about stuff that bothers them in chat.
And
yeah.
I really can't imagine Ayla being most bothered about Kuma posting. So what
Do
is
you
she
think
bothered
Ayla's
about?
representative of most
Maybe
women?
those are the things you should be focusing on getting rid of.
I thought Ayla was our peak queen, healthiest thoughts around sex. Shouldn't we really defer to her and what she thinks should be available in chat?
So do you think she really cares about someone posting the Kuma emote and like a picture to her? All the unhinged things they're saying directly to her?
Kelly, Ayla is so far outside of the norm for women and their thoughts.
It's a
I don't know if
fucking
we're referring to her
example because it's a recent one.
Yeah,
Use
but you say
Erudite
it's an
instead.
example.
None of the
so
stuff
you
at
think
Erudite.
you think Erudite would agree with
Oh,
you? That
shit.
Erudite would say yes. I think porn
agrees
in
with
chat
you
is a
with
good thing?
everything, so what's the point of me saying anything, right? The things that Erudite what is being said to Erudite is not Kuma related. So the stuff that people are pissed off about say you specifically, that it's unhinged, isn't to do with Kuma stuff, is it?
Kelly, how do you feel about Capture the Flag?
What?
Can somebody tell me why this is like so fucked
goes,
up?
"What?"
Why is this not working? Like, why is this coming out uneven? I've got 2 belts.
Well,
Kelly's the type. Never mind.
Look, well, if we're talking about not just female streamers,
120
right?
to 270, I understand. Sorry, what did you say?
Sorry, if we're talking about not just female streamers, we're talking about female viewers as well, right? Streamers are just not normal people in general. So I think probably the porn thing is also it was probably been done for female viewers.
True.
I feel like females are so privileged. Like even having this conversation about female.
It's too hot for this.
So anyway, that's why I think that if we ban porn and DGG, I think the next president will be a female.
Next president. You won't even make a fucking moderator female.
She hasn't already.
Are you calling Nino and Lily trans? Like, what's going on right now?
Shut up! You've said the same thing 4 times. Like, I heard the first time, and I responded to it the first time, and I'm gonna keep responding to the same thing.
Damn.
Lily doesn't have mod permissions, by the way. She's just a red name.
I swiped out the app. I was trying to say, like, I think, like, we had the whole argument with the guys that wanted more, like, wanted to be able to say nigga and stuff like that in the chat. But now that women obviously are feeling uncomfortable, is what I'm getting from this, we're having a whole ordeal and actively making changes within, I guess, the community in order to make it comfortable for them. So it's like, it's kind of like female privilege.
Wow. Good one, Zines.
I'm just saying that's what it seems like. I mean, I don't really care regardless. I just think if people want to post stuff, at least, I don't know, make a separate chat for them to do it.
Kelly, if it makes you feel any better, I've been told to kill myself today too.
I'm sure everyone has. I don't
He told me to kill
complain
myself.
about it.
He actively came in here and said, actually fucking kill yourself. The world will be a better place without you.
Damn. Jacob, why are you simping so hard for Xena now? Is it because you're being benevolently misogynistic, or because you came in here pretty heated against her, and now you seem like you're pretty chill?
I think I said what I needed to say, and there's no point in beating that horse anymore.
Oh, so now you're just completely chill with her, even though you had all those horrible. You said she was subhuman about 17 times.
Yeah,
I think
if
a simp. So what happened?
I think if I keep saying that, I don't know if I'm simping Xena at all.
Really?
I don't know if.
Didn't you literally say like Xena? That was actually a really funny joke. Didn't you actually explicitly verbally call out and applaud her for a joke she made?
I said she said one funny one. That's true.
But
yes.
that, I mean, like, you were literally like, wow, Xena, like, I gotta give you props for that. Like, you sounded like you were like halfway to a fucking cum shot.
Wow. Yeah, you know, I wasn't really feeling that one, but if that's what it came across as, that's my bad.
Well, it came across to all of our faces. That's how thirsty you sounded for it when you.
Listen, man, I'm shooting spiderwebs right now. Your mom took way too many earlier.
God damn.
I'm just gonna let that one hang.
He's laughing his ass off. Terribly.
We're
Like,
chilling.
he almost fell out of his chair.
We're just chilling. Big chilling right now, guys. Good work. Good work, everybody. Can I go now? It's late for me.
Destiny, can you wire me like $10,000? I really got to do something real quick. I'll pay you back.
What, are you gonna have Kelly assassinated? Because they take pounds.
No, what I want you to do is like some basic. Just make sure that stupid woman doesn't get herself killed tomorrow. Please.
I don't know how I'm.
Who's gonna get killed?
What you think I'm
Make
supposed
sure
to-
she doesn't stream from her fucking house.
Oh,
Go
do
to
you
her
want me to
friend's
tell her
house,
to
neighbor's
move
house.
her house?
Or maybe just don't let her on the stream if she's gonna be that fucking stupid.
Are you in charge of like actually okaying people to come onto the show now? Is that did you get your
I'm telling
responsibilities
you
upgraded?
this as your friend to not do that.
Why do you think she's gonna?
Why
die
do I
for
need
it?
to tell you?
Who's
Why
gonna
is
kill?
the odds of her getting swatted so high?
I don't know, but I don't care because I don't want it to be a possibility.
Kelly, do you think
Like,
the more
I
you talk
want
about it,
it-
the more likely it is to happen?
I don't care.
So you're trying to get her swatted?
No,
That's what you're
that
saying?
is clearly not it. If I don't say anything, that makes me complicit. Right?
But if you saying a bunch
and
of
I
stuff
am
like
not
Twitter
being
times live makes
fucking
it worse.
complicit in something that's going to happen that we are all aware is a possibility that might happen. I'm not being complicit in it. I know you all think it's really funny, but it's not funny.
What?
You're giving me a lot to think about, Kelly, I will say.
I really am just thinking about the voice right now, though.
You never think about anything I say, and then you wonder why the things that I say months prior become a problem. Maybe if you actually fucking listened, then you wouldn't have these problems in the first place.
Kelly, you're on one today. What's going on?
I'm tilted. I went away for a few days. It was really nice.
You ran away for a few days?
No, I went away. I went to LAN. I did karaoke.
How was that?
I met all the Baldur's Gate voice actors. They were really nice.
Wow.
Wait, can you hook me up with
And then I
Shadowheart?
came back here, and everyone's fucking unhinged messaging me, and then everyone's being like, oh, Merc's gonna be on the show, because Destiny really wants her on the show, and I'm like, have you done any basic fucking checks to make sure she's not gonna get herself swatted and potentially killed?
Oh, next time I'll
No,
contact
of course nobody's done anything.
the local police departments, everybody that I invite on the show to make sure that everybody's good to...
If you know someone just got fucking doxxed, then yeah, you should probably do a little bit more.
Okay.
But maybe DM them instead of just talking about swatting them 200 times.
I did do this. I spoke to everybody that's in that Discord to make sure that something was done, and then this stupid bitch is talking about not doing anything earlier in the chat, and that's why I'm annoyed.
Wait, am I the stupid bitch here, or was it her?
No, the girl that came in it.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Would you use the C word on her?
If I'm annoyed enough in context, yeah, I can use that word. It's mine. I don't
In
care.
context? Do you think it's kind of
Yes,
weird that,
and
like...
that in context was viable.
Yeah, but, like, do you think it's kind of weird that you use gendered insults for her?
Oh, no, it's not, because I'm a woman.
Oh. So, like, women can call other women to stand for their gender and be gendered
Yes,
slurred?
that's how it works. Yes.
Oh, okay. See, and I think you just got okayed to hard R
You're gonna
people.
ban the N-words from black people? No. Then shut up.
Well, I think if we can prove that we're black, with birth certificates and family pictures, of course, or even DNA tests, we should be able to say nigger in the chat. But obviously, they care more about women's privileges than they do us black folk. Pretty racist.
What the fuck are you talking about? They can say cunt in the chat if they want.
They can't say nigger in the chat.
That is true, Kelly Jane.
I literally got banned twice in a day for saying,
Then
oh,
how
yeah,
is
I'm
that
gonna,
caring about women if you can insult
I'm gonna
women,
cook for
but
my
you
nigga.
can't insult black people? Like, what
Yes,
are you
but
talking
they're
about?
actively making changes. Well, you could call a guy a cunt as well. Cunt is just literally a vagina. But, and, or if we're going to be technical, it's literally a sword sheath. That's what the word cunt derives from, is sword sheath. So
I mean, if you're suggesting that Destiny actually do work so you can verify the people that are black and give them the end pass, sure, but he's not going to do work, is he? That's why they can't say it.
But we're making active changes in order to make women more comfortable within the community is what I'm saying. Of course, that's the argument, right?
Just to be
No,
clear,
only
the
ones that are
black
super fucking easy.
Just to be clear, the black thing has nothing to do with willingness to do work. It's that it would be insanely fucking cringe to have a Discord standard where people are sending pictures of themselves to my mods to get tagged as African American to use slurs. Just to
Melon
say
and
clear.
Jack.
I can already see the future. We've got the whitest sounding people getting black friends to send in fucking pictures to the Discord admin so they can start using the N-word, okay? That would be the worst fucking policy of all fucking time. But thank you, Kelly, for the suggestion.
But what about at least people that are maybe notable?
I never
or
said that it
whatever,
wouldn't be impractical.
that
I'm
come
just
on
saying
stream that are
there's a
actually
reason
black.
why it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but what about the people that are actually black that like come on stream? Like
They
at least
already
should-
can.
Well,
I
I think it's a base policy, Destiny. I think you should do it.
I literally commented twice, and I said I will cook for my nigga all day long, and got banned twice because I accidentally said I will cook for my nigga.
Well, stop.
What do you
Learn to
mean?
refer to black
On
people in
here?
other ways, okay? If I can't say it in
I
public,
am
you can't say it in
black.
Discord, all right? That's the rule. I don't care.
You just said it twice and didn't get banned. I don't know what the problem
No, I'm talking
is.
about when you're chatting it, like you can't type it in the Discord.
Kelly
is
doesn't
what I'm saying.
participate in the Discord, so she doesn't know anything about what you're talking about. Not enough attention for her in those rooms.
What do you know about your Discord? You have no fucking clue what's going on in your Discord. Shut the fuck
They'd
up.
actually
There's
probably
still
just be
not
nice to her in
I bet
Discord, and
you
she needs
there's,
people
like,
to just scream at her and tell her to kill
There's
herself.
probably still Kuma posting going on in the Discord because you haven't even fucking bothered to look at it.
You know, Destiny, now that I'm thinking about it, you can't tell anyone to kill themselves in your Discord either.
Well, this room
But
is
you
immune.
can say cunt.
This room is immune from those from the rules there, so this is my room. I run it how I want to, how Daddy Destiny wants it to go, you know?
They still tell me to kill myself in his Discord. They don't care.
Somebody just asked me for medical advice for their staph infection in their butt. I just thought, maybe Kelly will feel better.
You're just recycling jokes, Stardust, because you don't have any
No.
of your own.
I'm like legit serious. I can
That's
send you the
so very
screenshot.
sad.
I can send you the screenshot if you'd like it.
I don't need or want that.
They sent me a paragraph.
Wait, so Kelly, you have like some medical degree or something like that?
No, I saw a picture of Kelly in a nurse outfit in the chat earlier.
What you do for what you working for? You doctor, you psychologist, you do something like that? You nurse, you something? Can you tell me what you do? I'd like to know. Do you gynecologist, vaginacologist?
I've never
What you
once
do?
claimed this. Oh my fucking shut up.
What's wrong with you? I don't say you claim. I simply ask you what you do for what. What you do for what you're looking for.